Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studio, 6 a.m. here on the East Coast. Now, guys, our motto is to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered breaking news throughout the day, and we do have breaking news to begin this morning, coming out of Washington State. Now, authorities were searching for this man who they say opened fire Monday at a Fred Meyer grocery store in Washington State, killing one person and injuring another. This suspect is 38-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly. A warrant for first-degree murder has been issued for him, and we can report this morning, breaking just a couple of hours ago, that Richland, Washington Police Department has confirmed that 39-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly has been taken into custody without incident. Now, they did find him about over 100 miles away from where the initial incident did happen. Kelly was arrested on Interstate 90 between Sprague and the city of Spokane. Kelly will be transported back to the Tri-Cities and booked into the Benton County Jail on murder in the first degree and attempted murder in the first degree. They say that we thank the numerous law enforcement partners that quickly collaborated to apprehend this suspect. Our Fox 13 team straight out of Seattle has this full report from last night just to get everyone up on context on what exactly did happen just before noon on Monday. Let's take a listen.
Crime scene tape still surrounds this Richland Fred Meyer where this tragedy happened. I got a chance to speak to friends of the victim who tell me what it was like hearing about this nightmare.
Coworkers received frantic messages of the worst possible situation from friends inside this Fred Meyer.
Don't come to the store, there's an active shooter.
Roxanne Reynolds and Mandy Boyle both work at the Richland Fred Meyer. On Monday around 11 in the morning, police say this man opened fire in the store, hitting two people. First responders raced one employee to the hospital. Unfortunately, one man died at the scene.
He wasn't responding. It was like a, oh no, please don't, no, like just waiting, and then I heard that it was him.
Family and friends tell me Justin Crumbley was killed in the shooting. He worked for Instacart and in just a few months had made a huge impression on Roxanne and Mandy.
This person, for whatever reason, has taken away such a good human. And for what?
Roxanne tells me forever they will be reminded of the great person who lost their life here.
He's taken away an uncle from two children who absolutely adored him. He's taken away a brother from a family, a son. He was a good guy.
And in this tragedy, there's one good bit of hope. Speaking with Mandy and Roxanne, they tell me that their co-workers are donating blood so that they can help the other employee involved in the shooting. Reporting here in Richland, AJ Janavel for Fox 13 News.
Thank you to our Fox 13 team for that report. Now, as we get updates throughout the day, we will be sure to keep you updated because, again, that is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Well, from Washington State to Washington, D.C. we go. The top story of the day yesterday involved President Biden, who says the U.S. and all of NATO are ready if Russia invades Ukraine. The president also says he does not know if Vladimir Putin knows what he is going to do. All of this as the president met with Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz at the White House amid intensifying diplomatic efforts to ease tensions between Russia and Ukraine. Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Einrich has the latest on this. In just one moment, we will get you that report.
That means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
I promise you we'll be able to do it.
German Chancellor Scholz also dancing around pressure for an ironclad commitment on Nord Stream 2 and economic sanctions involving the SWIFT international payment system, both exposing a gulf between the United States and its NATO ally.
You can be sure that there won't be any measures in which we have a differing approach.
German press noted mounting pressure from Capitol Hill, with Germany's partnership in NATO being called into question.
The time is now now for Germany to stand up and protect the peace and defend the stable Europe that modern Germany itself has helped construct and from which it has greatly benefited.
President Biden dismissed criticism.
There's no need to win back trust. There is no doubt about Germany's partnership with the United States, none.
Leaders both noted there's a need to shore up Europe's energy supply to reduce dependence on Russia in the event of an invasion, and telegraphed hope for a diplomatic solution.
We think we could make up a significant portion of it that would be lost. But you know, what everybody forgets here is Russia needs to be able to sell that gas and sell that oil.
As his National Security Council warns that Putin could take action any day now, President Biden again reiterated his belief that Putin hasn't yet made up his mind. But he urged American civilians in Ukraine, now is the time to leave. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
We will be playing that entire Olaf Scholz and President Biden joint press conference for you a bit later on in the show. But continuing on with the latest on Russia and Ukraine, U.S. officials say 70% of Russia's forces are already in place for a potential move and invasion into Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is in Kyiv with the latest on this. Let's take a listen.
As the massive Russian buildup along Ukraine's border nears completion, President Vladimir Putin has a range of options, from de-escalation to a cyber attack to a limited incursion to the worst-case scenario, full-scale invasion. The joint military drills in Belarus feature fighter jets armed with hypersonic missiles. With more than 80 battalions and 130,000 forces ready, U.S. intelligence estimates Russia could take the capital, Kyiv, in as little as 2 to 3 days. The numbers would be sobering. 50,000 civilians killed, 25,000 Ukrainian military killed, 10,000 Russian military killed, and as many as 5 million refugees. With Western leaders vowing to put no boots on the ground, Ukrainian soldiers, blessed here by an Orthodox priest, would be fighting alone. Many Ukrainians have generations of family and cultural ties to Russia. This crisis is forcing a lot of people to rethink that relationship.
Basically, we are one people. We are used to the belief that we are brother nations, but now they are willing to attack us.
Igor's grandfather was a decorated Red Army veteran of World War II.
Now when we think about Russia, the words that come to mind are fear and uncertainty.
Now Igor might have to fight against the army his grandfather fought for. 8 million Russians live in Ukraine, almost 1 in 5. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
And sticking with the Russia and Ukraine news, President Emmanuel Macron met with Putin yesterday in Russia. This happened on Monday. President Vladimir Putin, amid these growing fears that Russia, of course, is going to invade the Ukraine. And after hours of talk between the two leaders, it appears that there was no apparent breakthrough. I do have a little snippet of both of these men speaking. Let's take a listen.
I see how much effort the current French leadership and the president personally put to solve the crisis tied to providing equal security in Europe in a serious historic perspective and to solve the issue of Ukraine's internal crisis in the southeast of the country. I am pleased to have the opportunity to get all these issues in detail and start building together a useful response for Russia and the rest of Europe. A useful response is, of course, one that allows war to be avoided and build confidence, stability, and visibility for everybody.
Now, President of France, Macron, is set to meet with the Ukrainian president, President Zelensky, today. We will, of course, keep you abreast on everything that comes out of that meeting and everything that continues to unravel between these Russia and Ukraine crises and tensions that continue to dominate world headlines. We're going to step away for a quick break, but when we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest crime news from coast to coast. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato. Live now from our Orlando studio. We're going to get into a little crime block here. New information is out regarding the controversial police-involved shooting death of 22-year-old Amir Locke in Minneapolis. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Green has this report.
An investigation is underway in Minneapolis into the death of Amir Locke. The 22-year-old was fatally shot last week by a member of a SWAT team as they carried out a no-knock search warrant at Locke's apartment. Body cam video shows the moments Locke was shot while he was lying on a couch holding a gun. Police say Locke pointed a loaded gun in the direction of officers. Locke's family is now calling on the officers to be held responsible.
I want the police officer that murdered my son to be prosecuted and fired.
Meanwhile, protests rang out over the weekend as demonstrators expressed their anger over the killing of Locke. Many of them are asking the city to abolish no-knock warrants altogether.
We need to end police brutality and these no-knock warrants. Stop the lying.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says the Biden administration will work towards improving relations between police and communities across the country.
We have been engaging with, as you know, civil rights groups, a number of law enforcement groups, all agree on the need to reform the use of no-knock warrants.
Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey imposed a moratorium on no-knock search warrants. Frey promises a transparent investigation, but did not say whether he would ban no-knock warrants once the moratorium expires.
We have to do better, and we will do better. And I also appreciate the need for clarity around these policies.
The officer who shot Locke has been identified as Mark Hanneman. He's been with the Minneapolis Police Department for 6 years. In New York, Lauren Green, Fox News.
And from Minneapolis to Georgia we go. This morning, the parents of the accused Oxford school shooter are set to be back in court. This will be the preliminary hearing for James and Jennifer Crumbley. Their attorneys are asking the judge to postpone it, saying they need more time to sort through all of the evidence. But Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald says they've had plenty of time and the case needs to be moved forward for the sake of the victims. The Crumbleys are each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter and remain in jail on a bond of $500,000 each. And sticking with crime news, jury selection is underway in the federal hate crimes trial of 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. The first 50 potential jurors reported to the Brunswick Federal Courthouse yesterday for questioning to determine whether they can serve as fair and unbiased jurors. Roughly 1,000 people across 43 Georgia counties received jury duty notices because of intense pretrial publicity. Father and son, Greg and Travis McMichael, had plans to plead guilty on federal hate crimes charges, which they withdrew last week after their Arbery family publicly objected to the terms that would have sent them to federal rather than state prison. And from crime to the latest coronavirus news, a growing number of states are officially lifting mask mandates in schools, states such as New Jersey and Delaware. This ending some of the mitigation measures as new COVID infections continue to decline nationwide. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary has more on this.
It's a sign life could be getting back to normal. Today, more states are setting timelines for the end of classroom mask mandate. Delaware's school mask rule will expire March 31st, while in New Jersey, students and school officials can be unmasked beginning early next month. Though Governor Phil Murphy cautions the virus still poses a threat.
Every time you think you've got this thing figured out, it humbles you. But we are confident that 4 weeks from now, we will be able to be at the point with regard to the statewide school mask mandate.
The decision to lift mask rules comes as the Omicron surge eases its grip on the country. This past week, every state reported a lower number of daily COVID cases than the previous week. Nationwide, new infections were down about 42%. Hospitalizations are also on the decline, but some medical facilities in the South are still seeing reduced capacity in critical care units.
Clearly, we're moving in the right direction, but we're moving very, very slowly.
Meanwhile, the CDC is considering extending the time between certain COVID vaccine doses due to the risk of a rare type of heart inflammation. The proposed changes apply to Pfizer's and Moderna's formulas and would delay the second shot to 8 weeks.
The vaccine is not designed for 3 weeks. That's why you're seeing that rare heart complication, in my opinion, and it is very rare.
The CDC says extending the time in between doses also appears to result in a higher antibody response. In Atlanta, Jonathan Siri, Fox News.
Thank you for that report. Into Canada we go, where police in Ottawa are getting tough on the trucker protests against vaccine mandates. They are arresting demonstrators, seizing vehicles, and issuing hundreds of tickets. This just a day after they officially declared a state of emergency in Ottawa. Our Fox News correspondent David Lee Miller takes a closer look at this situation.
A state of emergency has been declared in the Canadian capital of Ottawa. What began more than a week ago as a protest by Canadian truckers over proof of vaccination when crossing the border from the U.S. has erupted into a massive demonstration. Similar protests spread to other locations, but the demonstration in Ottawa is the largest and most contentious. Organizers say they want an end to all vaccine mandates. They vow to remain until their demands are met.
People are living in fear and are terrified, and they've now been subjected to the non-stop honking of large trucks for 9 days, which is tantamount to psychological warfare.
The crowdfunding platform GoFundMe, alleging illegal activity by the protesters, refused to distribute nearly 10 million Canadian dollars donated to the truckers and is returning donations to donors. The platform has faced repeated criticism for refusing to raise money for conservative causes. It shut down fundraising by a Texas nurse who wanted to file suit after she lost her job for refusing to get the COVID vaccine. The site refused to accept donations for a Kyle Rittenhouse defense fund prior to his acquittal, saying its policy does not allow raising money for the legal defense of an alleged violent crime. Meanwhile, over the objections of Canadian officials, other crowdfunding platforms are raising money for the truckers.
There needs to be ongoing efforts at all three levels of government to deny funding to the unlawful demonstrations.
This afternoon, Ottawa's mayor wrote Prime Minister Justin Trudeau requesting 1,800 police officers be sent to the city to help, quote, quell the insurrection. Trudeau, a short time later, tweeted out a thank you to all Canadians, including truckers, for getting vaccinated, saying, and I quote, "Vaccines are our best tool to help protect our economy and save lives." In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Thank you, David, for that report. We are going to step away for another quick 2-minute break, but when we get back, if you've ever flown Frontier or maybe Spirit, you'll want to take a listen because a new merger means they are getting even bigger and better, perhaps. See you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox 622 here on the East Coast. I'm coming at you live from our Orlando studio. A chilly morning here in Florida. Make sure to tweet at us at LiveNOW from Fox. And let us know where you're watching from, how the weather is in your neck of the woods, and we'll be sure to give you a shout out here on Live Now. We are going to get into a little bit of business and economy news, but first, lawmakers are returning to Washington this week, and they have plenty of work cut out for them. There continues to be a debate about the future of the Build Back Better plan, one of President Biden's signature pieces of legislation. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more details on this from Washington.
With less than 2 weeks to go before government funding expires, Congress is eyeing a short-term spending bill. Lawmakers weren't able to agree on a final number, one of many unresolved issues on Capitol Hill.
Negotiations are very vigorous, and I think that we're going to get agreement both on the top line, how much spending is going to be, and how it will be spent.
One bill that won't be moving forward, at least according to Senator Joe Manchin, is the Build Back Better Act, the Democrats' key climate and social spending plan.
Build Back Better, as it has been presented over the last 7, 8, 9 months, that bill no longer will exist, okay?
Some Democrats still hope pieces of the plan can eventually pass.
But we know that we've got to do something to lower costs for Americans.
Separately, there could be bipartisan compromise on electoral reform to safeguard elections after the January 6th Capitol attack.
I think we've identified clearly some things within the ECA, the Electoral Count Act, that need to be addressed, the ambiguities that need to be addressed. But is there more that we can do? And I think this is where we're seeking to find that common ground.
The absence of Senator Ben Ray Lujan, who's recovering from a stroke, could complicate matters for Democrats. Without all of their members in a 50-50 Senate, party priorities, including a Supreme Court confirmation, hang in the balance. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
Welcome back. We are monitoring a piece of breaking news here that I want to bring you. Live images coming out of New Jersey. What you are seeing here, the latest report is that at approximately 4 a.m., a New Jersey transit bus, Route 551, was headed from Atlantic City to Philadelphia and made contact with a tree after leaving the roadway along the Atlantic City Expressway, west, headed in the west direction in Hamilton. Cause for leaving the roadway remains under investigation. These are pretty alarming images. If you can see there behind the trees, you do see that bus. 7 customers plus the operator on board at the time of this accident. The operator and 5 of those riders sustained an injury. The extent of these injuries is not known at this time. I am actually from New Jersey. I have ridden New Jersey transit bus coming in and out of New York City is a very popular route, but Atlantic City also definitely a destination that a lot of people go to. We will keep you up to date on the latest of this, but we did want to bring you these live images coming in from Atlantic City. And we'll get back to some business reports. 2 leaders in the discount airline business are merging. I gave you a little hint heading into that break who those 2 airlines are. If you've ever flown Spirit or Frontier, take a listen. Then other companies are circling Peloton. Yes, Peloton, that infamous company that really took off during the pandemic. Companies want to buy it, and your favorite Chanel bag, it may just get a little bit more expensive. We're going to get all of those reports in just a bit, but gas prices are on the rise. Don't look to be giving up anytime soon. We have a little business brief for you. Let's take a listen.
Drivers starting the week with more pain at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas ticking higher over the weekend. A gallon now costing $3.44. That is up around 14 cents just in the past month, so we'll keep watching it. Meantime, if you're logging on and paying more, sometimes you're doing it without even knowing about it. According to a new report that's out from Bankrate.com, more than half of Americans with a digital subscription service are paying unwanted fees, sometimes adding up to $50 a month. To Wall Street now, and a quiet start to the week for your money. The Dow barely budging at all on Monday. And the Pittsburgh Steelers aren't playing in the big game this year, but they are winners for something else. According to a new survey out by the personal finance website Wallet Hub, Pittsburgh is the best city in America for football fans. That's taking into account things like ticket prices, stadium accessibility, and overall fan engagement. That's business. I'm Connell McShane.
And we will have a full report for you now on that Spirit Airlines and Frontier merger that could mean that your latest destinations, that list of long destinations that both of those airlines go to, that could be getting even longer. Our WOFL Orlando team takes a closer look at this report.
Flight. Low-cost carrier Frontier Airlines is in the works to buy Spirit Airlines. Dr. Dean Headley, co-author of the Airline Quality Review, calling this move inevitable.
Smaller carriers today need to be larger in scale and complementary route structures in order to compete with the bigger airlines like American, United, and Delta.
Professor Addie Millman teaches at UCF's Rosen College of Hospitality Management. He says this is a move in the right direction.
Low-cost airlines and ultra-low-cost airlines have increased their presence not only in North America, but worldwide.
Right now, the airlines compete, flying to many of the same destinations.
You will see most likely a reduction in the number of flights that are available from that merged carrier. So that's probably not good for the consumer.
On the flip side, these experts say reducing the number of daily flights to destinations where both airlines fly now frees up aircraft and crews that could be used to offer service to new destinations.
The major airlines are flying the same routes that the low-cost airlines. Airfares may go down.
Frontier sending out this email to customers saying their merger will result in more low-fare flights. The combined airline flying 1,000 flights daily to 145 destinations.
Consolidation is the name of the game now, and efficiencies in the operation ultimately help the consumer, but it's done at first to help the airlines.
And I did promise you all a report on Peloton. And when I said infamous, I think all of you who have watched the latest season of Sex and the City will know what I was referring to with that infamous claim. But here is that full report on not only the merger, but the latest on Peloton, and also the latest on why your Chanel bags could be a little bit more pricey these days. Let's take a listen.
A mega merger in the sky. Spirit Airlines and Frontier Group will combine in a stock and cash deal valued at more than $6.5 billion. The two carriers plan to bring more ultra-low fares to more travelers in more destinations across the U.S., Caribbean, and Latin America. The companies say they'll be serving 145 destinations in 19 countries and will create 10,000 direct jobs by 2026. A push for Peloton. Reports say both Amazon and Nike are interested in buying the fitness tech company. A Peloton investor has been pushing the company to change management and look for buyers. The Financial Times says Amazon and Nike have not held any talks with Peloton, and the discussions are preliminary. Ford is suspending or cutting production at some of its plants beginning this week because of chip shortages. 8 plants are involved in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Toshiba says it will split into 2 companies and will sell its Toshiba Carrier unit to Carrier Group for $877 million. The company has been dealing with accounting irregularities and other problems. And Chanel is hiking the price of its classic flat purse by $3,000. The French fashion house citing changes in production costs and raw materials as well as exchange rate fluctuations. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm CJ Papa.
Thank you, CJ, for that report. For those of you that maybe haven't done your Valentine's Day shopping quite yet, that last report on the Chanel bags, just a little hint, that usually does go over pretty well. We do have a new report coming out of Google. Google is being sued for $2.4 billion and is accused of breaching antitrust laws and manipulating search results. Price comparison website Price Runner is based in Sweden. It filed the lawsuit seeking to have Google repay it for lost profits in the UK, Sweden, and Denmark. The site says Google used its monopoly-like position in Europe to give its shopping site an edge over other e-commerce platforms. Google has, of course, denied all of these allegations. And one concern for people these days is, of course, inflation, and truck driver shortages have a plenty and quite a big role in price hikes that we're seeing on the shelves. Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has more on how self-driving trucks could maybe help out this driver shortage. So let's take a listen.
The economy finally making some strides, even in the midst of the Omicron variant, with companies adding more than 460,000 new jobs in January alone, giving employers hope for another month of growth in February.
Retail did show a big gain in jobs. It suggests that a lot of retailers didn't cut their holiday workers, which usually happens in January.
While retail is showing signs of recovery, the trucking industry is still teetering, which could jeopardize deliveries to stores and consumers.
There is a need for over 60,000 drivers in the long-haul trucking space.
So what do you do when no one wants to drive trucks? Well, you let the trucks drive themselves. Gatik is the first autonomous vehicle company in the world to operate fully self-driving trucks on commercial delivery routes, partnering with Walmart across several states to help ramp up their deliveries.
What we do is move these online grocery orders from one of Walmart's dark store, which is their micro-fulfillment center, and move these orders to a nearby retail location where Walmart's end consumer can go and do a curbside pickup.
Gatik's trucks hope to solve supply chain issues as well by only delivering goods from distribution centers to retail stores. But in case you're wondering, no, Gatik isn't alone. There are other startups like Too Simple, Aurora, and Waymo that are all looking to get more autonomous trucks out on the roadways at some point this year. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
The future never ceases to amaze me. Self-driving trucks, just incredible. We're going to head out to Salt Lake City, Utah, where they have come up with a very unique solution to substitute teacher shortages. Let's take a listen to this latest report.
The season of love is here.
In New Mexico, they've called in the National Guard. In Texas, some school districts are asking parents to step in. Here in Salt Lake City, it could be the banker, barista, or electrician teaching your kids.
It just makes plain good sense for our businesses to get involved with education. This is our future workforce. Our schools need help.
The latest surveys from October found that 75% of school principals are having trouble finding substitute teachers. It's only gotten worse after winter break.
Because of the high surge on this Omicron variant and the number of people that have been sick, the demand for subs has been much higher than normal.
In the first 2 weeks of the new year, the Granite School District in Salt Lake had nearly 2,000 sub requests. It only has about 700 subs total.
Unfortunately, a number of those circumstances, particularly in secondary schools, we're simply pulling some of those classes that are unfilled down to the auditorium where one adult can supervise, but very little instruction.
Since reaching out to local businesses in early January, the school district says it's received 114 substitute teacher applications.
This is a way to make a difference in your community. In reality, I think we all want to know that we're out there making a difference for the world, making the world a better place. This is just one small thing that you can do.
The governor of Utah has also issued an executive order allowing state employees to fill in at schools. Oklahoma, New Mexico, and North Carolina have done this as well. In Salt Lake City, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And sticking to the over there on the West Coast, it's Super Bowl week, but unfortunately things other than the big game are making headlines. The NFL has released a memo to all teams over the weekend calling its own efforts to promote diversity among head coaches, quote, unacceptable. This memo comes just a few days after they said the lawsuit filed by former Miami Dolphins coach Flores was, quote, without merit. Fox News correspondent Christina Coleman has this report.
The NFL responding to allegations of racial discrimination in its coaching hires. The league issuing a memo this weekend to all 32 teams calling the results of its diversity efforts unacceptable. The memo comes on the heels of a lawsuit filed against the NFL by former Dolphins coach Brian Flores, who was fired last month despite back-to-back winning seasons with Miami.
So that's a situation where he wasn't even given a legitimate opportunity, a fair opportunity to succeed, yet he still did, and then he was terminated.
Flores says his subsequent interviews with other teams weren't legitimate, but instead were done to comply with the league's Rooney Rule, which requires that clubs interview at least one minority candidate for open jobs. Flores accused Broncos exec John Elway of showing up to his interview hungover. Elway called those claims false and defamatory. Flores also said the New York Giants brought him in to interview despite having already made the decision to hire someone else.
He had similar experiences to what a lot of black coaches have said throughout the league, that they have felt when they do interviews for these positions that they are not being given a fair shake, and they're just being done to check a box.
Flores attorneys say the league's memo is a PR ploy and that no one from the NFL has reached out to them since the lawsuit was filed. Despite the suit, Flores says he still hopes to coach again in the NFL. Of the league's 12 head coaching vacancies over the last 2 years, 1 has been filled by a minority candidate and none by black coaches. Reporting in Los Angeles, Christina Coleman, Fox News.
Thank you, Christina, for that report. We're going to step away for another quick break, but when we come back, we're going to reset here for those of you that are just joining us at 6:30. Maybe you set your alarms for 6:30 in the morning. We do have breaking news. The suspect in the Fred Meyer grocery store shooting yesterday has been apprehended. He is in police custody. We will play you the latest police report on that incident that happened yesterday, where they break down precisely what did happen just before noon in Washington State, right after this quick break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Gabrielle Amato, your host, Live Now from Orlando studios. It's 6:40 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we do want to kind of restart this hour with the breaking news that we broke today at 6 a.m. Eastern Time, coming out of Washington State. Now, here is the latest report. Authorities were searching for this man who you see on your screen here. They say opened fire Monday at a Fred Meyer grocery store in Washington State, killing one person and injuring another. Now, this man has officially been apprehended by Richmond police. We can confirm that this has, of course, happened. Police have identified the suspect as 38-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly. A warrant for first-degree murder has been issued for him. He's believed to have fled the store after the shooting, though it was not known if he left by foot or in a vehicle. We can now confirm that he did leave in a vehicle. Here is the latest report from the police themselves. 39-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly has been taken into custody without incident. Kelly was arrested on Interstate 90 between Sprague and the city of Spokane. This is actually over 100 miles away from where this incident initially happened. Kelly will be transported back to the Tri-Cities and booked into the Benton County Jail. on murder in the first degree and attempted murder first degree. Richland thanks the numerous law enforcement partners that quickly collaborated to apprehend this suspect. Now, our Fox 13 Seattle team has been covering this story since it broke, just as we have here on Live Now from Fox. Here is the complete story of what happened yesterday just before noon at that Fred Meyer grocery store. Let's take a listen.
Crime scene tape still surrounds this Richland Fred Meyer where this tragedy happened. I got a chance to speak to friends of the victim who tell me what it was like hearing about this nightmare.
Coworkers received frantic messages of the worst possible situation from friends inside this Fred Meyer.
Don't come to the store, there's an active shooter.
Roxanne Reynolds and Mandy Boyle both work at the Richland Fred Meyer. On Monday around 11 in the morning, police say this man opened fire in the store, hitting 2 people. First responders raced 1 employee to the hospital. Unfortunately, 1 man died at the scene.
He wasn't responding. It was like a, oh no, please don't, no, like just waiting, and then I heard that it was him.
Family and friends tell me Justin Crumbley was killed in the shooting. He worked for Instacart and in just a few months had made a huge impression on Roxanne and Mandy.
This person, for whatever reason, has taken away such a good human. And for what?
Roxanne tells me forever they will be reminded of the great person who lost their life here.
He's taken away an uncle from 2 children who absolutely adored him. He's taken away a brother from a family, a son. He was a good guy.
And in this tragedy, there's one good bit of hope. Speaking with Mandy and Roxanne, they tell me that their co-workers are donating blood so that they can help the other employee involved in the shooting. Reporting here in Richland, AJ Janavel for Fox 13 News.
Thank you to AJ for that report last night. And now again, we can confirm that 39-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly has been taken into custody. I do want to play for you the full press conference that the Richland Police Department gave yesterday after this incident happened. Let's take a listen to this.
Clary is going to give a statement regarding today's tragic events, and at the conclusion of her statement, the chief will take a few questions. After the questions, our updates are going to be provided on our social media page, Facebook and Twitter. And if you have media-related questions, you can reach out to our PIO email following this statement. Chief Clary.
Good evening, and thank you all for coming out today. My name is Bridget Clary. I'm the interim chief of the Richland Police Department. And I have a prepared statement here to read for you, and then I'm going to take a couple questions, as the commander said. I'd just like to start out by saying what happened in our city today was a senseless and tragic act. Our hearts and thoughts are with the families of the victims, and the employees at the store, and to all of our community who have been affected. Today at 11:03 a.m., the Richland Police Department responded to a shooting inside Fred Meyer at 101 Welshon Way. Initial information relayed to officers through dispatch was that the shooter was still inside the store with multiple shots having been fired, with at least 1 victim down inside the store. Officers arrived within 1 minute of the call and made immediate entry into the building from multiple points of entry in order to quickly locate the threat. Once inside the store, officers located 2 victims in close proximity to each other. The officers who located the victims quickly began life-saving measures. Unfortunately, however, one of the victims was obviously deceased inside the store. Officers carried the surviving victim to the store exit where Richland Fire was staging, and they took over life-saving measures at that point. Richland Fire was able to provide advanced care on scene there and then transported that victim to a local hospital. While officers conducted the initial search of the building, Richland and surrounding agencies evacuated the remaining customers and employees from the building. No other victims were located inside the store. The Tri-Cities Regional SWAT team responded and conducted a secondary search inside the store, determining that the suspect was not inside the building. Other efforts were simultaneously concentrated on liaison efforts with surrounding schools and businesses in order to keep our community safe. We have identified a suspect at this time. However, we cannot release the name right now due to ongoing active apprehension efforts. We will update you as soon as we can safely do so. Fred Meyer will remain closed overnight, and our investigators will likely be processing the scene for 6 to 8 more hours. We'd like to acknowledge that we were quickly flooded with outside agency assistance from the Kennewick Police Department, Pasco Police, the Benton County Sheriff's Office, Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Washington State Patrol, the Prosser Police Department, Walla Walla Police Department, Umatilla Police Department, Boardman PD, and Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife, along with federal agencies, the FBI, DEA, and U.S. Marshal Service, along with the Spokane County Sheriff's Office. In addition, the Richland Fire Department and Benton County Fire Department provided assistance. Again, we want to assure our community that we're taking every measure to locate the suspect, and we will not rest until he's in custody. I'll take any questions that you have.
Do you know how many folks were in the store at the time of the shooting?
We don't.
Do we know the age and gender of the victims, Sean?
We're not releasing that at this time due to give the family time to process and notify all of their relatives. And we also have pending information from the coroner's office.
What led you to identify the suspect?
As I said, we had multiple investigative efforts concentrated at the scene. So just through witnesses, we had a large amount of witnesses from inside the store, employees, along with our officers. We posted a picture of the suspect on social media, and we had a lot of information flooding in regarding the suspect.
With so many agencies now involved tracking down the shooter on the run, how confident is the department and others involved tracking the shooter down?
We feel very confident at this point. We have an organized effort right now in locating the suspect. We feel confident that we'll locate the suspect sooner than later.
With pictures out there of the suspect, someone in the community may see this person. What would be your advice?
So we would urge the community, if they do see this person, not to contact the person because he's obviously dangerous, armed and dangerous, just to call 911 from a safe location if you do see the suspect. We'll provide additional information on our social media if anybody has other information that's non-emergent.
Do you know if this was a targeted incident?
We're not prepared to talk about that at this time.
Could you say if he's from the area at least and not came from outside of the Tri-Cities?
Again, we're not prepared to talk about that at this time. When we have more information to release, we will.
Is there any indication that the shooter and the victims may have known each other?
And again, it's an ongoing effort towards the investigation at this point, so we're not prepared to release that at this point.
Is there any reassurance to the community since there's a shooter, a dangerous shooter still out there?
Again, I understand that it is a concern to the community. This certainly was a tragic incident and of concern to the community. Just know that we will have ongoing efforts, concentrated efforts into apprehending the suspect as quickly as possible.
I understand that the vehicle that was posted on social media was later confirmed not to belong to the suspect. So do we know what vehicle the suspect might actually be in?
We don't have any vehicle information to release right now. Some of the information that was released earlier was preliminary information. We don't have information on the vehicle to release right now.
Can you confirm how long it took to evacuate the store?
What's that?
Do you know how long it took to get all the customers out of Fred Meyer?
I don't. That was an ongoing effort. As soon as officers were inside and conducting their initial search, we were doing the evacuations at the same time. Go ahead.
Can you confirm if the suspect you have in mind has had prior contact with law enforcement?
I can't speak to that right now.
You mentioned several agencies that were all involved. I just wanted to clarify because there were some names being tossed around early on. Was ATF at all involved in the investigation, or will they be involved?
It's a collaborative effort right now. So I can't confirm specific agencies, but it is a collaborative effort. And we're utilizing all the resources that we can.
Just to clarify, so can you confirm that the one victim was pronounced dead at the scene inside the store?
Yes.
All right, if there's no more questions, we're going to go ahead and conclude. Like I said earlier, the email address.
So just to reiterate the breaking news this morning, 39-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly has been taken into custody without incident. Again, Kelly was arrested about 100 miles away, over 100 miles away from where this incident initially occurred at that Fred Meyer. Kelly will be transported back to the Tri-Cities and booked into the Benton County Jail on murder in the first degree and attempted murder in the first degree. Now, we do want to continue to monitor breaking news that's happening all across the country. And I want to take you back out to New Jersey, where that bus made its way off of the highway and into the forest or the trees here. We do have some information on precisely what occurred here. So New Jersey transit officials say the bus was heading from Atlantic City to Philadelphia earlier Tuesday this morning when it veered off the Atlantic City Expressway west in Hamilton, New Jersey. The extent of the injuries of those on board is not known at this time, and this cause is under investigation. Now, initially, we did get a report that 7 riders plus the operator were on board. The operator and 5 of those riders allegedly sustained injury, but again, there is no confirmation on this, and we will keep you up to date on this New Jersey bus transit incident that is happening live now. This is what we do. We are live, raw, and unfiltered news throughout the day, and we'll keep you up to date on this. Let's head out to Washington, D.C., where there was a very active day in the nation's capital yesterday. President Biden says the U.S. and all of NATO are ready if Russia invades the Ukraine. President Biden met with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz at the White House yesterday. The president admitted he does not know if Vladimir Putin knows what he's going to do precisely. All of this in that meeting at the White House amid intensifying diplomatic efforts to ease tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. Our Fox News White House correspondent, Jackie Heinrich, has the latest on what went down yesterday. Let's take a listen.
A clear promise with an unclear path.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
I promise you we'll be able to do it.
German Chancellor Scholz also dancing around pressure for an ironclad commitment on Nord Stream 2 and economic sanctions involving the SWIFT international payment system, both exposing a gulf between the United States and its NATO ally.
You can be sure that there won't be any measures in which we have a differing approach.
German press noted mounting pressure from Capitol Hill, with Germany's partnership in NATO being called into question.
The time is now for Germany to stand up and protect the peace and defend the stable Europe that modern Germany itself has helped construct and from which it has greatly benefited.
President Biden dismissed criticism.
There's no need to win back trust. There is no doubt about Germany's partnership with the United States, none.
Leaders both noted there's a need to shore up Europe's energy supply to reduce dependence on Russia in the event of an invasion, and telegraphed hope for a diplomatic solution.
We think we could make up a significant portion of it that would be lost. But you know, what everybody forgets here is Russia needs to be able to sell that gas and sell that oil.
As his National Security Council warns that Putin could take action any day now, President Biden again reiterated his belief that Putin hasn't yet made up his mind. But he urged American civilians in Ukraine, now is the time to leave. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Thank you, Jackie, for that report. She was at the White House, and we are as well. Here's a live look at the White House as the sun begins to rise in Washington, D.C. Now, I did promise you earlier on in the show, and you just saw snippets there of that press conference between President Biden and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz yesterday. They had a long meeting where they discussed a slew of topics. Of course, Ukraine and Russia stealing the headlines in those talks. But I did promise you earlier in the show that we would play the full press conference in its entirety for you, and that time has come. Let's take a listen to the full thing that happened yesterday.
Please sit down. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by thanking Chancellor Scholz for making his visit to Washington. We had an opportunity to have a very productive meeting. I think our staffs wondered whether we were going to let them in at all. We spent the first half hour or more talking together, and it's been a very, very useful meeting. One of the things that struck me was the shared values and that shape how each of us approaches leadership, among them the foundational commitment to the dignity of workers and the need to treat all people with respect. So I enjoyed speaking with you, Olaf, and I know working together will continue to strengthen and deepen our alliance and the extensive partnership between Germany and the United States. Of course, at the top of our agenda today was our united approach to deterring Russia's threats against Ukraine and the long-standing principles of rule-based international order. That's what we spent most of our time talking about. Germany and the United States, together with our allies and partners, are working closely together to pursue diplomatic resolutions of this situation. And diplomacy is the very best way forward for all sides, we both agree, including best for Russia, in our view. And we have made it very clear we're ready to continue talks in good faith with Russia. Germany has also been a leader in pushing de-escalation of tensions and encouraging dialogue through the Normandy format. But if Russia makes a choice to further invade Ukraine, we are jointly ready, and all of NATO is ready. Today, the Chancellor and I discussed our close cooperation and developed a strong package of sanctions that are going to clearly demonstrate international resolve and impose swift and severe consequences if Russia violates Ukraine's sovereignty and its territorial integrity. And I want to thank Germany and all of our other partners in Eastern Europe, in the European Union, for their work in this united effort. We are in agreement that it cannot be business as usual if Russia further invades. We also discussed our shared commitment to NATO's Article 5 responsibilities and reassurance of our eastern flank allies. We're united in that as well. Already the United States is sending troops to reinforce the alliance, and I want to thank the Chancellor of Germany for hosting additional U.S. forces and for the long-standing hospitality to our women and men in uniform. We also discussed the challenges we're facing to the international order from China, along with Russia and other competitors that are pursuing more illiberal futures. We've agreed that Germany and the United States will continue to work together to ensure that the rules and principles governing emerging technologies are geared to advance freedom of opportunity, not repression or authoritarianism. We also reaffirmed our commitment to completing the work of integrating the Western Balkans into the European institutions and to finally realize a Europe that is whole, free, and at peace. With Germany holding the presidency of the G7, we also talked about how that forum can harness the world's leading democracies to advance a robust agenda on global challenges, from ending the pandemic to addressing climate change. So the bottom line is this: whether as allies in NATO, partners through the European Union, as leaders of the G7 and G20, or through our strong bilateral relationship, Germany and the United States are close friends and reliable partners, and we can count on one another. There is no issue of global importance where Germany and the United States are not working together, strength to strength, and applying and amplifying our efforts together. So I want to thank you all for making the journey today. and I look forward to being the first of many opportunities we can spend together beginning this meeting and throughout the rest of the year and the rest of our terms. So thank you and welcome. The floor is yours, sir.
Schönen Dank. Einen schönen Nachmittag auch
Thank you
von
very
meiner
much.
Seite aus.
Good afternoon from my side as well. I'm very grateful that we had the opportunity to talk in much detail today and that I was able to make my first official visit here and that we also could talk about the important questions that we're dealing with today. We are in a very difficult situation and it is a good thing that Joe and I were able to discuss what we need to do in this difficult context. Of course, there is a military threat in Ukraine, against Ukraine. We cannot remain silent on that. We see the number of Russian troops along the Ukrainian border, and that is a serious threat to European security. And this is why it is important that we act together, that we stand together, and that we do what is necessary together. It is important that all allies, the US and Germany,
die transatlantische Partnerschaft zwischen den USA und Europa, die NATO, gemeinsam das Gleiche sagen und gemeinsam handeln und dass wir klar gemacht haben, wenn es zu einer militärischen Aggression gegen die Ukraine kommt, dann wird es harte, gemeinsam vereinbarte und weitreichende Sanktionen geben. Es wird sehr, sehr hohe Kosten für Russland haben, einen solchen Schritt zu tun. Das ist klar gesagt und von allen verstanden.
This is a
Und
very
vor
clear
allem, glaube
message.
ich, ist die
Everybody has
Botschaft
understood it, and I think this
wiederholt
message
worden,
has been
dass sie auch in
made
Russland
clear again and
angekommen
again, so that even
Wichtig
Russia
ist,
has
dass wir jetzt
understood
auch
the message
intensiv
now.
daran
What is
gearbeitet haben,
important is that we
gemeinsame
also intensively
Vorbereitung
work
dafür zu
on
treffen, dass Sanktionen
preparing
auch festgelegt
possible
werden können.
sanctions
Wir wollen
together.
nicht damit anfangen,
We
wenn der
don't want
schlimme
to
Fall
start
eintritt, einer
once
militärischen Aggression gegen
there
die
is a
Ukraine,
military
sondern können wir
aggression against
sofort schnell
Ukraine.
und gemeinsam
We
und vereint handeln. Und das werden wir.
prepared a reaction that will help
Gleichzeitig
us
ist
to
es
react
wichtig, dass wir all
swiftly if
unsere
needed. And we will
diplomatischen
do that. At the
Möglichkeiten
same time, it
nutzen.
is important to
Ich bin
use all
sehr
diplomatic
froh
means we have, and
über
I'm very
deine
glad
große
about
Bereitschaft, das
your
alles mit auf den Weg
great
zu bringen,
willingness
insbesondere die
to
bilateralen
move forward
Gespräche zwischen
together,
Russland und
especially
den
the
USA.
bilateral talks between the US and
Die
Russia,
Vereinbarungen, Gespräche, die
and
wir
of
haben
course
im Rahmen
the
des
talks that we have agreed upon
NATO-Russlands-Formats. Das
within
ist
the
wichtig,
NATO-Russia
auch
format.
damit
This is
Russland
also
versteht, dass die
important,
NATO gemeinsam
also because
handelt und
Russia needs to
gemeinsam
understand that
vorbereitet
NATO
ist.
stands together
Nachdem
and that
viele
NATO is
Jahre
prepared
nicht
after
mehr richtig Gespräche in Gang
so many
gekommen sind,
years.
ist es
There
ein
have
gutes
not been
Zeichen,
any
dass sie
talks in
jetzt
this format,
stattfinden,
so it is a good sign
wo
that they are
Kontroversen
happening now.
diskutiert werden, aber das
Of
nicht
course, we have controversial
Gleiche gilt
debates
für
there,
die
but it is important
Frage
that we talk.
der
And the same is
OSZE,
true for the
wo wieder
OSCE,
diskutiert werden muss über
where we need
Sicherheit
to
in
discuss
Europa.
about security in Europe. This is also a progress, as tiresome as it may be, and we have not yet reached any very substantial conclusions yet, but it is good to see that this format plays a role now. And the same is true for the talks between Ukraine, Russia, France and Germany, the Normandy format. We have this format, but we haven't been able to really use it in a productive way over the last few years. So now we have come back to that format. We are having tough discussions in that format, and that shows that there are ways that will lead us out of this difficult situation. And this dual-track approach of clear announcements with regard to sanctions that will be taken if there is a military aggression, and at the same time keeping all dialogue formats open, I think this is the most promising strategy one can have, and that is what we're doing together, and we stand side by side in this approach. We also talked about many other topics that are important for us today, especially when it comes to the G7 presidency of the Federal Republic of Germany. We will work closely as strong economies, strong democracies, and we also, therefore, have a special mandate to contribute to cohesion worldwide, and part of this is that we continue to do everything we can to make sure that the citizens of the world can be vaccinated, not only in our rich countries, but also in countries where people would love to have the vaccine but don't have access yet. And these are initiatives that we have carried out together and that are of utmost importance worldwide. The same is true for fighting man-made climate change, a big topic that keeps us all busy, even though it is obvious that only a global solution can be successful, because climate is a global thing. It doesn't stop at national borders. As an industrialized nation, we have an important contribution to make. We have technological opportunities, economic opportunities, and have to use them in order to prepare a situation where we and others can enjoy prosperity without harming the climate. This is the big challenge that we see, and that is of great importance to us. So this is why we want to work together on this strategy and use a climate club of like-minded people and partners. These are some of the topics we discussed, and once again the personal discussion we had illustrates the excellent cooperation between our countries, the strong bond we have within our transatlantic partnership, and the fact that both countries can rely on each other.
Well, thank you very much. We'll now take a couple questions each. Reuters, Andrea, you got the first question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chancellor Scholz. Mr. President, I have wanted to ask you about this Nord Stream project that you've long opposed. You didn't mention it just now by name, nor did Chancellor Scholz. Did you receive assurances from Chancellor Scholz today that Germany will, in fact, pull the plug on this project if Russia invades Ukraine? And did you discuss what the definition of invasion could be? And then Chancellor Scholz, wenn ich Sie fragen darf, Sie haben darüber gesprochen, dass es eine strategische Ambiguität geben soll wegen den Sanktionen. Und ich wollte wissen, ob die Sanktionen, die Sie vorhaben und die EU vorhaben und die US vorhaben, nun schon fertig geschnürt sind oder ob das noch ausgearbeitet wird. Und ist denn in der Tat Ihre, also dass Sie das nicht sagen wollen, was genau da drin ist. Ist das eine Ausrede, dass Deutschland vielleicht zum Beispiel die SWIFT-Maßnahmen nicht mittragen würde?
Let me answer the first question first. If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
We will, I promise you, we'll be able to do it.
Thank you very much for your question. I want to be absolutely clear. We have intensively prepared everything to be ready with the necessary sanctions if there is a military aggression against Ukraine. And this is necessary. It is necessary that we do this in advance so that Russia can clearly understand that these are far-reaching, severe measures. It is part of this process that we do not spell out everything in public, because Russia could understand that there might be even more to come. And at the same time, it is very clear we are well prepared with far-reaching measures. We will take these measures together with our allies, with our partners, with the US, and we will take all necessary steps. You can be sure that there won't be any measures in which we have a differing approach. We will act together, jointly.
This is a good idea to say to our American friends. We will be united, we will act together, and we will take all the necessary steps, and all the necessary steps will be done by all of us together.
Will you commit today to turning off and pulling the plug on Nord Stream 2? You didn't mention it, you haven't mentioned it.
As I already said, we are acting together. We are absolutely united, and we will not taking different steps. We will do the same steps, and they will be very, very hard to Russia, and they should understand.
You recognize someone now, Chancellor?
Ja. Michael Fischer, dpa, vielen Dank. Herr Präsident, zuerst eine Frage
Mr.
an
President,
Sie.
one
Die
question
USA
to
haben in den
you.
letzten
The
Jahren
US,
immer wieder
over the last few years,
schwere Waffen in die Ukraine geliefert.
have
Deutschland
exported
schließt das kategorisch
heavy
aus, hat
weapons
zuletzt
to
noch 5.000
Ukraine, and Germany
Schutzhelme an die
excludes
Ukraine
that, has
geliefert.
only
Meinen Sie
delivered
nicht, dass
5,000
die
helmets
NATO
to
auch in
Ukraine.
diesem
Don't you
Punkt
think that
geschlossen handeln
NATO
sollte,
should
sprich, dass
act unanimously in
Deutschland als
this
stärkster
respect,
europäischer
and Germany, as the
NATO-Partner
strongest European
auch,
NATO partner,
schwere Waffen in die
should
Ukraine
also
liefern
deliver
sollte, die
heavy
Waffen, die die
weapons
Ukraine
to
auch von
Ukraine?
Deutschland erbittet.
And Ukraine
Und zu
has
Nord Stream 2
asked
würde
Germany
ich
to
gerne
do
von
so.
Ihnen
And on
wissen,
Nord Stream
finden
2,
Sie
I
nicht
would also like
angesichts
to
der
ask,
russischen
don't you
Bedrohung,
think
dass
with
Deutschland
regard to the
jetzt
threat
schon
posed by
seine
Russia,
Position
Germany should
zu Nord
already
Stream 2 überdenken sollte?
rethink its position on Nord Stream 2?
Dritte Frage, wenn Sie
And the
erlauben,
third question, if I may,
in den vergangenen Tagen,
over the
Wochen
last
sehr
few
scharfe
days and
Kritik
weeks, there has been severe
in
criticism
US-Medien, auch aus dem Kongress,
from the US
an
media and
Deutschland
from Congress as
gegeben,
well,
die
vis-à-vis
Verlässlichkeit
Germany,
Deutschlands
about
als
the reliability
Bündnispartner
of
ist in
Germany
Frage
as an ally.
gestellt
This has
worden.
been called into
Haben Sie
question.
Verständnis für diese Kritik?
Do
Ist
you
Deutschland aus Ihrer
understand this
Sicht noch ein
criticism?
verlässlicher
Is
Partner?
Germany a reliable
Und,
partner
Herr Bundeskanzler, an
from
Sie
your
auch
point
noch
of
mal die
view? And
Nachfrage
Mr.
zu Nord
Chancellor,
Stream
also
2.
a question to you, Nord
Sie
Stream
sagen,
2.
alle Optionen liegen
You
auf
said
dem
all
Tisch.
options are on the
Sie
table.
nennen Nord Stream 2 nicht beim
You're
Namen.
not
Glauben Sie
mentioning
nicht, dass
Nord
Sie,
Stream 2 by
wenn Sie es
name.
beim Namen nennen würden,
Don't you think if you were to
Vertrauen
spell
zurückgewinnen
this
könnten bei
out, you could
östlichen
win back
Bündnispartnern,
trust
auch hier in den USA?
as a strong ally here for the US?
There's no need to win back trust. He has the complete trust of the United States. Germany is one of our most important allies in the world. There is no doubt about Germany's partnership with the United States, none. With regard to helping Ukraine, one of the largest contributors financially to Ukraine has been Germany. Germany has been in the forefront of making sure of providing economic assistance. You also asked the question, you asked so many, I can't remember them all, but in terms of the U.S. media saying Germany is not reliable, Germany's completely reliable, completely, totally, thoroughly reliable. I have no doubt about Germany at all.
Wir sind eng verbunden mit den Vereinigten Staaten. Die transatlantische Partnerschaft zwischen Deutschland und den USA zählt zu den ganz, ganz wichtigen Konstanten der deutschen Politik, die auch für die Zukunft von allergrößter Bedeutung sind. Und Sie können sich darauf verlassen, dass das auch in der Zukunft immer ganz vorne bei den Prioritäten ist. Wir sind im Rahmen der NATO
On
das
behalf
Land,
of
das
NATO,
im
we are
kontinentalen
the
Europa
country
den größten
in
Aufwand treibt
continental
für
Europe
die
that is
militärische Kraft,
doing
die wir bereitstellen in diesem Zusammenhang und die
making the
finanziellen
largest
Budgetmittel, die
contribution,
dafür mobilisiert
financial
werden.
means and also
Und wir sind
military
auch das
power,
Land,
and we are
das
the country
einen sehr, sehr großen,
that
mit den USA streiten wir uns
contributes a
immer noch
great share.
darum,
We're
wer
not
den
fully,
größten
don't
Teil
fully agree
leistet,
with the
aber einen
US
sehr
who pays
großen
the
Teil der
biggest
finanziellen
part
Hilfen
of
für die
financial
Ukraine
support
zur
to
Verfügung
Ukraine.
stellt. Es sind seit
Also
2014 etwa
since
2 Milliarden
2014,
Dollar,
about
die
2 billion
direkt aus
US
dem
dollars
deutschen Finanzierungsrahmen kommen.
direct
Und über die
bilateral
Europäische Union sind es
support,
noch mal
and
etwa
within the
3,8
EU an
Milliarden.
additional
Also
3.8
richtig
billion
viel
that is
finanzielle
made
Mittel zur
available, so
ökonomischen
substantial
Stabilisierung,
financial
die
means
wir
to
beigetragen haben. Und wir
stabilize
sind
the
auch
Ukrainian
weiter bereit,
economy,
diesen
and we're
Beitrag
willing
zu
to
leisten.
continue with
Und
that
deshalb
sort of
ist das die
contribution. So
unverbindliche
this
Partnerschaft
is
zwischen den USA
the
und
very
Deutschland, die
strong and
wichtig ist,
unbreakable
zu der
friendship
dann auch
between
zählt, dass wir
our
jetzt
two
im Hinblick
countries.
auf
Part
die
of this
schwierige
is
Situation
that with regard
an
to
der
the
Grenze der
difficult
Ukraine
situation
wegen
at the
der
Ukrainian
russischen
border
Truppen sehr
due
klar
to the
gesagt
Russian
haben, wir
troops, we
werden
have
bei der
made it very
Sanktion
clear
komplett
we
einvernehmlich
will
agieren.
unanimously act in terms of
Herr
sanctions.
Präsident, nochmal die
Mr.
Nachfrage
President,
mit
once
Blick auf die
again, a
Waffenlieferungen.
question with
Ist
regard
das aus
to
Ihrer
arms
Sicht in Ordnung,
exports.
dass
Do you think it is
NATO-Partner
okay
da
that NATO
unterschiedlich
partners have
handeln?
different approaches here?
Und zu Nord Stream 2 auch
And
nochmal
on
die
Nord
Frage,
Stream 2, once again,
halten Sie die aktuelle
do you
Positionierung
think
in
the
der
current
jetzigen Situation
positioning
angesichts der russischen Bedrohung für in
of
Ordnung?
Germany with regard to the Russian threat is okay?
Look, there is no doubt in America's mind that Germany is an incredibly reliable ally and one of the leading physical powers in NATO, number one. Number two, the notion that Nord Stream 2 would go forward with an invasion by the Russians is just not going to happen. Now, Wall Street Journal, Sabrina?
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on everything you know now, do you think that President Putin will authorize an invasion of Ukraine before the end of the winter? And what is your message to the roughly 30,000 Americans who are currently in Ukraine? Do you think that they should leave the country?
Well, I've had discussions, numerous discussions with the Russians, and particularly with Putin. I don't know that he's even made it. I don't know that he knows what he's going to do. And I think he has to realize that it would be a gigantic mistake for him to move on Ukraine. The impact on Europe and the rest of the world would be devastating, and he would pay a heavy price. I have been very, very straightforward and blunt with President Putin, both on the phone and in person. We will impose the most severe sanctions that have ever been imposed, economic sanctions, and there will be a lot to pay for that down the road. It will affect others as well. It will affect us somewhat, it will affect Europeans, but it will have profound impact on his economy. And but I don't know. I know that he's in a position now to be able to invade, almost assuming that the ground is frozen above Kyiv. He has the capacity to do that. What he's going to do, I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows but him.
To the Americans who are currently in Ukraine, should they leave the country?
I think it'd be wise to leave the country. I'm not talking about our diplomatic corps. I'm talking about Americans who are there. I hate to see them get caught in a crossfire if, in fact, they did invade. And there's no need for that. And if I had anyone there, I'd say leave.
And to Chancellor Scholz, can you outline specific steps that Germany is taking to reduce its energy dependence on Russia? And what do you say to those who suggest that German reliance on Russian gas is limiting Europe's options for how to respond to the crisis in Ukraine?
Schönen Dank für die Frage, weil sie mir
Thank
die
you very much
Gelegenheit
for
gibt,
raising
ein
that
Thema
question, because it gives me
anzusprechen, das mich
the
sehr
opportunity
bewegt.
to address
Vielleicht
a
einmal
topic
eine
that's
gute Botschaft
important
vorweg.
to me.
Deutschland hat
One
sich
good
im Rahmen
news,
seiner
maybe,
Strategie zur Bekämpfung des
within
menschengemachten
its strategy
Klimawandels
on fighting
entschieden, in
man-made
ganz
climate change.
kurzer
Germany
Frist,
has
also
decided
mittlerer
at
Frist,
very
25
short,
Jahren,
in a very short
komplett aus der Nutzung von
period of time
Öl,
to phase out
Kohle und
of the
Gas
use of
auszusteigen.
oil and gas
2045
by
wird Deutschland spätestens
very soon, and by
CO2-neutral wirtschaften, und
2045
zwar als
Germany will
eines
have
der
a
leistungsfähigsten
carbon neutral
Industrieländer der
economy
Welt.
as one of the strongest
Wir denken
economies
ja
of the
bei all
world.
diesen
And
Rohstoffen immer an
with
die Heizung
regard
zu
to
Hause
these
und das
energies, we
Autofahren,
often think
aber es
about
gibt ja auch
heating at
industrielle
home and
Produktion,
driving
wie
a
man
car, but
Stahl
we're talking
herstellt,
about
wie
industrial
Chemie gemacht wird, wie
production,
das
producing
hergibt
steel,
mit der Zement
chemical
herstellen. Und das alles umzustellen,
substances,
große industrielle
cement,
Prozesse
and
neu zu
changing these
organisieren in
industrial
dieser kurzen
processes
Zeit,
and
das wir
reorganizing
uns
such
vorgenommen haben.
systems is
Deshalb
what
werden noch in
we
diesem
have
Jahr
planned.
weitreichende
So
Entscheidungen
this year we will
getroffen, die
continue
dazu
to
beitragen, dass
take
wir
far-reaching decisions that will
Kapazitäten
help
bei
us
der Nutzung von
to
Windenergie,
use more wind
Offshore
energy,
Windenergie,
offshore wind
onshore
energy,
und
onshore wind
Solarenergie
energy, and solar
auszubauen,
energy,
auch das
and
Netz
expand the
auszubauen
capacities,
und eine
expand the grids,
deutschlandbezogene, aber auch
and have a
weltbezogene Strategie zu
strategy
entwickeln
for
zur
Germany,
Nutzung
but
von
also
Wasserstoff,
worldwide
was
on the use
zentral
of
dafür
hydrogen,
ist, dass wir
which is a
die
central
industriellen
element
Prozesse, die
for us
heute
to
Öl
change
oder
our
Gas
industrial
verwenden,
processes that are
anders
using oil and
organisieren
gas
können.
right
Die
now.
Industrie ist dazu gewillt.
The industry
Wir
is
machen das
willing
mit denen
to
zusammen,
be
aber
on
es wird
board. We're doing this
wahrscheinlich die
together with
größte
them, but it will
industrielle
probably be
Modernisierung
the
sein, die
biggest
in Deutschland stattfindet
industrial
seit über
modernization
100
project
Jahren,
in Germany
mit den guten
in
Chancen,
100
dass wir
years,
damit auch
with very
Technologien
good
entwickeln
prospects
können,
that
die
we will
anderswo in der Welt
develop
eingesetzt
new
werden
technologies
können.
that
Und
other
letztendlich hängen wir, was den
partners in the world can
Klimawandel
use as
betrifft,
well.
miteinander zusammen.
And this will help us
Im
fight
Übrigen ist es
climate
so,
change.
dass bei dem heutigen
And by the
Energiemix
way,
sich um ein
the
Viertel
energy mix today, we are
des
talking
Energiemixes
about
handelt,
1/4
der
of our
mit Gas zu
energy
tun hat.
that is
Und
linked
davon
to
ist nur
gas,
ein Teil russisches
and only
Gas.
part
Ein
of
großer
that
Teil
gas
kommt aus
comes
Norwegen
from
und aus
Russia,
den
a big
Niederlanden.
part comes from
Und
Norway or the
selbstverständlich ist es für
Netherlands.
uns ganz, ganz
And of
wichtig,
course,
dass wir
it is very
gleichzeitig
important to us that
etablieren,
we
die für uns die
develop an
Möglichkeit
infrastructure that
schaffen,
will
dass
give
wir
us the opportunity
alle
to
Optionen immer haben und
have
jederzeit
all options
sicher
available
agieren.
and
Also,
react
da müssen Sie sich
if
keine
needed,
Sorgen
so you
machen.
don't have to
Sorgen
be
machen müssen sich
concerned.
einige, die vielleicht
There are
zu
some
sehr
who
als
should be
Rohstofflieferanten
concerned, who
auf
see
diese
themselves
fossilen
maybe
Ressourcen
too much
setzen.
as a
Denn wenn
deliverer
weltweit
of
der Weg auch
such
gegangen wird, wie wir
resources.
gehen, sich auf
Because
erneuerbare Energien
we
zu
are
konzentrieren, dann
focusing
wird
on
dieses
renewable energies, we
Instrument
will go down
ökonomisch
that
bald
path
gar nicht mehr zur Verfügung stehen.
and make sure that this is the profitable future.
Also, Herr Rinke.
Mr. Rinken.
Herr Präsident, ich hätte
Mr.
Ihnen ganz gerne
President,
eine Frage
I would
gestellt
like
zum
to
Thema
ask you a
LNG.
question about
Europa und
LNG.
Deutschland
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. On this Tuesday, February 8th, you are hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. We are currently taking a look back at a big meeting at the White House yesterday as President Biden hosted the German chancellor, talking about the rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine, vowing that they would work together if Moscow were to invade the Ukraine. So this is something that we are definitely keeping a close eye on here on Live Now from Fox. Lots of information coming out of this meeting, so we wanted to bring it to you here this morning for just a little bit. However, we are going to entirely switch gears here on Live Now from Fox. You are taking a Live Now look over the sun shining over Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on this Tuesday morning. Well, everybody, exactly like I said, it is Tuesday, so who better than to break down the latest coronavirus and medical headlines than Dr. Mike Sirigliano, joining us from Philadelphia. Dr. Mike, always good to see you. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Regina, and I know you are too.
I am. I always look forward to talking to you. You know that. Dr. Mike, big news that we have seen over the last couple of days. We've got the governor of New Jersey kind of kickstarting it, but then we saw Oregon, California, all of these governors deciding to lift indoor mask mandates. So right off the bat, as a medical professional, how do you feel about this?
Well, Regina, it all depends on the numbers. And so there's going to be a lot of people with different opinions. It's been that way since the beginning. And I have been a staunch advocate for wearing masks when the numbers are surging and peaking. Now, there is data to suggest that wearing a mask, especially with young children, may have some negative impact on their perception and their interactions. Look, there's nothing free in life, and the only guarantees are death and taxes. But the bottom line is that we have to do things in a science-based way. If the numbers are going down and the risk is negligible, then I think we are going to get into a position where we are in a post-pandemic state. And I think that at that time, we can get back to a normal way of living, because it's not really all that natural to be wearing a mask, even though I'm told I look a lot better when I wear a mask. But the bottom line is that if you look at the data and if the numbers continue to go down, and as I've said before, lots of people are vaccinated, lots of people have had the virus, some people have had both. Bottom line is that we will then get into a post-pandemic world, and COVID-19 will be more of a nuisance than it is a catastrophic pandemic killing 1 million people in this country.
Dr. Mike, did you ever think that you would say that? A post-pandemic world where we close? That's crazy. Going off of what you just said, Dr. Mike, you mentioned children. Now, in states where they have already lifted indoor mask mandates, when it comes to schools, like you said, not everybody is in agreement. Do you think that as more states lift these indoor mask mandates that we could see more lawsuits?
Well, certainly we've already seen lawsuits saying, look, my daughter, my son has asthma, and you are putting their life at risk. I don't feel comfortable sending them to school when everyone is not wearing a mask or the mask is optional. I think this is going to have to play out. And look, even before the pandemic, in certain people, if they get the flu, they can get into big trouble. And I have to admit, in the clinical setting, I may be wearing a mask for quite some time, only because when I look back, Regina, I would swab people that had an upper respiratory infection, maybe the flu, and I didn't wear a mask, and I got sick. And so the bottom line is that I may wear a mask going forward in a clinical setting. That doesn't mean that I'm going to wear it everywhere. It all depends on where we're going. If the risk is low, then there are benefits. And so everything in life is a risk-benefit ratio. And if you got in a car and went to work today, you took a risk that you might get hit by a truck, but the benefit was you got to wherever you needed to be. And that's all of life. Nothing is zero. Nothing is zero risk.
Yeah, very sound advice, Dr. Mike. And obviously, we always have to touch on your family and how you plan on handling this. What do you think that you'll be doing with your children? Are they still going to be wearing a mask in school?
Well, for now, they're going to. Now, my son has a little touch of me in him, and he's more on the conservative side, shall we say. I think he will wear a mask. My daughter's a little different. She may not. They're all vaccinated. And again, when the numbers go down, I think there are benefits to not wearing a mask. And I think that the studies that show differences in perception and how especially young children are able to develop socially and all of that, I think is important, and you can't ignore it. It's just like isolation. Isolation has had a tremendous negative impact on our children. And so for that reason, I really have wanted kids to get back to school. We just have to be safe. It all depends on the numbers. And I'm hopeful that the future continues to get better and look brighter for all of us.
Well, we certainly hope so, Dr. Mike. And as we continue on with some more major headlines when it comes to the pandemic, the CDC is weighing increasing the time between vaccine doses to lower the risk of heart inflammation. So are these going to impact the new dosing guidelines?
Well, certainly there's a lot of people debating this right now. Should we? Now, we're talking about these immunocompromised people who are getting a fourth dose of either the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine. There is a small but finite risk of getting a condition known as myocarditis. That's an inflammation of the heart, and it is generally very short-lived and goes away. But again, we want to reduce the risk of any harm and increase the benefit. So they're going to be deciding how they should spread out the dosing. Should it be closer or further spread out? There is some data that suggests that if you spread the vaccines out, you reduce that risk of that myocarditis. And that's something that we would be interested in. And that's what the experts are going to be looking at very carefully.
Well, we'll definitely keep a close eye on that. Very interesting angle when it comes to vaccine doses for sure. Talk about an interesting angle. I hope that I'm reading this right. So there is, I want to say maybe a rumor that putting ladies' pantyhose over your face mask makes it better at stopping the spread of COVID-19. First of all, what? Second of all, who made this study? What can you tell us what's going on here?
Well, it's actually a scientific study, very, very small study, looking at only 4 people. And what they found, they looked at comfort and filtration effectiveness. And they found that if you had a KN95 or surgical mask, and then you put ladies' pantyhose over it, the comfort was improved and the filtration was improved. Now, that being said, I have not gone in and pilfered some of my wife's lederhosen. I have not gone on and gotten her stuff yet, but it's interesting. What can I tell you?
Well, if your wife is missing her pantyhose, you know that you were trying it. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Well, what can I? I don't know where we're going with that, but I think the bottom line is that people are looking at everything. It's just fascinating.
Yeah, definitely. So if I start seeing people walking around with pantyhose over their masks, I'm immediately going to text you. So just be aware of that. But Dr. Mike Sirigliano, thank you so much for joining us, as always, here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your insight, and we'll see you in a couple of days. Have a good one.
Love you, Regina. You're the best.
Love you, Dr. Mike. Take care. All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Remember, we talk to Dr. Mike twice a week here on our show, Tuesdays and usually Fridays. So if you have a question for Dr. Mike, doesn't have to be coronavirus related, be sure to tweet us at Live Now Fox. We want to get you the information that you are looking for, so don't hesitate to let us know if you need us to ask him something. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. When we come back, we are going to stay on some medical headlines, learning some more information regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. We're also going to get the latest as our Fox 11 Los Angeles team is taking a closer look at the price of insulin. So stick with us. Those medical stories coming up after this quick break. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, February 8th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are continuing to bring you raw, unfiltered, nonstop news and, of course, all of the top stories that we are following this morning. As we continue on with some medical headlines, we were just speaking live with Dr. Mike Sirigliano. One of the topics of conversation, speaking about how several states, governors starting to lift indoor mask mandates, one of those being California. Governor Gavin Newsom making that announcement just yesterday. Actually, be sure to stick around because at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be speaking live with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. This is one of their top stories out there. But that is not all California is doing. They are actually also taking steps to reduce the cost of insulin. So I do want to bring you this segment from Fox 11 Los Angeles here this morning. Let's listen in.
Taking steps to help reduce the cost of insulin. Governor Newsom says the state is exploring ways to produce its own insulin and that the drug should, quote, not drain your bank account. Nikita Callum Harris is currently the chair of the advocacy committee for the American Diabetes Association. And we thought this is just the person that we need to talk to about this. Also, by the way, living with diabetes, type 1 diabetes, since, what is it, 1999, Nikita?
Yes, 1999. After my freshman year in college.
How much of a life changer was that for you?
Well, it was a huge change. The only thing I knew about diabetes was Still Magnolias and Julia Roberts died and had a baby. So that freaked me out. The first thing I asked the doctor was, "Oh, will I be able to act still? Will I be able to have a baby?" And he told me about Halle Berry. He was like, "I think you'll be fine."
Well, and that's the point. You probably are thinking, "Oh, she's familiar to me." Yes, she is an actress, but she's also an advocate for the American Diabetes Association, and that's something that was really important to you because getting information out to to people who are recently diagnosed like you had been, right? And one of the things that we know, Nikita, that's such a pain point for people, it's not necessarily the injection, it's the cost of, and trying to figure out where the money is going to come from to pay for that insulin, which isn't a nice to have, it's a need to have.
Yeah, speaking to the need of it all, I have type 1 diabetes, and there was an instance where I was without insulin for 5 hours, and that put me in the hospital in ICU for 2 weeks.
Oh my God.
So the necessity of this life-sustaining, it's literally like in this little bottle, if you can see.
Yeah.
And some people are paying up to $714 for like these little tools. I mean, it's just this much. And it's like the amount of money that people have to go through is just ridiculous. People are like, do I pay for groceries or do I get my insulin? Do I, pay rent, or do I take less dosage so that I can last longer? So it's really a problem.
My God, the fact that people are having to make those decisions when their life hangs in the balance.
Exactly, yes.
So let me ask about that. So in terms of what you think, I just want to get your thoughts on what the governor is suggesting. Like, how much of an impact do you think that's going to have on folks like yourself, on folks that are dealing with this need for insulin on a daily basis?
Well, I'm pretty sure myself, along with the ADA, they appreciate Governor Newsom's efforts to help people with diabetes by pursuing, a way to make insulin more affordable. And I eagerly await details about the partnership to produce the insulin. And I know that the ADA, we have over 40,000 advocates in California alone. So I know they're going to get us marching to provide feedback and support the efforts that Newsom's trying to make moving forward.
And there'll be those at home saying, well, I mean, wouldn't your health insurance just cover that?
Well, no, I know during those pre-existing condition days, I literally would get all the way to the last step. And as soon as they started asking me questions about medicine that I needed, it was like it was like I was out the window. I was like, so basically I'm going to need my insurance more, so I'm not qualifying. Mm-hmm. And one of the ladies was like, yes, basically. So yeah, for insurance to cover a lot of these things is going to be very helpful for loads of Americans out there, because we're dealing with the epidemic, like 1 in 3 or 1 in 4.
1 in 3 and 1 in 4, and a lot of those numbers are in the Black and brown communities.
Yes, exactly.
What more needs to be done to get awareness? I mean, that's obviously a huge part of the work the ADA does, right? Is the awareness building. It's about advocating, about making sure, putting pressure on lawmakers to hear from this community and from this constituency, but also to educate the community.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done through the years many talks with like senior homes, because some of the questions they had were with the food disparities and how they can advocate in their homes in terms of, well, all they give us is carbs on the plate, so how are we supposed to keep our blood sugars down?
Really good point.
All the way to things to what questions to ask your doctor when he says pre-diabetic. What does that mean? Yeah. One of my friends she was going through some issues, and I was like, I'm like, that kind of sounds like the onset of diabetes. And I said, do you mind if I check your blood sugar? It was in the 300s. I was like, I think you need to call your doctor right now. So making
What were some
sure
of those
that
things? What were some of those things that made you...
So a lot of the things she said, she was urinating a lot, like going to the bathroom, having no control of your bladder, extreme thirst. I remember in college, went through like a whole box of Capri Sun in like half a day. Lethargic, very tired. I started losing weight before I found out I had type 1 diabetes, like 3 or 4 sizes.
Wow.
So that's kind of interesting in the young adult community, right? And teenage community, because you might be like, oh, I look fabulous.
Right.
And a lot of people are dealing with that, like not taking insulin so they could lose. It's a whole thing. So
her plate is full, and you couldn't be a better advocate and a better voice for this. Actress and advocate for the American Diabetes Association, Nikita Kalam-Harris, thank you so much for being here, for bringing your voice to this discussion. Yeah. The governor obviously making some news, and we wanted to get word from advocates on how they feel about it. Good to talk with you.
Thank you for covering this.
Absolutely. We'll have more.
definitely a story there that impacts so many Americans. So we wanted to bring you that segment from our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. I'm going to send some of you on another quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here. We are going to head out to Miami, Florida, where thousands are attending a natural disaster show. So we're going to get a live report on what exactly that means and what they're talking about there in Miami from Fox Weather's Steve Bender after this 2-minute commercial break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Tuesday, February 8th. You are hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida, but we are giving you a look at conditions across the United States. This is our live XRAD radar, and we are getting a much-needed break from winter weather and systems across the nation after we saw a storm impact 1/3 of the nation last week with snow, freezing rain, chilly temperatures. So definitely a much-needed relaxation period for those of you who had to basically shovel out of your house. Meanwhile, when it comes to weather, I feel like in the last year we've seen so many natural disasters, whether it be fires, hurricanes. Well, actually, if any of you didn't know, there are thousands attending the Natural Disaster Show in Miami, Florida over these really couple of days. It started yesterday and it's happening today. So I do want to head out live there right now. That's where Fox Weather's Steve Bender is joining us to kind of give us a little inside look as to what this is. Steve, good morning to you. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, Regina. And yes, this is day 2 of the Natural Disasters Expo at the Miami Beach Convention Center. And so there's 300 different vendors, and this is all about forecasting, preparing, and then recovering during those natural disasters. Over 5,000 people will be here. So this is day 2. The event kicks off at 10 a.m. So it's quiet right now, Regina, but this will pick up. Something that I want to point out is you had mentioned we've seen so many of these disasters just recently. We had a tornado outbreak in late December that impacted Mayfield, Kentucky, in multiple states. We had the wildfire in Colorado, the Marshall wildfire, these mega winter storms knocking out power. And then, of course, we have those wildfires in the West as well. So all of this is being discussed here. It's broken up into 4 components. You have the Heat and Fire Expo, you have the Flood Expo, the Storm Expo, and the Earthquake Expo. But here's the deal. It's all of this engineering and new technology is culminated together. It's integrated, and these are brought together to keep us safe. And one of those people I talked to was Antoine Johnson. He's a director of the iPause. That's that emergency alert that you get on your phone whenever a natural disaster comes in. And so I talked to him. I said, hey, you're at an expo right now with all of this technology right at your fingertips. What is it like to be here? And this is what he had to say.
If you go back to Hurricane Katrina, some of the technologies that you see on the floor today didn't even exist, and those that did are being refined to the point where we're providing a much greater suite of capabilities in the recovery, both the response and the recovery phase of a disaster.
Yeah, and you know, Steve, when he talks about recovery and response, I mean, those are the two main aspects that really need to automatically go into play when a natural disaster hits. We saw it with Kentucky, like you said, the hurricanes in the Gulf Coast. So really, I feel like, do you think there are more visitors attending than in the past because of the natural disaster that we've seen just in the last year, like you mentioned?
Yes, so Regina, this is actually the first time this expo has been here in Miami, but as you had mentioned, this is such an important expo to have. We are seeing more people than anticipated come here because of those natural disasters. So let's use last year, 2021, right? We had the second costliest year on record because of these natural disasters. We had 20 separate events that cost $1 billion or more. And so we have government agencies that are here, FEMA, NOAA, the National Weather Service, engineers, meteorologists, tech innovation, but it comes down to you and I as well. Everybody in the community plays a role in this. So I want to highlight a community, a volunteer group that we talked to yesterday. This is a third wave volunteer. They work all around the world. They've been into Syria, Venezuela, Haiti during the earthquakes, but they work here in also in the U.S., and they're out of Florida. And so I talked with Dr. Allison Thompson. She created this. She's the founder, and she just came back from Louisiana, Houma, Louisiana, where we were at during Hurricane Ida. They're still recovering, and so everybody plays a role, whether it's handing out water, giving out food, or it could be as simple as this. They actually had a solar operation, a complete solar camp as their recovery effort at Louisiana because all the power was knocked out. And so when you look at this, your job could be as simple as illuminating a path for those victims or the first responders, and they have the ability to set different colors on here as well, or have this as pulsating, and these mean different messages. So those are things you'll learn when you get that certification. I want to bring you in here too, Regina, and show you something different because there's so many layers to this. When we're talking about disasters, you have the forecasting ahead of time, right? And we use technology for that, and we use our different models here as meteorologists to make sure you're prepared for those storms. But I do want to say a warning. What we're about to show you could be gruesome to some, and so just be mindful of that. We're about to show you what you could be walking in on potentially when you're going to a disaster site and you don't know what it is. It could be an earthquake, it could be a tornado, and you may have victims. And so as you're going through the debris and the rubble, you may find somebody like this. And so this is a simulation of what you would do in case you needed to potentially tie a tourniquet, or you need to call 911 and start doing CPR and doing chest compressions on this as well. And so as a volunteer, maybe you don't feel comfortable doing that. You get squeamish with blood. You could be a non-medical volunteer. You could see something like this and say, I need to get communication fast. I need to be able to find a way to get those first responders when there isn't cell service. They will teach you that as well. And so all of this is being talked about here, Regina. So this is an amazing conference. We're in day 2. And this is the final day, so later on this morning, they will be giving out awards for the best life-saving devices of the year, also the most cost-efficient devices, and the most innovative technology. And again, it's just amazing seeing everybody work together to respond. And it's important to note, because we'll go back to Antoine Johnson, who we heard from FEMA. He said that iPause program was created after Katrina because they saw what happened and the devastation there in coastal Louisiana and New Orleans. And so he said, we need to get this information out as quickly as possible. So we'll go back to Mayfield, Kentucky, that tornado outbreak that you had just mentioned. They were able to give a 30-minute alert before those tornadoes started to move in. And that doesn't seem like a lot of time. That is a lot, and a considerable amount of time when we're talking about tornadoes, where normally you only have 9 minutes or less to get to that safe spot or to get get into your shelter. And so getting that 30 minutes is just an example of what all of this technology, when it comes together, what it can do for us in the community to make sure that we're safe.
Yeah, I think innovative is definitely the word, Steve. And it's really amazing to see, obviously, in the wake of tragedy, that they are taking this as a learning experience and continuing to build these products to help out in the wake of natural disasters in the future. So very interesting. Thank you so much for the walk around. We were really intrigued to see what was going on down there. So Fox Weather, Steve Bender, thank you so much for giving us an inside look at this show. Definitely a very great really event to really attend. So thank you so much, Steve. Have a great day.
All right. Thank you, Regina.
All right, everybody. Again, that was Fox Weather Steve Bender out there at a natural disaster show in Miami. With our Fox Weather team, we have been able to show you conditions across the entire nation in the wake of these natural disasters. So to see an entire event dedicated to technology that could change the way we respond and react to situations in the future, we wanted to show you that here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back with some more top stories. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I do want to continue our top stories by taking us out to Washington, D.C. right now. This is a Live Now look at the White House. And as you saw a little bit earlier in our show, we brought you some of the press conference yesterday held by President Biden as he hosted the German chancellor. They were talking about the rising tensions between Russia and the Ukraine, how they would respond together if that were to happen. So our Fox 13 Tampa team is kind of breaking down everything we saw in that almost an hour-long press conference. So I do want to listen into this segment here on Live Now from Fox.
Russia appears nearly ready to invade Ukraine. U.S. intelligence saying that Russia is shipping medical units and more food, fuel, and equipment to its front lines to prepare for potential attack. Now, the United States is trying to rally our allies in Europe to punish Russia financially if that happens. And that was the focus today during this meeting between President Biden and Germany's new chancellor at the White House. And here to explain the strategy, the stakes, and where do we go from here? Craig Patrick. What do you think, Craig?
Well, the stakes are quite high in terms of overall strategy. The United States' goal is to send U.S. troops to Eastern Europe to defend our NATO allies if this expands beyond Russia and Ukraine. At the same time, try to dissuade Russia from invading Ukraine by, among other things, committing the United States and our NATO and European partners to punish Russia severely financially if, in fact, it does move forward with an invasion. But we've had one big problem here with getting Germany on the same page. The new German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is not lacking experience in leadership. He was Germany's vice chancellor and finance minister before that. And yet he appears to be showing little or no leadership in uniting against Russian aggression. When asked to send arms to Ukraine, Germany countered by offering up to 5,000 helmets. Germany also would not allow flights through German airspace that carried military aid for Ukraine. And Germany has been non-committal on sanctions against Russia if it invades. And this may be emboldening Russia. You may recall President Biden said NATO is fully united in how to punish Russia if it invades.
Total unanimity with all the European leaders.
And then he corrected himself because of the situation with Germany.
There are differences in NATO as to what countries are willing to do.
While it's not clear why German leadership has not been in sync with the rest of NATO, foreign policy analysts suspect it has a lot to do with gas and oil. Much of Europe depends on Russia for oil and natural gas, and especially Germany. And Russia could respond to economic sanctions by cutting off much of Europe's fuel. In meeting Chancellor Scholz in the White House, President Biden wants to assure Germany it will have a sufficient source of fuel if Russia cuts them off.
If Putin turns down the supply of gas to Europe, that we can find cargoes of liquefied natural gas going elsewhere in the world and redirect them to Europe.
And he wants to commit Germany to severe sanctions against Russia if it invades Ukraine.
To state the obvious, Germany is one of America's closest allies, working in lockstep further deter Russian aggression in Europe and to address the challenges posed by China and promote stability in the Western Balkans.
And with that, President Biden reiterated that there is a coalition of nations, including some that produce oil in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa as well, that would step up to the plate and help nations in Europe, notably Germany, if in fact it has fuel disruptions from Russia, in terms of what happens next in response to any crippling sanctions. At the same time, you for the first time have the Chancellor of Germany in an interview with the Washington Post conceding that there is some resolve from Germany to step up sanctions. We're hearing the same sort of things initially following the meeting today. The key, though, will be for follow-up and follow-through from Germany to continue to reiterate those same points so that Russia gets the message that the United States and all of our NATO partners are, in fact, now at this point on the same page in the event of a Russian invasion.
And then at the same time, we're seeing this cozier relationship developing between Russia and China. We saw the two leaders at the Olympics last week. How does that all affect what's going on in Ukraine?
Well, it's concerning, and it runs the risk of taking it from a European conflict to a global conflict because of the terms of that 5,000-word pact they signed that seems to unite them diplomatically, politically, and militarily as well. And not only, of course, does Vladimir Putin appear to have sights on Ukraine, and already has, but of course China appears to have sights on Taiwan as well, which we are obligated to defend.
Thank you very much, Craig. Russia appears nearly ready to invade.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. We are approaching the top of the 8 a.m. Eastern Time hour, 5 a.m. there on the West Coast. Almost. Again, we'll run you through all of the top stories that we are following this Tuesday morning when we come back. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Tuesday, February 8th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. I'll be with you for the next several hours as we continue to bring you all of the top stories, breaking news, and live events that are coming to our desk. I do want to give you a look at some of the live reports that we've got coming up for you. So in just about a little less than 15 minutes, we are going to be speaking live with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team in the wake of the deadly shooting of 22-year-old Amir Locke by Minneapolis police when they executed a no-knock warrant. Now the city has been questioning the future of these warrants. So they did hold a council meeting yesterday involving the mayor, civil rights attorney Ben Crump, as well as other officials. So we'll be getting the latest on that and how that meeting went yesterday. Also, more states lifting more indoor mask mandates. Yesterday, we heard the governor of New Jersey. That was quickly followed by Oregon and then the state of California. So at around 8:45 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be speaking live with our Fox 11 Los Angeles team about that announcement from Governor Gavin Newsom. And then a little bit later, sometime in the 9 o'clock hour, we are working to get a live report from our Fox Seattle team on the Fred Meyer shooting. The suspect was arrested earlier this morning after hours long of a manhunt. And that is actually the first story that I want to start with here as we run you through all of the major news stories and headlines that we are following. So this is 38-year-old Aaron Christopher Kelly. He was identified by police yesterday after a warrant was issued for first-degree murder. And he is believed to have fled the store after the shooting, though it was not known if he left by foot or in a car. We can confirm that he was arrested very early this morning, almost 100 miles away from where the shooting at the Fred Meyer grocery store took place. Dispatchers originally received that call reporting yelling and possible gunshots in the store at 11:03 a.m. Pacific time yesterday. Our Fox Seattle team was boots on the ground immediately when this news first broke. We did some live reports with them yesterday. We also got a press conference from police. So I do want to bring you this latest report from our Fox Seattle team as they spoke with employees and witnesses following that very tragic situation.
Crime scene tape still surrounds this Richland Fred Meyer where this tragedy happened. I got a chance to speak to friends of the victim who tell me what it was like hearing about this nightmare.
Coworkers received frantic messages of the worst possible situation from friends inside this Fred Meyer.
Don't come to the store, there's an active shooter.
Roxanne Reynolds and Mandy Boyle both work at the Richland Fred Meyer. On Monday around 11 in the morning, police say this man opened fire in the store, hitting 2 people. First responders raced 1 employee to the hospital. Unfortunately, 1 man died at the scene.
He wasn't responding. It was like a, oh no, please don't, no, like just waiting, and then I heard that it was him.
Family and friends tell me Justin Crumbley was killed in the shooting. He worked for Instacart and in just a few months had made a huge impression on Roxanne and Mandy.
This person, for whatever reason, has taken away such a good human. And for what?
Roxanne tells me forever they will be reminded of the great person who lost their life here.
He's taken away an uncle from 2 children who absolutely adored him. He's taken away a brother from a family, a son. He was a good guy.
And in this tragedy, there's one good bit of hope. Speaking with Mandy and Roxanne, they tell me that their co-workers are donating blood so that they can help the other employee involved in the shooting. Reporting here in Richland, AJ Janavel for Fox 13 News.
Very tragic story out there in Washington. And again, we are working with our Fox 13 Seattle team to get you a live report sometime this morning. So stick with us for those details. Meanwhile, I do want to head out to Washington, D.C. as we continue on with the major stories that we are following this morning. President Biden says the U.S. and all of NATO are ready if Russia invades Ukraine. The president also said he does not know if Vladimir Putin knows what what he is going to do. All of this came as he met with Germany's Chancellor Olaf Scholz at the White House yesterday amid this intensifying diplomatic effort to ease these tensions between Russia and the Ukraine. So I do want to bring you the latest report from Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich.
A clear promise with an unclear path.
If Russia invades, that means tanks or troops crossing the border of Ukraine again. Then there will be no longer a Nord Stream 2. We will bring an end to it.
How will you do that exactly, since the project and control of the project is within Germany's control?
I promise you we'll be able to do it.
German Chancellor Scholz also dancing around pressure for an ironclad commitment on Nord Stream 2 and economic sanctions involving the SWIFT international payment system, both exposing a gulf between the United States and its NATO ally.
You can be sure that there won't be any measures in which we have a differing approach.
German press noted mounting pressure from Capitol Hill, with Germany's partnership in NATO being called into question.
The time is now for Germany to stand up and protect the peace and defend the stable Europe that modern Germany itself has helped construct and from which it has greatly benefited.
President Biden dismissed criticism.
There's no need to win back trust. There is no doubt about Germany's partnership with the United States, none.
Leaders both noted there's a need to shore up Europe's energy supply to reduce dependence on Russia in the event of an invasion, and telegraphed hope for a diplomatic solution.
We think we could make up a significant portion of it that would be lost. But you know, what everybody forgets here is Russia needs to be able to sell that gas and sell that oil.
As his National Security Council warns that Putin could take action any day now, President Biden again reiterated his belief that Putin hasn't yet made up his mind. But he urged American civilians in Ukraine, now is the time to leave. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
Meanwhile, heading overseas, U.S. officials say 70% of Russia's forces are now in place for potential move into the Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Steve Harrigan is overseas with the very latest on efforts happening out there. Let's listen in.
As the massive Russian buildup along Ukraine's border nears completion, President Vladimir Putin has a range of options, from de-escalation to a cyber attack to a limited incursion to the worst-case scenario, full-scale invasion. The joint military drills in Belarus feature fighter jets armed with hypersonic missiles. With more than 80 battalions and 130,000 forces ready, U.S. intelligence estimates Russia could take the capital, Kyiv, in as little as 2 to 3 days. The numbers would be sobering. 50,000 civilians killed, 25,000 Ukrainian military killed, 10,000 Russian military killed, and as many as 5 million refugees. With Western leaders vowing to put no boots on the ground, Ukrainian soldiers, blessed here by an Orthodox priest, would be fighting alone. Many Ukrainians have generations of family and cultural ties to Russia. This crisis is forcing a lot of people to rethink that relationship.
Basically, we are one people. We are used to the belief that we are brother nations, but now they are willing to attack us.
Igor's grandfather was a decorated Red Army veteran of World War II.
Now when we think about Russia, the words that come to mind are fear and uncertainty.
Now Igor might have to fight against the army his grandfather fought for. 8 million Russians live in Ukraine, almost 1 in 5. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Meanwhile, back here in the United States, lawmakers are returning to Washington, D.C. this week, and they definitely have their work cut out for them. Fox's Madeline Rivera is taking a closer look at the legislation that is in the next coming weeks.
With less than 2 weeks to go before government funding expires, Congress is eyeing a short-term spending bill. Lawmakers weren't able to agree on a final number, one of many unresolved issues on Capitol Hill.
Negotiations are very vigorous, and I think that we're going to get agreement both on the top line of how much spending is going to be and how it will be spent.
One bill that won't be moving forward, at least according to Senator Joe Manchin, is the Build Back Better Act, the Democrats' key climate and social spending plan.
Build Back Better, as it has been presented over the last 7, 8, 9 months, that bill no longer will exist, okay?
Some Democrats still hope pieces of the plan can eventually pass.
But we know that we've got to do something to lower costs for Americans.
Separately, there could be bipartisan compromise on electoral reform to safeguard elections after the January 6 Capitol attack.
I think we've identified clearly some things within the ECA, the Electoral Count Act, that need to be addressed, the ambiguities that need to be addressed. But is there more that we can do? And I think this is where we're seeking to find that common ground.
The absence of Senator Ben Ray Lujan, who's recovering from a stroke, could complicate matters for Democrats. Without all of their members in a 50-50 Senate, party priorities, including a Supreme Court confirmation, hang in the balance. In Washington, Malta Rivera, Fox News.
In just 13 years. Today, it takes just hours. And it's unlocked secrets.
Meanwhile, accusations about a top Biden official's workplace conduct has officially landed him out of a job. The president's top science advisor, Dr. Eric Lander, resigned late yesterday following an internal investigation. The White House found he demeaned his staff and violated the administration's workplace behavioral rules. Those with knowledge of his behavior accused Lander of bullying, embarrassing, and insulting staffers. Lander apologized for his behavior in his resignation letter, and officials said that his resignation wouldn't take effect earlier than February 18th to allow for a proper transition. So we wanted to bring you all of this news out of Washington, D.C. here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to be bringing you the latest on the aftermath following the deadly shooting of Amir Locke in Minneapolis, Minnesota. The future of no-knock warrants, definitely a hot topic of discussion following that incident from last Wednesday. So when we come back, we'll have a live report with our Fox 9 Minneapolis team. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. We are turning our focus to a top story that we are bringing you developments on since the very beginning. We had Minneapolis City Council members speaking yesterday with Mayor Jacob Frey present, and he seemed to admit that his campaign made some inaccurate statements when it came to a policy change on no-knock search warrants before the death of Amir Locke. Now, Locke was shot and killed last week by Minneapolis police officers who were executing an early morning no-knock warrant to search an apartment off of Marquette Avenue in that area. So I do want to continue this conversation by welcoming in Fox 9 Minneapolis' Bill Keller. He is live with the very latest. So Bill, you and I were speaking just around this time yesterday talking about that meeting that was held. So right off the bat, how did it go?
It went fine. There's only so much the city council can do. Keep in mind, the Minneapolis voters changed the city charter in the last election, actually giving the mayor more control over major departments, including the police department. So as we talked about, he has put a temporary ban on no-knock warrants until he can come up with a better permanent plan. But meanwhile, the Minneapolis City Council continues to take up the issue. So they did have that virtual meeting yesterday. As you say, they confronted the mayor about this no-knock warrant issue prior to the election. It ended up, he admitted it ended up getting sort of sold as a ban. But really what it was a request for police officers to announce themselves before entering a home, even if they were not required to. We talked about some guidelines that are being recommended, things like only serving those search warrants during the day, kind of business hours, knocking on the door, waiting for someone to acknowledge them, make their presence known. They also want them to keep records of what types of issues these various search warrants were for. Here's an interesting thing. They had some researchers there yesterday, Regina, and listen to this. Over the last 5 years, Minneapolis has executed hundreds of no-knock warrants. Now, each one of those requires the permission of a judge, but the researchers pointed out that during that same time period, St. Paul, neighboring town, almost equal size, they did not execute a single no-knock warrant yet. They made arrests in 91% of their homicide cases. Minneapolis, just 37%.
And, you know, Bill, when it comes to the shooting of Locke, what can you say, going back to Mayor Frey, about the scrutiny and criticism that he has gotten about these policies?
Yeah, again, it kind of got turned into a bit of a political issue. Following the death of George Floyd, there was this idea that, hey, really nothing good comes from no-knock warrants. That was not really an issue in Floyd's death, of course, but it was something that he campaigned on, something that snowballed, and sort of the talking points turned into a ban when really it was just maybe a sentence or two change in guidance. So now, of course, he does have this temporary ban, and the pressure will be on to make good on that and keep it going. Now, here in Minnesota, we've got the state capitol behind me in St. Paul. DFL, our Democratic Party lawmakers today, they're going to introduce a bill that would ban no-knock warrants for all police departments across the state. We've got a split legislature. The Republicans, they're not going to go for it. They said, yeah, we should review this policy. We should look into it. However, they will unlikely go for a complete all-out ban. But keep in mind also, President Biden suggesting limiting the number of no-knock warrants for federal agents as well. So certainly getting a lot of traction.
Yeah, definitely. Well, Bill, we thank you as always for keeping our viewers up to speed on all of these developments, and we'll certainly be in touch with your team to see how that conversation in the legislature goes. So you stay warm out there, and we'll be talking with you again soon. Have a good day.
Okay. You too, Regina. Thanks.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to entirely switch gears here because we have just gotten a feed into our Live Now from Fox desk with the latest Oscar nominations, the Academy Award nominations, I should say, officially being announced. So let's listen in live on Unfiltered.
Moment featured on the Oscar telecast.
Now I'm ready. I love it. Understated and traditional.
Very much understated.
Here are the nominees for performance by an actress in a supporting role.
Jessie Buckley in The Lost Daughter. Ariana DeBose in West Side Story. Judi Dench in Belfast. Kirsten Dunst in Power of the Dog. And Ingenue Ellis in King Richard.
My turn. Here are the nominees for Achievement in Costume Design.
Ooh.
Cruella. Cyrano. Dune. Nightmare Alley. And West Side Story. I'm a little hurt my costume wasn't nominated again. Well, maybe next year. Here are the nominees for Achievement in Sound. Belfast. Dune. No Time to Die. The Power of the Dog. And West Side Story.
As part of our movie lovers uniting across the country, let's go to Troy, Michigan. Joining us are 11 healthcare professionals from Beaumont Hospital. Reading the nominees is physician's assistant and fellow movie lover, Shantia Bobo Harden, who loves the movie Girl Trip. Shantia, over to you.
Thank you, Tracy. Here are the nominees for Achievement in Music, Original Score. Don't Look Up. Dune. Encanto. Parallel Mothers. And The Power of the Dog.
Thank you so much, Shantia. And thank you to all the healthcare workers at Beaumont and all across the country who do so much for all of us. Thank you. Leslie, wait. Is that an official Oscar pendant? And if so, why didn't I get one?
I borrowed it from your Oscar nominations gift basket.
Ah, okay.
And now, adapted screenplay. The nominees are Coda, screenplay by Sean Hayter. Screenplay by Ryusuke Hamaguchi and Taka Masaoka. Dune, screenplay by John Spates, Denis Villeneuve, and Eric Roth.
The Lost Daughter, written by Maggie Gyllenhaal.
And The Power of the Dog, written by Jane Campion.
Here are the nominees for Original Screenplay. Belfast, written by Kenneth Branagh.
Don't Look Up, screenplay by Adam McKay, story by Adam McKay and David Sirota.
King Richard, written by Zach Balin.
Licorice Pizza, written by Paul Thomas Anderson.
And The Worst Person in the World, written by Eskil Vogt and Joachim Trier.
Here are the nominees for Best Animated Short Film. Affairs of the Bestia, Box Ballet, Robin Robin, and The Windshield Wiper. Another category for me. Back-to-back Leslie again. I think they like my announcer voice. And now, the nominees for Best Live Action Short Film.
Well done.
A La Kachu, Take and Run, The Dress, The Long Goodbye, On My Mind, and Please Hold. It's so appropriate that I just announced animated short film and live action short for I Am Animated and Short.
Oh, Leslie. And now here are the nominees for performance by an actor in a supporting role. Corrine Hines in Belfast. Troy Kotzer in Coda. Jesse Plemons in The Power of the Dog. J.K. Simmons in Being the Ricardos. And Cody Smith-McPhee in Power of the Dog. In just a few minutes, we've got more nominee announcements coming up, including those for lead actor and actress, director, and Best Picture. How much fun is this?
Well, this is the most fun I have ever had at 5:25 in the morning. Not.
You can tell that Leslie and I are bristling. We are bristling with diversity. We are bringing diversity to these announcements. I am Moderna.
And I am sparkling Pfizer.
Leslie, are you boosted?
Why, yes, Tracy, I'm sitting on a pillow.
Okay, joining us is another movie lover, film enthusiast, Reese Feldman. Reese, what's your reaction to the nominees for supporting actress? Tell us everything.
This is such a stacked category. I love it so much. Jessie Buckley for The Lost Daughter. I really loved her and I'm thinking of ending things, so I'm really excited that she's getting recognized for this. Although Olivia Colman's getting a lot of praise for her performance in this movie, it's Jessie Buckley who helps move the story forward from the past. So she's just incredible. Ariana DeBose, hearing her name announced really just made me smile. Simply put, she's perfect as Anita in West Side Story. And for a character that's already won Rita Moreno an Oscar 60 years prior, it's just so incredible to me that she was able to step into this role and just make it entirely her own. Dame Judi Dench for Belfast, 7-time Oscar nominee, already won back in '98 for Shakespeare in Love. She's just so dialed in throughout this entire film and just plays great off of Kieran Hines. And I'm kind of excited to see her maybe get a second win. Kirsten Dunst for The Power of the Dog. This was one I was really hoping for. I mean, that piano scene, gosh, she is such a talent, and I really hope this is the role that she's going to be remembered for moving forward. And I think the success of the movie largely deals with how good she is. And lastly, but definitely not least, Anjanou Ellis. She has been consistently amazing in every role that she's been in for decades. And although she plays a supporting role in King Richard, she really does feel like an additional lead next to Will Smith for just how much power she brings to the performance. So it was just a great category.
What's your take on the costume nominees, or on my costume?
Yours is fantastic, and it's the biggest snub here. It should have been nominated. But yes, Cruella, honestly, a really fun surprise of a movie of 2021, and obviously the costumes are such a focus. It's a fashion movie. The 70s London just does so much for it, and every dress genuinely looks like it deserves to be at the Met Gala. Cyrano, I'm a sucker for period pieces, and the fact that it takes place in 17th century France just feels like it was written for me. The formal wear, the military uniforms, the design at the plays, it's all just so good. Dune, I think, is such a cool nomination because it's a sci-fi movie, and it's really tough to submerge a viewer in the reality of the film, and because of the costuming, it kind of grounds us in this futuristic reality. It's advanced yet familiar. Nightmare Alley, I really liked that. It's just so many different settings. The carnival scenes are great, and the costuming in that is wonderful. And the worlds that Guillermo del Toro crafts, the costumes absolutely match it, and the whole look of the film is wonderful. And lastly, West Side Story. This film, 60 years prior, has already won an Oscar for costume design, and I really wouldn't be surprised if it wins again. The costumes, the color, the attention to detail, the way that each costume kind of speaks to the characters as individuals, it's really just one of the many reasons why I love that movie so much this year.
What categories are you most excited to see coming up?
Oh, I've been dying to see who's going to get nominated for Best Picture. That's one I've been waiting the whole year for.
And do you see any trends? Do you see any trends developing? Anything that's you can cue us into?
I don't know. I feel like it's too early to say. I really love who's been nominated, but I'm interested to see, I guess, also best film editing. That's one that I always love to look out for, and I'm always interested to how the Academy voters decide. So that's definitely another one that I'm kind of really looking forward to.
Well, thank you so much, Reese. It's really been fun hearing your take on all of this, and we'll be checking back in with you later.
Sounds great.
So, Leslie, how's it feeling on your side?
Feeling good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Seems so rushed. Hearing your name announced this morning is a moment each nominee will never forget. Not that I would know what an Oscar nomination is like, but a boy can dream.
Oh, Leslie, and a girl can dream too.
For those hunker-downers just joining us, good morning.
Good morning. And for those who have been watching, welcome back. All right. Now it is time for the rest of the Oscar nomination announcements, including the big one at the end for Big Picture. Here are the nominees for achievement in film editing. Don't Look Up, Dune, King Richard, The Power of the Dog, and Tick, Tick, Boom. Why, Leslie, don't you look beautiful?
Well, thank you, Tracy.
Oh, you're
Next,
welcome.
I get to announce everyone up for achievement in makeup and hairstyling, none of whom showed up at my house this morning. I did this all myself.
You did?
Yeah. Now, here are the nominees. Coming to America, Cruella, Dune,
The Eyes of Tammy Faye,
and House of Gucci.
And now it is time to meet a huge movie fan coming to us from Tampa.
A huge movie fan and a huge guy. Well, to me, everyone is huge.
Oh, Leslie. He is a WWE superstar who established the award-winning Thaddeus M. Bullard Academy at Sly Middle Magnet School. The Academy's mission is to serve economically disadvantaged students by providing them with a first-class education and creating a wonderful culture of positivity. Here is Titus O'Neill.
Thanks, Tracy and Leslie. To read the names of the nominees in this next category is a fellow movie lover, 8th grade track star, high honor roll student, Courtney Anderson, who loves the entire Twilight movie series. Courtney, take it away.
Here are the nominees for the Best Animated Feature Film: Encanto, Flea, Luca, The Mitchells vs. the Machine, and Raya and the Lost Dragon.
Well done.
Yay, yay, yay. So thanks to Titus, Courtney, and all those amazing students for joining us.
And now, here are the nominees for Achievement in Music Original Song. Be Alive from King Richard.
Dos Oruguitas from Encanto.
Down to Joy from Belfast.
No Time to Die from No Time to Die.
And Somehow You Do from 4 Good Days.
The category is Best Documentary Short. Oh, you're making me do the short category again.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
It was you. It was you. Here are the nominees for Best Documentary Short Subject: Audible, Lead Me Home, The Queen of Basketball, 3 Songs for Ben Azir, and When We Were Bullies. And now, here are the nominees for Best Documentary Feature: Ascension, Attica, Flea, Summer of Soul, or When the Revolution Could Not Be Televised, and Riding with Fire.
Joining us from Times Square are New York's bravest members of the Fire Department of New York. At the microphone is fellow movie fan Lieutenant Thomas Carrera, whose favorite movie is Goodfellas.
Thank you, Leslie and Tracy. Coming to you live from Times Square, here are the nominees for Achievement in Visual Effects. The envelope, please. Dune, Free Guy, No Time to Die, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, Spider-Man, No Way Home.
Thank you so much to all the firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs for all that you do. I wave every time you drive by. I say, hello, firefighters. I really do. Next up, the nominees for Achievement in Cinematography. Dune, Nightmare Alley, The Power of the Dog, The Tragedy of Macbeth, and West Side Story. And now, here are the nominees for Achievement in Production Design. Dune, Nightmare Alley, The Power of the Dog, The Tragedy of Macbeth, and West Side Story. Oh my God, Leslie, are you wearing something different again?
Just because I'm hunkered down doesn't mean I can't dress up.
Okay.
So here are the nominees for Best International Feature Film. Drive My Car, Japan. Flee, Denmark. The Hand of God, Italy. Luana, A Yak in the Classroom, Bhutan. And The Worst Person in the World, Norway.
Leslie, you keep stealing all my lines.
There's one for you.
Okay, thanks. Let's head to Ira Aldridge Theater at Howard University in Washington, D.C., where we have a special presenter. Felicia Rashad is Dean of the Chadwick A. Boseman College of Fine Arts and joins us with some of her students. Hello.
Hello, and thank you, Leslie and Tracy. All of our students here are so inspired by Chadwick Boseman, a Howard grad who was so committed to this university. And as you know, Chadwick was nominated last year for Best Actor, and we are so honored to announce the nominees in this category. Speaking on behalf of the students who are with us today is a senior who's receiving his BFA in acting, John Woods III.
The nominees for performance by an actor in a leading role are Javier Bardem in Being the Ricardos, Benedict Cumberbatch in The Power of the Dog, Andrew Garfield in Tick, Tick, Boom, Will Smith in King Richard, and Denzel Washington in The Tragedy of Macbeth.
Yes.
Well done. Beautiful. Thank you, Felicia and John and all of the students who joined us today.
And now, the nominees for performance by an actress in a leading role. Jessica Chastain in The Eyes of Tammy Faye.
Olivia Colman in The Lost Daughter.
Penelope Cruz in Parallel Mothers.
Nicole Kidman in Being the Ricardos.
And Kristen Stewart in Spencer. Just 2 more categories left.
Woo! This is so exciting. The first is for Achievement in Directing, and the nominees are Kenneth Branagh, Belfast.
Ryusuke Hamaguchi, Drive My Car.
Paul Thomas Anderson, Licorice Pizza.
Jane Campion, The Power of the Dog.
And Steven Spielberg, West Side Story.
And finally, the big one. Here are the nominees for Best Picture. Belfast, Laura Berwick, Kenneth Branagh, Becca Kovacic, and Tamar Thomas, producers.
Coda, Philippe Rousselet, Fabrice Giaffermi, and Patrick Waxburger producer. Producers.
Don't Look Up, Adam McKay and Kevin Messick, producers.
Drive My Car, Teruhisa Yamamoto, producer.
Dune, Mary Parent, Denis Villeneuve, and Cale Boiter, producers.
King Richard, Tim White, Trevor White, and Will Smith, producers.
Licorice Pizza, Sarah Murphy, Adam Somner, and Paul Thomas Anderson, producers.
Nightmare Alley, Guillermo del Toro, J. Miles Dale, and Bradley Cooper, producers.
The Power of the Dog, Jane Campion, Tanya Segachian, Emil Sherman, Ian Canning, and Roger Frappier, producers.
And West Side Story, Steven Spielberg and Christy McCosco Krieger, producers. 10 great Best Picture nominees. Everybody, please make sure to watch the Oscars on March 27th on ABC and go to oscars.org to learn how you can vote to get your favorite movie and movie moment featured on this year's Oscar telecast.
It was so exciting to wake up with you, Tracy. I can't wait for Oscar night.
You're the best, Leslie. Oh, what a treat you are. And the best part, you're already dressed.
All right, some early Oscar nominations there from the West Coast. We had West Side Story, The Power of the Dog, King Richard, Cruella, and Dune really taking a lot of nominations there. So I wanted to bring you that live feed coming to us here on Live Now from Fox, as I know all of you are big on your movies, on entertainment. I'm a fan of a lot of those that were nominated, so definitely excited to see how that pans out. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to stay on the West Coast and head out live to Los Angeles, California, but not talking about Oscar nominations. We are going to be talking about how Governor Gavin Newsom officially announced yesterday that indoor mask mandates will be lifted on February 15th. So we'll get the latest from Fox 11's Gigi Graciette after this quick break. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody, on this Tuesday, February 8th. It has been a top story that we have bringing you all morning long. Several states across the nation beginning to lift indoor mask mandates, and California is officially one of them. The change is going to come next week, but actually not in Los Angeles County. So I do want to bring into the conversation Fox 11 Los Angeles' Gigi Graciette. She is joining us with the very latest. Gigi, good morning to you. So before we get into LA County, can you tell us about really the guidelines that will be lifted beginning next week?
Well, good morning, Regina. Good morning, everyone. As you mentioned, California joining several other states in lifting those mask mandates. Ours is lifted effective next February 15th, and that will be for all indoor public settings, but only for those who are vaccinated, which is actually about 80% of the state of those who are actually eligible for a vaccine. So you mentioned Los Angeles County. We'll talk about that in just a moment, but Gavin Newsom making the big announcement yesterday, lifting the mask mandate. But as with everything COVID-19 related, it is complicated. The rules change depending on the venue, depending if it's a mega event with 1,000 or more people, and the rules change up and down California, county to county, Regina.
Yeah, and you know, Gigi, when we go back to LA County, my question to you is why and how will it kind of work with them not exactly aligning with that specific date and those regulations?
Well, the way things work here in California, Regina, is that a county public health director can always be stricter than the state. It can never be less strict. So in this case, the governor is announcing the lifting of mask mandates for indoor public settings for those who are vaccinated. The county can say, we are going to be more strict and we're not going to lift them yet. And that's exactly what LA County is doing. So our guidelines here in Los Angeles are, once the hospitalization rate for COVID-19 patients reaches 2,500 or less and reaches that number for 7 consecutive days, then they'll consider lifting the mask mandate. Currently, there are 27, almost 2,800 people in the hospital, so obviously we're not there yet.
Yeah, and you know, Gigi, how do people in LA County and other Californians, I know you and your team have been getting some reaction on the street there, how are people feeling about this?
Well, as also with everything COVID-19 related, Regina, you know, it's always very controversial. The issues of masks and mandates have always been controversial since the pandemic begun. You've got people that say, okay, you can lift the mandate, but I am going to keep wearing my mask when I am in a public setting. And you've got people saying, you know, it's about time. It's like, why did it take so long? And a whole other controversial issue, Regina, here is mask mandates for school children. Those are not being lifted yet for the classroom. That's still being talked about. We can expect some new guidelines possibly within the week. So that's a whole other issue of controversy here.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, Gigi, because that was literally my next question to you. I mean, we've been following the LA County school board meetings and the mask policies in place out there. So we'll definitely be in touch with your team to get the latest on how the schools will be reacting to this announcement. But as of right now, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you have a good day. Stay warm out there.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Again, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue keeping on touch with our teams out in those specific states that have officially announced that governors are announcing mask mandates indoors will be lifted. We do know that the governor of New Jersey also made this announcement, in the state of Oregon as well. So that's the big question. Will other states that still have those mandates in place begin to follow all of these other lawmakers? So we'll be sure to keep tabs on that here for you on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to tap into some crime-related news that we are following. We're going to head out to Detroit and the state of Michigan first, where our Fox 2 Detroit team is bringing us the latest on the Oxford High School shooting suspect's parents, the Crumbleys, appearing in a preliminary hearing today. So we'll bring you the latest information on that, plus the trial of the 3 other officers that were there fire the day that George Floyd was killed by Derek Chauvin. And then we're going to bring you the latest on jury selection happening on the federal trial for the men accused of killing Ahmaud Arbery. So lots of news to tackle here when we come back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. This is a story that we have been bringing you developments on since last year when it all unfolded. This morning, the parents of the accused Oxford High School shooter are set to be back in court. This will be the preliminary hearing for James and Jennifer Crumbley. Their attorneys are asking the judge to postpone it, saying they need more time to sort through all of the evidence. But Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald says they've had plenty of time and the case needs to move forward for the sake of the victims. The Crumbleys are each charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter and remain in jail on a bond of $500,000 each. So we are working with our Fox 2 Detroit team to see if we will be able to get feeds inside from this courtroom, whether it be from their cameramen or from virtual feeds online. So we'll be sure to get you that information here in just a bit on Live Now from Fox. Meanwhile, going from Michigan to the state of Georgia, jury selection is underway in the federal hate crimes trial of 3 men convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery. The first 50 potential jurors reported to the Brunswick Federal Courthouse yesterday for questioning to determine whether they can serve as fair and unbiased jurors. Roughly 1,000 people across 43 Georgia counties received jury duty notices because of intense pretrial publicity. Father and son Greg and Travis McMichael had plans to plead guilty on federal hate crimes charges, which they withdrew last week after the Arbery family publicly objected to the terms that would have sent them to federal rather than state prison. So we're going to keep a close eye on this story for you here on Live Now from Fox. And we are going to go from Georgia to the state of Minnesota, as we have been keeping a very close eye on this this federal trial as well. Testimony continuing this morning in the federal trial of 3 former Minneapolis police officers. A lung specialist says that George Floyd could have been saved if the officers had moved him into a position to breathe more easily. Dr. David Sistrom also testified yesterday that Floyd's chances of survival would have at least doubled if officers started CPR when his heart stopped. Our Fox 9 Minneapolis team has been following this federal trial, so I do want to bring you this report from them this morning.
Dr. David Sistrom, a paid prosecution expert witness, a pulmonary doctor from Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston, testified that his conclusion from watching videos and reviewing all the medical records of George Floyd is that Floyd died because he could not get enough oxygen. Derek Chauvin's knee to the neck reduced his airway by about half, he said, and being held stomach down on the pavement restricted his lungs.
Please, I can't breathe.
He testified that Floyd's speech slowing was evidence of the lack of oxygen, which is eventually why he went unconscious. And when he did, the elevated carbon dioxide in his blood simultaneously put his heart into arrhythmia. But he testified it was readily reversible before Floyd went unconscious by removal of the pressure on the upper airway by a knee or by letting him assume a seated position, even with handcuffs in place. If he'd been repositioned, what would his survival chances be, he was asked? Close to 100%, he said. And after he lost consciousness, had CPR started immediately by the officers, Floyd's chances of survival would be double or even triple, he said. But nothing was done until he was in the ambulance about 3 minutes later. On cross-examination, Dr. Sistrom was asked about a picture published a few days ago that showed him taking a knee in a George Floyd vigil at his hospital in June of 2020. That same picture and others tweeted by Brigham and Women's Hospital at the same time. The defense was implying he had a bias, but he said many of those working attended this vigil, and asked about this by the prosecutor. He said nothing about that event affected my opinion medically. The doctor also testified about George Floyd's enlarged heart and about blockages in his arteries, saying they did not play a part. This was not a cardiac arrest in which the arteries become suddenly blocked. This was a failure of his heart, an arrhythmia caused by the high levels of carbon dioxide and the low levels of oxygen. Asked as well about George Floyd's fentanyl use that was found in his system. He said that would typically slow breathing down. In this case, George Floyd's breathing was faster, 22 to 24 breaths per minute. So again, that didn't play a role. But also those breaths, those increased breaths, simply were not pulling in enough oxygen. In St. Paul, Rob Olson, Fox 9.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head back into some coronavirus headlines as Fox's Doug Lazater is breaking down all of the states that are officially lifting indoor mask mandates within the coming weeks, as well as where we are at in this pandemic. So stay with us. That's all coming up next. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Raw, unfiltered, nonstop news. I did want to let you know that we are monitoring this feed here. So just as I said, will we get those feeds coming from inside of the courtroom where the preliminary hearing for James and Jennifer Crumbley will be? Well, this is it. Obviously not too many people inside yet, but when we do see them stepping in, we will be sure to bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Meanwhile, continuing on with all of the top stories that we are following this morning, we have been bringing you the latest as several states are really getting rid of indoor mask mandates. Well, how are people reacting to that, and will other states follow? Let's get the latest from Fox's Doug Lazater.
Well, here in Washington and in about a dozen states, there are still face mask requirements for kids in school, but that number may be dwindling. With more and more Americans fed up with face masks, more governors are giving in.
I think you now know enough after 2 years to be able to make an informed decision yourself.
The Democratic governor of Connecticut will end his statewide face mask mandate for school kids, and 3 other states are doing something similar, with New Jersey's governor pointing to falling case numbers.
This is a huge step back to normalcy for our kids.
The moves come as more and more prominent political figures and proponents of masking have been caught violating the rules. And others who have consistently railed against the mandates are celebrating.
I think this is a turning point. I think it's really getting to the point where the science is clear, that the bulk and the vast majority of the masks that people are wearing have no difference, make no difference in the trajectory of the virus.
But not so fast. Just because some statewide mandates may be ending in coming weeks doesn't mean local school districts have to follow along.
So help me God.
Unless they're in Virginia, where the new Republican governor is trying to force school districts to drop their requirements. And he just prevailed in one legal challenge while others are pending. Even California is relaxing some of its mask rules. But through it all, the White House will not waver. Kids should keep wearing masks.
Our advice to every school district is to abide by public health guidelines.
But these governors are facing more and more pressure now to find a way to return to normal and learn to coexist with COVID. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Meanwhile, I do want to head to Canada, where we have been following the very latest when it comes to the Freedom Convoy protests that are happening. We do know that arrests have been made and a state of emergency was declared just yesterday. So let's continue to listen in to this report here on Live Now from Fox.
A state of emergency has been declared in the Canadian capital of Ottawa. What began more than a week ago as a protest by Canadian truckers over proof of vaccination when crossing the border from the U.S. has erupted into a massive demonstration. Similar protests spread to other locations, but the demonstration in Ottawa is the largest and most contentious. Organizers say they want an end to all vaccine mandates. They vow to remain until their demands are met.
People are living in fear and are terrified, and they've now been subjected to the non-stop honking of large trucks for 9 days, which is tantamount to psychological warfare.
The crowdfunding platform GoFundMe, alleging illegal activity by the protesters, refused to distribute nearly 10 million Canadian dollars donated to the truckers and is returning donations to donors. The platform has faced repeated criticism for refusing to raise money for conservative causes. It shut down fundraising by a Texas nurse who wanted to file suit after she lost her job for refusing to get the COVID vaccine. The site refused to accept donations for a Kyle Rittenhouse defense fund prior to his acquittal, saying its policy does not allow raising money for the legal defense of an alleged violent crime. Meanwhile, over the objections of Canadian officials, other crowdfunding platforms are raising money for the truckers.
There needs to be ongoing efforts at all key levels of government to deny funding to the unlawful demonstrations.
This afternoon, Ottawa's mayor wrote Prime Minister Justin Trudeau requesting 1,800 police officers be sent to the city to help, quote, quell the insurrection. Trudeau, a short time later, tweeted out a thank you to all Canadians, including truckers, for getting vaccinated, saying, and I quote, vaccines are our best tool to help protect our economy and save lives. In New York, David Lee Miller, Fox News.
Meanwhile, I do want to move on from some coronavirus headlines to business-related headlines, and they all kind of come together, right? We've still got businesses really trying to keep up with everything when it comes to the pandemic. First, let's start off by bringing you the latest news in our Fox Means Business report. We're talking gas prices, we're talking 2 major airlines merging, and we're also talking Valentine's Day gifts. So let's listen in.
Drivers starting the week with more pain at the pump. The national average for regular unleaded gas ticking higher over the weekend. A gallon now costing $3.44. That is up around 14 cents just in the past month. So we'll keep watching it. Meantime, if you're logging on and paying more, sometimes you're doing it without even knowing about it. According to a new report that's out from Bankrate.com, more than half of Americans with a digital subscription service are paying unwanted fees, sometimes adding up to $50 a month. To Wall Street now, and a quiet start to the week for your money. The Dow barely budging at all on Monday. And the Pittsburgh Steelers aren't playing in the big game this year, but they are winners for something else. According to a new survey out by the personal finance website Wallet Hub, Pittsburgh is the best city in America for football fans. That's taking into account things like ticket prices, stadium accessibility, and overall fan engagement. That's business. I'm Connell McShane.
A mega merger in the sky. Spirit Airlines and Frontier Group will combine in a stock and cash deal valued at more than $6.5 billion. The 2 carriers plan to bring more ultra-low fares to more travelers in more destinations across the U.S., Caribbean, and Latin America. The companies say they'll be serving 145 destinations in 19 countries and will create 10,000 direct jobs by 2026. A push for Peloton. Reports say both Amazon and Nike are interested in buying the fitness tech company. A Peloton investor has been pushing the company to change management and look for buyers. The Financial Times says Amazon and Nike have not held any talks with Peloton, and the discussions are preliminary. Ford is suspending or cutting production at some of its plants beginning this week because of chip shortages. 8 plants are involved in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. Toshiba says it will split into 2 companies and will sell its Toshiba Carrier unit to Carrier Group for $877 million. The company has been dealing with accounting irregularities and other problems. And Chanel is hiking the price of its classic flat purse by $3,000. The French fashion house citing changes in production costs and raw materials as well as exchange rate fluctuations. For more stories, log on to foxbusiness.com. In New York, I'm CJ Papa.
All right, everybody, and as we continue our coverage of Frontier and Spirit Airlines merging, I do want to bring you this live look from Philadelphia International Airport. You can actually see a Spirit plane right there in front of you on the tarmac. Our Fox 35 Orlando's very own Holly Bristow actually spoke with an expert about what these potential changes mean for passengers. So let's get that information here on Live Now from Fox.
A major merger taking flight. Low-cost carrier Frontier Airlines is in the works to buy Spirit Airlines. Dr. Dean Headley, co-author of the Airline Quality Review, calling this move inevitable.
Smaller carriers today need to be larger in scale and complementary route structures in order to compete with the bigger airlines like American, United, and Delta.
Professor Addie Millman teaches at UCF's Rosen College of Hospitality Management. He says this is a move in the right direction.
Low-cost airlines and ultra-low-cost airlines have increased their presence not only in North America but worldwide.
Right now, the airlines compete, flying to many of the same destinations.
You will see most likely a reduction in the number of flights that are available from that merged carrier. So that's probably not good for the consumer.
On the flip side, these experts say reducing the number of daily flights to destinations where both airlines fly now frees up aircraft and crews that could be used to offer service to new destinations.
The major airlines are flying the same routes that the low-cost airlines. Airfares may go down.
Frontier sending out this email to customers saying their merger will result in more low-fare flights. The combined airline flying 1,000 flights daily to 145 destinations.
Consolidation is the name of the game now, and efficiencies in the operation ultimately help the consumer, but it's done at first to help the airlines.
Meanwhile, in other business-related news this morning, we are just a couple of days away, literally less than a week away from Valentine's Day. And if you're planning to give flowers for a loved one, you may be expecting to pay more. Fox's Giovanni Carrillo has this story this morning.
The season of love is here. Soon, millions of Americans will be out spoiling their better halves with flowers, stuffed animals, chocolates, and more.
Just make people happy. That's for me, that's what it's all about.
That was Michael Mireles, a florist in Las Cruces. He says this act of love will be hurting people's wallets, from red roses to white daisies and even lilies. Portland florists say prices for flowers are going up.
At a real flower shop, you can expect to pay anywhere from an extra $10 to even up to $50 more for just 1 dozen of roses.
Over at Beninice's Flowers and Quince in East El Paso, the owner says this flower arrangement is regularly $70. This year, it's closer to $100.
Due to the shortage of supply, the costs have been going up.
Florists tell me a lack of workers, bad weather, and an increase in demand during Valentine's Day will spike up the price for these blooms.
Supply chain issues have been exacerbated by COVID, by lack of production. Demand is pretty high for anything and everything. It's just a combination of all those things.
Mireles tells me the demand this season has been so high, he's deciding to stop taking new orders nearly a week before the holiday.
Yeah, because I can only take so much. I know I'm up to 14 deliveries already. Too old for all that chaos anymore. I like to keep everything under control.
The season of love is here.
All right, everybody. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. I do want to let you know that we are continuing to monitor this feed from Rochester, Michigan, where James and Jennifer Crumbley, who are the parents of alleged Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley, will be in court any moment now for a preliminary exam, and we're expected to get an idea of what evidence the prosecution is going to use in this case. So we do have some people slowly trickling in. We'll continue to monitor this feed for you. But in the meantime, some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to shift our focus back to some crime-related news. We had our very own Daytona Everett speaking with a former police officer about the no-knock policies that are now under scrutiny and question after the shooting death of Amir Locke in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So we'll have that segment for you here after this quick break, and we'll continue to monitor this feed for you. All right, everybody, you're watching Live Now from Fox. Just within the last 2 minutes, we officially have attorneys and other members of the press and other onlookers officially inside this courtroom in Rochester, Michigan, where James and Jennifer Crumbley, the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley, are expected to appear in this courtroom any moment for a preliminary exam. And we actually are expected to get an idea of what evidence the prosecution is going to use in this case. Now, for the first time in a month, James and Jennifer will both be in court, where evidence and testimony from witnesses are going to be given during this preliminary exam. I do not know why this shot is kind of shaky here, but I do have a... Oh, there we go. Okay, and it looks like we've got everybody beginning to take their seat. But anyways, for the first time in a month, James and Jennifer Crumbley are going to appear in this courtroom, where evidence and testimony from witnesses are going to be given during a preliminary exam. Now, the parents of Ethan Crumbley were both charged shortly after the shooting at Oxford High School that killed those 4 students and injured several others. It's the first time they were in court since the prosecution requested the court order of them stopping communication non-verbally in court. Last week, prosecutor Karen McDonald's office released a statement calling their actions, quote, a serious distraction and traumatic for the family members of the victims involved in the shooting. It does look like we've officially got the judge taking her seat, so let's listen in. Live, raw, and unfiltered. It does look like they are having some issues with the feed here from this camera inside the courtroom. It does look like this shot is frozen on the judge. I'm going to give it just about another minute here before I step in myself, but hopefully that feed and connection will correct itself. Still hoping this feed will correct itself, everybody. Again, we do have our Fox 9 Minneapolis team inside of this courtroom in Rochester, Michigan. I do want to play for you some video. Now, this is not live. This is just video that we've gotten in the last couple of weeks as the Crumbleys have appeared in court. I'm keeping a very close eye on this live shot that we've got from inside of the courtroom. We were getting audio, which was interesting, but we did not get the feed after it froze on the judge there. So this is the first time in a month that we are going to see James and Jennifer Crumbley in court. And as you see this video showing you right now, there have been several instances where they were mouthing to each other, "I love you," trying to communicate in the most non-verbal way possible. Well, just last week, prosecutor Karen McDonald's office released a statement calling these actions, quote, a serious distraction and traumatic for the family members of the victims involved in the shooting. So we are going to get a preliminary exam today. So what exactly is that? Well, a preliminary exam is when a judge hears evidence presented by the prosecution. This includes documents, physical evidence, and witness testimony. The prosecution presents the evidence, but according to Fox 2 Detroit's Charlie Langton, this is actually a hearing that's used by the defense to find out what evidence the prosecution has and how well the witnesses will testify at trial, assuming that this goes to trial. Now, the judge then decides what evidence will be allowed and if the suspects are bound over for trial. And most cases are bound over, and Langdon also said he fully expects James and Jennifer to be sent to trial. Now, Ethan's parents were both charged 2 days after, on Friday, December 3rd, with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter each. So that's 2 days after that initial shooting that claimed the lives of 4 students and injured several others. The prosecutor said, quote, the parents were the only individuals in the position to know the access to the weapon. The gun seems to have been just freely available to that individual. So it does look like we may have gotten the feed back for a moment here. It may have frozen again. Some connection issues definitely happening over there in Rochester, Michigan. Again, we do have our Fox 9 Minneapolis team inside of this courtroom. All right, everybody, we are back live here in Rochester, Michigan. It does look like this feed got itself together here, and we've officially got James Crumbley walking into court, being escorted by the sheriff out there, and this feed is doing a little dance again for us. So we are going to continue monitoring this here. I'm going to give it another minute to kind of catch itself up here. But if it continues to stay a little wonky, we'll try to see if there's another way for us to get this to you. This is coming from our Fox 2 Detroit team out there. So we will be in touch with them about some of these issues. And it looks like it did correct itself. So let's hope it stays that way, and let's listen in live.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of the people.
Thank you, Judge. Mark Keese on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley. For the purpose of exam and today, I am going to represent Ms. Crumbley, and my partner is going to represent Mr. Crumbley so that we can keep our arguments clean and separate. Good morning, Your Honor. Marielle Lehman on behalf of James Crumbley. So just for clarification, in terms of any cross-examination and direct examination, Ms. Smith, you will be taking cross-examination and direct examination for Ms. Crumbley only, and Ms. Lehman will be doing it for Mr. Crumbley. That's correct, Your Honor. Okay.
Judge, if I may, just regarding that aspect, we have discussed potential conflicts every hearing. I do believe that is appropriate for defendants, as well as defense counsel, to acknowledge a potential conflict and place that waiver on the record if there is one.
I have made the record of that at each appearance, and I'm planning on doing it today as well. Again, as both of you have been aware, and I've made both of you aware of the fact there's potential for a conflict of interest in this case due to the fact that your attorneys are representing you, and they are attorneys and counsel in the same firm. Ms. Crumbley, do you understand any potential conflict that might exist with both of these attorneys representing both you and your husband? Yes. And Mr. Crumbley?
Yes.
Ms. Crumbley, knowing that potential conflict, are you willing to waive any conflict that may exist and proceed today with Ms. Smith representing you here for purposes of the preliminary examination? Yes. Mr. Crumbley, what about you? Are you willing to waive any potential conflicts that exist with having Ms. Lehman representing you, knowing that Ms. Smith is representing Convoy?
Yes. Yes.
All right. Before we move forward, we've got a couple of motions that were filed. For the record, today is the date and time set for the preliminary examination in this case. The attorneys have had the opportunity to meet with each other regarding some of the exhibits. Is there still the necessity to address that motion? The motion to adjourn, Your Honor.
The motion to adjourn and the basis for the reason for the adjournment.
Yes, there is. And Ms. Lehman is going to argue that motion.
Good morning, Your Honor. The defense did file a motion for a more compressed witness list and to adjourn. We have reviewed the discovery that we received from the prosecution at the time. Your Honor, may I remove my mask?
You can take it as long as everybody's comfortable with it.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the time of filing our motion, there were a number of materials that we had not received from the prosecution. Since filing the motion, the prosecution has elected to provide additional discovery to us on February 1st, February 2nd, February 3rd, and February 4th. We did again ask the prosecution to provide us with a more specific witness list. The original witness list that was provided was approximately 30 witnesses. We asked for a shorter witness list. The prosecution provided us with a list of 16 witnesses. We did ask them for more specifics regarding their witnesses so that we could better focus our attention on preparing with our clients and also preparing ourselves for the preliminary examination today. In reviewing the materials that were provided on February, I believe, 2nd and February 4th, we learned that there were some materials that had not been provided by the prosecution to us, specifically regarding one of the witnesses that they expect to take the longest today, and that's Detective Wobrowski. We have met with the prosecution. The prosecution indicates that it sounds that they do have the materials that have not been provided to us, but they have not provided them. It's been, Your Honor, we have not been able to review their report specifically created by the detective, video specifically created by the detective. It's our understanding that those reports may or may not be used today, but that doesn't mean that they don't contain information that could be relevant to the defense. And Your Honor, in the amount of discovery that has been provided to us by the prosecution so far, there are at least 67 hours of recordings. As we've made the court aware, in order to have in-person visits with our clients, we have to obtain a court order for each visit. We have to obtain a negative PCR COVID test at least 72 hours before the visit, or I'm sorry, no more than 72 hours before the visit. And we have to schedule the in-person visit with our clients. We were able to successfully schedule 2 visits with our clients last week. However, we have not been able to review all of the recorded discovery, even all of the recorded discovery specific to some of the witnesses today, because there were other materials and matters that we needed to discuss. If we do want to visit with our clients, Your Honor, as I'm sure the court is aware, if we don't do it in person, it's done through a software, which quite frankly, Your Honor, has failed us more times than it hasn't. And we're also limited in time on those visits. We're limited to half an hour at a time, and we can't schedule multiple visits back to back. So, Your Honor, it's obviously been very difficult to prepare for this examination with the amount of discovery that the prosecution has provided. And the amount that the prosecution has provided that's relevant to our clients is also varied within the amount of discovery that they've provided to us. So, Your Honor, even though we've taken a number of steps to effectively prepare for our preliminary exam today, we do still have concerns that there are things that we are missing. We just had a conversation about text messages that we haven't seen, Your Honor. So the prosecution has indicated that they may have an explanation for why we haven't seen them, but we do still have concerns, Judge. And today even the prosecution indicated that their list is even shorter than the 16 that they provided to us as recently as last Friday. So, Judge, the police reports that we reviewed indicate that there are dates with which law enforcement has provided over 100 gigabytes of data to the probably over 200 gigabytes of data to the prosecutor's office, and we've received that data sometimes weeks later. So, Judge, we do have concerns about the material that's been provided to us. We do have concerns that we're missing material that will be relevant to the preliminary examination. And we can't be effective without being able to review everything, Judge. So we are asking that the court adjourn the preliminary examination for these reasons.
Response.
Thank you, Judge. We just spent 45 minutes meeting with defense counsel. Defense counsel indicated that everything in this binder that we put together for the court as well as defense has been turned over. Now, just a few minutes ago, Ms. Smith approached me and said there was a text thread that she didn't think she had or may have been deleted. Our expert in computer crimes is going to testify regarding how a user may or may not delete things and how it can be exported from a Cellbrite system. That's not new information, Judge. We have turned over everything in an unprecedented fashion. By way of example,
All right, everybody. It does appear that they are having some issues with the feed coming from inside that courtroom in Rochester, Michigan. And it does look like we just got it right back. So let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
We are following the rules. We're following court rules. We're following all rules of discovery. We are ready to proceed today. The information that counsel just referenced regarding Detective Argowski, that's something called call detail records. We've already indicated we're not going to admit that at the exam. And those call detail records have been turned over to defense. Now, Judge, we have turned over everything that we possibly could have. We are ready to proceed today. And like I said, the prosecution has been following all those court orders.
Thank you. All right, the defendants did file an emergency motion to compel witness list or in the alternative to adjourn the preliminary examination on February 2nd, 2022. The court has had the opportunity to review the motion, the response. Also did have a discussion with both attorneys relative to the nature of the discovery that had been turned over and what had not been turned over and or they believed had not been turned over. The court did allow both all attorneys to meet prior to beginning today's hearing for approximately 45 minutes to go over all that discovery. In addition, the court adjourned this preliminary examination for approximately 6 weeks because it did acknowledge and understand that the discovery in this case would most likely be voluminous. Having taken all those measures, the court finds that there's sufficient evidence that has been turned over to the defense attorneys at this point in time, that their good cause does not exist to adjourn the exam again. If there's a good likelihood that this exam will not complete today and that it may need to go into another date and time. So having taken all those factors into consideration, the court is going to deny the motion. The prosecutor also had a motion.
Thank you, Judge. The people filed a motion as well to restrict communications between the defendants during court. It became known to us that during certain Zoom breakout sessions, the defendants were making certain gestures to each other. We're asking this court, through this court's inherent authority, to restrict the communication, Judge. I did file a plea, and I believe it speaks for itself. I do not believe there's an objection to the defense.
Your Honor, the fact that the prosecution wasn't even aware of the communications until they were later told by other people shows that our clients weren't trying to do anything to disrupt the court. All of the communication, they didn't realize it was being broadcasted. They certainly didn't intend to hurt any of the victims from Oxford. On that, we apologize to the court. I already told the prosecution I would tell our clients not to have communications at the table or send messages of I love you at the table. They agreed. There was no reason to file a motion. Our clients will behave. They're not going to do anything like that, and they certainly don't mean to offend anyone.
Thank you. The court has had the opportunity to review and consider the motion that was filed by the prosecutor as well as the oral arguments. I'm going to grant the motion as it relates to in-court proceedings. Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, this is a court proceeding. During the course of any breaks or while maybe I'm looking away or somebody else is looking away, you're not to have communication with each other. It's disruptive and it is disrespectful. Okay? All right, are we ready to begin? Yeah, Your Honor.
May I address the conflict issue for one brief second?
Sure.
I just wanted to add one additional factor. I don't believe it's ever been placed on the record by the defendants that they understand that they're not similarly situated. They have the same charges, but the evidence will be different against one than it is against the other. I think it's important to know and important for the defendants to understand and waive a conflict in that regard as well.
Any response from the defense counsel?
Your Honor, we acknowledge that the cases are different for Mr. Crumbley versus Mrs. Crumbley, and it's part of the reason to make it easy for this court. I'm going to represent Jennifer Crumbley, and Ms. Lincoln is going to represent James for the purpose throughout this hearing. I don't think this is a concern the prosecution needs to be raising. We're very aware of the, at least, evidence that we believe will be.
And I'll just confirm with the defendants again. Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, starting with Mrs. Crumbley, do you understand that there's potential that you have different interests and you are not necessarily on an even par with each other in terms of what your issues may be, which again could lead to a potential conflict of interest? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And knowing that, do you still want to proceed today with these attorneys?
Yes.
Mr. Crumbley, do you understand that?
Yes.
And do you still want to proceed today with these attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and proceed. Go ahead and call your first witness.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. We do have two very quick preliminary matters. First, we asked the court to have a sequestration order, and make that even more explicit only because there are witnesses who can view the court proceedings from outside of the courtroom with the live streaming. So we would ask that every witness be instructed there not to view the other witnesses and for sequestration.
Okay, that's a good point. Do they have phones on them? I believe so. The witnesses are, to my knowledge, all the witnesses have been sequestered. The only witnesses that might be in the courtroom is the first witness. Is that correct? I'm going to take a minute and have the prosecutor and the deputy advise the other witnesses that they are not to view anything on their phones. Their phones should be off. Policy from the Supreme Court is that if they're in the common areas of the courthouse, they can have their phones, they can have them on. In the courtroom, you cannot. So I am going to direct that they turn their phones off until after they leave the courthouse.
And then, Your Honor, just another issue which doesn't have anything to do with prosecution. In light of some of the new information that we've been given this morning, myself and my co-counsel need to communicate with our clients by writing notes. My client cannot write with the belly chains. Can she please have a hand-free and Mr. Crumbley have a hand-free so that they can write back and forth to us? It will allow us to be able to communicate with them without having to disrupt the proceedings and stop them. Because we did receive some different information than what we've received prior to today's hearing.
Okay, I'm going to defer to the Sheriff's Department. Any issues with that?
Your Honor, due to their mask status, I don't feel comfortable removing their hands from the belts.
I'm sorry?
Because of their status, their maximum security status, I don't feel comfortable removing the cuffs from their hands.
Okay, the problem is, I'm just trying to figure out how we can, she hold the pad on her lap. And I will give you a moment in between if you need to confer with them. Okay.
All right. It might take us several moments as we go through the exhibit.
Yes. So. You just have everything on keep the legal pad on your lap, and if you can, I know I don't have anything that the table doesn't go over, so it doesn't give you an opportunity to kind of slide underneath there.
Your Honor, is it possible, and I guess this would be a question for the deputies, is it possible just to handcuff them without the belly chains, that way they're still cuffed?
No, that wouldn't be possible, Your Honor. They need to remain in what they're brought in.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
They need to remain in what they're brought in.
In the belly chain?
Yes.
Okay. All right, first witness.
Your Honor, the prosecution calls Kira Pennant to the stand.
Okay, ma'am, if you'll please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear any testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Okay, if you'll have a seat. I'm just going to go over a couple of things with you real quickly. I'm going to have you scoot up as close to those microphones as you can. If at any time you feel comfortable enough and you want to remove your mask, you can do so. I also am going to ask you to keep your voice up so that we can all hear you and speak clearly, and make sure you are verbalizing all responses. Don't shake your head or say uh-huh or because the court recorder can't record that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, can you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Kira Pennock, K-I-R-A-P-E-N-N-O-C-K.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Kira, you may also remove your jacket if you're more comfortable.
Okay.
Yes. It's cold in here, but I don't think it's cold.
All right, Kira, can you tell the court how old you are?
I am 25.
And can you tell the court what your occupation is?
I run a horse farm. I give lessons and board horses.
And do you own the farm?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the judge what that entails?
We have some boarded horses, so people pay us to take care of their horses. We feed the horses, we water them, we turn them outside, and then we also offer training services where we put training on horses or give riders lessons.
So how does the business generate income?
The boarding side of the business covers, you know, the expenses of, you know, the feed and water, the necessities for the horses, and then it also covers the care. So we have some workers that help to keep the business going because we have a lot of horses.
Okay, without giving the specific address, what town or township or city is the farm located in?
Metamora.
Okay. And Kira, do you know Jennifer and James Crumbley?
I do.
Do you see them in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you point to Jennifer Crumbley or tell me what something she's wearing?
She is right here in the front. She is wearing a mask and glasses.
Okay. Judge had asked that the court take notice that the witness has identified Jennifer Crumbley.
No objection. So noted.
And do you see James Crumbley in the courtroom here today?
I do.
And can you tell us what he's wearing?
He is on the far end and he is wearing orange. He has a mask on and glasses.
All right. Judge, can you take notice that she's properly identified James Crumbley?
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor, noted.
Kira, who do you know better, James or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
And when did you meet her?
I met her a few years ago, and I met her through the horse world. She had a horse at the time.
All right. When you say a few years ago, we need to know, if all possible, what year was that?
I do not recall the exact year.
Was it more than 3 years ago?
I do not believe so.
Okay. When you met her, did you own your business at the time?
No, I did not.
So how did you meet her?
I have some friends that were familiar with the barn that she had her horse going to.
Okay. At the time, did she have one horse or two?
One.
And what was the name of the horse?
Shorty.
Okay. And currently, how many horses did the Crumbleys or do the Crumbleys own?
They have two.
Okay. And at some point, another horse was purchased?
Yes, the second horse was purchased earlier in 21.
Okay. And what's the second horse's name?
Billy.
And do you know how that purchase was made and in what circumstance?
That was an online purchase. She had the horse shipped to Michigan.
And did she tell you why or how that happened?
She was looking for a new horse that she could do some jumping on, as Shorty had an injury where he could not be jumping. So she happened to find this horse online, and she purchased him to be shipped up here.
Did she tell you how that occurred?
She was drinking that night and said that she made a purchase.
Okay. How do you know she was drinking?
She had told me.
What exactly did she say? Did she say she was intoxicated or she'd been drinking?
She said that she was drinking.
Okay. And did she tell you how much the horse cost?
She said the horse cost $5,000.
All right. And you're telling your testimony is that happened in 2021?
Yes.
Of what month approximately? Was it after you owned the business?
No, this was at a different boarding facility.
Okay. So do you know about what month it was purchased?
The horse ended up showing up in February.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly when the actual purchase happened, though.
Okay. At some point, both of the horses were boarded with you, correct?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
Both horses ended up becoming boarded with me in June to the July time period of 21.
Okay. And can you tell me what services, if any, have you offered James and Jennifer Crumbley with regard to your business?
We have boarded their horses, so we take care of them, and then we were also giving lessons to both of them and putting training on their horses.
Okay, so how much per horse does it cost to board and feed per month?
The board price for the pasture board that they were on is $400 a month.
$400 per month per horse?
Yes.
Okay, and then in addition, you said that you were giving lessons.
Yes.
Who were you giving lessons to?
I was giving lessons to both Jennifer and James, but then ended up more so just giving lessons to Jennifer, as I don't specialize in the Western riding.
Okay, and your testimony is you opened your business in June. So how many lessons approximately per week was the goal for Jennifer?
The goal was about 3 lessons a week.
Okay. How long are those lessons, Kira?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
And how much do they cost?
They cost $35.
Okay. And then did James also have lessons every week?
No, he did not take lessons every single week, but he would take lessons on occasion.
Okay. About how much time, let's just narrow it down from June until November, how many days a week would you see the Crumbleys?
I would say they would be out there about 3 to 4 days a week.
3 to 4 days a week, just during the week or on the weekend as well?
Both week and weekend. Usually I would only see them 1 day on the weekend.
And for about, when they came to the barn, what did they do? And how long did it take?
They would groom their horses and tack them up and ride them, and then cool them down and put them away.
Okay.
And that usually took about 3 hours.
Okay. Did either one of them have jobs at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what they did?
I do not know exactly what job they had.
Do you know what their hours were?
I do not.
About what time did they arrive during the day?
They would usually come around 5 o'clock on the weekdays, and then weekends they would usually come around like between 9 and 11 in the morning.
Did they, for the most part, come together?
Yes.
Okay. Did their son ever come with them?
I have not seen their son at my farm.
Okay, and that would be since June?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him?
I have seen him maybe once or twice.
And that would be at the previous barn?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying it was 3 to 4 times a week, probably around 5 o'clock, about 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did the horses ever require any care other than just boarding and feeding and grooming?
Yes. Sometimes we've had to put like ointments or take care of them if they injured themselves or need some type of vet care.
Okay,
and, along with holding them for the farrier to do their feet.
For those of us in the world that aren't exactly sure what a farrier is, can you tell the court what that is?
Basically a person that does a pedicure for a horse. They can put shoes on a horse, and they just make sure that the horse stays sound enough for either riding or pasture, even if a horse can't be ridden. And that's a regular service that needs to be done.
How often does it need to be done?
Every 6 to 8 weeks.
And did the Crumbleys provide that to their horses?
Yes.
Okay. The farrier would go to the barn?
Yes.
Okay. About how much does it cost every time the farrier visits each horse?
For their horses, it was about $130 each horse.
Okay. And then if the horse needed assistance because it was injured or sick, whose responsibility is it to get veterinary care?
It is the owner's responsibility to pay for the care from the vet, and also most of the, like if it's very involved care, they should be the ones doing it, but we do offer the services of, putting ointment on a horse's wounds as just.
And so for the most part, did James and Jennifer make sure that was done?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. I asked you before if you'd ever seen their son since you started your business, and you said?
I have not seen him more than maybe once or twice.
Okay. Do you know why he didn't come to the barn with his parents for 3 hours, 3 to 4 times a week?
I was told that he didn't really want anything to do with the horses.
Who told you that?
Jen did.
Okay. Would you consider Jennifer a friend?
I would.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever become aware of any marital issues?
She has mentioned some things in the past.
Like what?
She had mentioned.
I would object
Hold on a
to
second.
her relevance.
Your Honor, according to MRE 401 and People versus Mills, which is a Michigan Supreme Court in 1995 case, evidence is relevant if it's material or probative. At issue here is defendant's duty to protect the community from intentionally harming someone by willful disregarding of clear signs of danger. What they did, what they didn't do, how they spent their time, what they exposed their son to, all is probative and material, and I believe it is relevant, Your Honor.
The court is going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
She had mentioned that she had found some information of she thought that James was cheating on her, looking up singles in the area online, but then Ethan had...
Hold on one moment.
Yeah.
Do you know approximately when that was? Did she tell you that?
I do not recall exactly.
Was it since
when.
June?
Yes.
Was it warm outside or cold outside?
It was warm outside.
Okay, so summer of 2021?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, and what was her reaction to that?
She was very upset.
And did she tell you what she did as a result of it?
She confronted James about it, and James had said that he didn't do that. And then Ethan had come forward and said that he was the one that was looking these up online.
Okay, so did she tell you that then Ethan was aware of this accusation of dad cheating?
I do not recall if she said that he knew about it.
Okay, what was your general impression of Jennifer?
I did not have any issues with her.
How would you describe her?
I really liked how dedicated she was to the horses, and she had aspirations of doing some competitions in the summer during show season, and she had always treated me and everybody else with respect at the barn.
Okay, and did she talk about her son very much?
Not a whole lot.
Did she ever talk about anything positive about her son?
I don't recall her outright saying anything super positive. She really just didn't talk a whole lot about him.
Did she ever express anything concerning about her son?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that he did not have any friends, that he only had one friend, and he spent a lot of time online or playing games. But he just seemed to keep to himself.
Did she have a word to describe that?
Not really. She thought that it was weird that he wasn't out doing things like a normal kid.
Did she call him weird?
What did you say?
Did she call him weird?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time, do you remember the time frame she told you that he didn't have any friends?
I do not remember the time.
Okay. Did she consider him a normal?
No.
How do you know?
Just how she really didn't talk a lot about him, and when she would talk about him, it was just, you know, oh, he doesn't do normal kid things.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Jennifer or James on November 30th?
Yes.
Of 2021. Okay. Did either one of them, to your knowledge, go to the barn on that day?
James had gone that morning to put some ointment on Billy's legs.
What was wrong with Billy's legs?
Billy has something called mud fever or scratches. It's a fungus that sometimes will grow on a horse's legs, and it causes scabs, and it's pretty painful.
And did the Crumbley seem concerned about Billy's legs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know James was there? Did you see him?
I did not see him, but some of the other people at my farm saw him there.
Okay. Did you have a conversation at all, either on the phone or via text, with Jennifer?
About
anything on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you know James was there, was he there in the early morning, in the afternoon? Do you have any idea what time it was?
I do not know exactly when. I just know that it was in the morning.
Because you saw that the salve was on Billy's legs?
Yes.
And what time did you notice that?
That was probably around noon.
Okay. So did you ever see Jennifer that day?
I did not.
Okay. But you spoke, what did you do, text her or call her?
Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And did you often communicate with her through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Is that something you use normally? Is there a reason why versus text?
It seems to be a lot easier for people to just message through Facebook.
Okay.
I'm not totally sure why. I don't really use my phone
okay.
much, so.
All right, Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. Okay, Kira, I'm approaching with an exhibit, People's Proposed 6 exhibit. There's approximately 28 pages.
Yes.
And can you tell the court what that is?
These are the messages that morning of November 30th.
And who are they messages between?
Between myself and Jennifer.
And it's Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the court when the messages start and when they end?
The messages start at 10:18 a.m. on November 30th. And the messages end, I am not totally sure date-wise of when they end here. There is no date on these, but I know that
okay, if you can take a look at the last couple pages, the last date that you see.
It just says Thursday as the last one that I can see.
Okay, and where did you, I'm giving those to you, but where did those come from? Do you know?
These messages, they came from my phone.
Okay, and how did they get to the sheriff's department?
I had sent screenshots of my messages.
Because they asked you to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jennifer have a lesson planned that Tuesday, November 30th?
Yes, she did.
And what time was it supposed to be?
Well, initially it was supposed to be around like 4:30, and then we had to push it because she said that she couldn't make it out.
Okay, we'll get to that. So aside from the lesson, there was also a big concern about Billy's legs and what did you call it, mud fever?
Yes.
Okay. Would you rate the concern of the Crumbleys pretty high about mud fever? Is that something really serious that a horse can get?
It is not super serious, but it's definitely something that needs to take care of. Needs to be taken care of. But with Billy's legs, it was just unusual for his legs to swell up. They became swollen, and it was all 4 legs when the mud fever was only on 2 of them. So that was a little concerning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your Honor, I move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 6. I believe defense counsel's had a chance to look it over and does not have an objection.
No objection, Judge.
All right. May I publish to? Yes. Sorry. May I publish to the monitor or my assistant, Mr. Keith? Okay. Kira, can you see the monitor?
Yes.
Okay. And can you read? Are your comments in black or are they in blue?
My comments are in blue.
Okay, so it says November 30th at 10:18. Can you read that first text message that you sent that day?
Boys are needing supplements for tonight, and Shorty lost the bell boot again.
Okay, and then at 10:58 there was a response from Jennifer, and can you read what she responded?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day.
Did you know what that was about?
I did not know then what that was about.
Okay. And what did you, based on her describing it as shit day, what was your impression?
That something probably happened, that, you know, her son was having problems at school.
Has she ever told you in the past that she's gone to her son's school?
She has mentioned that she has gone to the school, but I don't recall when.
Okay. What did you respond at 11:13, Kira?
I responded with, "Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do a lesson tonight?"
And her response?
"Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else, but he was caught drawing this on a math assignment today."
Okay, who's Tank? Do you know?
Tank was their dog.
Okay. And did you know about the loss of the dog recently and the friend leaving, the one friend he had leaving?
Yes.
Okay. And then she texts you a picture of looks like a math worksheet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at it closely then?
I looked at it after I happened to open it and see it that day.
And what was your response to that?
Well, my response.
Wait, I didn't ask that well. What was personally your response to it? What did you think?
I was alarmed. I thought that was not normal for.
What was alarming to you about it?
All of the violence all over the page. It just didn't really seem like something that a kid would do on a test in school.
Okay. Were you aware that the Crumbleys owned guns?
Yes.
Were you aware that they purchased a gun for their son?
I did not know the gun was for their son.
Do you follow her on social media?
I do.
Did you view a post about taking her son to Mother's Sunday and an early Christmas present? Did you see that post?
I had seen it, but I'm not sure exactly when. I don't really spend a lot of time on social media.
Okay. Me neither. Okay, so you said you were 24, correct?
25.
25, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And you're not a parent?
No.
But you were really alarmed about that?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after she texted you? What was the next text that came through?
The next text was, as long as I can get out there early enough.
So this is from Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit and read that text?
Yeah. As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3 o'clock, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan being there, plus the vet said it's better for him to move around and keep it circulating, going while he's dealing with the mud fever. Good times.
Good times. Okay, so it's your understanding based on the text messages that she'd already met with the school?
Yes.
Okay. And she's texting you about mud fever now?
Yes.
All right. What was the next text that came through?
I said, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo.
And who were you talking about? Who's he?
Ethan.
Okay. And then what did you say after that?
Said, whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
Okay. And what was the response?
Okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming out with me tonight. James is working. He can't be left alone.
So he can't be left alone. Who did you understand her to be talking about?
I understood her to be talking about Ethan.
And you stated what?
I said that, or does he want to ride?
And her response?
And she said, I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And you're suggesting Mo?
Yes.
Who I assume is a horse you own?
I do not own him. He is
Okay.
boarded at our facility.
All right. And your suggestion was what?
Make it a family event coming out to the barn. Really, though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
And what did Jennifer say?
He needs something.
And then what else?
I said, let's make him a cowboy. And Jen had responded, LOL, mom, goals for real.
All right, Kira, you know what happened on November 30th, don't you?
Yes.
When did you hear about it?
I heard about it when I got a call from one of my students' moms.
About what time was that?
That was in the early afternoon. I don't recall exactly what time.
Do you know people and kids that were in that school that day?
I do.
How many?
I know one for sure, which is one of my students, and I know some of the other kids, not personally, but that were in the school also.
Okay. When you heard about the shooting, was it public who was responsible for it?
It was not.
What was your thought?
Made me think that it was him.
Okay. You hear again from Jennifer that day. What was the time?
I had heard.
What was the next text?
Oh, Kira, I won't be there tonight.
And that came in at 2:36 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And your response?
It's okay. Want me to work Billy for you?
And she says what?
Yes, please.
And then it looks like the next communication was from you at 2:58, and you
Yes.
stated what?
I just brought him in.
Now you're texting her a photo. I assume that's Billy.
Yes.
Did you text photos back and forth about the horse frequently?
Sometimes I would say that most of our conversations were related to the horses.
Okay. And you don't hear anything back until what time?
I don't hear anything back from her until Tuesday at 4:42, and she had responded, I need to sell my horses stat.
Okay. So you, that day, asked her if everything was okay. I heard there was a shooting in Oxford. Is Ethan okay? And then you again reach out at 4:21, correct?
Yes.
And you don't hear back from her until
Tuesday at 4:42.
So the same day, and
Yes.
she's saying, I need to sell my horses stat.
Yes.
Okay. Did she go on to talk about why she needed to sell her horses?
No.
Okay. Eventually, did you continue working this out with did she want you to help her sell the horses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
I am still currently trying to help sell them.
Okay. Again, I believe that the drawing and the math worksheet is stipulated to, and that is people's proposed. Mr. Peace is going to tell me 7. So I move for the admission of that.
No objection, judgment be admitted.
And that is the. Okay. Should I publish? Could I publish this on the screen, just so that we know there's 2 versions of that worksheet? So I want to make sure we're. Okay. Kira, the conversations that occurred afterwards you seemed compassionate for Jennifer at the beginning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and why were you?
I wanted more information on what happened.
Okay. And you stated a couple times in the exhibit, the conversations, just be honest.
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
I wanted her to be honest about anything and everything. I'm a very truthful person, and I think that the truth is much better than a lie.
Okay. Did you suspect, what was the reason you suspected that she might not be honest? Was there something that you were concerned about?
Your Honor, I would object that this calls for speculation, and also the question is presuming facts that were not in evidence prior to the question.
Response.
I'm not exactly sure what the objection is, but I can move on. So at some point, did you stop communicating with her?
I tried to still talk to her, but the conversations got fewer and far between.
Okay. Did Jennifer ever mention taking Ethan to the doctor?
No.
Did she ever talk about him needing to get a physical or that he was ill and needed treatment?
I don't recall.
Did James ever talk about that?
No.
Okay. And did you ever hear either one of them talk about getting their son therapy?
No.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. Just real quick, Kira, I understand that your farm is further north. What's the cell coverage like there?
It is better than a lot of other farms, but there are still areas where you don't really get great cell service.
Okay, but you can receive and take calls, receive and make calls.
Yes.
And how about text messages?
Yes.
Okay, and did the Crumbleys both have cell phones with them most of the time, do you know?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you. Kira, what type of cell coverage do you have?
I have Verizon, which seems to be pretty good in that area.
Is it fair to say that you don't know what other cell phones, like companies, how good the access is?
I do not know.
Are there parts of the farm where people complain they can't get messages or talk on the phone?
Some areas you can, some people get service, and then other areas some people don't. So it's inconsistent.
Sorry, I interrupted you. How big is the farm?
The farm is on 51 acres.
And in addition to the farm, there's a separate place where you do classes. Is that correct? Or what is Groveland?
Groveland was the barn that we had previously boarded at. I boarded my horses there, and Jen had her horses there.
Is Groveland where you met Jen?
No, I met her at the previous farm before then.
Okay, so you guys were at the previous farm before then. You were both at Groveland, and then Jen went on to board her horses at your current barn.
I never boarded my horses at the first barn that I met her at.
That was just where you met her?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you believe you two met in about 2019, is that correct?
I believe it was earlier than that, but I can't say for sure. I don't remember.
It's fair to say that horses and training and what's going on with the horses at the barn, that's the majority of what you and Jennifer talk about, is that correct?
Yes.
Jennifer does not talk to you about when she goes to the doctor herself?
No.
Jennifer doesn't tell you about James's doctor's appointments?
No.
Jennifer never gave you much detail about the names of the people she worked with or what she did at work?
No.
Did Jennifer ever give you details about James, like who he worked with, things he did?
Not a whole lot of detail. I just know that she had said that he has been through a few different jobs.
Okay. And as far as Ethan goes, your testimony was you have not seen him at the barn. Did you ever see Ethan when he would go to Groveland?
I may have seen him once or twice when they were just dropping something off, but it was always a quick visit. I don't know if I've ever actually talked to him in person or over messages or call or anything.
And it's fair to say that you talked to Jen more about horses than Ethan, is that correct?
Yes.
And with respect to Ethan coming, you wouldn't have had a problem if Ethan came that day on November 30th, is that correct?
I would not have had an issue with him coming.
It would have been unusual for Ethan to come to the barn with Jen on the 30th because he didn't normally go with her, is that correct?
Correct.
And on the 30th, when she was planning to bring Ethan, you assumed she was upset about Ethan or had some kind of concern for Ethan, is that correct?
Yes.
Jen also had the option to say to you, I'm canceling the lesson, I'm not going to come, I won't be there, correct?
Yes.
And in her messages to you, it was clear to you that she did not want Ethan to be alone, is that correct?
Yes.
Did Jennifer talk to you about some of the comments on the map paperwork, such as like "my life is useless" or "the thoughts won't stop"? Did Jennifer speak to you about any of the individual comments?
No, she had just sent me the picture.
Were you concerned that Ethan may be suicidal after seeing these notes?
Yes.
Prior to the 30th, when you saw this math note, had you ever been concerned that Ethan would be suicidal?
No.
Had you ever had reason to believe he was homicidal or he would hurt other people?
No.
Had you ever been given reason to believe he was not mentally sound, that he needed professional, medical help?
No.
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are currently listening in live as James and Jennifer Crumbley, who are the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter that happened back on November 30th of last year. They are in court for a preliminary hearing, and we are currently listening in as a woman who knows the parents from a horse farm out in the area where they lived. They bought and boarded horses with this woman. She was also giving them lessons. They were in touch on the day of the shooting, hours before, when they were exchanging text messages, as you saw, between her and Jennifer, talking about how Jennifer just said she was at a school meeting with counselors for Ethan and actually sent this woman the drawings that were found on his exam that was really concerning to teachers and has actually been held as evidence that you saw guns, you saw drawings of blood. So she actually sent a picture to this woman, and this woman said that was not normal. I was very concerned. And then she got word of the shooting and assumed that it was him. And then immediately after, in the following hours, she got a text message saying that they needed to sell their horses stat. Now, the prosecution believes that they immediately started making plans to flee the state once the shooting happened and once their son was arrested, and they believe that they were making plans to sell the horses, that they bought burner phones, and then they went to go hide out in that warehouse where they were later apprehended by authorities. So we are continuing to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered to this preliminary hearing. This is who we are and what we do. Just wanted to give you a brief overview of what you are tuning into if you're just joining our coverage.
One of the other people at my barn has a younger male student, but outside of that, there are no other boys that come out to the barn.
Approximately how many girls are out at the barn on any given day?
I would say between 2 to 4 each day.
2 to 4 each day?
Yes.
And really no boys, is that correct?
Yes.
When people come out to the barn, is it pretty typical, if they have horses there, for them to be out there about 3 to 4 times per week for 3 hours each time?
It depends on each person's situation. Some people will see once a week. Some people will see every single day.
Okay, so there's nothing unusual about 3 to 4 times a week for 3 hours at a time?
Correct.
Okay. And it's not something that you thought was unusual to not see Ethan coming with his mother out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
You certainly don't follow up with other people who have sons that aren't present out at the farm, correct?
Correct.
In the text messages with Ethan, I'm sorry, you said they were Facebook Messenger messages?
Yes, Facebook messages with Jennifer.
Jennifer and you go on, the whole exhibit has been admitted, so the whole packet is admitted.
Yeah.
It's fair to say that beyond what the prosecution showed, after those messages, you and Jennifer communicated about you buying Billy. Is that correct?
Yes, I was planning to buy both Billy and Shorty.
And you talked about buying Billy, Shorty, the tack, other horse-related items?
Yes.
Okay, and you were talking to Jennifer about how the horses could be signed over or what you guys would need to do, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to the comments about the horses, it's fair to say that throughout the texts, you could tell Jennifer was upset.
Yes.
So, for example, when she said, "I'm bawling right now, Kira," how did you take that? What did you take that to mean?
She was upset and she really loves her horses.
And when Jennifer wrote, my son ruined so many lives today, what did you take that to mean?
I took that as he was the shooter at Oxford.
And you reassured her that you'll take care of the horse end for her to take something off her plate, correct?
Yes.
And you reassured her in terms of saying, try to get some rest, you'll need it, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Jennifer thanked you for not judging her unlike the rest of the world. How did you take that?
I didn't really know how to take that.
You did text Jennifer, "I know you and James," correct?
Yes.
And you texted, "This doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault." Is that a message you sent Jen?
Yes.
It sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Yes.
Is that correct? When you said, "This doesn't even remotely make me think it's your fault," what did you mean by that?
I had never gotten the feeling that Jen and James had those types of issues with their son.
So, although you knew a limited amount about Ethan, because Ethan wasn't someone you frequently talked about, you never had the idea that something like the tragedy that happened on 11/30 could happen and Ethan could be responsible for it.
Correct.
You also tried to reassure her, try to stay calm and as collected as you can. Those were some messages you sent in addition to a message that said, just be honest about everything, correct?
Yes.
You also reassured her that you had ridden Billy that day, he was going to be fine, helping alleviate stress on that end for Jen, is that correct?
Yes.
When Jennifer texted you and said, "I wish we had warnings, something, he's a good kid, they made a terrible decision," what did you think after getting that text?
I was thinking there had to have been some type of signs. She had mentioned in the past, that he really didn't have friends. He didn't go out and do fun things, like kids his age.
Well, the text is from her to you saying, "I wish we had warnings, something. He's a good kid, they made a terrible decision." You didn't point out to her things that you thought may have been signs in the past, correct?
Correct.
You actually wrote there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them, correct?
Yes.
And you said hindsight is always 20/20.
Yes.
And we can all agree, looking back, when something bad happens, we look back at what could have prevented it, correct?
Yes.
When Jennifer said he's a good kid, you didn't write back to her anything like, "Well, actually, your son is not a good kid," correct?
Correct.
And although he didn't hang out with friends, you were aware that he had one friend he was particularly close to, correct?
Yes.
And on Facebook, throughout Jen's profile, you said you were social media contact with her, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see pictures of them going camping and taking Ethan places?
I did see posts about them doing things with him.
So there were posts about the family spending time together, camping, going places on the weekend, correct?
Yes.
And You testified that you understood he played a lot of video games, is that correct?
Yes.
And that never struck you as something that was overly problematic, correct?
No.
You had no reason to ever say to John, like, hey, John, wake up, there are signs, or anything like that?
No.
After you were aware that Ethan had been the shooter, you and Jennifer attempted to talk to each other on the phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall that Jennifer said you had to call her through Facebook because she has to use a track phone?
Yes.
At that point, did you and Jennifer have a telephone conversation?
We did not.
Okay, so in the Facebook Messenger thread, when it says, like, you missed a call from JC, I assume JC is Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
And then it says, call me back on Facebook. I'm on a track phone. I need to talk and figure some things out. You and Jennifer didn't have any phone contact at that point?
We did not.
And when Jennifer was on that track phone, she said it would be easier because texting on that phone is hard if you guys could talk, correct?
Yes.
Further down, you continue to let her know that Billy was fine, had a good ride with him, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you became concerned about Jennifer coming.
Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen in to the preliminary hearing where Jason and Jennifer Crumbley are sitting in as a witness. A woman who knew the Crumbley parents from a horse farm is recalling the conversations that they had on the day of the shooting at Oxford High School, following that shooting, and the days after when they contacted her about needing to sell their horses. Now, the prosecution believes that they started making plans to sell these horses to try and leave the state, that they actually withdrew money from their son Ethan's bank account, an amount of $3,000, leaving 99 cents in their son's account, trying to flee the state, according to the prosecution, before they were apprehended a couple of hours later in the Detroit area. It does look like this feed is frozen again from inside of the courtroom in Rochester, Michigan. What I'm going to do is send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll continue to monitor this for you here, and hopefully it will be back in action when we get back. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you here from Orlando, Florida. Wanted to let you know that we are still with you for the last 45 minutes now. We've been listening in live to a preliminary hearing happening in Rochester, Michigan, where the shooting suspect, Ethan Crumbley, in the Oxford High School shooting back on November 30th, his parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, are in a courtroom for a preliminary hearing, and we are currently listening in as a witness takes the stand. Actually, a woman who boarded the Crumbley parents' horses and was in touch with them on the day and in the days following that shooting that claimed the lives of 4 students and injured several others. So it does look like that feed from our Fox 2 Detroit team inside of the courtroom is back in action. So let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
You guys were attempting to put together cash that you were potentially going to pay her for horses, is that correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, the two of you never physically met up, is that correct?
Correct.
So the extent of all of your communications is contained within these 28 pages of Facebook Messenger messages?
Yes.
You already testified there were no phone calls and there was no personal, like, one-on-one contact?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I could just have one moment. I just need my... I have nothing further on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Any questions on behalf of James Crumbley?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pack, did I pronounce that correctly, Pack?
Yes.
Thank you. You testified that you didn't speak to James very often, did you?
Yes.
That's correct, you did not speak to him?
Correct.
And when you did, it was about horses, is that fair?
Yes.
Horse-related matters, correct?
Yes.
He didn't tell you that he had to go to the doctor or anything, right?
No.
He didn't tell you that Jen had been to the doctor?
No.
He didn't talk about Ethan's medical appointments?
No.
So similar to Jen, he kept his communications with you about horses and horse-related matters, is that fair?
Yes.
And you didn't reach out to James after seeing this picture from Jen and say, I'm really concerned about Ethan, right?
I did not.
And you testified previously that your communications with Jen or James, you never were concerned about Ethan, is that fair?
Correct.
There was never anything that you saw that gave you cause to be concerned about Ethan's mental health, right?
No.
And when you did talk to James, it was limited to horses and horse-related matters.
Yes.
So it wasn't strange that he didn't talk about work, right?
Correct.
Or doctor's appointments.
Yeah.
Or Ethan.
Correct.
His relationship with you was because of the horses.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you. Can you redirect?
Briefly. Kira, you just testified that you didn't, I believe the testimony was you kept your conversations to friendly chit chat. Is that right?
Yes.
Except that she did talk to you about her husband having an affair.
She never said that he had an affair. She just had a feeling.
She had a feeling. And she did talk to you about her son being weird.
Yes.
And she did talk to you about the fact that he only had one friend.
Yes.
And she did talk to you about how he didn't like horses.
Yes.
Okay. And in all the time that you've met Jennifer and James and you've known them, how many times have you seen Ethan?
Maybe once or twice.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did both parents have to go to the barn every time for 3 to 4 times a week, 3 hours at a time?
They did not have to go together.
Fair to say, some of that stuff, all of that stuff could have been done by one person.
Yes.
Okay. And when you told Ms. Smith that Jennifer was very concerned, she still did, though, have the time to text you about Billy's mud fever.
Yes.
And arrange the lesson and then cancel the lesson?
Yes.
Okay. And when you said you told her it's not your fault and you know hindsight is 20/20, at that time that you stated that, did you know that that they purchased a gun for Ethan and it was accessible to him?
I did not know that the gun was for Ethan or accessible.
Objection, Your Honor, about accessible. That was
Your Honor, I'm not offering it to prove that it was. I'm asking, did she know?
Sustaining the objection, rephrase the question. Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you know that Jennifer texted Ethan the day before about the ammunition search? LOL, you have to learn not to get caught.
I did not know.
Did you know that that the school told Jennifer and James they needed to get him therapy?
I did not know.
Did you know that when they heard about a shooting, that James went home to look to see if that gun was there?
I did not know that.
Did you know he called 911 and said, my son is the school shooter? He thinks?
I did not know that.
And did you know that Jennifer texted, don't do it, Ethan, don't do it?
I did not know that either.
Nothing further.
Okay, can I step down?
The prosecution calls Andrew Smith, and I believe somebody's going to go.
To do favor, we grab your exhibits out.
Yes.
And you're all set.
She's excused, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you.
Not for Mr. Crumbley, Your Honor, excuse.
I think we invented one that was further down that wasn't that 7 because the screenshots are viewed. There was another one that was further down because the screenshots are viewed. What one is that?
Sir, if you'll please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear in the testimony you're going to give the truth and the integrity of perjury?
Yes.
And please have a seat. Scoot up as close as possible to those microphones. They do amplify your voice along with record your voice. It's very important for you to respond to all questions verbally. Please refrain from nodding your head or saying aha or aha because it's difficult for the recorder to record. Additionally, if you could keep your voice up so everybody can hear you, that would be helpful. I will leave it up to you as to whether or not you're comfortable removing your mask. If you want to remove your mask and you're comfortable doing so, you may. As you can see, we do have plexiglass around the witness stand. Or you can keep it on, okay?
I'll see how it goes. Okay. All right.
Sorry?
I'll see if
it's going to be difficult to hear you.
And then you do need to keep your voice up, though,
okay?
If you could please state and spell both your first and last name for the record.
Andrew Smith, ANDREW SMITH.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Mr. Smith, you're a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you practiced in front of this judge and you're familiar with going to court.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not your
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. And can you tell me what your position is now, though?
I work as Chief Operations Officer for a real estate company.
Okay. And what are your duties?
Manage the operations of the company, of the portfolio of properties.
And how many employees are in the company?
Approximately 700.
All right. Do you know Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Do you know James Crumbley?
No.
All right. Do you see Jennifer Crumbley in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe something she's wearing?
She's wearing the black and white, looks to be prison clothing and a mask.
Can the record reflect that he's properly identified, Mrs. Crumbley, Jennifer Crumbley? When did Jennifer Crumbley begin working for the company?
I think she began working approximately 5 years ago.
And were you her direct supervisor?
I was most recently, but not when she was hired.
Okay, so for how long were you her supervisor? How many years?
Approximately 1.5 years, I think, to 2 years.
All right. What were her responsibilities and title?
She was a marketing director in charge of the marketing for the entire company and the portfolio of properties.
Okay, you have to keep your voice way up.
She was a marketing director for the company.
Okay, and as a marketing director, what does that entail? What what kinds of mediums or services is she overseeing?
Responsible for marketing the property, the asset, responsible for social media, for reviews, ratings, online reviews, website, web-related materials, working with third-party vendors, working with the properties on their internal, external marketing portfolio, things of that nature.
Okay, and the company has all social media?
Yes, we have a large social media platform for the
Instagram?
properties. I believe so, yes, yes.
Facebook?
Yes.
Twitter?
I don't think Twitter.
Okay. So what were Jennifer Crumbley's hours, work hours?
Standard 40 hours a week. I think she came in at 8 o'clock or before, leave around 4 o'clock.
Was that the same every day?
I believe so for the most part, yes.
And in your company, do employees have to choose which hours they work and work the same every day, or is it flexible?
It's somewhat flexible. We want a 40-hour work week, 8-hour days, and we give some flexibility on start time.
And do you allow employees to work from home?
We have when needed, yes.
Has Jennifer Crumbley ever worked from home?
I believe so at times, yes.
Would you describe your company as family friendly?
Yes, very much.
How so?
I think we're very family friendly. If there's ever a need for time for a family issue, it's always been granted.
Okay. Taking you back to November 30th, do you remember that day?
I do.
And do you remember having any contact with Jennifer Crumbley?
I do.
Can you tell the court what was your first contact?
I received a text message from Miss Crumbley that morning at about 10 a.m.
Was it a text or Facebook Messenger?
A text message on a phone.
Is that how you normally communicated with her?
In person, by email, or by phone.
Text or Facebook Messenger is what I'm...
Oh, text message would
Okay.
be, yes, text.
About approximately what time was that, if you know?
I believe 10 a.m.
And what were you doing at the time?
It's driving.
Okay. Your Honor, I think at this point I'd like to approach with people's proposed 8, and I believe there's a stipulation to it. May I approach?
Yes. And that's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Smith, what are you looking at? What did I just hand you?
You handed me what appears to be a text thread from Miss Crumbley.
And who?
Mrs. Crumbley. And me, myself, correct.
Okay, so can you tell the court again exactly what time did you first hear from her?
10:05 a.m.
And you were where at the time?
I was driving my vehicle.
Okay, did you get a good look at the text?
I saw that she texted me while driving that she was going to her child's school to meet with a counselor.
Okay, was that something that she's required to do if she leaves work?
You're supposed to let your supervisor know if you're going to be leaving work, yes.
Okay. And did you respond?
No.
All right, may I publish the exhibit? Okay, so the worksheet, which has also previously been exhibited, entered into evidence, she also attached the math worksheet, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right, and what exactly, can you read the text that she sent?
I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back by 11:30, 12 at the latest.
Okay. And then what was the next communication you had with Jennifer Crumbley?
I believe I saw her at work around noon that day.
Did you take a good look at that worksheet?
I did, but not at that time.
Okay. So you said you saw her later at work. Do you know what time that was?
It was approximately 12 p.m.
Okay. And where did you see her?
I saw her in the copy room in her office.
And just to stop, did you know anything about her son?
No, nothing more than maybe small talk.
Okay. Did she ever talk about her son with you?
Not really, no. Maybe some small talk here and there, but not much at all, no.
Did she talk about anything that she did outside of work?
Very little. She talked about her horses, and she owned horses, and she really enjoyed horses. Maybe vacation here or there, a little travel, but not a lot, no.
Okay. So the next time you saw Jennifer, I'm sorry, you said
You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. You're hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez with you from Orlando, Florida. We are currently listening in to the preliminary hearing happening in Rochester, Michigan, where you could see that people who knew, or who know, I should say, James and Jennifer Crumbley, who are the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter. The incident happening on November 30th of last year, claiming the lives of 4 students. They are being cross-examined by both the prosecution and the defense about conversations and interactions that they had with the Crumbley parents on the day of that shooting, the days before and the days following. So we are going to depart this hearing for just a moment here on Live Now from Fox and touch base on a story that we have also been following the entire morning, actually a breaking news situation that we first brought you yesterday. So we did get word this morning that the shooting suspect at the Fred Meyer grocery store in Richland, Washington was arrested in the early hours of today. So I actually do want to head out live right now. That is where Q13, which is our Fox station out there in Seattle, Washington, their reporter AJ Janavel is joining us live from outside of the jail where this is all happening. And I understand, AJ, that we just got some breaking information about this suspect's booking. So what can you tell us this morning?
Yeah, Regina, good morning. We're learning within the last few minutes that suspect, Aaron Kelly, was booked behind me here at the Benton County Jail just a few hours ago. Right now, he is being held on a $1 million bond. That information coming into us just within the last few minutes.
Now, AJ, for our viewers who are just kind of getting up to speed on this story, earlier this morning we broke the fact that this suspect was arrested. Can you tell us a little bit more information or what we know about the arrest when he was made?
Regina, it was a unique situation. For hours there was a manhunt in this area for this suspect, the person that police are calling a murderer. They had that Fred Meyer taped off throughout the entire day. A concern for this situation, as police were saying, they believe the suspect to still be armed and dangerous. We learned early this morning that suspect, Aaron Kelly, was arrested more than 100 miles away from where we are in Benton County, near the Spokane area of Washington, arrested on the interstate. We're trying to figure out more from police on how that actual arrest went down. But again, 100 miles from this situation where the actual crime happened. Regina?
Yeah, and AJ, this all happened early afternoon yesterday. So what exactly happened inside of that grocery store? I know this investigation is ongoing, but are we learning more details about the moments when this unfolded?
Regina, just a terrifying situation, as you mentioned, this happening during the daytime. So in the middle of the day at a grocery store in this area, Fred Meyer is a busy part of the town. It has a lot of places that you can go and shop. So it's a busy part of this community. And what police say is the suspect went in actually around 11 o'clock in the morning. They say the suspect interacted with one of the employees there. Police don't know what that interaction was regarding, but then they say the suspect started shooting. He hit one of the employees, sending that person to the hospital, and shot and killed another person. That person, we're told by folks who know him, was an Instacart worker. He was in that Fred Meyer, again, a grocery store often. I got a chance to speak to some of the people who worked at that Fred Meyer who knew that victim. His name is Justin Crumbley. What they tell me, Regina, is just he was a bright light in the day, always putting a smile on people's faces, and just a tragic situation that happened. That other victim in the situation taken to the hospital, we're working to get more information on how they're doing, but one glimmer of hope in what has just been a terrible story in this area. As I was speaking to some of the employees at the Fred Meyer, they said that they're all working to donate blood to help out that other employee, that other victim involved in the shooting. Regina?
Yeah, absolutely tragic, as you said, AJ. And, you know, I know that you spoke with people and employees who knew this victim personally, but definitely just such a scary situation for members of the community that were just trying to get their grocery shopping done. I mean, how have people in the community really reacted since this happened yesterday?
I think overall it's a heartbreak when you learn of something like this happening in a community like this one, but also a terrifying situation. As I mentioned, this incident happening at 11 o'clock in the morning. Police weren't able to find this suspect sometime early this morning, so you have more than 12 hours of a manhunt. That police are saying there's a suspect on the loose in this community, a suspect that police said they had run-ins with before, loose, still armed, somewhere in this area. There was concern. There was also that heartbreak because this person killed. This is a smaller community. People know each other. This person killed was a family person. He had his own family. That he was, he's known as an uncle, a brother. The victim's talking about just how heartbroken this victim's sister was. Again, in a situation like this, there's no reason that this should have happened. Police have not released any motive in any capacity. And I think a lot of people in this community are just wondering why something so tragic happened here. Regina?
Yeah, AJ, well, we will definitely stay in touch with you and your team on any new developments. But again, we did have that breaking news this morning as your team reported of that arrest being made, that manhunt over. So thank you so much for keeping our viewers up to speed, and we'll definitely be chatting with you again soon. Have a good day.
You too.
All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head back out to Rochester, Michigan, where more people who knew the Crumbley parents, the two parents facing manslaughter charges after the Oxford High School shooting on November 30th of last year. These are the parents of the alleged shooter. These witnesses, these people who know them taking the stand, really recalling the interactions that were being made days before, during, and after that shooting that unfolded on November 30th, claiming the lives of 4 students. We're going to continue listening in after this quick break. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox, or good afternoon, almost, I should say, for some of you. We are continuing to stay in the live feed that we've got coming from Rochester, Michigan, where James and Jennifer Crumbley, who are the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter, they are in court for a preliminary hearing where right now we have Jennifer's boss on the stand talking about the moments on November 30th when she contacted him after her son allegedly was the shooter inside of the school that eventually claimed the life of 4 students. So I do want to continue listening in live, raw, and unfiltered. Who is on the stand right now is Andrew Smith, and it looks like that they are reviewing text messages between Jennifer and her boss. That is Andrew's role. So let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
No.
why didn't it take place?
With what happened that day was the last thing we were worried about was going to visit a property.
Okay, nothing further.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Shannon Smith. I'm the lawyer representing Jennifer Crumbley. If I ask any confusing questions, please let me know.
Okay.
You testified that the company is family friendly, correct?
Correct.
If people need time off to do things for their children, your company is flexible and allows that to happen.
Yes.
And in terms of with Jennifer Crumbley, you were aware Ethan was her son.
Yes.
And while you didn't discuss Ethan very often, she didn't make it any secret she had Ethan as her son, correct?
No, I knew she had a son named Ethan, yes.
Okay, and did you see that she had photographs of him playing soccer up in her office?
It sounds familiar, yes.
And most of what you and Jennifer talk about in the grand scheme of things is work-related issues, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe Jennifer as being somebody who's very conscientious about her work?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that she's a definite go-getter, wanting to get promotions, wanting to make more money, wanting to get further ahead?
She was definitely professional and very good. She was good at her job and handled herself very well, yes.
The position that she was in on November 30th, that position, I think you said, was Director of Marketing, is that correct?
Correct.
And the director role was actually a newer role for Jennifer. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe she had been in that position for about a year and a half.
Okay, so prior to her being in that position, she was in a lower position and she had worked up to being the director.
Yes.
And it's fair to say Jennifer appears to be a hard worker.
I believe so, yes.
And, okay, so you've been in touch with her and working with her the entire time she's been employed at the company, correct?
She didn't report to me until she became the Director of Marketing, but we would have had interaction before that time, yes.
Okay, thank you. When you were talking to Jennifer and she mentioned she had to go over to the school counselor, you testified that she said something about, I feel like a failure. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
I didn't know. I didn't know. I think she just felt sad about the situation.
Okay. Did she seem nervous or upset, anything like that?
She seemed somewhat down.
Okay. So she left work and she went over to the school. And I believe the text, or you understood, did she tell you she was going to the school, or was it just the text that said I have to go to my kid's school?
I just received the text.
And was it frequent that you would get texts from her that she had to go to the school to see the counselor?
I don't recall any other text regarding a counselor, no.
Was there ever were there other times where Jennifer had to go over and meet with people at the school, as far as you know?
I don't know.
It's fair to say that Jennifer having to go over to the school, that wasn't something that consistently disrupted work.
Not that I recall, no. So you testified she went over to the school, and then did you say there was a phone call after she left the school? Or what was the next phone call? I received a phone call from her that afternoon.
Okay, and that afternoon, the phone call, you described her as being frantic.
Yes.
Okay, tell me what you mean by that.
She seemed very alarmed and concerned.
Did she seem upset?
She seemed very alarmed, concerned. I guess you could say upset, yes, but it was more that she was in a frantic, concerned tone.
And was that when it was your understanding she was trying to get to the child's school?
Yes.
And it was in that phone call where she told you that there was a gun and that James had already called the police about the gun. Is that correct?
Correct.
At that point in time, did you and Jennifer discuss any other issues?
Not that I recall.
Okay, was it a conversation that was frantic in terms of fast-paced, or was it slower-paced? Do you recall how that call was?
I just recall she was frantic and you could tell very alarmed.
Okay, and obviously that concerned you.
Absolutely.
When you received the text that said, "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter," what did you take that text to mean? What did you take that text to mean?
I don't know how to answer. I was very alarmed by the text, obviously.
Ethan being suicidal, was that something that you had ever discussed with Jennifer Crumbley?
No.
Ethan being a shooter of any person or being thought to be homicidal, was that something you had ever discussed with Jennifer?
No.
Had you ever had thoughts in your mind that, based on what Jennifer said in front of you, that Ethan would be a school shooter?
No.
As far as you are aware, Jennifer is the breadwinner in the home. Is that a fair statement?
I don't know.
So you don't discuss the details of James' employment or what James does with him?
I've never discussed anything with James before, no.
Okay, and as far as you know, Jennifer's never given you details about his employment or anything like that?
I believe she may have mentioned he got laid off or was in between jobs at one point. Yeah, I remember that, yes.
Okay. As far as Jen not talking to you about Ethan frequently, that wasn't something that rubbed you as strange, correct?
No.
There was no time where you ever went to Jennifer and said, I'm really concerned about your son or the way you handle or don't handle your son. Is that correct?
That's a correct statement, yeah.
Your relationship with Jennifer just isn't one where that kind of conversation would be normal.
That's a fair statement, yes.
You testified that you were in complete shock. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did you, when in talking to Jennifer on the phone calls and through the text messages, did you have an opinion about whether she seemed like she was in shock?
Are you asking when she was on the phone?
Yeah, or through the text messages.
Well, I can't speak to how she felt in the text, but on the phone she definitely sounded frantic and as if she was in a panic mode.
And when the prosecution asked you about the text where Jennifer said, "I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did," you recall that text, correct?
I do, yes.
And you testified that you thought it was strange she'd be worried about that with everything going on. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you don't know what she was worried about in that moment, except for, in part, her job, correct?
What? She had called us prior to that, letting us know that she was at the police station and saw her son. I figured she was worried about her child.
Okay, so we can agree that while she was worried about her job, she could have been worried about many other topics at the same time.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And in your conversations with her, you did understand her to be worried about other things, such as Ethan being at the police station, lawyers, things along those lines.
I was aware she was worried about her son, yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further for Ms. Crumbley at this time.
Any questions of any cross for James Crumbley? None, Your Honor. Any redraft?
Briefly, Mr. Smith, at some point, did you get a chance to go back and look at that math worksheet?
At some point, yes, I did.
When did you do that?
Later that afternoon.
And what did you look at it in detail?
Yes, I looked at it after we learned of what had happened.
And what was your thought about it?
I was troubled. It was concerning.
Why is that?
It's a concerning message. It looks like it's someone trying for help.
Okay, nothing further.
Your Honor, may I ask one follow-up? When you say that it looks like someone asking for help, that could be a concern of suicide. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I can answer that correctly, but sure, I guess. Yes.
When someone writes, help me and my life is useless.
That was concerning, yes.
Thank you.
Briefly, Your Honor, did you see the... sorry.
Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
No objection. No.
Can you grab
Yes.
I'm going to take about a 5-minute break.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
The next witness.
Who's going next? Yeah, they're going to take you down.
There we're seeing Jennifer Crumbley being taken back. Again, this is a preliminary hearing that has been taking place here in the courts, and we will continue to be listening into this event live. Do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, James and Jennifer Crumbley, they are the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter, Ethan Crumbley. They are in court here today, preliminary exam, and we're getting a little look into that evidence the prosecution is using for their case.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I just understand. I thought they had keeping track. Yeah. Okay. Okay, got it. Thank you.
So once again, we were able to bring this entire thing to you, the preliminary hearing to you, and this is the first time in a month that they were both in court. Again, evidence and testimony from witnesses were given during the preliminary exam. We heard not only most recently from Jennifer's boss about what he recalled from that day when she had to leave work to go to a school meeting, and then when she did not return after, had even asked if he had any suggestions for lawyers, saying she knows it was her son who had done the shooting. We also had heard from someone who knew both of the Crumbleys, Jennifer and James. There was a person who helped with their horses that they had, and said as soon as that shooting had happened, she had been contacted by Jennifer asking for some help getting their horses sold. We do also know that the parents had drained Ethan's bank account of $3,000. Again, this is all in connection to that shooting that happened back on November 30th. So we, of course, are going to continue to follow this story, especially with always the latest. One of the items that had come up also was those secret messages that had been passed back and forth. There was some gestures and some lips movements of some words that they were doing to each other previously when we have seen them, and they did address that in the court earlier here today, and even their own lawyer said they didn't know it was being broadcasted to everyone at that time, and so they will stop that behavior in the courtroom from now on, especially since they don't want it to disrupt what is happening in the court. So again, as always, we're going to continue to try to keep you up to date with the latest as this case does develop. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continue then on with more news stories that are happening here across the country. Going to take us out to Capitol Hill, where we've had a lot of different conversations. Not only have we had both Democrats and Republicans from the House side speaking, we're also having a few remarks on the upcoming tax season. It's already here if you haven't filed your taxes yet. So more to come right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A lot of items to keep track of here today for you. A lot of press conferences coming to us from Capitol Hill. Not only have we had both House Republicans and Democrats speaking to a number of issues that they're continuing to debate and discuss on Capitol Hill, but we do also have some different press conferences that have happened surrounding taxes. We know that this is going to be a very busy tax season. You can expect also some delays in those returns if you do have that. We also do have a White House press briefing that's going to be happening later here today, as well as President Biden. He's going to be making some remarks on manufacturing here in America. So still a lot more to come when it comes to our news coming out of D.C., but there's other news going on around the country as well. A little bit later today, also planned something a little bit more on the fun side. We know that this Sunday is going to be millions of people tuning into the Super Bowl as the Rams take on the Bengals. And today we do have our public safety officials going to be speaking to how they're going to be keeping the area safe, keeping everyone in that community safe, especially when they know that they have a lot of excited fans who are going to be visiting over these next few days. So that will be something else that we'll bring to you again a little bit later here today. But as I mentioned, we have had quite a few events taking place. And earlier here this morning, we did have not only our vice president, but other of our leaders who have stepped up to this podium. They've been speaking on the child tax credit, earned income tax credit day of action. Let's go ahead and listen into this right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
We have called Get Your Child Tax Credit EITC Day, or I should say Get Your Child Tax Credit EITC Day of Action, with the focus on action. The American Rescue Plan included a dramatic expansion of the child tax credit and the first ever monthly delivery. The American Rescue Plan also had a major increase for the earned income tax credit. Now, I am so old that I was here in 1993 at the White House when President Clinton created the first credit for workers without dependent children. I'm also old enough to have watched for 28 years as it was never increased once until the American Rescue Plan, until the Biden-Harris administration and Congress not only increased it, but tripled it to $1,500 and increased the eligibility for older and younger workers. And we finally, at long last, made lasting reforms for the children of Puerto Rico. Now, I will be direct. Everyone here wanted to be further at this point in having extended these two American Rescue Plan tax cuts. I assure you, no one in the Biden-Harris administration is not still fighting hard or has given up. But this day is about ensuring that all Americans eligible for the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit expansion receive them. Now, we knew from our first Child Tax Credit Awareness Day on June 14th that this meant implementation had to be both from the top down and the bottom up. We have learned together in meeting with groups across the country, in weekly calls, in deep dive meetings, that signing up everyone is challenging, that it requires perseverance and not only smart federal policies and additional funding, but smart outreach, navigators, human touch from trusted sources in trusted places. Every time we have improved our efforts over this last year, it was due to consulting and listening with many of you, the grassroots champions of the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. On this day of action, hundreds and hundreds of children's groups, nonprofits, foundations, advocacy groups for racial justice, rural communities, tribal government, Puerto Rico, foster youth, those with disabilities, have again risen to the call and have pledged events and actions throughout the tax filing season to help everyone get the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit. This includes mayors from across this country, from Mike Dugan in Detroit and Mayor Lori Lightfoot in Chicago to Daniel Levine Cava in Miami-Dade County. It includes a day of action event by 6 of our greatest congressional champions, Rosa DeLauro, Michael Bennett, Cory Booker, Reverend Warnock, Susan DelBene, and Sherrod Brown. It includes an all-of-government effort at outreach, at texting, at connecting people with our new childtaxcredit.gov. And these efforts go from Social Security Administration to the Department of Health and Human Services. It is truly a coalition for economic dignity. But if you're like me, nothing speaks more to the commitment of the Biden-Harris administration to the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit that the two women who agreed to be our champions today just happen to be the Vice President of the United States and the Secretary of Treasury. They are what you might call pretty high-level co-conspirators for economic justice. And this is not the first time, nor will it be the last, that they have worked together in this cause. They did not just wander into this auditorium. They have dedicated their lives to economic justice and reducing economic inequality. And while we have a special guest who's going to introduce the Vice President, I cannot fail to add one note to that introduction. In 2018, when Vice President Harris was Senator Harris, she was the principal author of the LIFT Act, which was one of the forerunners of the monthly payments. And I never saw anyone make a stronger case as to its importance for reducing predatory lending, reducing poverty, and lifting day by day, daily dignity. With that, I want to bring on one of those grassroots champions, one of the people who makes all the difference, of which nothing good can really happen without the efforts of people like this. Her name is Sharon Holquin. She has been a VITA volunteer since 2009. She is a dedicated volunteer, mom, grandma, and there's probably no one who better represents the people that are out there on this call today and more fitting to introduce the Vice President of the United States than Sharon. Sharon, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Holquin, and I am born and raised in Washington, D.C., and I have been part of the VITA tax communication community since 2009. From that time, I have learned so much about the earned income credit and the child tax credit. I had raised my son and my grandson in a part of this program. However, I have learned so much from the program, as well as they have offered a lot of other programs with it as well when you apply for your tax return. It's very important for everyone to know the value of how you can get involved to receive the earned income credit and the child tax credit as well for your children and your family. From this, I have learned how to enjoy my life with my children, as well as to encourage other people in the community about it. Now, I would like to take this time, first time I ever met Vice President Harris, which is an honor to introduce her to the program, as she helps those who doesn't understand, and to let them know that it's very important, and they are here to help us, as well as to show us the direction of how we can live a better life. So as me having this opportunity, and it's an honor, I really appreciate her, admire her for all that she's done and all she's doing and all what she's about to do. So everyone who's listening, please take this opportunity to learn and to cherish and value that you are not alone, that we're all working with you and we're all working together. It doesn't matter how the level of your life is, there's still hope and there's still an opportunity to better your life. And I would like to introduce Vice President Harris so that she can share with y'all the value and the importance of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon, for that very meaningful introduction. And Sharon and I were talking earlier, you know, there's so much about the child tax credit that is about the impact, the intergenerational impact. And Sharon was sharing with me that her grandfather actually worked with President Kennedy. And we were talking about the fact that obviously her family has a long, strong, and deep commitment to public service and this good work. So thank you, Sharon, for that introduction. It is good to be here with two of the most energetic champions of our nation's working families, Secretary Janet Yellen and Jean Sperling. And as many of you know, Secretary Yellen and I are working on a number of things. Jean, I heard your introduction about the conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy. It's just a collaboration to do very important work to lift people up with one of the leaders in the world on how we do that in terms of economic empowerment. So Secretary Yellen, thank you. Jean Sperling, thank you for your years of hard work. You really are the backbone of what we as an administration have been doing with the child tax credit. So on this day of action, there are so many individuals and organizations who are dedicated to action. The United Way, AARP, and Code for America. And I want to thank all of you for the work you do every day and for joining us today. So our message today is simple. If you are eligible for the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit, we want you to get those credits. And you know why. Working families deserve a break. Last month, I received a letter from a mother in Pennsylvania. She and her husband have 4 children. They both work 50-hour weeks. They coordinate their schedules to minimize the cost of childcare. And their family is still barely holding on. They just need a little help. And that's what she told me in her note. A hand up, not a handout, a hand up. And I receive letters like this all the time. The truth is, there are people across our nation who work hard every day and still struggle to get by. And it should not be this way in our country, in the United States of America. And the President and I firmly believe that we have to do better. And that is why we fought to expand the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit as part of the American Rescue Plan, to give families and working people a little help. The American Rescue Plan increased the child tax credit and extended it to millions more families. And the American Rescue Plan also nearly tripled the maximum earned income tax credit and made it available to workers between 19 and 24 years of age, as well as to workers 65 years old and above. These tax credits are already making a difference. In fact, thanks to the child tax credit, we are on a path to cut child poverty in America by 40%. That bears repeating. We are on a path to cut child poverty by 40%. This is historic, and as I said earlier, will have generational impact. Millions of families have used their monthly child tax credit, CTC, check, to put food on the table, to save for college, to cover daily expenses, and to pay down debt. That is why this day of action is so important. If you are eligible for either of these credits, or even if you think you might be eligible, please go to the following website, childtaxcredit.gov, childtaxcredit.gov. It is a quick and easy way to check whether you qualify. And if you qualify, all you need to do to receive benefits is to file your taxes. Now, one more important note. If you are one of the more than 30 million families who have already received the child tax credit, you still need to file your taxes. So that is the only way to receive the second half of what you are owed. So remember, you are owed more, but you still need to file your taxes. Everyone here knows it will take a hands-on deck approach to get people signed up for these credits. So we need help. We need state and local governments to send out texts to remind folks of what they are entitled to receive. We need faith-based organizations to spread the word at houses of worship. We need community groups to get people the help they need to file their taxes. And we need everyone to spread the word, be it at Sunday dinner, at the barbershop, at work, at school, and at home. And I believe and I know our work will be worth it, because every family we lift up, when we do that, we lift up our entire nation. And that's why the President and I will keep fighting to extend these measures for years to come. And I'll close today where I began, with that mother from Pennsylvania. In her letter, she wrote that earlier this year, her family started receiving the monthly child tax credit. And with the money, she described that they bought food, they paid their daily expenses, and they supported local businesses in the process. She wrote, nothing fancy, just making a difference. So it's enough to make a difference. And that's why we are here today, to make a difference for working families across our nation, to offer just a little help. So thank you all for what you have done and will continue to do. Let's keep getting the word out, and be well and take care. Thank you.
Vice President Harris, how will the administration pass the child tax credit when Manchin says BBB is done? Can you give us any updates on the Supreme Court process? Thank you.
All right, so again, a lot of our leaders on Capitol Hill reminding everyone to get those taxes done. It's actually something that we do have some of our Senate Democratic leaders speaking about at this time also on Capitol Hill. That is a live event. We're going to replay that a little bit later here today, because I want to let all of our viewers know we are back inside of the courtroom over in Michigan, where we've been having both James and Jennifer Crumbley. This is a preliminary hearing again for the parents of the accused shooter of Oxford High School. Again, that shooting did unfortunately take the lives of 4 students, injured several others. We're going to go back live into this courtroom right here for you on Live Now from Fox after this 2-minute break.
Person and a family?
Yes.
Was Jennifer's son covered on her health insurance?
No.
Was Jennifer covered on her health insurance?
Yes.
Was James?
No.
Does your policy provide any assistance or insurance for mental health treatment?
Yes.
You said you are associated with Jennifer on social media. Did you ever see a post about a gun?
Yes.
Do you remember when you saw that?
I don't know exactly when. It was in the past couple months.
Okay. And what was your reaction to the post about the gun and her son?
I was kind of like, okay. I wouldn't have done that, but kind of moved along.
Okay. And why were you? I'm not sure how to characterize but would you say you thought it was odd or different, or it's not something you would do? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Not really appropriate, but...
And why not?
Something I would not have done with my child.
Okay. Did Jennifer ever talk to you about guns?
No.
Did she ever talk to you about her son?
No.
Do you know if Jennifer was at work on November 29th?
Yes.
Do you know that because you saw her, or it was recorded that she was at work?
It was recorded on her time card.
Okay. Did you see Jennifer on November 30th?
No.
Did you talk to her?
Yes.
And do you know if she came into work that day?
No.
You don't know, or she didn't?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I did not see her.
Okay. So, but at some point you talked to her. How did that come about?
I only talked to her when Andy Smith came into my office and had Jen on his cell phone.
And what was Jennifer, do you remember about what time that was?
Midday.
Had the news of the Oxford school shooting been made public at that point?
I don't know.
Do you know if you knew anything about it before he came into your office?
I knew nothing about it.
Okay, what was Jennifer saying on the phone?
She was very hysterical. I don't recall verbatim. Very hysterical. She was trying to get to the school. I believe she was talking about, the gun was missing. She was concerned about it could be Ethan.
When she said the gun, did you know what gun she was talking about?
I was assuming it was her handgun. I saw on social media.
You're assuming it was the same gun that was posted on Instagram, got my
Yes.
son a gun on early Christmas present? Is that
Yeah.
the post? Okay.
Yes.
And did you ever see the exhibit that's up on the screen, the math worksheet?
Yes.
When did you see it?
I saw it at the same time Andy Smith came into my office with Jen on the phone. He put his cell phone down and pulled up the picture of that on his phone.
And did you take a good look at it?
I did.
When?
While she was talking on the phone.
And what was your thought?
My first thought was this boy needs help.
Okay. Did you say anything about it?
No.
Okay, so you were just listening to
Yes.
Jennifer? Okay. And at some point, did you talk to Jennifer again that day?
Yes.
How many times?
Maybe one or two. I don't recall how many.
And what was the purpose of did she call you or did you call her?
I believe she called me. I did not call her.
Okay. And were you ever involved on any calls that she and Andy had later that day?
I believe we were on a call together.
Okay. What was the purpose of the calls from Jennifer?
I recall one conversation. She was afraid to lose her job.
Do you remember what time that was?
I don't recall the exact time.
Was it during the work hours?
It was during work hours.
Okay. And what was your response?
Our response was to, tend to your family and don't worry about work. Just tend to your family. Let's talk about it next week.
Did you get another request to come to about work?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was this same request that she didn't want to lose her job. She was afraid to lose her job. And another senior leadership, Nancy Lutfi, was with us on the phone and stated that she was going to be on administrative leave for the next couple weeks and just to not worry about work.
What did Jennifer say?
Thank you. She said to tell our senior leadership thank you.
Did she ever say she wanted to come into work?
She did.
Yes. What did she say?
That she wanted to come in. She thought she could possibly come in a few days later, maybe for a half a day to get her mind off things.
Later that week, the week of the shooting?
Yes. What day was the shooting?
Tuesday. November 30th.
Yes. Thursday or Friday.
So she wanted to come in back to work that week?
Yes.
And what was your response?
We said, no, you're on administrative leave.
Okay.
Don't worry about coming into work. We'll talk in a couple weeks.
And did you ever hear Jennifer ask to leave work to take Ethan to her son to the doctor?
No.
Do you know, did she ever talk about him getting any kind of medical attention?
No.
All right. Did she ever talk about her horses getting medical attention?
I think a few times she had mentioned the vet having the horse was sick.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor. I'm all set, Your Honor.
Any questions on behalf of Jeff Crumbley?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to go through the November 30th date with you. When you were with, it sounds like Andy Smith, and he came into your office with Jennifer on the phone. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you testified that she was hysterical. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Can you describe what it means can you describe what you mean by that?
I don't recall exactly what she was saying. I know she was just very upset. She was trying to get to the school. I believe she said the roads were closed off. She was having a difficult time getting there. We had said to her, call the police. She said James already did. The gun was missing. But she was just, I can't put, I don't recall exactly what you said, but she was just really upset and hysterical.
Did she sound panicked?
Panicked? Yeah. Yes.
Was she talking fast?
Yes.
You and Andy were trying to just get her to at least stay calm, is that correct?
Yes.
It was a separate phone call when Jen was asking if she still had her job, is that correct?
Yes.
And she told you part of the reason she didn't want to, she told you she didn't know how to handle this, correct?
Yes.
And she doesn't know, she told you she needed information from you so that she could get money to pay for a lawyer. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, I think she wanted check stubs.
You would be the person to contact for check stubs or verification of employment, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer explicitly said she needs to get a loan to pay to have a lawyer, correct?
Yes.
So any kind of check stubs or documents you needed to prepare, she would have asked you for those materials, correct?
Yeah, as an active employee, she still had access to her check stubs. She just had to log into the payroll system.
Okay, but if, like, for example, a loan officer needed documentation or something, as the HR person, you can send those materials along, correct?
Yes.
Now, as you were talking to Ms. Crumbley, she also sent you a different email address to send any materials to from her pay stubs and things like that, correct?
Yes.
She indicated to you her Outlook isn't working and she needed you to use this other address.
Yes.
So the bulk of your conversation is really about these logistics, about pay stubs, this is happening, and in the background, you know, she's driving to the school, she's frantic, trying to get there, correct?
She wasn't driving to the school about the conversation with check stubs.
I'm sorry, so the check stubs conversation was after she had already been at the school.
Yes.
It's fair to say during that conversation, she still sounded upset and not like her normal self.
She was upset, not as hysterical as she was earlier.
When you spoke with police, you told them how Jennifer had offered to come back to work. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And specifically, you said that Jennifer said she wanted to come back to work maybe half days the following week. Do you recall telling law enforcement that?
I don't recall, but I may have.
Does that sound accurate?
It sounds accurate.
If anything, you and anyone else from the company that you were with that day was supportive to Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Yes.
Everyone at your office that you were around that day was surprised by what was taking place at Oxford School.
Yes.
High School. Ms. Crumbley was also asking you questions about how much is in her 401k, things along those lines, correct?
Yes.
And she's trying to get the company ID for sites like Paylocity. Is that a payroll company you use?
Yes.
You were trying to help her with that because even that site was having issues that day, is that correct?
Yes.
So a lot of your conversations with Jen regarding her employment, HR issues, those are not topics that would surprise you that Jennifer would call you about, correct?
Correct.
If Jennifer in the past was having an argument with Ethan or something along those lines, that's not something Jennifer would have come and talked to you about, correct?
That is correct.
If she had done that, that would be unusual.
Yes, we didn't have that kind of relationship.
So you had certainly a professional relationship.
Yes.
where the questions about her job, payroll, pay stubs, proof of employment were relevant to what you do for the company.
Yes.
Your office is not far from Jennifer's, where Jennifer sits, is that correct?
It is a good distance away. Yes.
You've been down by her desk?
Yes.
And you've seen that she has family photographs and things like that?
Yes.
On her Facebook feed, you saw the photograph of the gun in a post from Jennifer days before, is that correct?
Correct.
And you never spoke with Jennifer about that post?
No.
You testified that it was not appropriate. It would not be appropriate in your mind for you to post something like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say you're not into guns.
Correct.
It's fair to say you don't go to the shooting range and enjoy that kind of a hobby. Correct.
Correct.
And based on Jennifer's Facebook, there were pictures of targets after they had gone to a shooting range. You saw those as well?
Yes.
Okay, and you saw the photograph of the gun?
Yes.
In terms of Facebook overall, Jennifer also posted about vacations, camping trips, things along those lines. Is that correct?
She may have. I don't really read people's feeds, so I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back and look at her feed since November 30th when everything unfolded?
No.
If I told you that there are photographs, family photographs, things like that, would you be surprised?
No.
When was it that you saw the math page during the day of November 30th? Who showed you that page?
Andy Smith had it on his phone when he came into my office, and then he pulled that up while she was talking.
Did that happen when, before or after the first call when Jennifer was on her way to the school?
That was the first call that I was on the phone with her and Andy.
And I'm sorry, so you saw this photograph before that phone call?
No.
I'm sorry, tell me the order of events. I'm missing it.
When Andy Smith came into my office and put Jen on speakerphone was the first I've learned of anything. And he brought that picture up on his phone at that time while she was talking hysterically, trying to drive to the school.
You did not talk to her, though, about the contents of that page, anything on there, correct?
No, correct.
It was the kind of thing where you're having a conversation on speakerphone and Andy was showing you what Jennifer had sent to him.
Correct.
And when you looked at it, you thought that boy needs help. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you saw that drawing and knew that there was something going on where mom was headed to the school, you didn't call police or anyone to make anyone aware about this drawing. Is that correct?
I did not call. Correct.
And at that point, when you were speaking to Jennifer, Jennifer didn't go over the details on the drawing with you.
No.
When you were on the phone and Andy and you had a conversation, were you aware that Jennifer was concerned Ethan may be suicidal?
Yes.
Did you become concerned that he was suicidal?
Too much was going on. I didn't really have time to think. I was trying to process what was going on. I did not know the whole story.
And you would agree with me that day when you were dealing with Jennifer Crumbley, she was processing a lot too, and it was an unordinary day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any comments on the objection? Nothing on behalf of Mr. Crumbley. Any regret?
Briefly, Your Honor. Counsel just asked you about, you weren't surprised by the conversation you had with Jennifer with benefits and getting money out and pay stubs, and you responded that you weren't, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but were you surprised that just a couple hours after her son murdered children in a school, she's asking about her job?
Yes.
And she also asked you about pictures. Did anything strike you unusual when you actually cleaned out Jennifer's desk?
unusual, slightly.
What was that?
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
And thank you again to all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are listening in live in the courtroom here as this is a preliminary hearing for both James and Jennifer Crumbley. You're seeing those parents here again, the parents of the alleged Oxford High School shooter, Ethan Crumbley. They are in court here today for preliminary exam. We're getting an idea now of just some of that evidence that will be used in the case. This includes some text messages, Facebook messages, and even phone call conversations with people who know the Crumbleys personally, whether it be through work or through some of the activities that they did outside of work. So let's go ahead, listen back in. This is a person who works at Jennifer's place of work and is the human resource officer director who was listening in to a phone conversation with Jennifer and her boss that day on November 30th.
Her horse or whatnot, but it was a picture.
All right, nothing further.
Okay, you may step down. Yes, can I have the attorney's
And as the attorneys approach the bench, do want to remind all of our viewers watching here with us on Live Now from Fox, you can always stay up to date on not only this story, but stories we've been following and covering from coast to coast, even around the world with us on our social media pages. Live Now from Fox always tries to keep you up to date on everything that's been happening that you need to know about. You're seeing Jennifer Crumbley walking out of the courtroom. James, her husband, still sitting there. And earlier they did also have their attorneys ask if they could be handcuffed, unchained, to take notes, write messages back and forth with their lawyers, not with each other, because remember they had gotten a little bit of backlash for those looks and wording lips to each other while in courtrooms in previous parts of these appearances. So they did get that denied. One of the law enforcement officials did say that they didn't feel safe taking those handcuffs off. So at one point, Jennifer Crumbley was having to take notes in her lap as they, again, said they didn't want to disrupt the court if they had any questions or answers or conversations with their attorneys. So again, this is just a little look at what is still to come with this case. Not only do we have the parents who have been charged after this incident, but also their son Ethan has been charged as well. Again, 4 students lost their lives, several others injured. We've heard also from some of those attorneys representing families who've been affected by this incident, saying that there should have been so many warning signs for the Crumbleys to take their child out of school, including that meeting that took place at the school after those pictures had been drawn on that math test or math sheet of paper. And so we're continuing to hear just a little bit more about what is going to be laid out in that case here. And it will be a story we're going to closely follow for all of our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. With that being said, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break. As I mentioned earlier today, we've had quite a few events happening on Capitol Hill. We'll take you back out to D.C., continue to give you some more of those press conferences that have been happening. Not only have our leaders been reminding Americans to get your taxes filed, we do also have a hearing going on at this time talking about youth mental health, as well as other leaders giving press conferences on all of those important top stories, including the Russia-Ukraine conflict, inflation. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you as we continue to bring you more of these different events happening here across our country. Going to take us out live to Capitol Hill, where we do have a hearing happening at this time. They are calling to action on protecting youth mental health. Let's go ahead and listen into this Senate hearing on Live Now from Fox.
Such an important component of getting good mental health care. But we also know that access has been a profound challenge for many of these communities. And we've got to make sure that we're doing more than we are now to make sure that both virtual care and in-person care are available. Finally, Senator, as a member of racial and ethnic minority community, I will tell you that many of our communities struggle with stigma around mental illness. It may come in different shapes and flavors, but that stigma is there in many of our communities. It prevents us from coming forward, which is, again, why role models are so incredibly helpful.
I strongly agree. I want to highlight the pandemic's impact on children from minority communities has been particularly harsh. And I want to take a moment to look at the impact on Latino communities in particular for a few moments. One survey found that 29% of Hispanic households with children have experienced 3 or more hardships during the pandemic, compared to around half of that for non-Hispanic white households with children. At the same time, Latino children were far more likely to experience the death of a primary caregiver during the pandemic, and more likely to contract the virus and be hospitalized themselves. These experiences were compounded by other pre-existing disparities among Latino children, including higher uninsured rates and lower access to mental health services and supports. So I look forward to working with you as to specific policies necessary to help advance mental health equity and begin to close some of the racial disparities that preceded and have been exacerbated by COVID-19. And can I get your commitment to work with us in that?
Senator, I would be happy to work with you on this issue.
And then finally, you talked about representation. You know, the Minority Fellowship Program, I think, is a critical component of this legislation. What else can we do to support the development of minority mental health providers in the pipeline?
Well, Senator, I think we can work with training institutions to be more proactive and aggressive in their recruitment of candidates from minority communities. I also think we have to invest upstream, even before we're talking about admission to a medical school or nursing school. How are we getting young people in minority communities interested in the healthcare professions at an early age, when they're in grade school, when they're in college? These are places where I think we have to focus, plant that seed early, and then make sure opportunity is available when they get to the stage of entering a training program.
Oh, thank you. Look forward to working with you in all these different aspects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Look forward to working with my colleagues. Senator Brown, I think, is next on the web.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Martina, good to see you again in remote, and thanks for your exemplary public service for so many years. The advisory that you issued last year cites research about the suicide rate among Black children below age 13, how it's been increasing in recent years. Black children almost nearly twice the far too high rate of suicide by white children also. I did a roundtable discussion in Columbus with Ohioans not too long ago, several months ago. Dr. Ariel Sheftel, principal investigator at Children's Hospital in Columbus, shared her research on the increase in Black youth suicide. Dr. Sheftel made the point, despite the fact that Black youth suicide and suicidal behaviors have been increasing over the last decade, our understanding of the risks associated and the understanding of the risks and protective factors associated with these behaviors in Black youth is extremely limited. She argues we need more research on risk factors to implement more effective suicide prevention. How should research and policy come together to decrease the likelihood of youth suicide, especially in African American kids?
Well, Senator, it's good to see you again as well. And thank you for that question and for the particular attention to what's happening in racial and ethnic minority communities. It's been very disturbing to see the increase in mental health challenges, particularly suicide, in communities of color and when it comes to young people. And yes, I do agree that there is more that we need to do to understand what factors are driving this. whether it's violence in communities or some element of technology or other elements that live in, that exists in the environment in which our kids are being raised. But I also think we can't wait to act when it comes to making sure that these communities have help. One of the things I think about often is, as a doctor who cared for patients over the years and saw so many who were not able to make appointments and couldn't get their routine care, is we have to get care to kids where they are, which means that if kids are in schools, as the majority of them are, we've got to get care to school environments. We've got to provide counselors, mental health therapists, and others who can help identify and start to address problems. We've got to use technology more effectively to get access to care to those children and their families. So yes, I agree, we've got more questions that we need to answer about risk factors. I also think we know a lot that we can act on right now to improve access to care.
Thank you. You brought up schools, and I wanted to ask, I plan to ask about full-service community schools and legislation I've worked on. My eyes were open. I know Senator Casey is interested in this too, and I think he's going to be one of the next questioners. I was brought to my attention several years ago at Cincinnati, and a community schools building they have, and a community school that they have done all kinds of interesting things in, but our bill would help connect schools with community partners to provide the integrated student support. I think you're suggesting physical health services and obviously mental health services, not just to students, but to community members there. We've seen how integrating and education, healthcare can benefit students and communities, whether it's Medicaid support of school-based.
All right, guys, we've been listening into this hearing for a little bit. Do want to let our viewers know that we appreciate each and every single one of you tuning in here to Live Now from Fox, whatever device you may be watching us on, whatever platform you may be watching us from. More to come here at the top of the hour as we continue to bring you news stories across the country. Good morning, and thanks again for everyone who is joining us here on Live Now from Fox. A live look here at Capitol Hill, as we do have a number of events taking place, including a little bit later, hopefully, results of avoiding a government shutdown. But coming up in D.C., we do not only have our White House press briefing, but President Biden coming up here at 1:45 Eastern Time is set to make some remarks regarding manufacturing in America. Will he take questions after that? Of course, a lot of people probably going to direct those questions about not only inflation, but also on that ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Over these last few days, we've had some daily briefings coming to us from not only the Pentagon, but also the State Department. And so we don't have them scheduled at this time. Of course, that does always change. Sometimes they don't let us know until a little bit later in the day, saying, oh, coming up in an hour, we're going to have this briefing happen. So we're always monitoring these different live feeds, these events that do pop up. Speaking of events, we do have United Nations doing a briefing. Of course, they're not only going to talk about Ukraine and Russia, but also a number of other topics. So we'll replay that a little bit later here on our stream as well. But we have had quite a few different events happen in our Capitol. Senate leaders from Democrats, also our House leaders from Republicans. They've had some press conferences. We've had both of our senators, Schumer and McConnell, make remarks on the floor already this morning. But I'm going to take a step away from D.C., take us out to New York City. If you recall, there was a fire that took place in the beginning of January that unfortunately took the lives of 17 people. That included 8 children. And today we did have Attorney Ben Crump in New York. He was in the Bronx talking about a new lawsuit after there was not enough ways for people to evacuate the building safely. That's what resulted in so many lives that were lost. So this press conference did, again, happen earlier here today, but I want to play it out. It's an important one, especially since we're hearing from some of these community leaders as well as attorneys on this case.
We're fighting. You know, you guys are standing in front of us right now. And, you know, we're grateful that you guys are here right now. And I'm praying that you guys get our message out there, that you guys just don't, you know, put out snippets and let our voices be heard, because right now we feel like we're being silenced, you know, and it's so frustrating. It is very frustrating, and we need the top to hear us. We really need them to hear us. So please help us out. Thank you.
Tell your name.
Rokia, R-O-K-I-A, last name Touray, Touray.
And what Raquel said was very relevant, because we can't let this just die. Because if we do, shame on all of us. That means when it happens next time, we will say we didn't do what we were supposed to do. When I say we, the beloved community, as Dr. King talked about, the media is part of that community. We need to ask questions of the fire department. We need to ask questions of the city officials why these safety rules were not followed. It can't be just the civil litigation. We need answers from everybody to be involved. We're going to do our parts as lawyers. We are going to try to get to the truth of what happened here. But at the end of the day, we need everybody to be actively engaged to say that what she said is real, that this was a community, and we have to treat the community with respect and love as if it were our own. Thank you so much.
Also 27 years.
Anybody else?
Me.
Okay, your name?
Shanasia Hunter.
And Shanasia Hunter.
How's everybody doing tonight? I just want to start off by saying thank you, Spirit, for allowing us to be here on this day. Black, brown, blue, pink, whatever. Y'all say all lives matter, so I want to know, where's everybody standing with we are a part of the all lives. This time, like, I'm tired of just sitting here and just waiting for something to happen, and it's just not happening. We need help now. Like, we need everybody to stand with us. Like, this is a time where we all should pull together. This is a community, okay? Like, nobody is exempt from the community. If I hurt, you hurt. If you hurt, I hurt. My family is crying out, and I'm talking about 333. This is my family, and everybody else could be a part of the family if you just played a part. Maybe we need to vote independent to get these needs met, because obviously the Democrats and the Republicans is not doing what needs to be done. We're tired of it. There's no reason why everybody should be homeless. These people get to go home and go to sleep comfortably underneath their heat and their nice bed with their families every night. But we got to sit here in a home in a hotel every night just in order to get a shelter, and then you showing us a building that's like a prison. We are not prisoners. We are human beings.
Well said.
Ashe. CHANASIA. Last name Hunter, HUNTER. Thank you.
So
and NYCHA. We need family. NYCHA has been ignoring people completely. Like, didn't even pull up to the Monroe Center. No meetings. When you call them, you can't speak to them because they don't have no office. Nothing. So they're just been ignoring people and just leaving you just to rot.
Thank you for speaking your truth. That's so important. Before we take your questions, we do acknowledge that there have been a lot of people trying to help. We thank the rappers, entertainers, Fat Joe and Cardi B, in particular, for raising a lot of needed funds to try to help these displaced, devastated families. But we can only imagine, again, if this was, white citizens, how many more donations, how many more people would be outraged. And so we have to always try to speak truth to power when we get an opportunity, and that's what we're doing here today. With that, we will try to take some of your questions.
Can you talk about the safety violations that are mentioned in the lawsuit?
Yeah, you want to talk about the safety violations mentioned in the lawsuit. I know, obviously, Attorney Diggs and I were just talking. We know there was not adequate heating. We know there was issues with the windows and so forth, but Jared will articulate the things in particular for the lawsuit. Jared with Whites and Luxembourg Law Firm.
Good morning. My name is Jared Lastertosa. I'm an attorney. I'd like to thank Mr. Crump for joining us here. This morning, our law firm and the Ben Crump Law Firm filed multiple lawsuits on behalf of 19 victims and survivors of this horrible tragedy. The lawsuit was filed here in Bronx County. As I said, we represent the estates and lives of 19 persons, 4 of which unfortunately and needlessly perished in this fire, including 3 under the age of 18. This lawsuit will be fought here in Bronx County. And to speak a little bit about the safety violations, the first thing to make clear is that today is the start of a long journey, and this lawsuit will be investigated, and this tragedy will be investigated. So our complaint that was filed this morning alleges willful, wanton, and reckless disregard for the lives of the residents that lived in this building. Specifically, we're looking at the provision of the city administrative code involving self-closing doors. There are also city codes involving the need for self-opening windows, or windows that must be able to open when need be. And those laws were created for a reason. As a matter of fact, the self-closing door statute was passed by the New York City Council in response to another fire here in the Bronx in 2017. And what we had on January 9th was a continuation of these rules and regulations that are not being enforced. And the lawsuit that was filed today is the first step in an investigation. We'll demand testimony, we'll demand written records of inspection, and as that comes, we will litigate the case accordingly. And I do have here Jared Scotto and Larry Goldhirsch from my law firm that could speak a little bit more to specific provisions or to the lawsuit generally. Lacertosa, Lacertosa.
What other questions you all have? Yes, sir. And 2 in critical condition still. I can't hear you.
Is it on behalf of the family of the victims, the people that passed away, or people that made displays, or
the whole entire building, and so we have a lot of great law firms working, representing families. The Ben Crump Law Firm, Whites in Luxembourg, IMW Law Firm, and Attorney Bryant with the Cochran Law Firm. We're working together to try to get answers, and that's what we're doing. The heating issue is a big issue because people were desperate in the cold of winter to get heat. That's foreseeable. You know that people are going to try to stay warm if they can. And so you have these safety rules where you have to have the windows be able to open so people can get out, or if there's a fire, firemen can get in. We didn't have that in this. You also want to have proper egress so people can escape. You heard the sister say that her and her sister were trying to get out, and her sister succumbed trying to get out of the building because she lived up on one of the higher floors. And so you're dealing with this myriad of safety rules that if they were followed, people could have been saved, but they died from smoke inhalation. That's because they could not get out. The firemen could not get in to save them. And if this is your loved one or your family member, you're thinking, what were the last moments of their life while they are trying to get out, while babies are screaming at the top of their lungs, but then as their lungs fill with smoke, the levels of the sound continue to decrease until they're only screaming out smoke. That's the death that many of these people encountered, and that's why we're so pissed off and outraged that they seem to say that it's not that big of a deal. 2017 it happened. It happened on January of this year. If we don't do something, it's going to happen again here in the Bronx.
Who are the defendants, and what role did the public, the city play, and what role did the private defendants play?
Well, we sued the defendants who were the owners of the building and the investment corporations, and so we're trying to find out what role everybody played. We know that owner of a building has certain responsibilities. You just can't receive the benefits and not take on the responsibilities. And we believe that there were responsibilities that were not accepted properly to follow the rules. And the city, we're investigating to see if anything was done inappropriate by all people. That's what these people deserve, answers.
Is the city named in the suit?
I'm sorry?
Is the city named in the
Not at this time.
And what are you seeking?
You want to know what we're seeking?
We're seeking
No. Let's answer the question. We're seeking to try to make sure people say that they are valuable, that their lives matter. And so oftentimes when I ask that question, when we represent people of color, I say, what would you seek if this was your loved one? If this was an apartment building in the Upper East Side, what would we be seeking? Well, we seek the same. We'll take one more question if there is.
There's been several lawsuits filed already. Do you see this as consolidating all the ones that are already, or is this a separate, and do you have a dollar amount that you're seeking?
Well, right now, we've all filed individual lawsuits. We will talk amongst ourselves to see what collectively can be done, but understand what we want is the greatest recovery to try to tell these corporations, send a message that you can't put profit over safety. In the long run, it is not good business to put profit over safety, because we're going to hold you accountable when you don't follow the safety rules and the foreseeable tragedies that happen when you don't follow the safety rules happen. And when we talk about a dollar amount, I simply say this: whatever we would put on this case, whatever value we would be talking about if this was a building inhabited by affluent white people in the Upper East Side, we don't want to say you get a blue light special because this were black people from the Bronx. And hopefully that makes the question very clear what we're seeking. We're seeking equal justice, equal justice, equal justice. Thank you. Okay, hold on. We got...
Jared, do you have the complaint?
Well, yeah, we'll name the complaints who we're suing. Larry Goldhurst going to tell you exactly who we're suing. We got them screenshotted right now.
My name is Larry Goldhurst, and I'm with Whites and Luxembourg. In response to one of your questions, we did not put a number, an allegation of the losses in dollar amounts in the complaint. I hope that answers that question. What I'd like to do is tell you who the defendants are in this case. I'd like to name them so everyone knows who they are. We sued an entity called the Bronx Park Phase 3 Preservation LLC, the Bronx Phase 3 Housing Company, LICH Investment Group, Belveron Partners Fund 5 LP, and Belveron Partners Fund V Venture LP. These are not landlords who are interested in housing. These are investment companies. These are not the typical landlords we're familiar with, who visit the premises, who inspect the premises, who take the complaints from the people who live there for heat. These are investors. These people are coming to the Bronx to invest in buildings like this and then sell them, make them co-ops, make them condos. That's what this case is about. This is about investors coming to the Bronx, letting these people die in these buildings because they're not interested in the people, they're interested in profit. It's profit over people. That's what this case is about. Thank you.
Larry, spell your name. Spell your name. Larry, spell your name.
Larry Goldfish.
All right, so once again, listening into this press conference, it did take place a little earlier here today, but in early January is when this fire had broke out. It consumed the apartment, part of the hallway. A door to the apartment was left open. Smoke traveled through the building. That door, which was self-closing, did not function properly, according to the fire department in New York. So unfortunately, many people inhaled that smoke, had died from that, and there were 17 people who had been killed because of this apartment fire, and again, 8 of those were children. So this was a new lawsuit being filed, especially when they said the conditions are what had caused that fire. There was no proper heat to that building, and unfortunately, a space heater is what had sparked the fire. So it will be something we'll continue to follow here for our viewers with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, more news from Capitol Hill when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are taking a live look outside of the Capitol, but earlier today inside, we did have some of our House Republican leaders conduct a press conference. Their main focus of that presser was about the fentanyl overdoses that we have been seeing happen time and time again across our country. This has definitely been a war on drugs. There's been so many different ones that we've been reporting of incidents where there's been street drugs laced with fentanyl, and unfortunately, sometimes it has led to a number of overdoses. So let's go ahead and listen into that press conference with our House Republican leaders.
Democrats' open border policies and soft on crime agenda has worsened. Drug overdoses due to fentanyl are now the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 25. In FY21, over 11,000 pounds of fentanyl were seized by Customs and Border Protection. This is enough to kill every American 7 times over. Right now, fentanyl is being trafficked across our border, ripping through our communities and killing our children. As a new mother, this loss of life is unconscionable. Every day, we are losing more lives to fentanyl while House Democrats look the other way. Just last week, Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats showed they were not serious about combating this epidemic when they blocked our common sense legislation that would permanently classify fentanyl-related substances as a Schedule I drug. House Republicans are demanding Speaker Pelosi and House Democrats take immediate and permanent action to stop this crisis from worsening. This starts by securing our border and empowering our law enforcement officers by ensuring they have the tools they need to keep these lethal drugs off our streets. Today, I am joined by my colleagues in the House Republican Conference who serve on the Energy and Commerce Committee who will discuss this crisis, and I'm going to hand it over to Ranking Member Kathy McMorris Rodgers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Carson. The day after Thanksgiving, he purchased one pill off of Snapchat. One pill that a drug dealer had told him was Xanax to help with his anxiety. But it was laced with illicit fentanyl and it killed him instantly. Carson had his whole life in front of him. His mom is pleading for action and for justice. She's raising the alarm in my community about the dangers of fentanyl and the analogs that are surging across the southern border. In 10 days, the emergency scheduling for fentanyl analogs will expire, making these poisons street legal. We need a permanent solution, and that's why my colleagues, Bob Latta, Morgan Griffith, are leading on the Halt Fentanyl Act. It would permanently give law enforcement the tools that they need to seize these chemical weapons and help keep our communities safe. But last week, the Democrats blocked action on this and attached to the CR an extension until March 11th. Why? Because they want to exempt traffickers who move fentanyl-related substances from the mandatory minimum prison sentences. Traffickers who are poisoning young people like Carson. Molly asked me, how many more letters from grieving parents is it going to take? The fact is, it shouldn't take another letter, another day. It shouldn't take another lost loved one. And it shouldn't take another temporary extension for fentanyl analogs. These substances are too deadly for Congress to be weak on traffickers and those who sell it to our children. We are urging the Democrats to join us. We need action, and we need action immediately to pass the Halt Fentanyl Act. And at this time, I'd like to introduce my colleague on Energy and Commerce, Brett Guthrie. He's the lead Republican on the Health Subcommittee.
Thank you very much, and thanks for everybody being here. I was just at the El Paso sector of the border, and it struck me when we looked at looking at the illicit fentanyl issue and coming across our border. One, the Border Patrol agent said that it's coming from China. So if you want to tie several things together, it's coming from China, either in ingredients or just in illicit fentanyl. And then it's coming across the border, mostly with migrants that are coming across the border. So I asked the Border Patrol officer, I said, well, what can we do to help you? What can Congress do? And he said, build the wall. They took me to a section, it was actually in New Mexico, but it was near El Paso. And it's where the wall was stopped on January 20th, 2021 from being built, and where the old wall exists. And you could just see the difference. As a matter of fact, there was a section that had been removed to build the new wall. And when they stopped on January 20th because of the executive order, the Border Patrol agents actually had to fill in that wall because there was a big gap in the wall because they'd taken the old wall down to build the new one and were ordered to stop building the new one. And the problem they were telling me that was really a big issue with illicit fentanyl. One is just the migrants that are coming across. And a lot of it is the catch and release and not having to remain in Mexico anymore. And that's it, it's just numbers. One, I don't want to, I know we're talking about fentanyl, but the abuse these migrants are being going through with the cartels in Mexico is horrific. It's not compassionate to have policies that incentivize that kind of movement. But having said that, they were showing pictures of cars that had cocaine, and some of you seen them before, that cocaine comes in bricks, and you'll see the front panel missing out of the car. They take the door out of the car and they try to sneak the drugs through a port of entry. They said illicit fentanyl you can carry in a water bottle. So if a migrant, how do they pay these $5,000 and $6,000 fees? Part of it is, here's a bottle of fentanyl, and it's a numbers issue. So when there are hundreds and hundreds coming across and they can only catch handfuls of them, the fentanyl's getting to the marketplace. So what's happening in the border matters. And it makes every state a border state and every community a border community. In Kentucky, in 2020, we don't have the numbers for 2021, 70% of all overdoses were illicit fentanyl. And so it is important what's happening at the border and not stopping at the border. And the border crisis moves it. And then it ties into the third thing, the Justice Democrats. A lot of us in my part of the world, when you watch TV, you see prosecutors in Cook County, Illinois, or Los Angeles, or New York not prosecuting. But the fact that it's in Washington, it's here in the House of Representatives, we can't permanently schedule fentanyl because of the mandatory minimums, and the Justice Democrats don't want to add anything to the mandatory minimums. And I've always been open to justice reform, but if you're moving illicit fentanyl, you belong in jail because it's killing Kentuckians, it's killing Americans. And so we need to work together. We call on the Democrats to work with us to move this forward. It is inexcusable that illicit fentanyl. So think about if you're going to bring something across the border, you can try to package it in a big car, or you can put it in a water bottle, go through migrants coming across the border. It's easier to smuggle, it's cheaper, and it's not going to be illegal after February the 18th, maybe extended to March 11th, I think they're talking about, instead of really handling this issue. So if they're going to catch you with this, and even if it doesn't disrupt your networks, so what are they going to smuggle? They're going to smuggle a drug that 70% of all overdoses in my state came from. And that's why we need to address it now. And next, I'd like to hand over to...
And as we continue to listen into this press conference as they're addressing this crisis across our country, let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back in this when we return.
Yeah, the first. Well, thank you, and thank you, Elise, for putting this together. 100,000 overdose deaths last year, setting a record. Many of those overdose deaths were due to fentanyl. You know, we have moments of silence to honor those who have passed. Yet when it comes to the fentanyl that's coming across our border, then we are silent. And we don't do anything, or at least the Democrats don't do anything. And you've heard all the figures here of how it is infesting our communities. 100,000 deaths, over 11,000 pounds of fentanyl seized at the border. That was what was seized. We don't know how much came across. The leading cause of death for those between 18 and 25. And folks, look, I practiced pharmacy for over 35 years. I was a retail pharmacist, your local neighborhood drugstore. Not a day went by when I didn't have a parent come in and bring a pill and say, can you identify this for me? I found it in my child's room. They got it at school. I need to know what it is. 2 out of every 5 counterfeit pills now are laced with fentanyl. Now, when these people came in, when these parents came in to my pharmacy, I took it very seriously. I tried to console them. But I have to be quite honest with you. That changed. It changed after I went to the first funeral. After I went to the funeral of a young man who took a pill that someone gave him at school and overdosed. Folks, this is serious. We have got to control our borders. And you know, it frustrates me to no end when people think that, number one, this is just the problem at the border is just a problem with illegal immigration. No, it's a problem with illegal drugs. It's a problem with fentanyl. Fentanyl's highly addictive. It's one of the strongest drugs out there. Just a minuscule amount of it can kill you. It's so much so until we have to tell our first responders to use gloves. You don't even want it to be absorbed into your skin. That's how potent it is. And yet, this administration continues to ignore the fact that drugs are flowing across that border. Illegal drugs. And don't think for one moment, oh, that's a problem in Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, California. It doesn't impact me. These drugs are infesting every community in our country. Every community in our country. We're losing this battle, and we can win this battle. We can stop this. But we've got to control the border. This administration has got to understand that the health and safety of our children, of our country is at stake here. This does not discriminate. When those parents came into my pharmacy, they were Democrats, they were Republicans, they were independents. It didn't matter. They were Americans, and they were being impacted by this. Please, Mr. President, please, Speaker Pelosi, do something about this. You have the ability to stop this. Let's stop it for the sake of our country, for the sake of our children. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to go to questions. Kilmeny?
Madam Chair, thank you. Kilmeny with Newsmax. I'd like to ask you about the fentanyl crisis, but I have a political question first, if you'd be so kind. As you know, the Republican National Committee censured 2 of your fellow conference members, Representatives Cheney and Kinzinger. A number of Republican congressional leadership, including in the upper chamber, have criticized action, saying it represents a form of shooting inside the tent and the kind of backwards-looking politics of grievance that Donald Trump embodies, rather than the forward-looking, issues-based approach that most party officials agree will be necessary for the GOP to reclaim majorities in November. As a member of leadership yourself, what is your reaction to those censures?
My reaction is the RNC has every right to take any action, and the position that I have is that you're ultimately held accountable to voters in your district, voters who you represent, and we're going to hear the feedback and the views of voters pretty quickly here this year. Next question. NBC. Oh, you want a fentanyl question? Sure, yes.
What are you hearing from your Democratic colleagues about why they're blocking this bill? Is there a failure to acknowledge that there's a crisis even at the southern border?
I'm going to let the ranking member of ENC, who is responsible for that, I'm going to turn it over to Kathy.
Okay. Well, clearly, everyone is recognizing that we have a crisis in America as it relates to fentanyl. And it is estimated that there's enough fentanyl in the United States now to kill every single person 7 times over. What's happening on the southern border is that the fentanyl, they changed the recipe a little bit. It's called fentanyl analogs. And there's an emergency order that was put in place over 2 years ago now so that the DEA could actually take action. The Democrats acknowledge that we have a crisis around fentanyl. They'll acknowledge the 100,000 that have died now of overdoses. They'll acknowledge that we need to take action. They are concerned about the mandatory minimums. So they're concerned about the traffickers, these drug dealers, being subjected to mandatory minimums. And they're so concerned about that they are resisting, and so far they have blocked our efforts to permanently schedule the fentanyl analogs. We are calling upon them to take action. And as Brett noticed, you know, we can look at reforming the justice system. That's a larger issue within the Judiciary Committee. What we've called for is the permanent scheduling as well as the research that the administration would like to see happen around fentanyl. But we need to take action because every day there's another story of someone that is dying due to a pill that they don't even know what they're taking.
Great. Other questions? Leanne.
I have two questions on two different topics, if you can entertain them. The first is, do you think that January 6th was legitimate political discourse, which the RNC said over the weekend?
As Republicans have been very clear, we condemn the violence on January 6th. We also condemn the violence on 2020 as violent criminals attacked federal buildings, including parts of Washington, D.C. So we have been clear in that condemnation. House Democrats did not condemn the violence that happened all of 2020. And we believe the January 6th Commission is political theater. It's about punishing partisan opponents and not getting to the real facts, which should be how can we ensure that the Capitol complex is safe, not only for those of us who work here, but for the American people to continue to advocate for policies they believe in. Second question.
On a follow-up real quick, do you think that position is problematic heading into a midterm election where Republicans are looking quite good at this point?
Again, our position has been very clear. We condemned the violence on January 6th, just like we condemned the violence that happened all throughout 2020. That's what's different than our Democrat colleagues who refuse to condemn the violence that happened in 2020. When it comes to heading into the midterms on the issues that matter to the American people, whether it's the border crisis, whether it's the crime crisis, crime numbers skyrocketing in states all across America, including my home district, whether it's the economic challenges, we are going to continue talking about those issues and working to earn the support to earn back the majority. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, thank you. Just a follow-up with respect to the RNC. Does the conference have any plans to take additional actions against Congresswoman Cheney or Kinzinger? I know some members would like to see them expelled out of the party.
It did not come up today in our conference meeting. Yes, sir.
Eric Rosales from EWTN, the Catholic Channel. Had a quick question. Several pro-life organizations are concerned about the Biden administration because he's not able to get his pro-abortion agenda done quickly enough, that he may use executive orders such as possibly putting clinics on federal land, which would not make state regulations. What exactly is the Republican Party doing to stop President Biden and his pro-abortion agenda?
Well, first, when it comes to any spending bill, we are only going to negotiate if there's continued protection for the Hyde provision, this historically bipartisan provision. When it comes to executive overreach that President Biden is considering, that's something that Republicans would oppose adamantly, and we would speak out very significantly on that issue. Thank you very much. We do not support unionizing on the Hill. Thank you.
All right, so a lot of remarks there, again, addressing a crisis that we have seen happening here across our country, demanding action when it comes to addressing these drugs that are laced with fentanyl and causing so many overdose deaths. We are going to continue to bring you some other live events that have been happening here across the country. After this 2-minute break, we'll take you out to Minneapolis, where students are walking out and demanding for police accountability as they continue to fight after that incident happened where a no-knock warrant resulted in the death of Amir Locke. We'll bring you up to date on that story and continue listening in here on LiveNOW from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, the Minneapolis community, and even across our country. There's so many folks who are outraged after a no-knock warrant was conducted in an apartment in Minneapolis, and it did result in the death of a young man. Again, this happened just the other week. We have been bringing you this story. Now today, students walking out in protest. They are going to be also conducting a march, speaking out as they continue to fight for justice for Amir Locke. He was the one staying at his cousin's apartment when they had conducted this no-knock warrant. He was sleeping on the couch, and when police had entered the apartment building, they said when he woke up on the couch, he had displayed a gun. That's when an officer had shot him, and unfortunately, he did succumb to those injuries. So right now, still a lot of questions surrounding this, an investigation taking place, and so many community members speaking out. Let's go ahead and listen into that event that has been happening in Minneapolis. It looks like they're getting ready to do the march, so I'm going to take us back to those moments when they had a few speakers step up to those microphones.
Stand on the side. I'm everybody's mom. Take your mask off so they can hear you.
You guys ready? Hello, my name is Aaliyah Murray, AALIYAHMURRAY, and I'm the president and founder of Minnesota Teen Activists, and I have parent permission to do this interview. Today we're standing in solidarity with Central Black Student Union. As students across the state will be walking out and rallying at Central High School. We will march to the governor's mansion due to the execution of Amir Locke by the Minneapolis Police Department and Minneapolis SWAT team.
Hello, my name is Jerome Treadwell, JEROME-TREADWELL. I have parent permission. I'm the executive director of Minnesota Teen Activists. Time and time again, black youth are being murdered across the nation. Our message today is that we need to protect young black lives. We are humans, we deserve to live, and we have hopes and dreams. Our demands consist of banning all no-knock warrants, full transparency and a full overhaul and demilitarization of Minneapolis Police Department, full review of MPD and SWAT practices, resignation of Police Chief Interim Huffman and Mayor Fry, accountability of Judge Peter Cahill, the same judge for the Chauvin trial that led to the no-knock warrant, termination of Mark Hanneman, the police officer who murdered Amir Locke in a matter of 9 seconds.
Hi, I'm Nevaeh Wiley, spelled Nevaehwiley, and I'm publicist of BSU, Black Student Union, at Central High School. I'm speaking on my effect as a black youth. As a young black woman myself, it is truly traumatizing to know that I have cousins, friends, uncles, even brothers that have to worry about their lives and could be taken in a matter of seconds. And not by natural deaths like diseases or accidents or even by aging. It hurts too bad to know that my loved ones can be taken away from me too soon and being too close to my age and seeing how the years have, seeing by how their age has gone down year by year. It saddens me to know that they cannot grow and complete their futures. And when we're growing up, we're usually taught to how to stay safe from our own protection. And that should not be something I should learn due to my race. I live in fear every day just based off the color of my skin, and it's truly horrific. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm Grace Mutombo, GRACEMUTOMBO. I'll be speaking on the effect of the black youth. The effect of seeing black people, especially black youth, getting killed on a day-to-day basis is extremely traumatizing. The media does not understand the constant fear it puts on us when we open our phones and TV and see a black person getting lynched at the hands of those who are meant to serve and protect us, which leads into ruining our mental health, which leads into the deterioration of our school life and our day-to-day lives. We never get to experience full comfortability no matter where we are or who we are with. We have to constantly look over our shoulders to get comfortable or feel comfortable. This should not be the reality that we live in, no matter our race, ages, or sexes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandra Tunio, SANDRATOUGNON, president of BSU at Central. I've always understood the adversity that the black community faces, and yet I was also aware of the potential to do better. Unlike the established norm that too many black children know as the talk, I wasn't fully aware of my place in society until the age of 9 when I heard of Trayvon Martin. This was when I learned that my life was neither valued or mattered to the white members of my community. I lost my innocence at 10 when, running outside, I would decide against raising my hoodie to protect my ears because Trayvon Martin couldn't. I lost my innocence at 14 when my older brother, a student athlete, came home saying that it's just how it is after police officers painfully arrested him in front of a crowd of people because he fit the description of a black male. I lost my innocence at 16 when I was forced to come to terms with the deeply rooted systematic racism during the George Floyd murder, fearing that my father or my brother or even myself was next. Moving forward, I hope that more people acknowledge that there is a problem and seek progress. Moving forward, I hope to live in a country, in a state where being black is not a crime. Moving forward, I hope to live in a place where our future isn't stolen for us. No justice, no peace. Thank you.
Once again, students walking out of school here today. They are going to be marching to the governor's residence, and there will be possibly more press conferences and press opportunities during that march. And once they do arrive there, again, this taking place in Minneapolis, where we have recently seen yet again another incident happen involving police and a young black man. He was inside of that apartment building that had a no-knock warrant when police entered. Unfortunately, again, the person inside was Amir Locke. His name was not on the original warrant. And when he had woken up on the couch, displayed a gun, unfortunately, one of those police officers did shoot and kill Amir. So now community upset yet again here in Minnesota. It has sparked a lot more conversations, especially when it comes to accountability for police. So we will continue to try to follow all of those movements in Minneapolis. Looks like our team did power down their cameras here for the moment. But yet again, we're reporting this sad incident, and it seems like we've been doing that time and time again here, unfortunately. So let's go ahead, step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we've had more press conferences happening here this morning, including Florida Governor DeSantis speaking on infrastructure improvements. Also, even more of our Capitol Hill leaders speaking about many topics, including we had our House Democrats speaking about the economy. More to come again here in just 2 minutes. Here we are taking a live look at the White House, where a little bit later today, not only will we be hearing from the president himself, he'll be delivering some remarks on his administration's work to try to push for more manufacturing happening here in America. But we'll also have Press Secretary Jen Psaki. She'll be giving another White House press briefing, and so that will be happening also later this afternoon. That's scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern time, so 11 a.m. for all of our folks joining us on the West Coast. And President Biden set to make those remarks on manufacturing in America at 1:45 p.m. Eastern time. So that will be yet another event to look forward to here on our stream. Also want to let our viewers know, coming up a little bit later this afternoon, we're also going to be hearing from some of our Super Bowl officials. They're going to be speaking about the public safety aspects when it comes to the Super Bowl. Of course, they're getting a lot of events, a lot more crowds of people that are going to be coming to the area, especially as the days continue to lead up to the big game. And so they're going to have a press conference later this afternoon to address ways that they're going to try to stay ahead of any incidents that may rise when it comes to the Super Bowl. So we'll be staying on top of all of those other items that are going to be coming up here very soon on LiveNOW from Fox. Also still keeping an eye in Minneapolis, where we do have students who have walked out of school in protest for justice for Amir Locke. So we'll also keep track of them. Right now, this is the camera shot I'm actually seeing. This is something we show our viewers on LiveNOW from Fox. A lot of times you only see those moments of maybe a soundbite or two, maybe even a little bit of video of them marching. Here you can see our crews getting ready to march with those students. So we can always check back in on that event. They're going to be marching to the governor's residence, again, asking for police accountability in this latest case. So with that being said, of course, as I mentioned before, a lot more events have been taking place this morning we haven't gotten to yet. That does include, we just heard from some of our House Republican leaders. Now we'll go to those House Democrat leaders. The Republicans were speaking about fentanyl, while the Democrats have focused on the economy. So let's listen into that right here for you on LiveNOW from Fox.
Morning. Pleased to be joined today by Vice Chair Aguilar, of course, as well as Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark, and my good friend DCCC Chair Sean Patrick Maloney from New York. We had an amazing January jobs report, which continues the economic growth and the job creation that has occurred under Joe Biden's presidency. In President Biden's first year, 6.6 million jobs have been created. That's more job creation in a president's first year than at any other point in American history. Democrats deliver for the people. Economic growth has increased at the highest rate in 40 years under President Joe Biden. Democrats deliver for the people. When President Biden took office, the unemployment rate was 6.6%. Now it's at 4%. Democrats deliver for the people. There are issues that remain for us to deal with, and Democrats are dealing with them decisively as it relates to inflation and some of our supply chain dynamics. That is why House Democrats passed the America Competes Act. It's going to invest in additional job creation, invest in dealing with the supply chain dynamics that occur, invest in technology and innovation, invest in research and development, invest in America continuing to be a leader in the global economy, and make sure that every single American and every single zip code can pursue the great American dream. As heard in President Biden's first year in partnership with House Democrats and Senate Democrats, and we're going to continue to deliver for the American people. It's my honor to yield to Vice Chair Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the chairman said, we've been talking about the economic growth that this country has been facing. Some of the best economic growth in the last 4 decades. President Biden and House Democrats saved the American economy from collapse and set the course for unprecedented recovery through the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Investment Act with only a handful of Republican votes. Votes that in some cases led to those members to be exiled from their own party. People are able to return to jobs because of the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to distribute the vaccine across this country. A vaccine, again, that some Republicans in this body continue to undermine each day. And one of the benefits that we have seen under the Biden-Harris administration is the robust support for the Affordable Care Act. More than 14.5 million people signed on, and with the American Rescue Plan, we supported that through more additional resources. House Republicans, if given the opportunity, we know will try to undermine all of those efforts to shore up the Affordable Care Act and provide health insurance to so many Americans. House Democrats won't take our eyes off the ball. We're going to continue to focus on issues that are good for the economy, issues that are good for our communities and our families, and we're going to make sure that we shore up the economy in this country. We'll continue to focus on these issues because that's what we were sent here to do. That's what we've heard from our communities back home, and that's what we know will have a meaningful and lasting impact. With that, I'll turn it over to a leader in our caucus, a good friend of mine, Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Aguilar and Chairman Jeffries. It is wonderful to be back with all of you and with our illustrious DCCC Chair as well. And good morning. It's a good morning for the American economy. Since 1945, American presidents have outperformed Republican presidents in building a robust economy. And President Biden, with partnership with congressional Democrats, has taken that to a new historic level. 6.6 million jobs created, 4% unemployment, a historic low. And we are just getting started, delivering great jobs, lowering costs, and giving everyone in this country a fair shot. So let's look at what we've done. First, there was the American Rescue Plan that allowed us to get schools open safely. As the Vice Chair pointed out, expand health care for people, free vaccinations, make sure that we were helping families and businesses succeed by getting them the short-term money they needed to survive. Second, we moved on to the infrastructure bill, making the investments we need in our communities, whether that's broadband, clean drinking water, our roads and bridges, and putting into place, improving our ports and airports so that we can help make sure that we can drive down some of these inflationary costs that we're seeing driven by the global pandemic. Third, we passed the Competes Act just last week that's going to further improve our supply chain, bring back manufacturing to our shores, invigorate our semiconductor production, which is not only great for jobs, it is great for lowering costs, and it is great for our national security. And we are not leaving it at that. We also noticed that in the January jobs report, 80% of the people that left the workforce were women. And that's why we are going to continue to negotiate and fight for the Build Back Better agenda. Women are leaving the workforce because they don't have childcare. And we're going to help continue that fight to bring down the cost of childcare, increase that accessibility, make sure that people who are caring our children and our senior parents are able to have a wage allow them to care their own families. And what have we seen from our colleagues across the aisle? No votes for the American Rescue Plan, 13 votes in the House for infrastructure, although 100% of them want to claim those victories back home in those investments. And again, not supporting the Competes Act and helping us create great jobs here. We're going to continue to put the American family first in every piece of work that we do, and we will continue to deliver these wins for them so that they can have the security their families deserve. And with that, I will turn it over to our incredible leader of the DCCC, Sean Patrick Maloney.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you to the chair and to the vice chair for their remarks. I don't need to repeat what's been said. I will point out that we are, as a team, I think, quite pleased with where we see ourselves. Challenges ahead for the American people, but a plan to meet them. A record of real results on issues of critical importance, from saving small businesses, our economy, our schools, our local communities, to building roads and bridges, broadband systems, getting every lead pipe out of every drinking water system in America. These are real results for the American people, and a record that we'll be proud to put against the other side's absence of a plan. And with respect to the work that's yet to be done, I did a town hall meeting with seniors this week in my district. A woman named Angela, who's in her early 70s, said that she has MS, and she spends $2,000 a month out of pocket for her medication, $24,000 a year that she can barely afford. And she ends up having to scrounge together the payments or look for programs that will help her or just miss her treatments. We have a plan that would cap her costs at $2,000 a month annually. $2,000 annually would cap her prescription drug costs. Be a life-changing difference for Angela and millions of Americans who depend on prescription drugs to save their lives, but who can't afford them. We're going to get that done, or we're going to compare that position to the position of our opponents. They want to do nothing on that issue, who've resisted it every step of the way. And that's true of preschool, and it's true of child care costs. We want each of you to be spending no more than 7% of your income, a working family, on child care. That would work a miracle in the lives of millions of American families and get women back in the workforce. And together with preschool for 3- and 4-year-olds, not child care, school for every 3- and 4-year-old in America. Those would be an enormous help to families right now that are struggling to pay the bills, that want to have a good education and good care for their kids when they're at work. We're going to get that done. Or we're going to compare that position to the position of our opponents who have no plan for that and who've been fighting us every step of the way. And I would just say a word quickly about redistricting, where as we come to the end of that process, we look out at a set of districts across America that is very different from the one we heard about so often for so many times over the last year. The fact is that we are going to have a map that is a map we believe is fair, and that we can take that record of results and make the case. And with that, I'll yield back to the chair for your questions.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Sean. Questions?
Just two quick questions. Do you support staffer efforts to unionize in Congress? And regarding specifically the Competes Act, an amendment was withdrawn from the Competes Act that would have allowed the children of legal immigrants who would be phased out of status from the act. And everybody's kind of wondering, everybody in the immigrant community is kind of wondering why that was. It seemed really non-controversial. Can you speak to that at all?
Yes to the first question. I strongly support those unionization efforts, that collective bargaining, fairer wages, making sure people have access to the highest quality benefits. That's in the DNA of the Democratic Party. It will be interesting to see what our Republican colleagues do in that area. With respect to the second part of your question, I'm unfamiliar with the pulling of that amendment, so I can't really speak to it. Back.
For the 10th year in a row. Can the U.S. top free trade with a communist country?
Excuse me, can you ask the last part of that question again?
Can the United States have free trade with a communist country?
Well, I'm not going to speak to any particular bilateral relationship, but I will say that the America Competes Act is going to increase our capacity to be a continued global leader as it relates to the economy. And perhaps most importantly, as Assistant Speaker Catherine Clark indicated, to bring jobs back home, manufacturing jobs, good paying jobs, to make sure that we can continue to be the leader in technology and innovation, And we're going to get the America Competes Act over the finish line as we negotiate with the Senate a bipartisan agreement that will be an important step in the right direction for the American people. Hold on. Does anyone else want to add anything? Okay. Oh, we're going to go back to this side.
Great, thanks. What's happening in New York on redistricting? First of all, can you comment on that? And also, does it undercut Democrat position that independent commissions for redistricting is the way to go?
Well, we have fair maps across the country, as Sean Patrick Maloney indicated. Collectively, as it relates to any particular state, I'm going to hold on commenting on anything, but let me yield to our chair.
I think the chairman said it. Look, bear in mind that in the last election, we won 4.7 million more votes in House races than the Republican Party, and we lost 13 seats. Just hold that fact for a moment. If the House of Representatives doesn't represent the majority of the American people, then what does it represent? It is by definition supposed to reflect the majority will. And yet, with 4.7 million more votes in the House races, we lost 13 seats. So our argument has been, give us fair maps. If they're fair maps, we'll take this record of results into those districts, and we'll make our case. And I think you're seeing that in states like New York.
But is New York a fair map? And, you know, the legislature completely undercut an independent commission.
No, I don't accept that premise at all. There was an independent commission that had a full opportunity to do its job under the Constitution in New York, and it failed to do that. It failed to present a consensus map as it was required to do, not once, but twice. And at this late point in the process, it's not just an option for it's the responsibility of the Assembly and the Senate to draw a map. They're required to. That's the process. Now, they are held against a standard in the Constitution of not diminishing minority voices and representation, of ensuring that there are communities of interest, that there are certain fair standards in that legislation that will be tested in court. And we're happy to put that map up against that standard. But what I'm telling you is that the maps have been unfair for a long time. You don't have to take my word for it. The Republicans have, for years, gerrymandered the heck out of this country. And if we're seeing some restitution of fair maps, then the popular vote should better align with the results in Congress. And that's all we've ever asked for.
Hold on one second.
Question on appropriations. Do you expect to get every member of the Democratic caucus to support both the CR and an omnibus deal?
Well, let me yield to our two appropriators who are here, but I think that Chairwoman DeLauro has done a tremendous job in moving the spending bill forward. We haven't always had the greatest degree of cooperation from our Senate colleagues on the other side of the Capitol. Hopefully, we're seeing those dynamic change. But let me yield to Pete Aguilar and Catherine Clark.
So as we are looking at the CR vote, I think it's important to keep in mind, once again, that a great deal of the infrastructure money is going to be allocated through the CR and the omnibus. And so watch the votes today, because once again, I think you are going to see my colleagues across the aisle going home and bragging about projects in their districts that Democrats have funded, but failing to vote for the CR. That's the vote to watch today on the CR.
What I'd say is we're going to have robust, strong support from our side on the CR and on the omnibus. We want government to work. We want to fund government. We want to make sure that we're accounting for our national priorities. And so, the question is, what's the other side going to do? They've talked about withholding votes for everything because of mask mandates. They played chicken with a government shutdown. We want to make government work. So we trust the leadership of Nita Lowey. We'll pass this stopgap measure. Rosa DeLauro.
And Nita.
And Nita.
Nita, thanks.
I'm an appropriator. Nita, I hope Nita gives me a call. Now I have to call. Now I have to call Rosa. But we're gonna trust the guidance of Rosa here because we know she has her eyes on the prize, which is to make this place work and to deliver government funding. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman.
we're going to go back over to this other side, and then we'll come back. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. You said that on the unionization issue, that this is in the DNA of the party. But the fact that it got to this level, where aides are calling for this, isn't that somehow in the unfortunate DNA of the institution that you have staff who think that they have been abused by members, abused by coworkers, and that there is a lack of a fiduciary responsibility here on behalf of the leadership to make sure that those problems didn't get to that level?
Support the unionization effort that is underway, and support the effort to make sure we protect the right to organize all across America. That is why Democrats passed the Protect the Right to Organize Act here in the House. We believe that at the foundation of making sure that every single American can robustly pursue the American dream is the opportunity to organize, to join a union, to fight collectively for better wages, for better benefits, for better health care. That is in the DNA of the Democratic Party. That is very clear, indisputable in my mind, and the track record of what Democrats do here in Congress and what Republicans do here in Congress speaks for itself.
Mr. Chairman, in a couple hours, Ways and Means is going to hear from the National Taxpayer Advocate, who's going to describe a pretty brutal set of staff shortages and backlogs at IRS. I'm wondering, are you all hearing this from your constituents, and is the caucus talking about anything you can do before Build Back Better to help mitigate a horrible tax year?
Well, I'm certainly thankful that Chairman Neal is hosting this particular hearing to try to get to the bottom of what may be happening at the Department of Treasury and at the IRS under the previous administration. The IRS was intentionally gutted as part of the former administration's objective with his co-conspirators in the Republican Party to do everything possible to elevate the fortunes of the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected and prevent them from paying their fair share. That's the bottom line. That's the reality of why we are where we are. I'm thankful that Chairman Neal and the Ways and Means Committee are diving into this issue, and I'm sure subsequent to the hearing we'll come up with some legislative remedies to address the challenge. Anyone else? Anyone else?
All right, guys, this press conference does continue on, but I want to continue giving you other top stories that have been happening here across the country. So we'll step away from Capitol Hill, and when we come back after this 2-minute break, we're going to take you into the courtroom in Michigan, where we had heard during today there was the Oxford High School shooting suspect's parents in court. This is a preliminary hearing that had taken place. Well, there was some questions surrounding the communication we have seen previously between Jennifer and James Crumbley when they've been in the courtroom. Judge does have a ruling on that. We'll bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Earlier this morning, we had gotten a look inside of the Michigan courtroom where the Oxford High School shooting suspect, Ethan Crumbley, his parents were in court for a preliminary hearing. This taking place just a little bit ago. And there had been just last week prosecution team who had released a statement calling some of those interactions between James and Jennifer Crumbley when they've been in some of their court hearings earlier that they have passed along secret messages. They called it a serious distraction and also traumatic for the family members of the victims who've been involved in the shooting. So today the prosecution did request the court order them to stop communicating. Now, Crumbley's attorney did say that they didn't intentionally do these displays of affection to hurt anyone. Let's go ahead, listen back into that portion of the hearing that had happened again earlier today, right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
All that discovery. In addition, the court adjourned this preliminary examination for approximately 6 weeks because it did acknowledge and understand that the discovery in this case would most likely be voluminous. Having taken all those measures, the court finds that there's sufficient evidence that has been turned over to the defense attorneys at this point in time, that their good cause does not exist to adjourn the exam again. If there's a good likelihood that this exam will not complete today and that it may need to go into another date and time. So having taken all those factors into consideration, the court is going to deny the motion. The prosecutor also had a motion.
Thank you, Judge. People filed a motion to go off to restrict communications between the defendants during court. It became known to us that during certain Zoom breakout sessions, the defendants were making certain gestures to each other. We're asking this court, through this court's inherent authority, to restrict the communication, Judge. I did file a plea, and I believe it speaks for itself. I do not believe there's an objection from the defense.
Your Honor, the fact that the prosecution wasn't even aware of the communications until they were later told by other people shows that our clients weren't trying to do anything to disrupt court. All of the communication, they didn't realize it was being broadcasted. They certainly didn't intend to hurt any of the victims from Oxford. On that, we apologize to the court. I already told the prosecution I would tell our clients not to have communications at the table or send messages of I love you at the table. They agreed. There was no reason to file the motion. Our clients will behave. They're not going to do anything like that, and they certainly don't mean to offend anyone.
Thank you. The court has had the opportunity to review and consider the motion that was filed by the prosecutor as well as oral arguments. I'm going to grant the motion as it relates to in-court proceedings. Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, this is a court proceeding. During the course of any breaks or while maybe I'm looking away or somebody else is looking away, you're not to have communication with each other. It's disruptive and it is disrespectful. Okay? All right, are we ready to begin? Yeah, Your Honor.
May I address the conflict issue for one brief second? I just wanted to add one additional factor.
All right, so you heard the judge there again say that it was disrespectful, especially as, again, they're here on a very serious matter. So this hearing originally set to start at 8:30, didn't start till closer to 9:15. The defense team had asked to adjourn this preliminary hearing, citing a lack of sufficient time to review the evidence. The prosecutor has planned to review. The judge rejected that request and had proceeded to continue on here with this hearing on Tuesday. And so James and Jennifer, both in restraints you're seeing here, also present here as they had brought up a few different witnesses to this stand. Now, this preliminary exam is when the judge is hearing evidence presented by the prosecution. So this included physical evidence, also witness testimony. So the prosecution had brought up to the stand not only some of the co-workers of Jennifer Crumbley, but also a person who dealt with the Crumbleys as far as their horses. She owned the farm where they kept their horses and had been also in communication with Jennifer the day of that high school shooting back on November 30th. So the judge will decide what evidence will be allowed if the suspects are bound over for trial. Most cases are bound over, and they do say that they fully expect James and Jennifer to be sent to trial. So again, we have this happening here. The parents of Ethan Crumbley charged 2 days after this incident had taken place. 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter each for those parents. They were expected to turn themselves in on those charges. Their attorneys had said that they were returning to the area after there was a BOLO, that's a be on the lookout, had been issued for them. Again, they had been missing for a few hours, and so the Crumbleys had left town on the night of the shooting. They had said that they did so as a fear of their own safety, and then had returned to the area. A lot of people speculating, were they fleeing? Again, attorneys in a statement had tried to reaffirm that they were going to hand themselves in. They were returning to that area. So this shooting, again, took the lives, unfortunately, of 4 students, injured several others. And we've had some of that evidence presented in the courtroom here today. Again, there was a couple different pieces of evidence between messages as well as phone conversations that were described in court. Let's continue to listen into that right here on LiveNOW from Fox.
We did receive some different information than what we've received prior to today's hearing.
I've been deferred to the sheriff's department. Any issues with that? Your Honor, due to their max status, I don't feel comfortable removing their hands.
And I just want to describe what's happening at this time. Before they had called the first person to the stand, they were asking permission to take Jennifer and James out of their handcuffs. You can see that they are handcuffed down at their sides, so restricted from very much of their movements. And she had explained, their attorney had explained, that they wanted to be able to communicate with their clients on paper without having to whisper to each other, so that they weren't disrupting the court, and had wanted them handcuffed so that they could be able to do so more easily. And our officials there, law enforcement officials, saying they didn't feel very comfortable unhandcuffing these parents. So that did get denied. So they did have to keep their notes in their laps. And I just want to tell our viewers, I'm going to take us out to a 2-minute break. When we come back, I'm going to put us in the position to when they had called their very first person up to the stand. Again, this is just a preliminary hearing, not the official trial. But they still gave quite a few details as to what had unfolded, some of those conversations that happened with the Crumbley parents on that day of the deadly shooting.
to ask you to keep your voice up so that we can all hear you and speak clearly, and make sure you are verbalizing all responses. Don't shake your head or say uh-huh or because the court recorder can't record that, okay?
Okay.
Okay, can you please state your full name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Kira Pennock, K-I-R-A-P-E-N-N-O-C-K.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Kira, you may also remove your jacket if you're more comfortable.
Okay.
Yes. It's cold in here, but I don't think it's cold.
All right, Kira, can you tell the court how old you are?
I am 25.
And can you tell the court what your occupation is?
I run a horse farm. I give lessons and board horses.
And do you own the farm?
I do.
Okay, and can you tell the judge what that entails?
We have some boarded horses, so people pay us to take care of their horses. We feed the horses, we water them, we turn them outside, and then we also offer training services where we put training on horses or give riders lessons.
So how does the business generate income?
The boarding side of the business covers, the expenses of, the feed and water, the necessities for the horses, and then it also covers the care. So we have some workers that help to keep the business going because we have a lot of horses.
Okay, without giving the specific address, what town or township or city is the farm located in?
Metamora.
Okay. And Kira, do you know Jennifer and James Crumbley?
I do.
Do you see them in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Could you point to Jennifer Crumbley or tell me something she's wearing?
She is right here in the front. She is wearing a mask and glasses.
Okay. Judge had asked that the court take notice that the witness has identified Jennifer Crumbley.
No objection. So noted.
And do you see James Crumbley in the courtroom here today?
I do.
And can you tell us what he's wearing?
He is on the far end and he is wearing orange. He has a mask on and glasses.
All right. Judge, can you take notice that she's properly identified James Crumbley?
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor. Noted.
Kira, who do you know better, James or Jennifer?
Jennifer.
And when did you meet her?
I met her a few years ago, and I met her through the horse world. She had a horse at the time.
All right. When you say a few years ago, we need to know, if all possible, what year was that?
I do not recall the exact year.
Was it more than 3 years ago?
I do not believe so.
Okay. When you met her, did you own your business at the time?
No, I did not.
So how did you meet her?
I have some friends that were familiar with the barn that she had her horse going to.
Okay. At the time, did she have one horse or two?
One.
And what was the name of the horse?
Shorty.
Okay. And currently, how many horses did the Crumbleys or do the Crumbleys own?
They have two.
Okay. And at some point, another horse was purchased?
Yes, the second horse was purchased earlier in 21.
Okay. And what's the second horse's name?
Billy.
And do you know how that purchase was made and in what circumstance?
That was an online purchase. She had the horse shipped to Michigan.
And did she tell you why or how that happened?
She was looking for a new horse that she could do some jumping on, as Shorty had an injury where he could not be jumping. So she happened to find this horse online, and she purchased him to be shipped up here.
Did she tell you how that occurred?
She was drinking that night and said that she made a purchase.
Okay. How do you know she was drinking?
She had told me.
What exactly did she say? Did she say she was intoxicated or she'd been drinking?
She said that she was drinking.
Okay. And did she tell you how much the horse cost?
She said the horse cost $5,000.
All right. And you're telling your testimony is that happened in 2021?
Yes.
Of what month approximately? Was it after you owned the business?
No, this was at a different boarding facility.
Okay. So do you know about what month it was purchased?
The horse ended up showing up in February.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly when the actual purchase happened, though.
Okay. At some point, both of the horses were boarded with you, correct?
Yes.
And when did that occur?
Both horses ended up becoming boarded with me in June to the July time period of 21.
Okay. And can you tell me what services, if any, have you offered James and Jennifer Crumbley with regard to your business?
We have boarded their horses, so we take care of them, and then we were also giving lessons to both of them and putting training on their horses.
Okay, so how much per horse does it cost to board and feed per month?
The board price for the pasture board that they were on is $400 a month.
$400 per month per horse?
Yes.
Okay, and then in addition, you said that you were giving lessons.
Yes.
Who were you giving lessons to?
I was giving lessons to both Jennifer and James, but then ended up more so just giving lessons to Jennifer, as I don't specialize in the Western riding.
Okay, and your testimony is you opened your business in June. So how many lessons approximately per week was the goal for Jennifer?
The goal was about 3 lessons a week.
Okay, how long are those lessons, Kira?
About 45 minutes to an hour.
And how much do they cost?
They cost $35.
Okay. And then did James also have lessons every week?
No, he did not take lessons every single week, but he would take lessons on occasion.
Okay. About how much time, let's just narrow it down from June until November, how many days a week would you see the Crumbleys?
I would say they would be out there about 3 to 4 days a week.
3 to 4 days a week, just during the week or on the weekend as well?
Both week and weekends. Usually I would only see them 1 day on the weekend.
And for about, when they came to the barn, what did they do? And how long did it take?
They would groom their horses and tack them up and ride them, and then cool them down and put them away.
Okay.
And that usually took about 3 hours.
Okay. Did either one of them have jobs at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what they did?
I do not know exactly what job they had.
Do you know what their hours were?
I do not.
About what time did they arrive during the day?
They would usually come around 5 o'clock on the weekdays, and then weekends they would usually come around like between 9 and 11 in the morning.
Did they, for the most part, come together?
Yes.
Okay. Did their son ever come with them?
I have not seen their son at my farm.
Okay, and that would be since June?
Yes.
Have you ever seen him?
I have seen him maybe once or twice.
And that would be at the previous barn?
Yes.
Okay. So you're saying it was 3 to 4 times a week, probably around 5 o'clock, about 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Did the horses ever require any care other than just boarding and feeding and grooming?
Yes. Sometimes we've had to put like ointments or take care of them if they injured themselves or need some type of vet care.
Okay,
and along with holding them for the farrier.
Okay,
to do their feet.
For those of us in the world that aren't exactly sure what a farrier is, can you tell the court what that is?
Basically, a person that does a pedicure for a horse. They can put shoes on a horse, and they just make sure that the horse stays sound enough for either riding or pasture, even if a horse can't be ridden. And it's a regular service that needs to be done.
How often does it need to be done?
Every 6 to 8 weeks.
And did the Crumbleys provide that to their horses?
Yes.
Okay. The farrier would go to the barn?
Yes.
Okay, about
All right, guys, as we continue to listen into this court preliminary hearing that took place earlier here today, do you want to at least let our viewers know, again, in that right-hand box, we are taking a live look in Minneapolis right now. Students have walked out of school, and we do have a community now pulling together as they are marching to the governor's residency in demand for accountability, a demand for justice when it comes to the Amir Locke incident that happened just a few weeks ago. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on this. Listen in, though, to this very first person who's speaking about not only the Crumbley parents, but conversations she had with Jennifer Crumbley on the day of the shooting. We'll be in all of this news right here for our viewers after some of you do step away for a 2-minute break.
You started your business and you said?
I have not seen him more than maybe once or twice.
Okay. Do you know why he didn't come to the barn with his parents for 3 hours, 3 to 4 times a week?
I was told that he didn't really want anything to do with the horses.
And who told you that?
Jen did.
Okay. Would you consider Jennifer a friend?
I would.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever become aware of any marital issues?
She has mentioned some things in the past.
Like what? Like what?
She had mentioned...
I would object this for relevance.
Your Honor, according to MRE 401 and People v. Mills, which is a Michigan Supreme Court in 1995 case, evidence is relevant if it's material or probative. At issue here is defendant's duty to protect the community from intentionally harming someone by willful disregarding of clear signs of danger. What they did, what they didn't do, how they spent their time, what they exposed their son to, all is probative and material, and I believe it is relevant, Your Honor.
The court is going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
She had mentioned that she had found some information of she thought that James was cheating on her, looking up singles in the area online, but then Ethan had...
Hold on one moment.
Yeah.
Do you know approximately when that was? Did she tell you that?
I do not recall exactly.
Was it since June?
Yes.
Was it warm outside or cold outside?
It was warm outside.
Okay, so summer of 2021?
I would say so, yes.
Okay, and what was her reaction to that?
She was very upset.
And did she tell you what she did as a result of it?
She confronted James about it, and James had said that he didn't do that. And then Ethan had come forward and said that he was the one that was looking these up online.
Okay, so did she tell you that then Ethan was aware of this accusation of dad cheating?
I do not recall if she said that he knew about it.
Okay, what was your general impression of Jennifer?
I did not have any issues with her.
How would you describe her?
I really liked how dedicated she was to the horses, and she had aspirations of doing some competitions in the summer during show season, and she had always treated me and everybody else with respect at the barn.
Okay, and did she talk about her son very much?
Not a whole lot.
Did she ever talk about anything positive about her son?
I don't recall her outright saying anything super positive. She really just didn't talk a whole lot about him.
Did she ever express anything concerning about her son?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said that he did not have any friends, that he only had one friend, and he spent a lot of time online or playing games, but he just seemed to keep to himself.
Did she have a word to describe that?
Not really. She thought that it was weird that he wasn't out doing things like a normal kid.
Did she call him weird?
What did you say?
Did she call him weird?
Yes.
Okay. And Was there a time, do you remember the time frame she told you that he didn't have any friends?
I do not remember the time.
Okay. Did she consider him a normal?
No.
How do you know?
Just how she really didn't talk a whole lot about him, and when she would talk about it was just, you know, oh, he doesn't do normal kid things.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Jennifer or James on November 30th?
Yes.
Of 2021? Okay. Did either one of them, to your knowledge, go to the barn on that day?
James had gone that morning to put some ointment on Billy's legs.
What was wrong with Billy's legs?
Billy has something called mud fever or scratches. It's a fungus that sometimes will grow on a horse's legs, and it causes scabs, and it's pretty painful.
And did the Crumbley seem concerned about Billy's legs?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you know James was there? Did you see him?
I did not see him, but some of the other people at my farm saw him there.
Okay. Did you have a conversation at all, either on the phone or via text, with Jennifer?
About
anything on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you know James was there, was he there in the early morning, in the afternoon? Do you have any idea what time it was?
I do not know exactly when. I just know that it was in the morning.
Because you saw that the salve was on Billy's legs?
Yes.
And what time did you notice that?
That was probably around noon.
Okay. So did you ever see Jennifer that day?
I did not.
Okay. But you spoke, what did you do, text her or call her?
Facebook Messenger.
Okay. And did you often communicate with her through Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Is that something you use normally? Is there a reason why versus text?
It seems to be a lot easier for people to just message through Facebook. Okay. I'm not totally sure why. I don't really use my phone much, so.
All right, Your Honor, may I approach? Yes. Okay, Kira, I'm approaching with an exhibit, People's Proposed 6 exhibit. There's approximately 28 pages.
Yes.
And can you tell the court what that is?
These are the messages that morning of November 30th.
And who are they messages between?
Between myself and Jennifer.
And that's Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the court when the messages start and when they end?
The messages start at 10:18 a.m. on November 30th. And the messages end, I am not totally sure date-wise of when they end here. There is no date on these, but I know that.
Okay, if you can take a look at the last couple pages, the last date that you see.
It just says Thursday as the last one that I can see.
Okay, and where did you, I'm giving those to you, but where did those come from? Do you know?
These messages, they came from my phone.
Okay, and how did they get to the sheriff's department?
I had sent screenshots of my messages.
Because they asked you to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did Jennifer have a lesson planned that Tuesday, November 30th?
Yes, she did.
And what time was it supposed to be?
Well, initially it was supposed to be around like 4:30, and then we had to push it because she said that she couldn't make it out.
Okay, we'll get to that. So aside from the lesson, there was also a big concern about Billy's legs and what did you call it, mud fever?
Yes.
Okay. Would you rate the concern of the Crumbleys pretty high about mud fever? Is that something really serious that a horse can get?
It is not super serious, but it's definitely something that needs to take care of. Needs to be taken care of. But with Billy's legs, it was just unusual for his legs to swell up. They became swollen, and it was all 4 legs when the mud fever was only on 2 of them. So that was a little concerning.
Okay.
All right, so once again, we are listening in. This is just the preliminary hearing, so they're laying out just some of those pieces of evidence that are going to be used within the trial for both James and Jennifer Crumbley. Right now on the stand, they do have someone who owns the farm where the Crumbleys have been boarding their horses, and now they are looking at some of the evidence of those Facebook messages sent on November 30th, the day of the shooting at Oxford High School between Jennifer and Kira, and Jennifer does even talk about some of the issues, sends even the picture message of the reason why they were called to the school, those drawings on that math sheet. They're going to be going through this. We'll step away for a 2-minute break and come back and continue to listen into this right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
What that was about?
I did not know then what that was about.
Okay, and what did you, based on her describing it as shit day, what was your impression?
That something probably happened, that, you know, her son was having problems at school.
Has she ever told you in the past that she's gone to her son's school?
She has mentioned that she has gone to the school, but I don't recall when.
Okay. What did you respond at 11:13, Kira?
I responded with, "Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do a lesson tonight?"
And her response?
"Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else, but he was caught drawing this on a math assignment today."
Okay, who's Tank? Do you know?
Tank was their dog.
Okay. And did you know about the loss of the dog recently and the friend leaving, the one friend he had leaving?
Yes.
Okay. And then she texts you a picture of looks like a math worksheet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you look at it closely then?
I looked at it after I happened to open it and see it that day.
And what was your response to that?
Well, my response.
Wait, I didn't ask that well. What was personally your response to it? What did you think?
I was alarmed. I thought that was not normal for.
What was alarming to you about it?
All of the violence all over the page. It just didn't really seem like something that a kid would do on a test in school. Okay.
Were you aware that the Crumbleys owned guns?
Yes.
Were you aware that they purchased a gun for their son?
I did not know the gun was for their son.
Do you follow her on social media?
I do.
Did you view a post about taking her son to Mother-Son Day and an early Christmas present? Did you see that post?
I had seen it, but I'm not sure exactly when. I don't really spend a lot of time on social media.
Okay. Me neither. Okay, so you said you were 24, correct?
25.
25, I'm sorry. Yes. And you're not a parent?
No.
But you were really alarmed about that?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after she texted you? What was the next text that came through?
The next text was, as long as I can get out there early enough.
So this is from Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. Can you speak up just a little bit and read that text?
Yeah. As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3 o'clock, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan being there, plus the vet said it's better for him to move around and keep it circulating, going while he's dealing with the mud fever. Good times.
Good times. Okay, so it's your understanding, based on the text messages, that she'd already met with the school?
Yes.
Okay. And she's texting you about mud fever now?
Yes.
All right. What was the next text that came through?
I said, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo.
And who were you talking about? Who's he?
Ethan.
Okay. And then what did you say after that?
Said, whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
Okay, and what was the response?
Okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming out with me tonight. James is working, he can't be left alone.
So he can't be left alone. Who did you understand her to be talking about?
I understood her to be talking about Ethan.
And you stated what?
I said that, or does he want to ride?
And her response?
And she said, I don't know, maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And you're suggesting Mo?
Yes.
Who I assume is a horse you own?
I do not own him. He's
Okay.
boarded at our facility.
All right. And your suggestion was what?
Make it a family event coming out to the barn. Really, though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses with kids.
And what did Jennifer say?
He needs something.
And then what else?
I said, let's make him a cowboy. And Jen had responded, LOL, mom goals for real.
All right, Kira, you know what happened on November 30th, don't you?
Yes.
When did you hear about it?
I heard about it when I got a call from one of my students' moms.
About what time was that?
That was in the early afternoon. I don't recall exactly what time.
Do you know people and kids that were in that school that day?
I do.
How many?
I know one for sure, which was one of my students. And I know some of the other kids, not personally, but that were in the school also.
Okay. When you heard about the shooting, was it public who was responsible for it?
It was not.
What was your thought?
Made me think that it was him.
Okay. You hear again from her that day. What was the time?
I had heard.
What was the next text?
Kira, I won't be there tonight.
And that came in at 2:36 in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. And your response?
It's okay. Want me to work Billy for you?
And she says what?
Yes, please.
And then it looks like the next communication was from you at 2:58, and you stated what?
I just brought him in.
Now you're texting her a photo. I assume that's Billy.
Yes.
Did you text photos back and forth about the horse frequently?
Sometimes. I would say that most of our conversations were related to the horses.
Okay. And you don't hear anything back until what time?
I don't hear anything back from her until Tuesday at 4:42, and she had responded, I need to sell my horses stat.
Okay. So you, that day, asked her if everything was okay. I heard there was a shooting in Oxford. Is Ethan okay? And then you again reach out at 4:21, correct?
Yes.
And you don't hear back from her until
Tuesday at 4:42.
So the same day, and she's saying, I need to sell my horses stat.
Yes.
Okay. Did she go on to talk about why she needed to sell her horses?
No.
Okay. Eventually, did you continue working this out with did she want you to help her sell the horses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do that?
I am still currently trying to help sell them.
Okay. Your Honor, I believe that the drawing and the math worksheet is stipulated to, and that is people's proposed. Mr. Peace is going to tell me 7. So I move for the admission of that.
No objection, be admitted.
And that is
Thank you again to all of our viewers who have been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. What I want to do is step away here for a second and take us in live to the courtroom here in Michigan. This again is a live picture. This preliminary hearing still going on. They were just in a brief break, but do continue to hear from more people who had interaction with the Crumbleys, not only leading up to November 30th, but also during that day and afterwards, those days that had followed. So let's go ahead, listen in live right here on Live Now from Fox.
Detective Edward Wagrowski.
Do you solemnly swear in testimony you're going to give will be the truth under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, please. If you could state and spell both your first and last name for the record.
My name is Edward Wagrowski. Last name Wagrowski.
May I proceed, Judge?
Go ahead.
Sir, how are you employed?
With the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been a member of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
25 years.
Okay. And what's your current assignment?
I work in the computer crimes unit.
How long have you been in the computer crimes unit?
7 years.
Prior to working in the computer crimes unit, what were some of your previous assignments?
I worked dispatch, assigned to corrections, road patrol.
Okay. Sir, if you could please tell us what a detective in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office computer crimes unit does.
We examine cell phones, computers, do forensic examinations, DVR systems.
Now, in your 25 years of experience with the Sheriff's Office, have you had the opportunity to participate in any specific trainings with regards to forensic analysis of computers and cell phones?
Yes, sir, extensive.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, please?
The main one that we attend is an international certification, IASIS, and you have to renew that every year. There's a 7-month testing process for that. Celebrate is some of the software we use. There's training for that I've been to, a certified user for that. Axiom software.
Now, sir, I imagine that in this particular field, technology is always changing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would it be fair to say then that your training is also ongoing?
Every year, yes.
And sir, you provide us with your CV. By my count, you have 38 trainings specific to cell phone analysis. Does that sound about right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And every time you've had to actually take a test to receive a certification, have you passed?
Yes, sir.
In your 7 years working with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit, have you had the opportunity to conduct data extractions on cell phones?
Yes, sir.
Is this something you do on a regular basis?
Almost every day.
Could you put a number on how many times you've actually done a data extraction on a cell phone?
Well over 500 times.
Tell us how the process, how that works.
So a phone's brought in by a detective in charge of a case. They bring it in, we hook it up. There's software that we have, a device, the UFED Touch, which was made by Celebrate. Hook it up to that device, it extracts the data off of it. Then we use software, UFED Physical Analyzer, usually to examine the data that was obtained from the device.
Now this is Celebrate, this is software, correct?
Celebrate is a company.
It's a company, okay.
UFED Physical Analyzer software.
Okay. And after you review the data on the UFED Physical Analyzer, are you able to export it in a readable format?
Yes, sir.
Is that typically done in PDF form?
Usually, yes.
Okay. Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness before?
Yes, sir.
In which courts?
6th Circuit Court, 43rd District Court in Ferndale, and 52-2.
So 6th Circuit Court, that is the entire Oakland County Circuit Court, am I right?
Yes, sir.
So was it more than one judge even qualified as an expert?
Yes, sir.
All right. In what field have you been qualified as an expert?
Cell phone forensics, computer forensics, and call detail record mapping.
Judge, at this point, I move to qualify this witness as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics under MRA 703.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we have no objection. I do just want to make one thing clear. We were told that the mapping would not be testified to, and that's some of the information we didn't receive. I just want to make sure we're on track with that.
No, that's correct, Judge. We're not going to explore the call detail record mapping at this preliminary examination. He was just testifying that in his experience, he's done that before.
Okay. The court will go ahead and qualify him as an expert witness. No objection for Mr. Crumbley, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I would like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Were you working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you made aware of a school shooting at Oxford High School?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you did, please.
I got prepared. I was notified by our captain that there was a shooting in Oxford and everybody had to go. and I got equipment that you would need to deal with a situation like that.
What sort of equipment?
Body armor, duty rifle, stuff like that.
So this is you, a detective in computer crimes. You were still obtaining that sort of gear?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Everybody has that.
Did you actually go to the high school?
At first, I went to the Myers, and then I went to the high school.
And there's a Meyer adjacent to the high school, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you go to the Meyer?
There was a lot of radio traffic. Then I could hear staging area and garden center for the Meyer and stuff like that. So when I got up there, I wasn't entirely familiar with the area. I'm not from that area, so I saw the Meyer, and that's where I went first.
Okay. At some point while you were on scene at the Meyer, were you requested to report to the Oxford High School offices?
Yes, sir.
And did you do so?
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose for you being tasked there?
To help get the DVR, the video footage of the school.
And did somebody from the school assist you with that?
Yes, sir.
Who was that?
Jim Rourke.
Okay. And what is his role there, if you know?
He's part of their security, private security.
So in your role as a detective with the computer crimes unit, you were asked to obtain and review the footage, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Did you actually review the footage of the shooting from November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you also requested to review footage from other parts of that day?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you eventually obtain the entire server from the school?
Yes, sir.
Now, as a member of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Computer Crimes Unit, do you work hand in hand with other detectives from that unit?
All the time.
Okay. So this is probably especially true in a case such as this?
Absolutely.
Now, in this case, were cell phones seized from James, Jennifer, and Ethan Crumbley?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And those were seized pursuant to search warrant?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to the Oxford High School surveillance system, did you also obtain surveillance footage from accurate firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you do with that?
Because the way the video system is, it's broken up into 16 different cameras, so I was able to take clips of the day that were of interest and stream them all together.
Okay. Now, during the course of this investigation, did you become aware that James Crumbley was employed as a DoorDash driver?
Yes, sir.
And was a search warrant executed on the company, DoorDash, to obtain records from that company?
Yes, sir.
Did you review those as well?
Yes, sir.
Was information obtained from social media outlets through search warrant as well?
Yes, sir.
Does that include Instagram and Facebook?
Yes, sir.
Now, sir, is it true that even if another detective actually authors the search warrant, when the information is received, it's a detective like yourself from computer crimes that actually goes through that information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In this case, did you have the opportunity to review the data extractions from James Crumbley's cell phone, Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone, and Ethan Crumbley's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you use the Celebrate program that we talked about?
UFID physical analyzer, yes.
Now, is it fair to say that your average cell phone nowadays has quite a bit of data on it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. So it takes some time to review that data and export it?
Absolutely.
Now, tell us, detective, if someone were to actually deactivate their social media accounts, would you as an investigator still hope to obtain that information from the device itself?
Yes, sir.
And tell me why.
You would it would still be on the device, even though they deactivated the account. There's databases that the information stored in that we're able to look at those and then see the text or the conversation that was going back and forth in those databases.
Okay. Now, what if someone were to delete their account?
That's different, because then you're telling the phone that it's not of interest to you anymore, and the phone, depending on the operating system, will just say to save room or to make room, we're going to get rid of it.
Now, could you, as an investigator in this field, still hope to obtain that data somehow?
Sometimes, yes, sir.
And tell me how.
Well, the devices or the software we use actually does what's called carving for data, and it looks deeper into the information that was obtained and try to extract those databases. Even though they're broken up, we could sometimes put them back together.
Okay. Now, if you were concerned that someone were going to delete their actual, let's say, Facebook or Instagram accounts, how would you as an investigator try to prevent all that data from being purged?
You would serve a preservation letter.
What's that mean?
It gives an investigator 90 days to get a search warrant, and it's served on the company, whether it's Facebook, TikTok, whatever, and it just tells them this account, don't do anything with it. Even if the user says, I don't want it anymore, just save it as it is right now.
And were preservation letters sent in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to the data extractions from the cell phones themselves, did you have the opportunity to review search warrant returns from Ethan Crumbley's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
What about Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
James Crumbley's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook account?
Yes, sir.
And James Crumbley's DoorDash account?
Yes, sir.
And also James Crumbley's Facebook account?
Yes, sir.
When the Crumbleys were interviewed, did they give the police their phone numbers?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then did the police also become known of Ethan Crumbley's phone number?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what I'm asking you is, when you have a cell phone, it's given to you, you don't know whose it is right away, am I correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, is there a way for you, when you review the data extraction, to tie in the cell phone device to the owner of the cell phone device?
Yes, sir.
And how is that?
Well, usually the evidence bag that it comes in is marked as whose ever phone it was, but it's also verified by when we extract the data from the phone number is saved in the phone, usually on the SIM card, and it's just able to read the phone number. So when we have someone's phone number, they tell us what it is, we compare it to the phone number that was obtained from the device, and we can put the two together.
Okay. So is this called user accounts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this information available on the data extractions of Ethan Crumbley's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And also the defendants, James and Jennifer Crumbley's cell phones?
Correct.
Okay. All told, how many devices were recovered from Jennifer Crumbley?
Jennifer Crumbley, there were 4 total cell phones that were recovered.
And tell me how that happened.
The first one, there was a search warrant served on their house shortly after the shooting. And their phones were seized then. Then we discovered through the investigation that they went and purchased the exact same cell phones, and then also 2 track phones.
Okay, what's a track phone?
We refer to it as a burner phone. Like, it's a prepaid phone that you can get from Walmart or Meyer.
Okay, and how many phones were seized from James Crumbley?
3.
3. When we say 3, we're talking about the original, the same phone that you just referred to, and then the track phone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about Ethan Crumbley?
Just 1.
Now, throughout the course of this direct examination, I am going to be referring only to their original cell phones, the phones that were seized in the date of the search warrant, unless I specifically say otherwise, so we're clear.
Okay, yes, sir.
Now, as part of your data extraction from Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone, did you review audio recordings?
Yes, sir.
Do you have occasion to identify an audio recording that was saved as a voicemail on November the 29th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, this is People's Proposed Exhibit 9. I believe we have a stipulation tonight. This is a voicemail on November 29th.
We do, Your Honor. We just would ask that the entire voicemail be played.
Certainly.
There's a stipulation as to belt attorneys.
Correct, Your Honor.
And this is 9.
Based upon the stipulation, the court will go ahead and admit the recording into evidence.
Thank you.
My name's Pam Fine. I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Mr. Hopkins, who's Ethan's counselor. I was just calling just to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of his teachers had sent an email to the office just that she was concerned because Ethan, when she was walking around the room checking assignments, that he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted us to have a conversation. We did. He said he had been to the shooting range with you this weekend, and we were like, yep, guns are a hobby for a lot of people and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school and things versus searching at home. Like Mr. Hopkins gave a good example of, like, if a teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had that conversation. He was great. He was like, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have that conversation with him, and I don't know, about 5 minutes, and he went back to class. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call at 248-572-9565. 248-572-9565. Otherwise, I hope you have a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Detective, that was a 1 minute and 25-second audio recording. That was the complete recording from the phone, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified that you reviewed the data extractions on both Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to review a text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you export that to a PDF?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you review a data extraction on Celebrate, you were able to put it in a searchable format?
Yes.
Okay, tell me how that works, please.
within the different tabs, either whether it's a text message or call logs or whatever, there's a search field, and you can just type in whether it's a phone number, a name, a keyword or whatever, put it in there, and it just narrows down the search of the information of what you're looking for.
Okay, thank you. Now, sir, this entire text thread is 293 pages with about 1,150 messages. Is that right?
Sounds about right, yes, sir.
Okay.
No,
So,
I'm sorry, can the prosecutor repeat that and slow down? I can't hear him.
Yeah, if you could.
Sorry, which judge?
Slow down a little bit.
Sure.
And then we can hear the whole question.
okay, absolutely. The actual printout of the text thread between Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley is 293 pages in total. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Judge, this is proposed Exhibit 10. I do not believe we have an objection. This is pages 286 to 291. For the record, we do have a thumb drive for the court as well as defense counsel with the entire exported text thread, but this exhibit is pages 286 to 291.
So the exhibit itself is a portion of
Correct,
the thumb
Judge.
drive? Okay, any objections to the admissibility of exhibit 10?
Actually, yes. The exhibit that was given to me actually goes through page 293,
Right.
but you said.
293, that's right.
Okay.
286 through 293 is what I have.
Okay. No,
Correct. Oh, you're right. I said 291. I'm sorry, Judge. It should be 293.
He said it 2 pages shorter, so I just want to make sure we go all the way through 293.
We're correct. We're right. Yep.
All right, so for purposes of admissibility for those documents, any objections, that being pages 286 through 293 of the text messages?
No, Your Honor.
None for Mr. Crumbley. Right, those will be admitted.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you these pages that it's referred to as People's Proposed 10, admitted 10 now. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's an export in a PDF format from a text thread.
I'm going to publish on the screen. Now, at the top, the top right is a green text bubble, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is on page 286 that I've identified. And what does it say at the top there?
The sentence?
Well, first of all, does it identify owner?
It doesn't identify the owner. It says who it's to.
Okay, but this was taken off of Jennifer Crumbley's phone, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and who does it say it's to?
Ethan.
Okay, is that the phone number provided for Ethan Crumbley?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this message was sent to Ethan Crumbley from Jennifer Crumbley, according to your analysis?
Correct.
All right, and what's the first message?
Seriously, question mark, question mark. Looking up bullets in school, question mark, question mark.
And what time and date was that sent?
That's on the 29th of November, 2021 at 11:53 a.m.
Okay. And what was the response?
He responded almost immediately after by saying, "What?"
Okay, was there a second and third response?
Yep. He responded saying, "Oh yeah, I already went to the office for that."
And then this is page 287, the top. This is the blue text bubble. What does this say?
It was in first hour. All I did was look up a certain caliber at the end of class because I was curious.
And what time is that sent?
That's at 11:54.
Okay. Next text, please.
He's saying it was on my phone. Completely harmless. Teachers just have no privacy.
And the first text from Ethan Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley on the following page.
They said I'm all good. I understand why they talked to me, and they said that that is am good.
Okay, and you're reading this exactly how it's
Exactly.
on this page. Okay.
Yes, sir.
In the follow-up text?
This is nothing I should get in trouble about.
Okay, and what time is that sent?
That was at 11:55.
Also on November the 29th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
All right. And was there a response there from Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
What is that?
She responded with, "You're not." They left me a voicemail. And then there's emojis after it with hand over face emoji.
And what time and date was that?
At 12:13 and 11:29.
Now, sir, what does this text here, the green bubble sent from Jennifer Crumbley to Ethan Crumbley, say?
On the next page?
Yes, sir.
It says, "Did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?"
And what time did she write that?
At 12:14 p.m.
On November 29th as well?
Yes, sir.
And what was his response?
"No, I didn't show them the pic, my God."
And the next?
"I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday, It was a harmless act.
Okay. Now we're on page 290, the first text from Ethan Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley.
I had this bullet cartridge in my room that I didn't, what kind of bullet it was, and it said it was a 22. So at the end of first hour, I just looked up different types of 22 bullets. And I guess the teachers can't get their eyes off my screen, SMH.
What does SMH mean?
Generally it means shake my head.
Okay. And what was Jennifer Crumbley's response to that?
LOL, I'm not mad. You have to learn not to get caught.
Okay. Are there periods in between some of these words?
Yes, in between I'm not in the beginning of the sentence, and then in between the 3 words of not get caught.
Okay. And what time did she write, you have to learn not to get caught?
That was at 12:31.
On November the 29th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And his response to that?
IKLOL.
And was there a follow-up response?
He had, appears to be laughing emojis.
And on page 291?
I just didn't want something this little to get me in trouble because, well, I didn't want to get in trouble, LOL.
And did he have another text on that day?
He stated, I want to hear the voicemail when I get home, though.
And the next?
Also, I never tried to hide me looking up the bullet. I just didn't think a teacher would be staring at my phone.
Did she respond to that?
She did. Jennifer responded, okay, I saved it.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but those are the text messages from November the 29th, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll come back to this exhibit in a little bit. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Do you want all of them?
Hang on to the last two. Thank you.
We are listening in live as this preliminary hearing continues for the parents of Ethan Crumbley, who is the alleged shooter at Oxford High School. On November 30th, 4 students' lives were lost, several others injured. Some of you are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break, right back in the courtroom when you return, again, live here in Michigan.
C78.
Okay. And were you able to find that on the device as well?
Yes, sir.
When you're able to locate that information on the device, are you able to export that to a PDF?
Yes, sir.
May I approach? Yes. This is People's Proposal 11. Sir, what is it that I just handed you?
It's a PDF report from UFED Physical Analyzer software.
And what does it say in there?
It is user accounts is the report itself, and it's the username of JEHNC78.
Okay.
For Instagram.
And so that's how you're able to verify what Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram username was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, people move to admit number 11.
Any objection?
No objection.
None for Mr. Crumbley. Be admitted.
Thank you. I'm just going to publish this, Judge, for the court. All right, so this is the page that I've handed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So under user account, we talked about user accounts earlier. So under user accounts here, we have a username.
Yes, sir.
And this is where we have JEHNC78, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Were you able to determine if James Crumbley had an Instagram account as well?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what his username was?
His name, James Crumbley, 54321.
All right. And did you do the same process with the user accounts on James Crumbley's actual device to verify that?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
This is People's Proposal 12. Sir, what am I handing you?
It's a PDF report from Physical Analyzer software.
Did you obtain that in the same method that you obtained the information for Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit number 12.
No objection. None for Mr. Crumbley.
I'm going to publish this.
Any objection from Jennifer Crumbley?
No objection, thank you.
Shall be admitted.
And sir, on the screen here, this appears to be the same type of PDF, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, but this is from James Crumbley, and we know that from this user account information?
Yes, sir.
And it has the username of James Crumbley 54321, which you've identified earlier?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, referring first to the Instagram returns for Ethan Crumbley, how many known Instagram accounts did Ethan Crumbley have?
I'm sorry, for
Ethan Crumbley, yes.
3.
Okay, do you recall the names of those?
One was Daddy Vader. The other one was Ethan.Crumbley, period. And then Ethan_Crumbley.
I want to talk to you just right now about the Ethan.Crumbley accounts. Were pictures and first of all, did you receive information from Instagram on that account?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were pictures and posts made on that account?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you, this is People's Proposed 13. Yeah, approach that.
Yes.
This is 13, Council. Sir, what have I just handed you?
Search warrant return from Instagram.
Okay, is that for the Ethan.Crumbley account?
Yes, sir.
And that exhibit, proposed exhibit, has a number of pages, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the information that you actually received and reviewed from the Ethan.Crumbley account?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit.
Any objection on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
Your Honor, there's no objection to the photo part of it being admitted, but there's some text afterwards that I don't think is relevant. I suppose I can ask the witness about it on cross-examination. It's not.
Well, I can just
Just for clarification and for reference, according to my documents, Exhibit 13 is several pages, correct?
Yes, Judge.
How many pages do you know?
17.
16, 17? 17 pages. Do you have all 17 pages?
17 pages.
It is 17
Yes.
total. Well, the last page is blank.
I do have 17 pages. If I could just ask the prosecutor very quickly. Okay, I have no objection, thank you.
Okay, any objection on behalf of James Crumbley? None for Mr. Crumbley, Your Honor. Okay, Exhibit 13 will be admitted.
Thank you. Going to publish.
And just for clarification, this is for just the Ethan.Crumbley account?
Ethan.Crumbley. Yes, Judge, that's it. Now, are you able to tell when you look at the Instagram return what time something is posted, date and time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this first, on page 1 here, we have an image, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This image appears to be a target with holes in it.
Correct.
All right, I want to make sure I'm looking at the same one. We have a taken date and time. Do you
Correct.
see that as well?
Yes, sir.
What is the taken date and time?
Taken date and time is 11/27/2021 at 19:02 UTC.
Now, when you see UTC without a minus next to it, what does that mean?
That's the time at Greenwich Mean Time where all time starts, and depending on how far you are away from Greenwich Mean Time, you lose an hour or gain an hour, and currently we're at -5.
Okay, so was this picture actually posted at 1900 hours or a different time?
At a different time, sir.
And what time is that?
1402.
Okay, so it'd be 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
Yes, sir. Sorry, yes, sir. 2 p.m.
That's right.
I'm sorry, you said it was posted at 14:02?
Yes, ma'am.
Taken at 19:02?
No, ma'am. No, it's taken. It was actually taken, but not the software. Instagram logs all their stuff at UTC time. So at UTC was it's 7:02 or 19:02, but since we're at -5 right now, it's 14:02. Is actually when it was taken and posted.
Thank you.
Like,
Okay, Detective, was there text associated with this photograph as well?
yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you about the other comments that have been posted after November the 27th, just the comments posted by the user of the account. So page 2, at the top, we have a text area.
Yes, sir.
And what does that say?
It's took my new SIG out to the range today. Definitely need to get used to the new sites. LOL.
Okay, now that was posted by the user, and we've identified that as Ethan Crumbley. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to scroll through to the next photograph. This is on the 3rd page of what I've handed you. Is there this photograph of a firearm? Are we looking at the same page?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does it have a date and time taken?
Yes, sir.
And what date is that?
Taken 11/26/2021 at 18:06 UTC, or 306.
Okay, so the target was taken on November 27th, but the picture of this firearm was taken November the 26th.
Correct.
All right. And do we have a text associated with the user of this account?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
Just got my new beauty today with heart eyes emoji. Sig Sauer 9mm. Ask any questions, I will answer.
Okay. Now to the following page. We have another photograph. This is also a firearm.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what is the date and time on this?
Date and time 11/26/2021 at 1806 UTC or 306 in Michigan.
And that was about the same time the other photograph was posted as well, right?
Correct.
All right. And we have the text box with the user, and it's the same text. Just got my new beauty today with the heart eyes emoji.
Correct.
Now the following page, page 5 here. What are we looking at?
Picture of someone holding a handgun pointing towards the floor.
Okay. And this was a, do we have a date and time when this was taken and posted?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
11/26/2021 at 1806 UTC or 306 in Michigan.
Okay. And again, the same text. Just got my new beauty today with the heart eyes emoji?
Correct.
Okay. So when we have the same date and time with multiple photographs like we have here, is it fair to assume that it's a one Instagram post with multiple photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a chance to review some of the other photographs found on this account?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to scroll briefly through these. This is page 6. Page 7. Have you found that one as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, Mark, can you remember what that was,
Do want to say thanks again to all of our viewers watching here with us. You can follow along these top stories and stories we've been staying on top of here for you on Live Now from Fox. Viewer discretion advised, as again they're showing just some of the different items on your screen that could be a little bit hard to take in for some of our viewers, but we are going to have some of you step away for a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox. Sheriff's Department officers here talking about some of the things that he had found on accounts and devices from all 3 of the Crumbleys. Again, some of you first going to be seeing a 2-minute break.
This is where we stopped. Page 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and the last one is all black appears.
Your Honor, at this point, I stipulate to pages 1 through 5 coming in as features account that it's very clear that 6 through 17 are other usernames throughout the pictures.
We can have the detective verify, Judge. And if you don't mind, as far as further response, Judge, our next exhibit is a contact page on both James and Jennifer's devices that show they followed the Ethan.Crumbley account. It's relevant that way as well.
But as it relates to the pages of the photographs, that's being pages 6 through 16, please clarify with the witness who actually posted those photographs.
And again, Judge, I don't mind clarifying with the detective. However, our position is that, as we will show in just a minute by an offer of proof. Correct.
Go ahead and see.
Thank you, Judge.
Just by virtue of the information that's provided on the exhibit. Okay. If you can, you can. If you can, you can. I do have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
photograph.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look at the text underneath the photograph, it has 2 usernames there.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you tell the court what the significance is of those usernames on that particular page?
Those appear to be, they commented on the picture. One says, the text says TF, the other one text says so true.
Okay, thank you.
Are you able to tell, based upon this exhibit, Detective?
Based on this example, I'm looking at the upload IDs. Give me 1 second. So the IP address that was used to upload the photos of the firearm that had text that we know Ethan made is different, but yet a little similar. Without double checking, being able to check the IP addresses of all the uploads, I couldn't tell you right now for certain.
Okay.
But the fact that the one has comments after it would lead me to believe that that was posted by Ethan.
Okay. Now let me ask you this.
Page 6.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we can explore this more in cross-examination, but these are very different circumstances. This has usernames listed that are not Ethan Crumbley's. So we object again to pages 6 through 17 coming in.
Do you want to go ahead here?
I will go here.
Okay, go ahead and I'll let you go ahead here.
Okay, Detective, on pages 1 through 5, where photos are, we're talking about the picture of the target, and then there's a picture of a gun in a case, and a picture of Ethan holding a gun presumably, and then a picture of Ethan pointing the gun down. Those 5 pages, after each of those pictures, you can see that it says comments user Ethan.Crumbley, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On page 6, there's a different photograph of like this ghost face, and in the same spot where it says Ethan.Crumbley, it says user Augusto Ferrari 0227.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Augusto Ferrari is, and there is nothing on here showing Ethan.Crumbley's name, correct?
On page 6, ma'am?
Yes.
Correct.
But on pages 1 through 5, Ethan.Crumbley is on all of those photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? So the photograph with the white face, the second page that looks like it's kind of that same white face, page 7 of 17, again, nowhere on there does that say Ethan.Crumbley.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And the following page, where 8 of 17, again, it does not say Ethan.Crumbley anywhere.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Same thing on page 9 out of 17.
Judge, if I may, this might help
15.
shorten this a little bit. I'm not offering those photographs to show that Ethan Crumbley took the photograph. They're offered because they're on his Instagram account.
Right, and that's what he needs to clarify. So as it relates to those photographs where Ethan Crumbley is not listed, how can you identify whether or not it was on Ethan Crumbley's account?
Because that was the information that was given to us by Instagram from the search warrant that was served on them. That these were the photos and text that were associated to his Ethan.Crumbley Instagram account.
Okay, when you look at the photographs and you look at the documents, is there any reference to his actual account, and if so, where is that?
To the ones starting on page 6, ma'am?
Yes.
There is not. Starting on page 15, it does again appear his name, Ethan.Crumbley. It was the finger, the circle finger like that. And then also for the very last one on page 16, his name is also associated to that one as well.
Your Honor, on the page 15 and 16 that the detective just pointed out, those are like the first couple pictures. We have no objection to those.
I understand. I can see the difference between them. So the question is for pages 6 through 14, other than what Instagram told you, how do you know that that's his account?
Based on these documents, there's no way to know unless we were we'd probably have to do a couple more search warrants on an IP address or something to see where it came from. But that's usually Instagram. When we ask for a specific account, they give us everything associated with the account that we serve the preservation letter on also.
So, Your Honor, we would object to part 7, pages 7 through 14 being admitted. We have no objection, I'm sorry, page 5. 6 through 17, actually not that. 6 through 14, there's no basis for. Page 15 is fine, page 16 is fine, and pages 1 through 5 are fine.
Judge, you can give it whatever weight the court determines. I've already made my position clear.
You certainly will have the opportunity to cross-examine him on that, and counsel's correct. I will consider the weight of that evidence as it relates to those pages and the information that we just gleaned from the detective, whether or not we can actually attribute this to his account.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Detective, if somebody has, just as a general course, if you have an Instagram account and you post and share photographs, people who follow you can view those, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, looking on the devices of both James and Jennifer Crumbley, were you able to determine if they followed the Ethan.Crumbley account?
Yes, sir.
All right. May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Hand you people's 14 and people's 15. Okay. Starting with 14. Sir, what have I just handed you?
PDF exports from UFID Fiscal Analyzer software.
Okay, so we're looking at an export from Jennifer Crumbley's contacts regarding Instagram, is that right?
On Exhibit 14?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you obtained that from the device itself, from Jennifer Crumbley's device itself?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit 14?
Your Honor, I would object. I don't see at all where it says it's from Jennifer's device.
May I?
Detective, can you identify how you were able to determine that this is from Jennifer Crumbley's device?
When I was examining the device, I went to the contacts within what I knew to be her phone, which was compared with her phone number, and I exported it from her contacts.
May I ask a follow-up question, Judge, to the detective? Now, sir, every time you actually hit export and create a PDF, it doesn't actually list the phone's name, user account, phone number, am I right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so this is based upon your actual knowledge, your personal knowledge of the phone data extraction?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object. I can't see that from this portion of the exhibit that they've tendered.
Okay, but you have his testimony, so you can certainly cross-examine him. He's indicated that he was the one that extracted it, and he is verifying based upon what he did that this is in fact the documentation from that extraction. You will have the opportunity to cross-examine him on that, but for purposes of admissibility, I'm going to allow it.
Thank
Your
you,
Honor,
Judge.
I would, just for the record, joining the objection. And I don't know if we addressed that before, but Mr. Crumbley will be joining any of the objections we raised for Mrs. Crumbley.
Go ahead.
I'm going to publish 14, which is in your hand right now. And this is what the PDF looks like when you export that information, am I right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, you have 15 in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what 15 is.
15 is an export from James Crumbley's cell phone of his contacts.
Okay. And that is James Crumbley's Instagram contacts as well?
Correct.
Okay, what does that tell you?
It says has a contact of Ethan Crumbley on Instagram, and he's following.
Okay. You're following Ethan.Crumbley. All right. That is 15. People move to him at 15.
Same objection.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Same objection for Jennifer Crumbley.
It's the same objection, but Your Honor, it's the same objection.
Court will admit over objection for the reasons previously stated on the record.
Thank you. I'm going to publish this for the detective to verify that what I've published is what's in his hand. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity to review Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram returns?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were there pictures and posts that you were able to obtain from that Instagram return?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to approach with people 16. Approach, Judge. This is People's Post 16. There's 4 pages here. Sir, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
It's a search warrant return, a printout of the search warrant return from Instagram.
Okay, and that's on the Jennifer Crumbley's identified Instagram account?
Correct.
Okay. People move to omit 16.
The objection on behalf of James Crumbley is 16.
No objection to 16 for Jennifer.
No objection, Mayor. It will be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. I'm going to publish this for you, sir. Okay, again, we have the way the Ethan.Crumbley account looked. This account also has posts and text, am I right?
Correct.
Okay, so we have the first page here, we have a photograph.
Correct.
And I want to make sure we're looking at the same photograph. What are you?
As we continue to listen in here on Live Now from Fox, I do want to say thank you to everyone who's been following along here with you. We have been keeping you informed on the latest developments of this Oxford High School shooting ever since it took place again back on November 30th. 4 lives were taken on that day from the alleged shooter, Ethan Crumbley. His parents both charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. They are having a preliminary hearing here this morning and into the afternoon. We are listening in live inside of that courtroom. Some of you are going to be seeing a 2-minute break as we continue with this right here again in the courtroom in Michigan.
In Michigan.
So we see a text, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present, my first time shooting a 9mm, I hit the bullseye. Is that the same text as the first post?
Correct, sir.
All right, thank you. Now we have another picture here. What do we see here?
That one appears to be a Sig Sauer handgun in a gun case with 2 magazines.
All right. What's underneath the Sig Sauer handgun?
Looks like a pamphlet, says ATF Youth Handgun Act Notice.
And what time was this taken?
This was taken at 11/27/2021 at 1903 UTC or 203 in Michigan.
And what's the text posted by the user on this account?
Same as the last one, Mom and Sunday testing out his new Xmas present. My first time shooting 9mm, I hit the bullseye.
Thank you. Now, sir, when you as an investigator obtain data from social media returns like Instagram or Facebook, do you then go through the devices themselves to correlate what other activity is happening those same dates and times?
Usually, yes, sir. Not extensively. You don't want to go through the whole phone and change things or possibly delete things or move things around. But I just look for small key things that I'm going to see when I start examining the phone from the data that was pulled from it.
Okay. So we've already identified the post on the Ethan.Crumbley account of the handgun and the text message associated with that post about my new beauty. That was taken on November the 26th, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review the videos on Ethan Crumbley's cell phone data extraction?
Yes, sir.
Specifically, November the 26th, 2021, at 6:39 p.m., a video posted that date and time. Did you review that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've already had the chance before today to view that video, am I right?
Correct.
Okay. People move to omit. This is 17.
Any objection from James Crumbley? No, Your Honor. From Jennifer Crumbley?
No, Your Honor. As long as we're going to watch the video, I can make sure it's what.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, he admitted that's Exhibit 17.
I'm going to play it on the screen here. And sir, if you could confirm that this is what you actually found off the phone. And sir, was that what you found off of Ethan Crumbley's phone on November the 26th, 6:39 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, does this firearm appear to be consistent with the firearm posted on the Ethan.Crumbley account?
Yes, sir.
Does it also appear to be consistent with the firearm posted on Jennifer Crumbley's Instagram account?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, this is a 13-second clip. I'm going to back it up just a little bit at really at the very end, in the 13th second here. What is this right here that we're looking at, this black rope object?
That would be a gun lock.
Okay. And is a gun lock provided to the purchaser of a handgun typically?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we already talked about that ATF notice. I'm going to back this video up a little bit more. tell me, sir, do we see that pamphlet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that the same, appear to be the same ATF Youth Handgun Act notice?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And just for the record, that was 17. Sir, now I want to move on to Facebook returns. Were you able to determine the username of Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook profile?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
J.C. Rumbley.
Okay. Were you able to determine the username of James Crumbley's Facebook profile?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall that?
James R. Crumbley.
Right. Were you able to extract a Facebook Messenger thread between the defendants, between James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, sir.
And if printed out, how many pages would it be?
Oh, thousands, I believe.
Now, I want to talk specifically about the pages that the text that begin on 2042 through 2046 of that messenger thread. And Judge, for the record, we've tendered the entire messenger thread over to the defense, and I believe the court has a copy as well.
That's marked as Exhibit 18.
18, yes, Judge. Thank you.
Are you moving for visibility right now?
I am, as soon as this detective authentic cases, Judge. May I approach the witness?
There's no stipulation on that, correct?
Counsel, I don't recall if we discussed this one or not. Counsel, do we have a stipulation on Exhibit 18?
I apologize, yes. Exhibit 18 we do.
Thank you.
Okay, so stipulation is to both defendants as to the visibility of 18. Correct, Your Honor.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 18. For the record, we have 5 pages there. I'm going to publish on the screen. Okay, I want to start with November the 30th. Okay, can you see the screen? All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
So we have blue bubble on the left-hand side. The first text or Facebook messenger on November the 30th is from who?
From J.C. Rumbley.
Okay, and that's identified obviously as defendant Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what date and time was this?
That was at 11/30/2021 at 9:33 a.m.
All right. If you could read that post, please.
Call now, emergency. Now's in all caps.
Okay. Now the second message she sent? The first message to follow that, rather.
Yep. Sent after that was just the word emergency.
And what time was that sent?
9:35 a.m.
33 or 9:35?
35, ma'am.
And what was the next message on that thread?
Jennifer sent 2 photos.
Okay. And were you able to tell in your data extractions and your review what these photographs were that she sent?
Yes, sir.
And what are those photographs?
It's the drawing, the math test that Ethan had that he had drawn on.
And sir, the top one has already been admitted as the evidence, and that is Exhibit 7. The other one is going to be Exhibit 78. This is the alternate one.
What number is that?
This is 78.
I'm sorry, you said it's Exhibit 7, what's the other one?
7 and 78, Judge.
78.
We don't have 78. This is a new edition, Judge.
I have through 77.
May I approach the witness? I'll publish to the court. This has been already admitted as 7. And what am I handing you right now?
It's a screenshot that is within the text message, or the message.
The first screenshot or the second screenshot, if you can tell?
Appears to be the first.
Okay. Now this is people's proposed 78. Sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's the same. It's a math test, a copy of the math test with certain parts of it scribbled out.
Okay. And that would be the second attachment sent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to omit 78. I'll publish it to the court.
Mark
that? I will.
Yeah, we gotta have it marked. Any objection by James Crumbley? No objection, Your Honor. Any objection by Jennifer Crumbley? No, Judge. Okay, so 78 will be admitted. That is a separate photograph that's going to be marked right now.
May I approach the bench?
Yes. That matches, I'm sorry, the first or the second photograph on the Facebook postings?
The second.
Yeah.
Do I see it again?
Yeah, no, it's the second. Yes, ma'am. I just want to make sure.
I'm going to put 78 on the screen to make sure that we are all talking about the same exhibit. Sir, is what I'm showing you on the screen right now, is this what we have identified as Exhibit 78?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this was the second screenshot sent by Jennifer Crumbley?
Correct.
And that was on a text thread between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley, correct?
A Facebook message, yes, sir.
Facebook message, thank you. And that means it was sent by Jennifer to James?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to put up Exhibit 7 right now. And sir, this is what we identified as the first screenshot sent, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, going back now to 18, which is the text, the Facebook message thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley. What time were these screenshots sent?
They were sent on 11/30/2021 at 9:38 a.m.
Okay. And I scroll down and I see a duplicate message. Is there, can you tell what happened there?
It's just where the software, it searches multiple areas and the device stores it in different places. So whether it's found in a file system extraction or what's called a logical extraction, it's just let you know that it found it in multiple places.
Thank you. And we have identical thing happening next. Okay, what was the response from James Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley?
James responded with, "My God, WTF."
What's WTF mean?
Excuse my language, ma'am. What the fuck?
Okay. That was sent November 30th, 2021, 9:44 a.m. from James to Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what's his next post? His next message, rather?
Vet not here yet. It's Muckle Murray from Kira's Horse, still waiting on vet.
What time was that sent?
That was at 9:45 a.m.
And what was Jennifer Crumbley's response?
Her response, he said he was distraught about last night.
Okay. So she wrote, he said he was distraught about last night on November 30, 2021 at 9:50 a.m.?
Correct.
What was James Crumbley's response to that message?
We talked about it this morning.
And go ahead and continue.
James then said, "You talked to him?"
And then her response?
She responded with, "Can you call?" Question mark, heading to his school.
Okay. And then what is this last post here? On the first post on page 2046.
Jennifer saying, "I'm very concerned."
Okay, and she wrote that November 30th, 2021 at 10:04 a.m.?
Correct.
And then, what's the next one?
At 10:12, she said, headed to his school.
Okay. Now these Facebook messages here that we referred to occurred, I think 9:33 a.m. was the first one, and then 10:12:58 was the last one. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, now through the data extractions, are you able to tell if they're communicating other than just Facebook Messenger?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to review the call logs?
Yes, sir.
And are call logs part of your standard data extraction information that you receive?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you people's proposed 19. May I approach, Judge? No, sir, that is a PDF export from a call log data extraction from James Crumbley's phone. Is that right?
Correct. Yes,
okay,
sir.
and that's obviously not every phone call for the history of the device, but that's specific to that day that's been exported. Am I right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
All right. There's one highlighted portion on there, and what is the date and time from that?
The date and time is 11/30/2021 at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. And does that have a phone number? Who he called?
It's to the contact is labeled Jen at 248-760-7502.
And that's the phone number you later learned to be Jennifer Crumbley's?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the export that you received from James Crumbley's phone?
Yes, sir.
Some of you are going to be seeing one last 2-minute break here in this hour as we continue to listen in live in the courtroom as both James and Jennifer Crumbley's conversations surrounding the Oxford High School shooting are being put on display.
So, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the highlighted portion. This is 2, and then the phone number you identified as Jennifer Crumbley with the date November 30, 2021, in the time of 10:29 a.m.
Yes, sir.
And does it have a length of that phone conversation?
The length is 7 minutes and 16 seconds.
Okay, so we can tell they had a phone conversation at 10:23 a.m. for 7 minutes. Is that right?
10:29 a.m.
10:29. Thank you.
Sorry, the date was 11:30, the time was 10:29, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
It was a 7-minute call.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge.
We have no objection to the admission of this, but the highlighting the prosecutor has added to it makes it look like they only had one 7-minute call when there's multiple calls between Jen and James, like preceding the highlighted call.
Okay, I can see that. I mean, that's clearly visible that there's more than one call. He's just asking him about the one highlighted. So if you want to ask him about the others, you certainly will have that opportunity.
I have no problem, acknowledging that fact. That's perfectly fine. All right. Now, were you able to tell if anyone from the Oxford High School contacted Jennifer Crumbley on the morning of November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Looking at this exhibit, number 19?
No, I'm sorry. We're moving on now. You had a chance to look at Jennifer Crumbley's call records as well. Am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So you were able to tell if she received a phone call from the school on November the 30th?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. Now, in addition to the data extractions that you performed on these devices, you had testified earlier that you went to Oxford High School and you actually reviewed the footage on November the 30th.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you requested to review footage from a meeting with James and Jennifer Crumbley with members of the Oxford High School on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've come to learn that Oxford High School has both internal and external surveillance cameras, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you able to determine what time these defendants arrived at the Oxford High School on November the 30th, 2021?
I believe it was about 10:37.
Okay. Now, sir, when you went through this, did you make any notes about it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When you say "I believe," if you're not sure, let me know, and let me know if reviewing those notes would refresh your recollection.
Reviewing those would refresh my recollection.
It would?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness? I'm handing you a printout, and I have no problem if the defense sees it as well when he's done reviewing it. Just tell me what I've handed you, sir.
It's the notes I took of when certain events happened and what cameras they came into and what they were doing as they approached the school and came into the school and left the school.
Okay, so these are just the notes you took to keep the time straight, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm referring specifically to November the 30th, 2021, the time that James and Jennifer Crumbley arrived at the Oxford High School. Do you know what time that happened?
It was at 10:37.
Okay. And then do you have recollection of when James and Jennifer Crumbley were actually seen into the office of Oxford High School?
For my notes, just real quick. They entered the office at 10:39.
Okay.
At 25 seconds.
And do you know what time they were greeted by a school employee?
At 10:40.
And what time were they escorted somewhere?
Yes.
Okay. And what time were they seen next on the cameras leaving that meeting?
They were seen leaving counseling at 10:53.
So this meeting lasted, according to your camera review, approximately 13 minutes?
Yes, sir.
So what time did they leave the school?
They left the school at 10:54.
Did they arrive at the school in one car or two cars?
One car.
Did they leave in one car or two cars?
One car.
Okay. And what time did they actually leave the actual school grounds, if you know?
We were leaving the parking lot at 10:56.
10:56, okay. So I'm going to show you on the screen here what's already been admitted as People 6. Now this is a series of screenshots of messages between Kira Pinnock, and Jennifer Crumbley.
I'm sorry, what was it there?
6.
6?
Now, sir, you've told us that they left the parking lot, James and Jennifer Crumbley left the parking lot together on November the 30th, 2021 at 10:56 a.m.
Correct.
I'm looking for the first message after 10:56 a.m. What do we see here?
It's a message at 10:58 a.m.
Okay, and we've already identified this as Jennifer Crumbley to Kira Pinnock of K. I'll bring some out later. Just had to go to my son's school and meet his counselor. Shit day. Now, you've told us that you've had the opportunity to review messages on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see this particular message on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
I don't remember seeing that.
Okay. And if it wasn't on Jennifer Crumbley's device, what does that tell you as an investigator?
That it was deleted.
Now, sir, you've had the chance to look at, you told us about DoorDash search warrant records, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And you did so because you came to learn that James Crumbley was employed by DoorDash.
Correct.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is People's 20. Sir, what am I handing you right now?
This is a map I made from the DoorDash search warrant return.
Okay, and what did you do with that information and how did you create that map?
I just put marks on there for when the first DoorDash pickup was and what time it was, the location on the map, and then where that drop-off was in relation to the Crumbley residence.
Okay. Now, what is the first, we know this meeting ended at 10:56. They left the parking lot at 10:56 a.m. on November the 30th. What is the first information, the first activity on James Crumbley's DoorDash after that meeting ended?
Now, are you ready to admit this?
Yes, sir, thank you. People, that's 20.
Any objection to the admissibility of Exhibit 20?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. Be admitted. Go ahead, now you can ask him about it.
Thank you. Sir, what is the first activity you see after James and Jennifer Crumbley left the meeting at Oxford High School on November the 30th?
Logged in and had his first DoorDash pickup at 1100 hours, 11 a.m.
Okay. So I want to make sure my times are right. The first message from Jennifer Crumbley was to Kira Pinnock at 10:58.
Correct.
Which is 2 minutes after they were seen leaving the parking lot. And the first activity on James Crumbley's phone was 11 a.m., which is 4 minutes after they left the parking lot. Am I right?
The first activity from the DoorDash records.
From the DoorDash.
Was 11.
And what does this DoorDash record tell you?
That he had his first pickup was at 1100 and dropped it off at 1119.
So he was making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it have the last DoorDash delivery in there?
There were a total of 4 of them on there. The fourth one was at 12:51 p.m. pickup and dropped off at 1:01.
Okay. Now, I'm going to back up just a little bit. This is to November the 29th, I'm sorry, November the 30th at 1:34 p.m. It's been stipulated to as Exhibit 5. This is the 911 call, Judge. Sir, you've had the opportunity to review a 911 recording made by James Crumbley on November the 30th. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, so everyone is aware, Judge, there are 2 recordings. However, it's the same phone call. It was just James Crumbley was put on hold for a period of time. So I'll have to cycle through 2 different recordings as well. After we listen to this, I'm just going to verify with you that it is the full and complete recording.
Yes, sir.
This is Exhibit 5.
911, what's the location of your emergency?
Okay, I'm not really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to send anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter situation right now.
I understand that. There's a million cops there. I have a missing gun, and my son is at the school, and we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a pen paper, and then I was in town, and I saw a whole bunch of cops going somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the high school because I was going to high school, and then somebody told me that there was an active shooter, and then I raced home just to find out, and I think my son took the gun. I don't know. With him, I don't know what's going on. But he's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbley. C-R-U-M-B-L-E-Y.
E-L-E-Y. Alright, sir, I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 second, okay? Mr. Dr. Cookman, come in and see if I can do anything for you, okay? We'll put you on hold.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crumbley?
Yes.
Alright, I'm going to get
get your name and phone number, and I'm going to have my lieutenant that's out there dealing with the situation. He's going to contact you, okay? What's your first name?
My first name is James.
And what last name, please?
Yes.
Okay. And what's that phone number for you?
248-760-6483.
Okay, do you know what your son was wearing when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and like a gray shirt. A gray, like, sweatshirt.
Okay. All right. Somebody's going to give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because they're right in the middle of all of this. So I can't give you a time frame, but we're going to give you a call as soon as it's possible, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Sir, was that a full and complete recording of the 911 call made by James Crumbley on November the 30th?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, that was Exhibit 5. That was Exhibit 5, which we have stipulated to. Yes. Now, sir, I'm going to ask you about some things found on Ethan Crumbley's phone and some things found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Starting first with Jennifer, and again, this is the original phone that was seized from her on November the 30th.
Okay.
Starting with Jennifer Crumbley's phones, does your data extraction also include internet search results?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 21. So that is front and back. What have I just handed you?
It is the web history, a snippet of the web history for Jennifer's phone.
Okay, and what date specifically?
11/29/2021 at 3:05 a.m.
Okay, and that was taken from Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Correct, yes, sir.
In the data extraction?
Yes, sir.
People move to admit 21.
Any objection from Jennifer Crumbley?
No, Your Honor.
James Crumbley?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Okay, I'm publishing on the screen here, sir. We have a snippet, like you said, web history of 4. What is the search terms entered on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Research clinical depression treatment options.
And what time was that? What date and time?
That was at 11/29/2021 at 3:05 a.m.
Okay. And then we have that repeated here for this entire export. Why
Correct.
is that?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Why is it repeated like that?
Because actually what I went and did, I clicked on each one of those, it just took me to a different page, as page 1, page 2, page 3 of the initial search.
Okay, so what did she actually type in?
Typed in research clinical depression treatment options.
Now, going back to the 293-page text thread between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley, specifically pages, I'm going to ask you now about 150 to 152. This is People's 22. I believe we have a stipulation to this. May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize those 3 pages?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how do you recognize that?
It's a chat conversation between Ethan and Jennifer.
Okay, and what date does that start?
Starts on, the first date on here is March 6th,
Okay.
2021.
People move to admit. This is Exhibit 22, Judge.
Any objection on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley?
No objection, Your Honor.
Any objection on behalf of James Crumbley?
No objection, Your Honor.
Be admitted.
Now, I'm going to direct you specifically to the first text message on March the 9th, 2021. So we're looking at the first page. This would be page 150 of the 293-page text string. And it's it appears to be from Ethan Crumbley, is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
And it's to Jennifer Crumbley?
The owner, yes, sir.
All right. And what's the first text here and the time?
He's saying, can you get home now? On March 9th, 2021 at 7:50 p.m.
Okay, and please continue.
It follows up with, there's someone in the house, I think.
What time is that?
7:50 p.m. and 17 seconds.
Okay.
Then he says, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on at 7:50 and 39 seconds p.m.
And the next?
And I thought it was you, but when I came out, there was no one home.
Please continue.
There is no one in the house, though. THO. Dude, my door just slammed.
And then what does he write at March 9th, 2021 at 8:01 p.m.?
Maybe it's just my,
Thank you.
maybe it's just my paranoia.
In the next message?
But Ethan says, but when are you going to get home?
And is there a response at some point?
Not on that date, no.
Okay. What's the first response you see?
First response is the next day at 10:21 a.m. Where's your dad?
Okay, so the last text from Ethan about maybe it's just my paranoia, and then, but when are you going to get home? Those are at 8:01 p.m., March the 9th.
Correct, yes, sir.
And the first response from Jennifer Crumbley is March the 10th at 10:21 a.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you pages 171 to 173, the same thread. This is Exhibit 23. May I approach what it is?
Yes.
And sir, do you recognize what I've handed you?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is the same text thread of Ethan and Jennifer Crumbley?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit 23.
Any objection to Jennifer Crumbley? No objection. James Crumbley? No objection, Your Honor. You admit it?
Okay. I'm going to publish it on the screen. Let me know if you can't read it, okay, Detective? Now, starting with this blue bubble on the left, March 17, 2021, 6:03 p.m. That's from Ethan Crumbley to Jennifer Crumbley, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and what does that say?
Says, okay, the house is now haunted.
Okay, what's next?
He then says, some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared.
Please continue.
I got some videos.
What time is that?
That was at 6:03 and 12 seconds p.m.
And tell me, what's this text right here say?
On the next page, I'm sorry?
Yes.
The next text says, and a picture of the demon.
Okay, and what time and date does he send the text and a picture of the demon?
That was at 6:03 and 12 seconds p.m.
March 17th, 2021?
March 17th, yes, sir.
Okay, the next text?
He texts, it is throwing bowls in all capital letters, bowls.
Also at 6:03 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the next text?
Next text says, I'm not joking, it fucked up the kitchen. At 6:03 p.m.
Okay, the next one?
He says, I'm just going to be an outsider for a while. Be outsider for a while.
And that's 6:03 as well?
Yes, sir.
And what about on March 17th, 6:29 p.m.? What does he write?
6:29, he says, can you at least text back?
Okay. Is there a response from Jennifer Crumbley then?
Not on that date, sir.
Okay. So I want to make sure that we're all clear. These text messages here, this was found on the text message thread between Jennifer and James Crumbley. These weren't selectively exported. This is the way the text message conversation read. Am I right?
Jennifer and Ethan.
Jennifer and Ethan, thank you.
Yes, sir.
This is the way that the conversation actually read.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first response from Jennifer Crumbley to Ethan Crumbley on text message was this one right here on March 19th, 2021 at 4:11 p.m. when she writes, "Where's your dad?"
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we could, let's continue. The next text message, March 19, 2021.
At 7:48, I'm sorry?
Yes.
The next one? At 7:48 p.m., text me when you're done.
Okay.
Then at 9:02 p.m., she texts, done yet,
All right.
question mark.
And the next text message on this thread from Ethan to Jennifer Crumbley occurs what time?
It occurred on March 20th, 2021 at 2:33 p.m.
And what does he write?
I finished picking up the room.
Okay. The next text, please.
I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
What time does he write that?
That was on March 20th at 2:34 p.m.
Okay. And the following text?
Following text, this stuff only happens when I'm home alone.
And what time is that?
At 2:34 p.m.
All right. And then the last text on this thread here.
I picked the clothes back up, though, at 2:34 p.m.
Now, because you've actually reviewed all three data extractions and all social media accounts. When you learn something along the lines of this information, such as on March 17th of 2021, Ethan Crumbley texting and took a picture of the demon, were you able to then go back through these defendants' cell phones to get an idea of what they're doing on those dates and times?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
Are you able, through your data extractions, to tell us what Jennifer Crumbley was doing on March the 9th, March 17th, and March the 20th?
Horseback riding.
All right. Now, how were you able to make that determination?
You could go and look at the pictures and just narrow down your search to those specific days, or the software puts everything in a timeline, so it's just a chronological order of when things are happening on that device.
And do images stored on Jennifer Crumbley's phone on that device, do they have a date and time stamp?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 24. Sir, that's a photograph?
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I've seen it on Jennifer's phone.
Okay, does it have a date and time stamp at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what is the date and time?
March 9th, 2021 at 4:55 p.m.
Okay, people move to admit 24.
No objection. No objection for Mr. Crumbley to be admitted.
Okay, what we're looking at here on the screen is a photograph taken from Jennifer Crumbley's phone, and we have it taken on March the 9th, 2021 at 4:55 p.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach again, Judge?
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 25. And sir, I handed you a photograph again.
Yes, sir.
And does that photograph have a date and time stamp?
It does. March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.
Okay, people move to admit 25.
Any objection? No objection. No objection for Mr. Crumbley.
This is a photograph of James Crumbley stored on Jennifer Crumbley's phone, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and the date and time is March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And what was happening at March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m. on that text message thread?
Ethan was texting his mom.
And what was he texting his mom then?
I believe on the March 17th that's when he was seeing, he said the house is haunted. And he has videos and a picture of the demon.
May I approach? This is a photograph, People's Proposed 26. Sir, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
How so?
It's seen on Jennifer's phone.
People move to admit 26.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. None for Mr. Crumbley. Be admitted.
And we also have a date and time stamp on the bottom of this.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. You would characterize this as a selfie, am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.
Yes, sir.
And finally, People's 27, may I approach?
Yep.
This also is a photograph. Sir, you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
Again, it was on Jennifer's phone.
People move to admit 27.
No objection. No objection for Mr. Crumbley.
Thank you. And this was taken March 20th, 2021 at 12:02 p.m. Am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
All right. And again, photographs of horses.
Yes, sir.
Now, looking at the data extraction on Jennifer Crumbley's phone, we can see no text back in relation to clothes flying off the shelves or seeing demons, things like that. But were there any other phone calls or any other messages on any other messaging apps?
No, sir.
Now, were there any text messages in relation to demons or things flying off shelves or the house being haunted on James Crumbley's phone to Ethan Crumbley?
No, sir.
Were there any phone calls from James Crumbley to Ethan Crumbley during this time span?
No, sir.
And no phone calls from Jennifer Crumbley to Ethan Crumbley during this time span either?
No, sir.
I'm going to go back to People's Proposed 28. This is back to the Facebook Messenger thread between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley. This is a portion of pages 440 to 443, and this is that over 2,000 page Facebook Messenger.
Yes, sir.
Just make sure we're on the same page. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
So do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how do you recognize that?
It was a conversation between James and Jennifer through
Okay.
Facebook Messenger.
Facebook Messenger. I believe we already have a stipulation of this. This is Exhibit 28.
This is 28.
Yes, Judge.
Is that correct stipulation as to admissibility? Yes, no objection. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to publish it on the left. Now, this is the conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley on the same dates that we were just referring to when Ethan Crumbley was texting Jennifer Crumbley about seeing a demon, the house is haunted, for context, okay?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So on the left, we have from J.C. Rumbley, you identified that as Jennifer Crumbley's account.
Correct.
On the right, we have James R. Crumbley, which we've identified as James Crumbley's account.
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to go to starting with March 19th, 2021, 9:37 a.m. from Jennifer to James. What did she write?
9:37. You awake?
Okay. And then the next message, please.
Ethan awake.
James's response.
James responds, yeah.
Okay. And Jennifer.
She responds with, how is he?
Okay. And what does James write?
He responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. What was Jennifer's response to that?
She responded with, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why.
Okay. The next message?
All I know is he needs to eat, go to work and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back.
Okay. The next message?
Jennifer's asking, you respond, and I didn't get it, question mark.
And then these responses?
James responds with, Jesus, yes.
Okay, then what does he write to her March 19th, 2021 at 10:17 a.m.?
He said, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guy's room? LOL.
Okay, just so we're clear, the text actually says, he said. You're not actually saying what James said, am I right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Correct.
And then her response?
OMG.
And what's that mean for the record?
General, oh my God.
What does James write to Jennifer on March 19th at 10:17 a.m.?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night.
Her response?
Does he seem better?
And
no
then,
melatonin.
Okay. And what does James say?
I know.
Okay, please continue with it.
Okay. But Jennifer then says, but he hasn't had one before. Should only give him half. James responds with, he is just doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol. Jennifer responds with, is he okay to work? Question mark. James says, yeah. Jennifer says, does he remember what he did? James says, dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him and he is doing school.
Okay. And those were Facebook conversations between James and Jennifer Crumbley, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, back to Exhibit 10. That is the text thread between, the end of the text thread between Ethan Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley. I'm going to pull that up again for you. It's already been admitted. I just want you to tell us, please, what is the last thing that Jennifer Crumbley writes to Ethan Crumbley on this text thread?
Do I still have this? I can't see that screen that far. So I still have that one. Where's these two pages? At what time?
The very last text message.
The very last text message was, Ethan, don't do it.
Okay. That was the last text message from Jennifer Crumbley to Ethan Crumbley, and that was November the 30th, 2021 at 1:22 p.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, sir, we were talking about Jennifer Crumbley's phone. I want to talk to you a little bit about what was found on Ethan Crumbley's phone. Now, did you uncover a text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and another individual we're not going to name, but we know that that person is a juvenile? Did you uncover a text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and that person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long was that text thread?
There's about 25,000 chats, text back and forth.
I'm comparing that text message thread on Ethan Crumbley's phone to all other message threads. Is there anything that's is remotely close in size
I'm sorry, more close to what?
anything remotely close in size to the level of text messages between Ethan Crumbley and that juvenile?
No, the next closest was just over 100.
Okay, so is it fair to say, based upon your data extraction of Ethan Crumbley's phone, that is the person that he communicated with the most?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to specifically point you to the dates of April the 5th, 2021 on that text message thread. And this is Exhibit 29. May I approach?
Yes.
Judge, so you're aware, we had a discussion, counsel and I had a discussion earlier today about certain portions being redacted or not redacted. We have complied with counsel's request and provided unredacted portions. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You have these unredacted portions after a conversation this morning?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Which are separate from what you've given to the court.
Yes, so may I approach?
Yes.
So this will be the new Exhibit 29. So this has been identified as Exhibit 29. With those modifications, I don't believe we have an objection to the admissibility of Exhibit 29. But let me ask you, Detective, this was a portion of the text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and that juvenile.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And on the top of page 29, what's the date and time?
April 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m.
Okay, and we already know this is from Ethan Crumbley's device from his phone, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
So on the right, it's going to be green. It's going to say owner.
Correct.
That would be Ethan Crumbley.
Yes, sir.
And it's going to say to, and it's going to be the person he's texting to.
Correct, yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. People move to admit 29.
Any objection? No objection. No objection for Mr. Crumbley. Can I have counsel approach for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So once again, you have been listening in to this preliminary hearing for the parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, of the alleged Oxford High School shooter, Ethan Crumbley. Looks like the shot froze for just a moment here as we are taking this live from the courtroom. This preliminary exam, will give them an idea of what evidence the prosecution will use in the case. So it looks like we have lost that shot there. So we're going to pop out of that. Again, we are live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox, and we take all of these events in full. So they might be going into a little bit of a break here, and we'll hopefully be able to get that shot up for you next. So again, for the first time in a month, James and Jennifer both in court together, where evidence and testimony from witnesses have been given about that day and what led up to that day at Oxford High School. Just a devastating situation, as their own son also has charges that will be pressed against him, that have been pressed against him. He is not in court today. This is specifically just for James and Jennifer Crumbley. Now, we've heard from them. They've been diving into the details and the evidence, the relationship of the two together, extramarital affairs, and so much more. So we'll be diving into this through the rest of the evening here, bringing on legal analysts to break down what this means for the case against James and Jennifer Crumbley. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here with all of the other top stories of the day, as a lot has been coming into the newsroom, including a bomb threat situation at Dunbar High School. This was an event for Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris. So details on that and so much more coming up in 2 minutes.
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look from Washington, D.C., as Secret Service agents have whisked away Doug Emhoff, the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris, out of an event in Washington, D.C., at a high school, Dunbar High School. This is all over a, quote, security concern. Emhoff was at the high school for an event in commemoration of Black History Month. He was in the school's museum for about 5 minutes before a member of his security detail approached him shortly after 2:15 local time, saying, "We have to go." Emhoff was removed from the building into his waiting motorcade. Students and educators at the school also instructed to leave, with an overhead announcement saying, "Evacuate the building." DC police said that there was a bomb threat at the school. The nature of the threat was not immediately known. Spokespeople for Emhoff and Harris have not really provided any further details on the situation. The Secret Service didn't immediately respond to a request from our teams here about more details into this. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki is currently holding a press briefing. When asked about the incident, she said she didn't have any updates on the matter. She is still speaking live right now, though, so we're going to go back into the White House briefing here with the press secretary if we get any more details from this situation in Washington, D.C. Again, at Dunbar High School, we will bring it to you as soon as we have it, though. Until then, White House briefing.
Appeared happy to keep him in his role until essentially this became public and became untenable, at least in Dr. Lander's mind. Was that the staff?
I wouldn't say that's an accurate depiction of how the president feels or we feel, and so I appreciate the opportunity to restate that Dr. Lander's behavior was not acceptable at all, and the president did not view it as acceptable either. There was a full process that was undergone. That was an implementation of the policies put in place last spring, the Safe and Respectful Workplace Policy. That included a thorough investigation. It included a meeting of Dr. Lander with individual senior officials from the White House team, and it included specific steps he had to take to prevent this from happening ever again. And I think what people should be assured of in the White House is that the president's committed to maintaining a healthy work environment, to creating a channel also to address any issues that come up, and that channel was created through this policy last May.
And lastly, are there any other senior White House staff or cabinet members who have been subject to investigations like this? And can the White House commit to making them public in the future, given that it was the public scrutiny here that ended up in the resignation?
Well, again, I certainly understand the question, and we want to create an environment here that's safe and people feel comfortable, and they also know the channel where they can express concerns as they have them. But this is an HR process and an internal process because of that, and we typically keep those processes private to respect the individuals, the privacy of the individuals who come forward, if individuals come forward, and that's how we would proceed moving forward.
You can't say yes or no whether there are other investigations similar to this.
Again, those are private processes and HR processes, and if individuals choose to speak publicly, that of course is their prerogative, but as is true of any HR process in any company, we would certainly keep that process private as a policy.
Is there any reevaluation of the workplace policies and rules here given this, given everything that's happened, I guess, here? Is there any feeling of needing to go back and revisit whether those are effective and adequate?
Well, I think, again, our objective is to prevent this behavior, unacceptable behavior, from ever happening again. And the Safe and Respectful Workplace Policy, which was implemented in this case, provides a channel for any...
Okay, really quickly, we want to head back into, again, the preliminary hearing for James and Jennifer Crumbley as they exit the courthouse for the day. Listen in down live into the courtroom as they head out. Okay, so once again, we will be detailing everything that's happened today inside of this courtroom. Today, we've heard from co-workers, business associates, and the local sheriff talking about conversations that happened prior to the shooting and after the shooting happened as well. As you know, James and Jennifer Crumbley charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. That shooting, which we carried live and covered in depth, happening on November 30th, killing 4 students and injuring several others. A devastating, devastating situation for all of the families in Oxford High School. Ethan Crumbley expected to show up in court as well. He is pleading insanity because of everything that he says he was going through, his mental capacity at the time. But as always, we will get more in depth into that later on in the evening. We have so many live events going on right now. We were just showing you that White House press briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. We'll show it to you in full, but we've also been tracking this breaking news out of Dunbar High School out in Washington, D.C., as we are still getting details trickling into the newsroom. This was an event with the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, where he was whisked away by his security detail because of a, quote, security concern, possible bomb threat. If we get any more news on that, we will bring it to you as soon as we have it. But speaking of security concerns, we are just days away from the Super Bowl out in Inglewood, California. Everyone is getting excited for it, but security is also top of mind for officials there. They're holding a press conference right now, and I believe the sheriff is going to be speaking out here just momentarily, the Los Angeles sheriff alongside Inglewood local officials as well. Take a listen.
400 personnel to the area, which will include human trafficking specialists, crowd management specialists, hazmat personnel, tactical teams, tactical paramedics, and canine units. We'll also, we are increasing our transit services deputies onto the transit system throughout the county and actually in surrounding counties. As has been previously mentioned, the best way to get to the game is our very fine public transit system here in Los Angeles. Starting with Metrolink, which covers the surrounding counties to bring you traffic-free into the area. Metrolink comes in from Ventura County, Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside, and even San Diego County. So very efficient way to get to the area. Once you get into the county, again, we have an increased security presence on our MTA transit system, which includes rails and buses. The closest station to the stadium will be the Hawthorne station. On that particular day, starting at 10:45 in the morning, there'll be shuttles every 5 minutes from the station to the stadium. And again, the quickest, easiest way and safest way to get in and out of the game. I'd also like to mention our partners at Los Angeles County Fire Department will be working shoulder to shoulder with us to ensure that the game is safe. Also from more of a medical aspect, anything that comes up in those regards.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to wrap up with just a couple of points and acknowledgments, and then we'll take questions. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge our fire partners who've been phenomenal, just phenomenal to work with. We often joke that the fire folks, if they'd scored higher, they'd be in the police department, but I have to say, I think we've got that a little backwards because the planning that you all have done, I've been on the emergency preparedness calls with you and your teams, 125 people regularly. Have been LA County and LA City. Thank you very much. we'll get back to teasing you when the game is over, but for now, you've got all love and respect from us. Also, the 2 points that I think, I also want to mention LA City Emergency Management, who's also been part of those emergency preparedness calls to help us plan for all of these events. So thank you for your participation and support. The 2 points that I think have been made very clear here. One, plan ahead and drive. Don't plan on driving. There's really no place to park. Figure out what your mode of transportation is going to be. And 2, if you see something, say something. If it's a security guard, if it's dialing 911, if it's talking to a police officer that you see, whatever it is that you feel most comfortable with, I think all of my public safety partners up here will tell you the same thing. We've never responded to a bad incident where we didn't interview somebody who said, well, I saw something that looked out of place, but I just didn't want to bother the police and I didn't want to call. And we wish they had. So please, anything that looks a little bit out of place, please make a notification to one of those entities, whatever you feel most comfortable with. That's what we're here for. That's what the law enforcement partners are here for. That's what security is here for. So please do that. And then with that, I will now, one last plug for a Super Bowl experience, which is here in the downtown area. A nice, fun event for whole family. Please try and get an opportunity to come here and experience that while we are here. Now I'll open up for questions. If you direct your question and who you'd like to answer the question, and they will respond. Yes.
Hi, this question is for Secretary Mayorkas. Far-right conspiracists are promoting online a Super Bowl Sunday, February 13th, anti-COVID restriction trucker convoy outside of SoFi Stadium. How many truckers do you anticipate showing up, and how does that potentially affect the security planning around the Super Bowl?
So thanks very much for that question. We are, of course, watching the trucker protests north of our border in Canada. It's very difficult to speculate, and we don't want to speculate about what type of appearance might occur in this area, either before, during, or after the Super Bowl. But we have planned and we are prepared to address it, whatever materializes. But those protests have been civil in nature.
We have a question here far left.
Hello, you guys hear me? I'm Jordan Mendoza with USA Today. And on the internet, throughout the season at SoFi Stadium, there's been a lot of instances of recorded fights, whether it was in the parking lots or in the state or inside the stadium itself. And just kind of all culminated with the incident with the San Francisco 49er fan being hit this past at the NFC title game. And I was wondering is there going to be an enhanced security presence in parking lots at the experience to make sure that something like this doesn't happen at the Super Bowl?
I can certainly handle the parking lot question. Yes, there is, as I indicated, there is hundreds of personnel that will be on the ground. A layered effect as we come into it. The parking lots will be extensively covered. We can't be everywhere, though. That's just not possible, but we will be everywhere where we possibly can be. And we're always there for citizens to reach out to us very quickly. I know that Chief Moore would probably address the LA Convention Center.
So in the Los Angeles Convention Center, the NFL experience, we've had absolutely no any type of altercations, fights. It's been a very family-oriented, a very peaceful event, one in which, again, even while record levels of attendance, ample room for people to enjoy the NFL experience and across the vast halls of our convention center. And again, the crowds are extremely festive and enjoyable, smiles. People are really having, I think, a memorable time here. So we've not seen any issues. We do have posted uniform officers, hundreds of officers that are detailed to this area, as well as additional venues across the city that have sanctioned NFL events, as well as we've augmented our patrols. So should there be unsanctioned events, which we do anticipate, that we can provide for those to be conducted and people enjoy themselves. We are not seeing a fan experience of hostility or any type of fights. And while all of us up here have our favorite teams, and I say in jest, I do have some Langer's pastrami writing on this game, but I'm looking forward to Cincinnati chili. But all that, we understand that the responsibility of all of us is to ensure that we act with humanity towards one another. We enjoy a sporting event and stay focused on the fact that this is a friendly competition. Let's go out and have fun with it. If you should see someone in the downtown area or any of these venues that are celebrating it too much, losing the faculties, getting drunk, just to be clear, we need to know about that. That type of behavior does not improve over time. That's something that we want security be aware of. We will step into that. We are also working with our ABC establishments. These are the alcohol beverage control retailers, to ensure that they're acting responsibly and that they're conducting their business in a manner that, again, brings the light of a great Super Bowl experience to all of the patrons that attend there. And so far to date, there's been nothing but accolades to our retailers and to all of our entertainment venues that are welcoming thousands of people to this wonderful experience.
Thank you. And you certainly will see an increased presence and security inside of stadiums. Obviously, we have more than double the normal staff that we have working for a variety of different reasons at Super Bowl. But our experience has been this is a very festive event, as Chief Moore said, and we generally have very good behavior. So we're looking forward to that and make sure everybody enjoys the game.
Okay, we'll take two more questions right in the middle.
I'm wondering if you could speak more, I guess, for the Secretary about the role of ICE in preparations, and if, I guess maybe for Chief Moore, if they're also involved in the increased presence on public transit.
So Immigration and Customs Enforcement provides a great deal of support and different types of support. It is predominantly, as I mentioned, in countering the trafficking in counterfeit goods, but they also provide security resources for the facility and for the experience. This is not a matter of immigration enforcement. I should make that perfectly clear. This is a matter of ensuring the safety and security of the Super Bowl.
And I would just add that as the Sheriff's Department has augmented their patrols, bolstered their patrols on transit, bus, and rail, so has the Los Angeles Police Department. Additionally, we're working in a task force configuration with our CBP partners on both trademark infringements for counterfeit goods, as well as for the terrible instances of human trafficking, sex trafficking specifically, and those task forces are ongoing today and through this week and into next week.
So I want to just amplify, Chief Moore made a very important point, and I neglected to do so, that Homeland Security investigations within ICE, within Immigration and Customs Enforcement, has a specialization in the fight against human trafficking as well. So they bring tremendous resources and expertise to bear in a variety of ways.
Okay, two final questions, far left and then center.
Hi, Phil Schuman with Fox 11 here. Kathy, this is what, like your fourth, fifth, sixth Super Bowl?
Yeah.
What, if any, challenges does Inglewood and Southern California bring from a security point of view, say, compared to other cities that you've worked in the past?
It's an excellent question. I've mentioned this to a couple of our partners here today. SoFi campus is just such a massive campus. The build out on this campus, because the way we design Super Bowl is different each year and the location is different each year. This is a large campus, a large stadium, and we're doing a lot of the events here on campus. So if you look at the area around SoFi, the build out is really extremely large. So extensive security perimeter around it. So I'd say that of all the Super Bowls that I've worked, the biggest challenge here really is just the enormity of this event. And that goes along with the enormity of the stadium and the stadium campus. It is absolutely beautiful. I think everybody will be in awe when they look at the build out and some of the beauty that's been put onto the campus. But from a security perspective, it just adds another complexity. So certainly working with Super Bowl with multiple jurisdictions is very, very common. I'd like to think that most of the regional public safety partners always work really, really well together. They certainly have here. So my biggest challenge for this Super Bowl compared to others is just the enormity of this event.
Last question, right in the middle.
Good afternoon, Alexandria Hernandez, Fox News. Secretary Mayorkas, question for you. What do you consider the greatest potential threat to security at this Super Bowl?
So I think we have spoken collectively about the variety of potential threats. They run from human trafficking, counterfeiting goods, to physical attacks and the like. But quite frankly, with the range of expertise that we bring to bear, we have planned and prepared for all different types of attacks that could occur. And as the Chief of Los Angeles Police Department, Chief Moore, articulated, it is our responsibility, and we are dedicated to ensuring that no threat materializes.
All right, thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
biggest threat's going to be a sliver. I know, exactly. We hope it's a sliver. Exactly. By the way, thanks for your people work on the
So there you have it. Secretary Mayorkas making his way to California as this is a federal event, and all eyes are on Inglewood this weekend. As we know, there was that situation with a 49ers fan who was put in a medically induced coma because of a fight in the parking lot after a 49ers Rams game. Really unfortunate situation. We do know that that suspect or the person involved in the assault has turned himself in to local officials there with Inglewood. So that's the root of that question that was asked by the reporter, saying, are you concerned? Are you alarmed with possible fights in the parking lots? And they say they're going to increase the amount of officials that they have out there to make sure everything moves smoothly. But of course, human trafficking, a major concern on everyone's minds as well for any big events such as this. Well, I was mistaken. The Crumbley parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, still in court today. After this commercial break, we'll be going back live to them inside as people are taking the stand and remembering and recalling what led up to the shooting on that day at Oxford High School, unfortunately taking the lives of 4 students there and injuring several others. But while we're at it, I showed you a little bit of this video of the Bengals arriving in Los Angeles. You can see them hopping off the plane at LAX. Trying to get pumped up ahead of the weekend. You know, we'll have full coverage leading up to the big day on Sunday, and Fox 11's Phil Schuman asking those questions inside of that security briefing. We'll be speaking with him later on in the evening as to the ramped up security ahead of the weekend here. So a lot more to be getting to when we come back here on Live Now from Fox.
Right, but that just happened where it was dead like that?
And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from inside of the courtroom as James and Jennifer Crumbley, the parents of Oxford High School shooter Ethan Crumbley, are there for their preliminary exam, as everyone can get an idea of what evidence the prosecution is going to use in the case, and it's all being reviewed here. They are focused in on what is going to be video evidence as well, which they're trying to get the lighting situation under control so everyone can see what's on the screen. So we're going to take this live for you until they end for the day here, as we've been on it all day today. Beginning to end, Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what we do. Let's listen in.
time. If not, then.
So that we try now for publication?
Yeah, that's fine. I can see it.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, go ahead and proceed.
We're back on the record, thank you.
We're back on the record, yes.
Okay, Detective, we were at Exhibit 30. Now, there were, on the text thread we're referring to, between Ethan Crumbley and the other juvenile, the 25,000 or so text thread, there were videos included that you viewed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, on August the 19th of 2021, did you view a video on that text message thread?
Yes, sir.
And that was a video sent from Ethan Crumbley to that other person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's people's 30. People do move to admit 30.
Any objection? No, Judge, no objection. None for Mr. Crumbley, Your Honor. Be admitted.
Okay, if I could refer your attention please to the screen to make sure we're referring to the same exhibit. Now, sir, this was August the 19th of 2021, and it appears to have a person holding a handgun. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, the noise that we heard at the end, what was that?
The person hit the slide lock release, so then the slide went forward.
That's exhibit 30. Did you also review a video in the same text thread, the same conversation, shortly after that one was sent in the early morning hours of August the 20th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is People's 31. I believe we have a stipulation of People's 31.
That's correct. No objection. No objection for Mr. Crumbley. Be admitted.
This is an 11-second clip. Again, this was sent from Ethan Crumbley to that other individual. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, sir, I'm going to back this up just a little bit. In your 25 years as a police officer, you've obviously handled firearms, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've seen the ammunition for firearms.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you know how to properly load a handgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me what's happening in this video.
He inserted the magazine into the magazine well, and you could see the top of one of the bullets.
Is that right here that I'm referring to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that mean there's a round in the chamber there?
As soon as that slide goes forward, there will be.
Okay. And prior to this point of the video, this is at the very beginning of the video. What is this object right here that appears to be vertical on the countertop?
That's a handgun magazine.
Okay. And what's in the handgun magazine?
Those are bullets.
Let me play that again so we can see it. And that was 31. Sir, was there a text message conversation in the midst of these videos being sent?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, this is People's 32, and like People's 29, we made some changes to the redaction, so this will be a new copy for the court. The defense has this as well. Yeah, First Witness.
Yes.
This is People's Proposed 32. And sir, once you take a look at it, could you please tell me if this is in the same text thread that we had admitted People's 29, which is the text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and that other juvenile?
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay. And what is the date and time of the first text message on that piece of paper there?
The first message is a video 8/19/2021 at 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and that's the video that we watched in People's 30?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People move to admit Exhibit 32.
Any objection? No objection. None for Mr. Crumbley. Be admitted.
Okay, thank you. Green is the owner, again, is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And it has a phone number where it's sent to. And you said this attachment, the video was sent August 19th, 2021 at 9:31 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have the same one. One moment, please. There we go. Okay. Okay, then we have a response to that video being sent. What is that response?
The response from the other juvenile is nice.
Okay, and there's spelled correctly or incorrectly?
No, there's a couple extra I's. N-I-I-I-C-E.
Okay. And then what was the message from Ethan Crumbley?
Ethan then says, shoot that Sunday, question mark.
And that's August the 19th, 2021 at 9:34 p.m.?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. The next text?
Ethan says, if you don't want to come to the gun range, that's fine. You can just tell me. No hard feelings.
Okay. And the response to that?
The other juvenile states, nah, I do, but it's just kind of hard for me to ask RN.
What's RN mean?
Right now.
Okay. And the response?
Okay.
And that was sent at August 19th, 2021 at 11:06 p.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Response? Next text, please.
From the other juvenile was sorry.
Okay. And then what did Ethan Crumbley write?
It's okay.
And the following text is an attachment, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And that attachment is a video?
Correct, yes, sir.
And am I correct? That's August the 20th, 2021 at 12:30 a.m.?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the video that we saw in Exhibit 31?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the other person's response?
Nice, again misspelled with 3 I's.
Okay. And please continue reading.
The other juvenile then states, now pull the trigger, JK, 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 JK.
And then it doesn't appear to be any response in this text bubble from Ethan Crumbley to that person, is that right?
Correct.
All right, the next text, please.
My dad left it out, so I thought, quote, why not? LOL.
And what time do you write, my dad left it out, so I thought, why not?
It's at 12:32 a.m. on the morning of the 20th.
August the 20th. Okay. And there's no response here, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then what did Ethan Crumbley write?
He responds with, I cave, I know. Gun safety, so it's no problem.
Please continue.
Ethan then says, now it's time to shoot up the school.
And the final text in this export?
JK, 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 JK.
Okay, that was sent from Ethan Crumbley to this other individual August the 20th, 2021 at 12:34 a.m. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Now, you reviewed this entire text message thread between Ethan Crumbley and the individual, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And we have talked about the number of text messages that printed out be over, I think you said 25,000 pages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was there a time when this text message history just abruptly stopped?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
It was around October, around Halloween time, I believe is when it was.
Of 2021?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, sir, during the review of the data extraction on Ethan Crumbley's phone, what else did you observe of note?
There was text messages back and forth between the other juvenile and him of kidnapping and killing another classmate. There's also videos of killing and mutilating baby birds.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I can recall.
Well, sir, are you able to look at his web history?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I don't want to name the website, but was there a particular, on his web searching history, were you able to identify a particular website that he visited quite often?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to give us an idea, how many times did he visit that particular site in the month of November of 2021?
421 times.
And what were some of the sort of things that he was searching?
It was very graphic content. It dealt with other school shootings, particularly ones in Florida, and people being killed.
Okay. Now, we've talked a lot about, this was phone, Jennifer Crumbley's phone, James Crumbley's phone, etc. Were you able to determine who actually owned Ethan Crumbley's phone?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
James Crumbley was the owner on all the accounts.
Okay. And he paid the bills?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Hey, one moment, Your Honor. Detective, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that there was more than one gun in the Crumbley home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we've been referring to the 9mm SIG. That was the firearm used in the actual shooting, am I right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, what were the other firearms found in the Crumbley house?
There was a Caltech, I believe. I believe it was a 22 caliber, and then there was a small Derringer.
Okay. Now the videos that we saw on people's 30 and 31, what kind of gun is that, if you can tell?
That was the Caltech.
22 Caltech?
Yes, sir.
And that's also semi-automatic?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Just a moment. Yes.
Your Honor, can I stay at the table and question from here?
Yes, just keep your voice up.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
I want to go back to Exhibit 29. And really what I need to do is have you help me understand the reports. When you take stuff off of a Celebrate report, it's fair to say there's different ways you can extract the information. Is that correct?
Well, to be precise, take information off the data from the phone and then export reports from that data, yes.
Okay, and when you testify that if messages are deleted, sometimes those will not come up in the report. Is that correct?
They won't come up in the extraction, the analyzation of the data, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, Your Honor, may I approach the witness with, Okay, may I approach the witness with these materials? So I can
What
ask
materials are those?
These are the texts between Ethan and the other young man that we've been discussing
Okay.
on the record.
They're not exhibits
They're
at
not,
this point.
they're not exhibits at this point. Okay.
We just need to make sure they're identified correctly, that's all.
Okay, so
This is all one.
yeah, this is all, there's two separate files, but I'm going to ask you about that. Okay, so Detective, I just handed you a very large stack of papers, and if you take a quick skim through it, it appears to be all of the messages between Ethan Crumbley and his friend, who we're not identifying on the record. Name starts with B. Does that appear true to you?
That looks correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at my office, when I get your Celebrate report, I pulled up all of these messages, printed them, and brought them into court today. And if every page is there, you would agree with me that that's from the Celebrate report. Is that a fair statement?
It came from, it's a Celebrate report, yes, ma'am, I can tell you that, because the logo's on there, it looks like it should. I don't know if you're asking, is it every message that they shared back and forth?
Well, no, there'd be nowhere to verify that because there's so many thousands. I'm just asking, if I'm telling you that I printed those off Celebrate, does that look like what you would expect it to look like?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay, so I want to turn your attention to Exhibit 29, which was admitted when the prosecution was questioning you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay, what do you have there?
I have Exhibit 29.
29?
Yes. Okay, and Exhibit 29 contains a series of text messages that were from April 4th, 2021.
Yes, ma'am?
Okay, and those messages specifically that were admitted in Exhibit 29, those messages did not print when I printed the messages. So I'm wondering if you can explain why the printouts I printed from Celebrate would be missing some of those messages.
Without having where you printed that from and being able to examine it myself, there's no way I can tell you that.
Okay, is it possible that those messages were deleted by the user of the phone?
No, if it was in the original data that was given to you, it doesn't matter if it was deleted, it would still show, it would still be there.
There is not, as far as you know, there is not a way to filter out dates if you print the entire thing as a whole, correct?
Printing the entire thing as a whole, from the first text to the last, if that's what this is, then that's what should be there, yes.
And can you take a look at the text I printed from 4/5 of 21, and can you show me where the text on Exhibit 29 fall into that, where they would be?
I'm
They're in
sorry,
order
Judge,
of date.
I think I'm gonna have to object here because Detective Wogarski has testified to the exhibits that we've admitted because he actually exported them using the Celebrate software. This was just handed to him 5 minutes ago. I didn't print out 25,000 text messages because I'm not going to admit 25,000 text messages. There's just no way for this officer to know that that is in fact the entire text thread between Ethan Crumbley and the other person.
But she certainly can ask him about his particular date, and if it doesn't match up, it doesn't match up.
In what Ms. Smith has handed him, but we just don't know. See, we have an expert in cell phone forensics because it takes some skill to actually extract some of this ability. It takes some expertise, which he has. So we just don't know. It could, quite frankly, just be user error. We don't know if that is actually the representative text thread, the entire text thread. There's no way to know from a paper printout.
And Your Honor, in all honesty, accuracy and getting things right is what's important in this case, making sure that it's accurate. I don't understand why all of the texts are missing many texts that the prosecution is using. I'm trying to understand that, but to be quite frank, I asked this court to adjourn so that we can explore this issue and figure this out. This is a very big deal that we do not have these texts.
Just for clarification, are you asking him to identify whether or not the exhibit is the entire string of the text thread?
I can't have him because he didn't print that out. All I can say is I printed it out as the entire string.
That's what you're asking.
Does it? I can ask. Does it appear to be the entire set of text messages?
No. So are you asking him to identify where Exhibit 29, page 1, falls in?
Yes.
Where those exhibits are?
Yes, and they're in order by date.
They're ordered by date. So, Detective, if you could go to April 5th.
Yeah, if I could just.
I mean, they're in chronological order?
Yeah.
There's one thing that I just stand. I don't know again if these are the messages, the file path, the source info that this came from. That this right here is different than the source info here. They should be the same. I don't know why that is, but I'll look for the text messages where they should be in here. It should be, this is the first one that I see for April 5th in this stack, and the next one, I'm sorry, Stan, let me just, I apologize. It shows April 5th there at 3:54 a.m. and then 3:17. So somewhere in between these two dates, these two messages right here.
So I mean, just for clarification for my own purposes, when I'm looking at exhibit number 29 for the date of April 5th, I show 8 bubbles of conversation, both received and sent. Anywhere from 12:38 a.m. through 12:39 a.m. Are you able to identify those bubbles in the statement materials that you gave?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Your Honor, I know this court heard our motion to adjourn earlier today. Co-counsel and I have been dealing with thousands and thousands of pages. We are very clearly missing pages that are being admitted as evidence in this case. I asked the court to adjourn and give us an opportunity to look into this issue. This is a very big deal. If they're admitting a few pages and we don't have those in what's the entire printout, that's happened with a couple of sections of it. That's a big problem for the defense.
Judge, they're not missing anything. This detective took the same program, the same evidence that we have at the prosecutor's office, we turned over to defense. She just didn't find it in the evidence that's been given to her. And this detective can testify to that, what he did exactly to export this. He just testified that the file path is different, the source file. If you export, and I don't want to testify myself, that's why we have an expert.
Oh, that's why you have the expert. That's what you need to cross-examine for that, is how he obtained this information. So you certainly can cross-examine him on that at this point in time about how he obtained the information that is now marked as exhibit number 29.
How did you go through to obtain the information that's on exhibit 29?
Within the whole chat thread, text thread, you would uncheck every message going back and forth and just check the ones you want, and then just export as a PDF.
So it's your testimony that you went from all of the text messages and I picked out the ones you wanted, checked those off, and printed those out. Is that correct?
In separate reports, yes, ma'am.
And so if my office printed out all the messages and we printed them out correctly, those messages should be in my complete stack.
If printed correctly, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I am asking the court to adjourn. They are printed correctly and we are missing messages. And if this is user error or an issue, this is something that needs to be determined.
All rise. Court is in recess. Be seated.
So the court is going to be in recess for now. There's been a little bit of a miscommunication when it comes to the text message evidence. The prosecution and the defense both with different sets of text messages. You can see that stack, that pile of text messages right there. It's looking different for both ends. So they're trying to get this situated, trying to get it figured out, because today is the big day, the preliminary hearing today and tomorrow, to get all of the evidence out there ahead of the trial itself. So once again, the detective taking the stand, being asked questions about what led up to that day and the investigation itself. Co-workers of Jennifer Crumbley being asked questions about their relationship between James and Jennifer, and also the direct reaction of Jennifer Crumbley after she learned there was an active shooter at Oxford High School, the high school that her son, Ethan Crumbley, was at, immediately saying that she knew it was her son, Ethan. So there was a lot of interesting information and evidence that has been put forth today that we didn't know prior to this preliminary hearing. We're going to be bringing on a legal analyst to decipher what this means for the case for both sides, for James and Jennifer Crumbley, as our camera is more so pointed at the judge and the detective at this time. As I said, they are in a recess, so they will continue here just momentarily. And we will take all of those proceedings live for you here on Live Now from Fox. As they take a little bit of a break, we are also going to take a quick commercial break. Don't go away. On the back end of this commercial, we'll be bringing on legal analysts to dive into this case and everything that we've learned today. See you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. A live look from inside of the courtroom, as all day today we have been tracking the parents Jennifer and James Crumbley in court for their preliminary hearing. Evidence being presented that we have not seen before, and there was a bit of a discrepancy when it comes to some of the evidence that's been presented, specifically text messages, to kind of figure out what's going on here and put it in simple terms for us. I want to bring in Andrew Cherkosky. Andrew, thank you so much. We've been talking about this case a ton, and I want to dive into the other details of what has been said by witnesses, friends of James and Jennifer here. But first, what's going on with these text messages?
We see here that the law enforcement agents, the detective, have captured the text messages from the phone that he did. Now that was sent over to the defense counsel, and the defense counsel is now expressing their frustration that whatever they're printing out from the same sort of source file, or allegedly the same sort of source file, seems to be different from what the prosecutors were presenting in court. The whole idea here is that the defense should have the same thing that the prosecutors have. Now, we also know that the defense counsel have been asking for delays now for over a week. And now we see in court again today, they're asking for a delay. Maybe it's because they're not ready, and maybe that's because there's just so many documents for them to go over. The judge has nonetheless pushed this forward, but now is considering whether a delay is in order because it seems that these discrepancies are there on the text messages, and the text messages seem quite important.
Right, and it's so essential to have all of these text messages, right, to get the case straight.
Well, that can be a bit of a question. This isn't a point in time in a case where everything has to be perfect and proof beyond a reasonable doubt shown. So there is a lower standard. It's done in front of a judge instead of in front of a jury. So some of the formality that you see in a true trial process is not quite the same here. However, when you see discrepancies in the nature of the evidence that's being given to the defense from the prosecutors, if that's actually what's going on, then that's something where the judge might be in a good position to kind of put the brakes on, allow the counsel for both parties to meet and confer and make a decision as to whether better discovery has to be done, discovery being the exchange of documents.
Right. Okay, so they're on a recess right now. So since we have the time, let's go into what has happened today inside of the courtroom. I want to know what you have thought was most interesting. I know for myself, hearing from the people who were closest to Jennifer, including the CEO or the COO of the real estate firm that she was with, sharing some pretty intimate details about the conversations that were had directly following the shooting itself, even the text messages that have been sent to him. She said, "Oh my God, Andy," again, his name is Andrew Smith, "he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter. I need a lawyer. Ethan did it." What did you make of this immediate reaction from Jennifer Crumbley after she knew, supposedly, she said that she knew Ethan was the shooter?
Well, we see that. We also see a 911 call that was from Mr. Crumbley right afterwards. It seems as though the parents were in a relatively panicked state. Now, that can go both ways. And so on one hand, the prosecution is using that to really show a consciousness of guilt, to show that they believed that they were in trouble or that something was amiss here, that all of a sudden they had some sort of sense of panic. But it could go the other way, where they perhaps weren't seeing this as the imminent threat that ultimately it was. And so really for the purposes of this hearing, it's a low threshold that the prosecution is trying to get over in terms of the quality of the evidence. And so just making those arguments here will likely be very successful. But on the flip side, in front of a jury, it could cut the other way.
Right. Okay, Andrew, it looks like they are back from recess. So let's just listen in. Stay on the line if you can for us.
Thank you.
Continued the exam on February 24th, starting at 8:30 a.m. If it's necessary for the court to add an additional day after the 24th, we'll revisit that issue on that date and time. However, I am indicating to all parties that I have cleared that day specifically for this case, so you will have the full day. As far as exhibits go, the prosecutor, take all original exhibits with you. Everybody has their copies and or technology and everything else.
I just want to place on the record that when we were in chambers, defense counsel identified 2 witnesses we asked about. If one of those witnesses is not going to be called, we just ask that they give us notice so we can subpoena that witness to be here.
Sure.
Thank you. The prosecution said they'd get back to us, no problem, so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, those are yours?
Yeah, this
Okay.
one's mine.
Okay, very well.
Yeah.
Both those yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll make sure. Thank you.
Yep.
So James and Jennifer Crumbley being taken out of the courtroom right there. everything ending for the day. And unfortunately, we didn't get the beginning of that, but it sounds like more proceedings will happen February 24th at 8:30 a.m. I have Andrew Chakosky, our legal analyst, here on the line. So kind of we were talking about the evidence and the miscommunication between both sides here. So what is next for this case?
Discovery documents correct. So this has now been delayed to the 24th because the cell phone text messages that the defense attorneys have seem not to line up with what the prosecution attorneys have through their detective. Now that's very standard, and the software used in order to download all of these messages can be very complicated. So it could just be a user error type of problem here. And that's where attorneys offline, outside of the courtroom, tend to work together actually relatively collaboratively to make sure that everybody has the same thing. And so that's what's probably going to be the priority over the next couple of weeks, is to make sure that everybody has the same thing that they're talking about.
Right, and this is essential for both sides to be able to build their cases in this instance. So unfortunately, I think there was supposed to be another day tomorrow. Now everything being delayed and pushed back to February 24th. But still, we were diving into what was presented today, the evidence and the conversations had on the actual day of the shooting. And we were talking about that 911 call with James Crumbley.
Yeah, the 911 call was pretty hard to hear. We could hear that from the perspective of where kind of the microphone was in the courtroom, but we could hear James Crumbley making a phone call, and the 911 operator was initially trying to push him off the line, and he was insisting on making sure that a report of the involvement that he suspected was made known, and a phone number exchange, something along that line. So we can see that James Crumbley, at least initially, was trying to make contact with law enforcement. Again, as I was saying before the court had resumed just a minute ago, that can cut both ways. On one hand, it can show a consciousness of guilt, and on the other hand, it could show that he's actually trying to take mitigation efforts, trying to bring forward some information to law enforcement. Ultimately, I think that what is going to be very difficult here for the prosecution, although they're doing their very best to demonstrate it, is what the parents knew and when they knew about the degree of danger or risk that Ethan Crumbley presented to the public. And that's the big question here, and that's the charge. Very interesting charge, that they were negligent in not doing more to bring forward the risks that were at hand.
And what about Jennifer Crumbley? What did you make of her after all of the evidence that was presented today, the conversations that she had, the reaction she had to the shooting?
Well, again, I think that in her reaching out to her boss and a coworker are kind of all in the same, it showed that she seemed to be surprised about it, but it also seemed, where she's asking for a lawyer, that she could have felt like she had done something wrong. Unclear whether she thought she needed that lawyer for herself or for her son. What I did notice is, in watching her in court, and all eyes have been on the Crumbleys, largely because of their own communication, their glances, but I noticed that she was very tearful, especially during the 911 call, listening to her husband speaking to the 911 operator. She seemed to be very tearful during that time. So those are the little things that might be looked at by the court. Now, I don't think that there's going to be enough evidence in favor of the defense for the charges not to go forward, but we do see genuinely what seems like a show of emotion here. These are complicated issues, and to try to get at the question of what they knew and when they knew and whether they should have done something more is going to be a tough thing for the prosecutors to show, especially with the variation of emotional reaction after the fact.
And another interesting point, the relationship of James and Jennifer coming into play into this, possibly an extramarital affair was going on as well. What role and what kind of importance does that play into the case?
One of the things that I think is going to be important in evaluating what they knew and when they knew it was what the parents were actually doing during the time that Ethan was getting ready to do the damage that he did and commit the terrible crime that he committed, as it appears on paper that he did. We know the gun was in his hand. We know he's the one who pulled the trigger. There are questions about whether he was insane at the time, and that's a different case, and that's something that's still being investigated. I don't want to indicate that he's guilty of of something before his trial. But what the parents were going through, whether perhaps they were distracted by other things going on in their own lives and failing to take note of what their son was going through, could be an important factor here in determining how negligent they were in taking care of their son, albeit a teenager at the time.
Right, exactly. You know, Jennifer even speaking to a friend and saying that Ethan was, quote, weird, and that he only had one friend. These are the types of statements that we are hearing about Jennifer prior to the shooting itself. Anything else, any other big takeaways that maybe you heard from inside of the courtroom, from the proceedings, that were surprising to you, that we didn't know?
I think one of the things that we fail to do oftentimes in how we report on these cases initially is that it's just kind of what's brought forward initially. What we are finding out is these are people with full lives, with a lot of complicated things going on both before the shooting and after the shooting. And when the trial really happens, and this is just a preliminary stage, I think we're going to see so much more of that, where to some degree they're going to be humanized, but also vilified by the prosecution. We're going to see a much broader picture of what's going on in the days and weeks beforehand and in the minutes and hours afterwards, to show just how much they knew, when they knew it, and what else was going on in their lives that could have distracted from it, or that they were distracted by when they should have been paying attention to what their son was doing.
Right. Well, we should be learning a lot more on February 24th at 8:30 a.m. Andrew Cherkasky, thank you so much for joining us here on the show to break it all down for us while it all was happening live.
Thank you, Daytona.
Thank you. All right, and through the rest of the evening, we'll be playing out more of those proceedings for you today. The recalling from friends and affiliates of James and Jennifer Crumbley in full for you. It's really quite unique that we are able to do that and show you the whole proceedings. And again, as we said, February 24th, we'll be playing that out for you as well. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back here with more updates coming out of Washington, as there was a suspected shooter at a grocery store. There was a manhunt underway well into the late evening hours. Well, they have made an arrest in that, and we're getting new details about the shooter himself, plus a really scary situation for the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, as he made an appearance at Dunbar High School. Well, there was a bomb threat, and we just lost the shot right there, but we do have more details about that as well, so stick with us. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Secret Service agents whisking away Doug Emhoff, the husband of Vice President Kamala Harris, out of an event in Washington, D.C. at a high school following an apparent security concern. We have an update right now. Let's listen in.
Folks, a minute here. All right, good afternoon. I'm Sean Benedict. I'm the Executive Assistant Chief of Police with the Metropolitan Police Department. At approximately 2:15 p.m., Dunbar High School here received a threat to the school itself, to the front desk, announcing a bomb threat, giving the people in that location 10 minutes to leave. During this call, as it turns out, the Vice President's husband, Mr. Emhoff, was here on a pre-planned visit to the school to visit with the children. The information, the bomb threat, was immediately passed on to his detail from the Secret Service. At 2:18, he was immediately taken out of this location and left the area. We have school resource officers that were working here that day. They also, this information was passed to them. They come over the air, they call it into the Metropolitan Police Department, and our bomb units respond to this location, along with our full package. We have our explosive dogs, our bomb techs, they conduct their sweeps as well. The school follows their evacuation procedures, move all the students out of the school to this field, and they did it in an orderly fashion and follow their protocols. Once all the students were safely taken out of the school, our folks went inside and conducted their sweeps. So again, our bomb techs, our explosive dogs, they have their render safe procedures and sweep procedures. They conducted that fully. Now I can tell you that the school is rendered it's safe to go inside. You saw some students go back inside just recently, so there is no ongoing threat to the Dunbar facility. I did check with my partners at the FBI. This particular threat, I can't say, this is preliminary, so I can't say with any certainty it's not related to the recent threats with historically black colleges, but our partners at the FBI Washington Field Office will work with us to kind of decipher what we have here and make those links, if any. But this time it doesn't appear to be related. I'll take a few questions if you have it. Preliminarily, yeah, the caller that calls in, it doesn't appear related and tied to what happened in the last few weeks. But again, can't rule it out, so we'll keep working with our partners on it. Do you think it has anything to do with the second gentleman's visit? I spoke to our colleagues at the Secret Service. There was no indication that this threat was directed towards Mr. Emhoff. But again, a Secret Service protective intelligence will prepare a statement and release that to you all related to this incident about the Vice President's visit, the Vice President's husband's visit here today, but it doesn't appear related. Our investigators are working on that right now. Our CID detectives are on site. They're conducting their interviews. They're looking at that call, recorded that call, looking at the phone number that was used to call in. We'll do our checks on all of that, so that's ongoing.
Are there any more?
We'll have to look into that. Again, it's so early on in what happened today that we'll get into the bottom of that.
Is there any more you can tell us about the suspect in this situation?
We haven't developed a suspect yet, so that's
Oh, I
part
thought-
of that's part of the case. Yeah, all we have right now is a call that came in. This is something the Metropolitan Police Department deals with quite often on an annual basis, is these type of threats that come in. So we work our way backwards. Take one more. Thank you. Okay, thank you all.
The Metropolitan Police Department providing that update on a bomb threat that was made via a call. Again, no suspect at this time. The call did come in and they recorded it. The school was evacuated. The second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, being whisked away immediately from Secret Service agents. They say there's no ongoing threat at this time, and they also say it, from what they can see now, preliminarily, it's not related to these threats at historically black colleges across the country. They say that they are able to make that assumption. They also say that there was no indication that the threat was directed specifically at Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman there. So they say that The premises is safe, and again, that school was evacuated, so they went home for the day there, but no threat, no ongoing threat at this time. So that's the latest out of Dunbar High School. A pretty scary situation. No reaction from the vice president, the wife of the second gentleman, quite yet. Hopefully we'll be hearing from her soon about this. But as we said, no connection as of right now with the preliminary investigation that it is connected to these bomb threats that are ongoing at historically black colleges across the country. Well, that was a live event there. We're going to go out to a recorded event from earlier today out in Washington. You'll remember Richland. There was a Fred Meyer grocery store shooting just yesterday. Well, there's now a suspect in custody. We're learning more about that suspect. Let's play out the full press conference from the Richland Police Department from today.
Good morning, everybody. Are we ready? Okay. Okay, as yesterday, I'm going to read a prepared statement here and then open it up for some questions afterwards. First of all, thank you. I want to thank you all for coming here this morning. We're here today to provide a final press briefing regarding yesterday's incident at Fred Meyer, located at 101 Welshon Way in Richland. I will briefly recap yesterday's events and then answer questions after the statement. Before I begin, I would like to remind everyone that this is a large-scale investigation involving coordination with outside agencies. We are currently processing a volume of physical evidence and completing interviews, and information provided here should be considered preliminary. Investigators have determined Aaron Kelly entered the store yesterday using the north entrance at 11:01 a.m. He pushed a cart containing a duffel bag and a backpack into the store and then began walking the aisles of the store. Kelly encountered the first victim, Justin Crumbley, at 11:03. There was a 10 to 15 second interaction between Kelly and Crumbley. Kelly then produced a handgun and fatally shot Crumbley. The first report of shots fired in the store were received at 11:03 and 44 seconds. At that time, the Richland Police Department, along with our regional partner agencies and fire, responded to a report of an individual actively engaged in killing or attempting to kill community members in a populated area. As previously stated, our officers responded and immediately entered the building seeking to stop the threat. The two victims were located shortly after entry. Justin Crumbley was unfortunately deceased at the scene. Advanced life-saving measures were utilized by our officers on the surviving victim and then by Richland Fire, who transported the victim to a local hospital. Officers eventually determined that Kelly had fled the area. The Richland Police Department has been in contact with both victims' families and have offered our condolences and continuing support as the investigation goes forward. A comprehensive apprehension effort was organized yesterday to quickly bring Kelly into custody. With the help of the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, Kelly was located and arrested in his vehicle near the Moses Lake area. Kelly was the lone occupant in the vehicle, and we have evidence to indicate there are any other individuals involved with planning or carrying out this violent crime. Kelly invoked his rights and declined to speak with our investigators. Investigators have determined no link or relationship between Kelly and either of the victims to this point. Kelly does not have an extensive criminal history. His last contact with law enforcement in this area was in June of 2021. Kelly was booked into the Benton County Jail last night on suspicion of murder first degree and attempted murder first degree, with his first appearance pending. Acquaintances of Kelly have described his condition to investigators as being in decline over the last few weeks and months. He has been described as distancing himself from friends and family. The Richland Police Department is humbled and grateful for the support we receive from local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, along with our partners at Richland Fire and other regional fire agencies. Our Regional Dispatch Center, CCOM, should be recognized for their extraordinary efforts yesterday in handling an event of this magnitude. I would also like to acknowledge our partnership with Fred Meyer Management during this incident. The Director of Corporate Affairs with Fred Meyer is here today to support us with our efforts. Again, there are no words to adequately express our sorrow for the victims and their families regarding this senseless act of violence resulting in the loss of innocent life. And I'd just like to add that the surviving victim is still in critical condition at the hospital, and the family would like his name withheld at this point for their privacy. Are there any questions?
Can you talk to us more about the actual arrest? You said it was near Moses Lake. Was it U.S. Marshals involved? Was it State Patrol at all?
It was the U.S. Marshal Service task force that apprehended the suspect.
And did they just spot his car? Were they following? Could you talk to that at all?
I can't speak to the events surrounding that, just that it was a result of an ongoing investigative effort.
Do you know if they found any weapons on him at the time?
We have not recovered the weapon yet. We still have, as I said, a large amount of the investigation to go through. We've recovered the vehicle, and we'll be serving a search warrant on the vehicle.
Do you know if the victims and the assailant knew each other, or is there any background there of whether they were familiar with each other, other than the prosecuting office's information this morning?
As I stated here, there's nothing that indicates to our investigators that there was any kind of relation between the suspect and our victims.
Do you have any information on the gun and the type of, and how many shots were fired, and what type of gun was used?
It was a handgun. I don't have specifics on how many shots were fired.
Can you confirm he was a former Fred Meyer employee, or was he a current Fred Meyer employee? Aaron Kelly.
The suspect was not a current or former Fred Meyer employee. Any other questions?
Is there any more information about when Fred Meyer's will open, or how long the investigation at the store will go?
My understanding is that Fred Meyer's open today.
No,
we are going to give the community some time to process this, and our associates as well. We're going to be in communication with the city to an appropriate time to reopen the store.
Okay. Why, if the call came in at 11:03 and then the police arrived very shortly after, it seems as though the police and Kelly passed each other. Could you speak to that? Did he go out a different door than the arriving officers? I know there's many entrances.
So it's important to understand that when officers are responding to an active shooter type incident, our response changes. As we enter the building, the life priorities of the officers is well down here at the bottom. We enter the building and seek out the threat to identify gunfire, if there still is. When our officers went inside, they were under the impression that there still was gunfire. So the immediate cause of action is to stop the threat inside the store and stop the killing.
And so they were looking for the suspect, but they did not encounter him on his way out?
No, we didn't encounter the suspect on his way out.
Can you talk a little bit about it? You said he doesn't have much of a criminal history, but he was known to law enforcement. I think you said June 2021 was last interaction. What was that like?
I can't speak to each encounter that he's had with law enforcement, but it's been low level, some informational reports and other nonviolent type crimes.
The past record, was he clear of those charges, or did that remain on his file?
I don't have information on that for you today. Anybody else?
Is he in good physical health at the Benton County Jail? There was no injuries or any other, no broken arms, nothing. He's in.
You're asking if Kelly is in good health? He was arrested yesterday without incident.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Ma'am, could I just get the correct side of the
So that was the latest update from Richland Police Department. You're taking a look at Christopher Kelly, the 39-year-old who has since been taken into custody and is in the Benton County Jail in Kennewick. They did say that second victim is still in critical condition. You'll remember one was killed and one severely injured, so they are still in critical. They did say there was no relation between the suspect and the victims. 39-year-old Christopher Kelly, though, known for shoplifting incidents in the past. Police actually spoke to Kelly's former roommate, who reported that he had, quote, been spiraling mentally and is very paranoid. The roommate also told officers about seeing Kelly with a 9mm handgun previously. According to documents, the roommate saw a picture of the Richland Fred Meyer shooting suspect on the police department's social media, and the roommate believed the suspect was Kelly. The roommate also saying that his car was the same vehicle in the photo that Kennewick employees took. So this is what we've been following over the past couple of days. The manhunt was underway late into the evening hours yesterday. The arrest being made, and the latest update coming from Richmond Police. Still a lot of unanswered questions about the circumstances, why, the motive, the identity of that second victim who is in critical condition not being released at this time. The family is saying that they want to stay private at this time. As, again, they are trying to recover in the hospital. So if we get any more details on that, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Thanks for joining us here. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going out to Washington, D.C. President Biden at a manufacturing event today. We'll show that to you, as well as Senate Republicans and Democrats speaking out about the latest on Capitol Hill. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is 3 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, 5 o'clock out on the East Coast, which takes us into our next segment here. President Biden remarks on manufacturing. He just tweeted out recently in the past hour here, "My Made in America strategy has resulted in the largest increase in U.S. manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. Now we have to build on that with legislation like the Make It in America Act and Competes Act. We're going to create good paying jobs and lower prices for Americans. That's, of course, amid this January jobs report, which was something that the president has been touting all week here. So let's go into that event with President Biden just a little bit earlier as they're trying to push forward this legislation.
Afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I'm Jean McCarthy. I'm President Biden's National Climate Advisor. And on the stage, I am joined by Senator Granholm from the Department of Energy. I'm sorry, Secretary Granholm from the Department of Energy, Secretary Buttigieg from the Department of Transportation. We have Representative Jim Cooper from the great state of Tennessee. We have Brian Deese, who's the Director of our National Economic Council, Celeste Drake, as the director of our Made in America program, and we have Mitch Landrieu, who is our infrastructure czar, and we also, of course, have the President of the United States, so we are ready. Listen, this is such an exciting day, and we're here to celebrate this day, and it's an exciting day specifically for electric vehicles in America. I just have to say we are all charged up. All right, that was a joke. And we're here to celebrate because we know electric vehicles are absolutely an essential tool if we hope to address our transportation sector in the emissions, both those that impact climate change, but also those that impact our families, our kids, because they impact air quality. But you may not know, unless you've driven an electric vehicle before, that once you drive one, you ain't ever going back, because their performance and the cost savings they offer to our consumers are absolutely essential as we move forward. It is what is going to make the transition to an all-electric future possible. And to support this, we're making historic investments through the President's bipartisan infrastructure law, including the build-out of a nationwide network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. And through the President's Made in America policies, we are spurring investment in American manufacturing. And you know what that means? It means good paying jobs, building electric vehicles and chargers with IBEW members leading the way. And it's exciting to know that we are going to make charging stations accessible across the entire country, whether you're in a rural or an urban community. So today, we are kicking off by allowing me the pleasure of introducing you to Jane Hunter, who is the CEO of Tritium. As a key manufacturer of electric vehicle chargers, Tritium is investing in our electric future. And that's a clear signal that our country has incredible opportunities ahead of us, and I could not be more excited, and we look forward to working with Tritium and others who are stepping up big time to advance our climate goals while creating high-quality jobs right here in the United States. Jane?
Thank you, Gina, and good afternoon, Mr. President, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg, and of course to Jim Cooper from Tennessee. It's a pleasure to join you all here today. I'm Jane Hunter, the CEO of Tritium, a global leader in DC fast charge technology for electric vehicles. It would be an understatement to say that this has been a very exciting month for Tritium. We listed on the NASDAQ. We rang the bell on Australia Day on the 26th, and now we have this opportunity to share Tritium's US manufacturing plans with the American people. Tritium is a great story of American-Australian partnership, continuing our two countries' historic alliance in world conflicts, trade, the environment, and technology. The Tritium mission is really simple. 2 words: electrify transportation. This vision of transport powered by renewable energy has inspired our team since 2012 when we built our first fast charger. A seismic technology change is on foot here. Electric cars, vans, buses, aircrafts, boats. These are the future of transportation. And for nations to prosper and gain economic benefit from this transition, they must be leaders in both the EV uptake on one hand and the supporting infrastructure and energy rollout on the other. Nations that are the forefront of this electric future will benefit economically and will see a very substantial improvement in human health and the environment by acting rapidly and with courage. And that's what America will achieve with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure law. In the 1950s, the United States had the foresight to build the unparalleled US highway system. This administration's forward-thinking vision to electrify that system is going to help American families. It decouples the cost of running the family car or driving to work from the fluctuations of the price per barrel of foreign oil. With this charging network in place, Americans are going to have access to fast, safe, and reliable charging, enabling drivers to cross the wide-open plains of the US, the mountains, the national parks, and navigate the metropolises from New York to LA. Tritium has global expertise manufacturing and installing fast chargers across 41 countries, and we applaud President Biden's ambitious goals of electrifying the federal fleet and the equitable deployment of a national network of 500,000 EV chargers. President Biden's transport electrification policies have contributed to enormous demand for Tritium's products right here in the US, and that directly led us to pivot and change our global manufacturing strategy. And today, we could not be prouder to announce that we'll be opening a US manufacturing facility in Tennessee, expected to begin production this fall. This facility will have an initial capacity to build more than 10,000 fast charger units per year, with room to expand to 30,000. The factory will create American clean tech jobs, employing more than 500 people over the next 5 years, and we thank the Governor and the state of Tennessee for welcoming Tritium Homes. Residents of Tennessee will be building our largest factory globally right here in the United States, assembling world-class, Buy America compliant fast chargers made in America and trucked across the continent. By enabling EV owners to drive anywhere, Tritium is going to help fulfill the US target for 50% of new cars sold to be electric by the year 2030, and will support US economic ambitions to grow onshore manufacturing in advanced technologies while also growing jobs that don't leave anyone behind. These can be trained up in just a few weeks. Let me finish up by saying that we're all privileged to be living in this time of an historic shift in the way transport is powered and autonomously controlled. A bipartisan law's been passed which will benefit all Americans and put America at the global forefront of this opportunity. A future with cleaner air, quieter towns and cities awaits the American people, along with more onshore manufacturing and jobs, fuel security, and cars which frankly are just a joy to drive and own. This administration's support for US-based manufacturing is a smart economic initiative that will drive companies to create American jobs, and Tritium's a great case in point of that. And we look forward to powering American EVs with American-made fast chargers designed and hardened in the world's toughest conditions down under. Tennessee, we can't wait to get started. And now it is my honour to introduce the President of the United States.
Jane, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I want to thank Secretary Granholm and Buttigieg and Gina McCarthy for being here today, and Congressman Jim Cooper, an old friend who did an awful lot to get this to go in Tennessee. And Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee, he deserves credit as well. He wasn't able to be here today, but he worked hard to help make this happen. Another example of what America can achieve when we come together, Democrats and Republicans, to get things done. The new manufacturing facility of Tritium that's announced today is more than just great news for Tennessee. Yes, it's going to create more than 500 good-paying jobs in Tennessee, but it's going to deliver greater dignity and a little more breathing room to workers and their families, and it's going to have a ripple effect beyond and far beyond the one state. This is great news for workers across the country, for an economy, and frankly, for the planet. When we wrote and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, we included $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers, like the one Jane brought along today. It's a little thing here, you can see. But all kidding aside, Secretaries Granholm and Buttigieg have been helping lead this effort from our administration. And later this week, we're going to announce a state-by-state allocation for $5 billion of the funding for these chargers. So states can start making plans to build out what will become a national network of electric vehicle chargers. Tritium's new facility is going to produce up to 30,000 of these chargers every year. They'll use American parts, American iron, American steel, and they'll be installed up and down the highways and corridors in our communities all across the country by union workers from the IBEW and the Electrical Workers Union. So the benefits are going to ripple to thousands of miles in every direction. And these jobs will multiply in steel mills, small parts suppliers, construction sites all over the country in the years to come. And it's going to help ensure that America leads the world in electric vehicles. China has been leading that race up to now, but this is about to change because America is building convenient, reliable, equitable national public charging networks. So wherever you live, charging an electric vehicle will be quick and easy. And the foundation will help American automakers set the pace for electric vehicles, which means even more good-paying jobs producing batteries, materials, and parts. That's also going to help save hundreds of billions of gallons of gasoline over time, saving an average driver who chooses an electric vehicle up to $1,000 every year on fuel, making our country more economically competitive, lowering air pollution, and keeping families healthier as we tackle the climate crisis. Here's the key point. Announcements like this don't happen by accident. They require a vision and a commitment to build a future that's made in America. I made it clear from day one, when the federal government spends taxpayers' dollars, we're going to buy American. American products made in America, including American component parts. That's why I established the Made in America office at the White House, led by Celeste Drake. She's here on the stage. Where is Celeste? There she is. Celeste Drake. To ensure that the $1 trillion we're investing in infrastructure is spent on American workers and American manufacturing. On the way over here, by the way, I was talking with Gina. We were talking about we have how many vehicles in a fleet, Gina, roughly?
600,000.
We have 600,000 federal vehicles that the federal government owns. They're going to all end up being electric vehicles. Electric vehicles. That's what it means to finally make Buy in America a reality and not an empty promise. It means bringing manufacturing jobs back and building supply chains here at home so we have better jobs at lower prices. And it means a federal government that just doesn't give lip service to Buy America, but actually takes action, investing in innovation and manufacturing, which powers up companies like Tritium to do what they do best, create great products and good-paying jobs. That's been my approach from day one. And now we're seeing the results, beginning to see the results. My first full year as president, the economy created 6.6 million new jobs. 6.6 million. That's never happened before in American history. And that includes 375,000 manufacturing jobs. 2021 saw the highest increase in U.S. manufacturing jobs in nearly 30 years. And let me give you one example. A few weeks ago, the CEO of Intel, Pat Gelsinger, came to the White House to announce a new $20 billion semiconductor factory that they call a campus outside of Columbus, Ohio. I had the two senators from Ohio here standing with me, one Republican, one Democrat, creating 7,000 construction jobs at that facility and 3,000 permanent jobs running the facility with an average salary running the facility at $135,000 a year. Those semiconductors, microchips, power virtually everything in our everyday lives. Cell phones, automobiles, refrigerators, the internet, the electric grid. Without semiconductors, those things cannot fully function. So the spinoff of this is that we're going to create thousands of additional jobs, helping build America's products here in America. manufacturing automobiles and appliances, and so much more. And it's going to help ease inflation. One of the reasons automobiles cost so much is they're responsible for 1/5 of the recent inflation is because they lack semiconductors. They're not able to build them quick enough, so the price goes up higher because there's fewer to sell. Intel's announcement helps us fix that problem. And Intel isn't alone. Since 2021, companies have announced investments totaling more than $200 billion in domestic manufacturing here in America. From iconic companies like GM and Ford building out new electric vehicle production, to Tesla, our nation's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, to innovative younger companies like Rivian building electric trucks, or Proterra building electric buses, which I saw at a virtual tour last year when I met with the CEO virtually, and they really impressed me. These companies joining Intel, bringing microchip manufacturing back to America after decades of decay. From Texas Instruments to Samsung in Texas to TSMC in Arizona, we're seeing the beginnings of an American manufacturing comeback. This is not hyperbole. This is real. This is genuine. This is real. You've heard me say all along when I was running, and since I've gotten there, the world's at an inflection point. Things are going to change in big ways, and this is one of those transition moments. 2 weeks ago, I went to Pittsburgh, where the Union Pacific Railroad announced the largest purchase of American-made electric battery locomotives in history, built by American workers in Erie, Pennsylvania. And these locomotives aren't only going to be sold here in America and take a heck of a lot of pollution out of the air. They're going to be sold in countries around the world. They're going to be buying them, just like they're going to buy American-made electric cars. And just like we heard last week when Boeing announced $20 billion deal right here in the White House to sell American-made aircraft to one of the major airlines in the Middle East, Qatar Airways, supporting tens of thousands of good-paying American manufacturing jobs. So we're seeing the same thing in planes, trains, and automobiles. Other countries recognize what's happening here. They want to buy American as well. They're ready to bet on America and American workers, workers who built the middle class, earning good pay and benefits and the right to organize. Today's announcement is part of the drumbeat of jobs resurgence like more than anything we've seen before. And by the way, the House of Representatives passed a bill on Friday providing over $90 billion for research and development, manufacturing all those elements of the supply chain needed to produce end products right here in America. We can keep delivering more announcements like this one. And the House and Senate are working to deliver a final bill to my desk. The bottom line is the United States is in a position to outcompete the world once again. And I look forward to working with governors, Republican and Democrat, to keep that drumbeat going. So let's keep coming together to invest in the backbone of America, an American manufacturer, and the workers who make it run. Because when we do, there's no limit to what we can achieve. None. Thank you, and may God protect our troops. We got a lot to look forward to. Thank you very much.
President, how was Macron's meeting with Putin? How was Macron's meeting with Putin, Mr. President?
This building a right-to-work state. It's a right-to-work state. No union.
So the president not taking any questions after that briefing today on manufacturing in America. We did have up this live look, though, out in Port Huron Township in Michigan, as there's once again a backup of truckers. That's coming the same day that this Ambassador Bridge was finally reopened. It shut down due to Canadian truckers protesting COVID-19 restrictions. The protest began 10 days ago in Ottawa. Truckers calling themselves the Freedom Convoy began blocking traffic on major Canadian roadways to protest a new Canadian vaccine mandate. It requires drivers entering Canada to be fully vaccinated or face testing and quarantine. This week, the protest spilling into the United States on the Ambassador Bridge in Detroit. The bridge, a major border crossing for commercial trucks, was shut down yesterday. By today, it was back open again. Truckers moving their demonstration to the shoulder of a nearby highway. And now you're taking a live look where things are once again backed up Motorists being advised to avoid eastbound I-94 and eastbound I-69 in the Port Huron area due to, as you can see it with your own eyes, an extensive traffic backup. According to St. Clair County Sheriff Matt King, truckers who have been unable to travel from the U.S. to Canada via the Ambassador Bridge in Detroit due to this protest have been heading to the Blue Water Bridge, saying, quote, as of noon, both lanes of eastbound traffic are backed up past Range Road, and eastbound I-69 is also getting backed up as well. He went on to say, we are expecting the situation to become worse before it gets better. The sheriff going on to say travelers should use surface streets to avoid the backup. It's unknown when this congestion will be alleviated, as we're seeing these live aerials right now of cars completely backed up, people outside of their vehicles waving Canadian flags. The Freedom Convoy picking up quite a bit of steam just in the last week here. And even a couple weeks ago, reaching as far as the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, having to speak out about it, as the Ottawa police have been begging for more enforcement and more backup as the primary focus for this protest and issues they've been having have been in Ottawa, Canada. But now the movement heading into the United States, which will now have to be addressed by local officials in Port Huron here. As our shot kind of goes in and out here, of course, we are live, raw, and unfiltered. These are aerials from Skyfox overhead, as these live pictures have been coming down to us for quite a while now, at least the past hour here. Many people heading home from work probably, and running into this major standstill traffic backup situation. As I said before, people outside of their cars even protesting down the streets and waving the Canadian flag. So more to come out of this story. If we get any new details or updates from local officials there, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take a quick commercial break. On the back end, though, we're going to go to Capitol Hill, as we had Republicans and Democrats holding their own press conferences separately. So we'll be hearing from both sides. That's how we do it, showing you all angles of every single story. Don't go away. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look from Port Huron Township in Michigan as the Freedom Convoy has now made its way into the United States. The Ambassador Bridge in Detroit reopening this morning after shutting down due to Canadian truckers protesting COVID-19 restrictions. But as you can see, there is once again a backup. If you're unfamiliar with this protest, it began 10 days ago in Ottawa. Truckers, calling themselves the Freedom Convoy, began blocking traffic on major Canadian roadways to protest a new Canadian vaccine mandate. It requires drivers entering Canada to be fully vaccinated or face testing and quarantine. This week, the protest spilled into the U.S. on the Ambassador Bridge in Detroit. The bridge, a major border crossing for commercial trucks, shutting down on Monday, reopening this morning. But truckers moving their demonstration to the shoulder of a nearby highway, which takes us to this point right now. Motorists being advised to avoid eastbound I-94 and eastbound I-69 in the area due to this extensive traffic backup. St. Clair County Sheriff Matt King saying truckers have been unable to travel from the U.S. to Canada via the Ambassador Bridge in Detroit because of this massive protest. They've now been heading over to the Blue Water Bridge. The sheriff saying as of noon, both lanes of eastbound traffic are backed up past Range Road, and eastbound I-69 also getting backed up, saying we are expecting the situation to become worse before it gets better. The sheriff went on to say that travelers should use surface streets and avoid the backup. It's really unclear when this backup and this congestion will be alleviated. This story really ramping up just in the past couple of days here as the protest, the Freedom Convoy, no longer just a story out in Canada, but also a story here in the United States. You can see protesters outside of their cars here, many of them saying this isn't about COVID-19 anymore, that it's about freedom of speech. The Ottawa Police Department, though, pleading for more backup and enforcement in Canada as they've been struggling with alleviating their congestion and their traffic backups out in Canada here. But as you can see it right next to McDonald's there, traffic having to be diverted, local law enforcement there on the scene, as people likely getting off work at this hour here. So we'll be gathering any more details that we have throughout the rest of the evening, though. As we have it, though, we want to move on to some of the other stories of the day. We showed you President Biden just moments ago remarks on manufacturing in America, kind of touting local jobs that have been produced under the Biden administration. Well, Senator Mitch McConnell tweeting out saying American workers have been earning pay raises, but the Democrats' inflation is more than outpacing them. Factoring in inflation, the average American worker has gotten a 2% real pay cut under Democrats' policies. Well, they held a press conference a little bit earlier today. The Senator McConnell kicking off the press conference. We'll hear from him. We're also going to hear from Democrats and what they have to say directly following that as well.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I had an opportunity, along with a group of senators, to have a dinner last night with the new chancellor of Germany, and to discuss the most urgent issue at the moment, which is the Russian, obviously, threatened invasion of Ukraine. The good news is he confirmed what President Biden said yesterday, that if the invasion occurs, Nord Stream 2 will not go forward. The bad news is that would be after an invasion. And I think the most important thing is for the administration, and the president has all the authority to do this already, to use every tool in his toolbox before the invasion. I'm skeptical, appreciate the effort of bipartisan senators to come together behind some kind of legislation. I don't think Putin will be deterred by any piece of legislation in the United States Senate. Summing it up, the president has all the authority he needs. He needs to decide the timing. I think it's going to be a serious deterrent if it's executed before the invasion, not after.
Whenever the Democrats get power in Washington, D.C., what they typically do is impose one-size-fits-all rules on farmers, small businesses, innovators. I never thought I would see it apply to toddlers, but that's the latest invention of the Democrats, is requiring Head Start schools who provide early education services to low-income families to require toddlers as young as 2 years old to wear masks, even when they're out on the playground. And it just strikes me that this is a great example, another great example of government overreach. This is a decision that ought to be made by parents and guardians. And the president, who has subscribed the idea that he's going to follow the science, seems like that ought to apply here. Science and common sense ought to dictate the decisions that we make with respect to 2-year-old toddlers when it comes to whether or not they're required to wear masks. But President Biden has decided to use tax dollars, basically, through Head Start, all these agencies around the country, 1,600 of them, and they require these 2-year-old toddlers to wear masks. It is a crazy thing, and even the World Health Organization has said, that there isn't any need for toddlers 5 years older or under to wear masks when it comes to their own safety or their interest. And so this is an example again, and we see it all the time. The current administration, they're trying to roll out now the Waters of the United States regulations again, which is a throwback to the Obama years, which is an awful infringement on the rights of landowners and farmers. And they've tried to allow the IRS to snoop into people's bank accounts. They've tried all these vaccine mandates on employers across the country. So yet another example of government overreach. And instead of focusing on the issues the American people care about, which are inflation, the border, crime, safe communities, what's happening in the world, they're obsessed with issues like this. This is just honestly a miscarriage of the use of government when it comes to intruding into people's lives, and I hope they will stop it.
I asked the chief of the Capitol Police to come in today and talk about their short-term response to the overwhelming hours that officers have been working. We're about 200 officers below the authorized level of around 2,000 officers. 135 or so officers retired last year, which is about 50% higher than retirements in recent years. And obviously that's a problem. The contract employees for a short time may be part of the answer to that problem. But it's not just a problem in the Capitol Police Department. You know, in the city of St. Louis and St. Louis County, they had retirements were up about 60% last year over the average of the previous 4 years. My hometown, Springfield, Missouri, is looking for 40 officers. Columbia, Missouri, a department 187, looking for 20 officers. We're going to do what we can here to work with the Capitol Police problem, but I think this problem is clearly a lot bigger than the Capitol Police, starting with defund the police and prosecutors who pledge not to prosecute crimes in certain areas or at certain crimes. All has, and police officers becoming the increasing victims of crime is a huge problem. All of us see the Capitol Police every day, know how critically they are to our ability to function here. It's a problem all over the country. We're doing our best to try to think of new ways to solve that problem.
And I would like to add on to that. We are seeing a significant rise in crime and violent crime across the United States. And this is because of this administration's lack of wherewithal in enforcing law and order. We see it with liberal district attorneys, progressive policies out there that actually make it a crime to punish the crime. So a couple of examples that I will give you today. There's a Democratic DA in Los Angeles that banned bail and prohibited prosecuting the most serious crimes to the full extent of the law. There was also a Democratic DA in New York that released a list of crimes that would not be prosecuted, including resisting arrest. So, folks, Americans are really concerned about this, and it's time that we act accordingly. And that is by making sure that we are supporting the men and women in law enforcement. Stop this ridiculous defund the police movement. Let's make sure that we're being supportive, and let's also step up and enforce the crimes that are being committed. Let's make sure that those are being prosecuted. So I do have an effort to increase penalties on the most serious offenses, going after child sexual predators, making sure that those that are engaged in violent crime are prosecuted and held to the fullest extent of the law. I think these are all things that Republicans can get on board with. Now I'm asking that the administration step it up. Our communities are in danger, and it's not just the largest metro areas. If they're not controlling crime in the metro areas, that literally bleeds over into our rural areas. If they don't take care of it, we will step up and do so.
For years, I called on the International Olympic Committee to move the Olympics out of Communist China. What we knew is Communist China would basically, they would use this to whitewash their genocide. A week ago, I talked about it. Now look at, here's some of the headlines. Olympic teams raise concerns over quarantine hotels. You can talk to some of what's happening to some of these people that are being put in these hotels. They had a Uyghur skier become the face of China's Winter Olympics. Then they're gone. Never be seen. Now, NBC sort of supported that idea of supporting the fact, oh gosh, they stood up to international pressure over the Uyghurs, genocide over the Uyghurs, and then the NBC refused to take an ad that had the NBA's Cantor, the center for the Boston Celtics, in it to talk about the atrocities, the genocide. So Americans believe in human rights. I'm surprised that the International Olympic Committee, and I'm surprised the Biden administration wouldn't do anything to try to get the Olympics moved. I hope American companies like Nike and Coke and NBC will start standing up for human rights rather than profits.
Leader McConnell. Leader McConnell.
Is it appropriate for the Republican National Committee to censure two sitting members of Congress and also use the words legitimate political discourse in talking about January 6th?
Well, let me give you my view of what happened January the 6th. And we're here. We saw what happened. It was a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election from one administration to the next. That's what it was. With regard to the suggestion that the RNC should be in the business of picking and choosing Republicans who ought to be supported, traditionally the view of the national party committees is that we support all members of our party, regardless of their positions on some issues.
Do you have confidence in her, Ronna McDaniel, as chairwoman of the committee?
I do, but the issue is whether or not the RNC should be sort of singling out members of our party who may have different views from the majority. That's not the job of the RNC.
Leader McConnell. Leader McConnell.
Being unfair when it doles out its sentences, especially considering this Minnesota man who was just sentenced to 10 years as opposed to the max 20 years for setting a place on fire and inadvertently killing a man inside, a father of 5 children. Do you think the DOJ is being unfair when it comes to...
Are you talking about the Minnesota case? Well, my understanding is the prosecutors there have recommended sentencing below the sentencing guideline for the crime that they've been charged with because of their sympathies for groups like BLM. That's totally inappropriate. You just heard Senator Ernst talking about the crime problem. Look, you don't improve this issue by going soft on prosecuting crimes. And I think it's important for us to underscore prosecution that fits the crime and support for the police who are trying to keep law and order in our country.
Leader McConnell. Leader McConnell.
Hi, Leader McConnell. Several bills have emerged recently in the Senate that would ban members of Congress from trading stock, including 2 from members of your caucus. Senate Democratic leadership is reportedly interested in this. Kevin McCarthy's interested in it and has broad support with the public. I'm wondering, do you support banning members of Congress and their spouses from trading stock? Why are we not?
Yeah, I haven't given that any serious thought yet. I can just tell you how I operate. I don't own any individual stocks. Everything is in a mutual fund. That's what I advise members to do because I think it prevents such suggestions that you are engaged in insider trading. We'll take a look at that kind of legislation and see what may be appropriate.
Is it fair to say you're open to it then?
We'll take a look at it.
Mr.
Leader
McConnell, would you support the bill that is expected to come to the floor later this week that would bar mandatory arbitration for sexual assault and harassment?
Well, I'm going to ask Senator Ernst to address that issue. She's been our specialist on that kind of issue.
Yeah, we're just really encouraged. We saw it. We are encouraged by what has occurred in the House. They have put a tougher definition or a clearly defined definition within the bill. And so we continue to work on it over here. And so I'm encouraged by the progress, but we still have more work to do.
You guys are not yet supporters of the version.
There's still a number of things that we're working out, but we certainly are a lot closer and glad to see strong support in the House.
Thoughts on Governor Hogan not running for Senate?
Well, he would have been a great candidate for the Senate. He's been a terrific governor. But looking to November, let's keep our eye on the ball. The president's got a disastrous approval rating. We know that 2 years into a new administration, the off-year election will be a referendum on the performance of this all-Democratic government, and I'm highly optimistic that we're going to have a very good year this fall.
To that end, do things like the censure make it harder?
The senator ending on optimism right there for the Republican Party moving forward here. Interesting to note and interesting enough, we have a response from Senate Democrats coming up. But first, we want to get to a pretty essential story that is really raising the alarm right now. Every 2 seconds, someone in the U.S. needs blood, according to the Red Cross. But right now, the country is feeling its worst blood shortage in over a decade. The Red Cross is growing so desperate, it's offering incentives to people who donate. Fox's Austin Westfall in Charlotte, North Carolina, with details on how the nation's supply has gotten so low. Austin.
Daytona, it really has to do with so many of these winter storms that have been hitting the country, mainly the Midwest and the East Coast as of late. It's canceling a lot of blood drives, and what that means is that it's really hurting the nation's blood supply. The Red Cross did supply us some numbers here. So far, in 2022, about 600 U.S. blood drives have been canceled due to winter storms. It's according to the Red Cross, and that means that they missed out on nearly 20,000 blood and platelet donations. Out of those 600 drives that were canceled this year, 400 happened last week during that Winter Storm Landon. Now, blood donations are used for patients in need of surgery, they're used for cancer treatment, and they're used for transfusions for blood loss from traumatic injuries, among other things. The Red Cross says doctors have been forced to make difficult decisions about who receives blood now and who's going to need to wait until it's available later. The organization says these winter storms are only adding to the complications that have been brought on by the pandemic.
Since the pandemic began, the Red Cross has seen about a 10% decline in people coming to donate blood. And so that's why we are encouraging everyone right now to make that commitment to donate blood. Make an appointment when you're able to do so by visiting redcrossblood.org.
Now, the Red Cross says type O blood is the most sought after type because O negative is considered universal, O positive is nearly universal. Platelets, which are blood cells that help your body form clots to stop bleeding, are also critically needed right now because they only have a shelf life of about 5 days. And even if you don't know your blood type, the Red Cross could use all the help it could get right now. In fact, it might even get you some money. Right now they're offering a promotion where they're going to be giving $10 Amazon gift cards to everybody who donates blood or platelets throughout the entire month of February. Daytona?
And Austin, just clarify for everyone who's watching right now, your COVID-19 status, vaccination status, does that make a difference on whether or not you can donate?
Ultimately, there are lots and lots of guidelines that have to do with whether or not you've recovered from COVID, whether or not you've had a vaccination. There are all those guidelines, and they have it all written out on the Red Cross's website. There are a lot of different things to read through as far as whether or not somebody is able to donate blood. There's a lot of requirements that must be met. You could always call the Red Cross. The spokesperson that we spoke to today said that you could either reach out to the Red Cross, a local donation center, and ask those questions, or you can go on their website and find those answers online.
All right, such an essential thing to do right now. Thank you for this story. Fox's Austin Westfall. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon.
Daytona, thank you.
And we're going to keep it going here as before we went out to that, we were in Washington, D.C., as we're hearing from lawmakers up on the Hill. So coming up after the break, we'll hear directly from Senate Democrats on what they have to say.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. And I'm joined by Senators Gillibrand, Peters, and Kelly. And to show you what a nice caucus we have, today was Tammy Baldwin's birthday. Her staff brought cupcakes for everyone, remembering those who were vegan with their vegan cupcakes and those who were gluten-free with their gluten-free cupcakes. And each cupcake was different. Thank you, everybody.
Best press conference ever.
We want to eat those cupcakes. There were none for the press. Okay.
Sadly.
All right. So we're gearing up to have a productive couple of weeks. Last night, Congress took an important step and overwhelmingly, and in bipartisan vote, in an overwhelmingly bipartisan step forward to eliminate forced arbitration for victims of sexual harassment and assault. By a large margin, 335 to 97, a majority of both parties, the House passed the bill authored by Senators Gillibrand and Graham. And it's really horrible that women or anybody and men were forced to sign away their rights to pursue charges of harassment and by being forced to sign these arbitration agreements. So this is long overdue, and I want to recognize my friend Senator Gillibrand, who has spearheaded the cause of ending forced arbitration for a long time. Thanks to her leadership, we're close to seeing this be passed into law. And I want to thank Senator Graham. We're working with him, and he is working right now to clear the Republican side so we can move this vote very quickly. I'm sure that this bill will have the same broad support in the Senate, and I hope we can move quickly. It's my intention to move this bill as quickly as we can in the Senate, and we hope to take action on the floor as soon as this week and send the bill to the President's desk. We're also